At just 10 years old, Rose's world was plunged into chaos. Born in the shadowed lands of the Umbral Realm, a place where the sun's rays rarely penetrated the thick canopy and an eerie red glow emanated from the very realm, she was a dark elf of noble lineage, her parents fiercely protective and deeply loving. Yet their love was not enough to shield her from the darkness that clawed at their realm. One fateful night, the shadows came alive, tendrils of inky blackness consuming her parents and leaving Rose utterly alone in a world of ever-present twilight. The Order of the Grey, a clandestine cabal of dark magic practitioners, discovered her amidst the wreckage of her family's estate. They saw in her the raw potential for greatness, a spark of innate magic that burned brighter than most. The Order took her in, promising her safety and purpose, but their affection came with strings attached. They were not saviors but opportunists, seeking to shape Rose into a weapon, a flawless agent capable of infiltrating the human world unseen. Through ancient and forbidden rituals, they stripped Rose of her dark elven heritage, at least in appearance. Her onyx skin lightened to pale human hues, her pointed ears were rounded, and her striking crimson eyes were dulled to a piercing green. The transformation was excruciating, not just physically but emotionally. With every shift in her features, she felt a piece of her identity slipping away, lost to the Order's machinations. Yet she knew this human guise would grant her access to places and people her elven form never could. The training that followed was relentless. From dawn to dusk, she was immersed in the arcane arts, her days consumed by incantations, sigils, and the weaving of magical energy. Of all the elements, fire spoke to her the loudest. Its flickering light offered a warmth that the cold halls of the Order's fortress could not. Yet, fire was a temperamental master demanding control and precision. During one grueling session, the air thick with smoke and heat waves shimmering, Rose's emotions flared out of control, and the flames answered her turmoil. They lashed out, searing her right hand in a blaze of fiery rebellion. The burn left twisted scars that refused to fade, a constant reminder of her struggle and the price of failure. The Order dismissed her pain, seeing it as a lesson in discipline rather than a reason for comfort. But Rose found strength in her injury. The pain steeled her resolve, and she threw herself into her studies with renewed determination, retreating to hidden corners to practice in secret. Over time, she mastered the fire's dance, bending it to her will and turning it into a formidable weapon. Yet, as her powers grew, so did her resentment. The Order had taken her in, but they had stolen her heritage, her freedom, and her very identity. They sought to erase the dark elf she once was, moulding her into something unrecognizable. Rose began to dream of escape, of a life where she could reclaim what had been lost and forge her own destiny. She learned to play the role the Order demanded, obedient, loyal, and driven, but beneath the surface, a wildfire raged in her heart, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. The infernal forge, a hidden cavern deep within the Umbral Realm, shimmered with oppressive heat. Molten lava bubbled like a living entity, filling the air with the acrid scent of sulfur and smelted metal. Rose was given access to the forge's ancient resources, enchanted metals, magical fibers, and rare materials harvested from the darkest corners of the realm. The bullwhip, an unconventional choice, was inspired by Rose's mother's stories of elven warriors wielding whips of light. It would serve as a flexible, long-range conduit for her flames. For weeks, Rose worked tirelessly, weaving fire-resistant leather with enchanted steel threads and runes of power. The obsidian handle pulsed with shadow-infused energy. Despite exhaustion, Rose's determination never wavered. The final enchantment pushed Rose to her limits. As she channeled her magic into the whip within the forge's searing heart, flames erupted around her. For a terrifying moment, the inferno threatened to consume her. But Rose's resolve burned brighter. She poured her defiance, pain, and will into the whip. As the flames subsided, the whip glowed with inner fire. Rose grasped the handle, feeling its power pulse through her. With a flick of her wrist, the whip crackled to life, a blazing streak of flame that moved as an extension of her own body and magic. Rose smiled, knowing she had created something truly her own. The bullwhip quickly became Rose's favoured weapon, its versatility allowing her to channel her fire magic in ways she had never imagined. With a snap, she could send a wave of flame hurtling toward her enemies or entangle them in fiery coils. The whip also gave her a unique edge in close combat, its length and speed keeping opponents at bay while allowing her to strike with precision. Rose honed her skills in mock battles, learning to manipulate the whip's flames with deadly accuracy. She developed a signature technique, the serpent's lash, where the whip coiled around her body before striking like a viper, showcasing her graceful yet ferocious style. But the whip also became a symbol of rebellion. When Rose's flames scorched the training ground during a harsh session, the Order began to view her as not just an asset, but a potential threat. For Rose, the whip was a source of solace. The supple leather in her calloused hands reminded her that even in the darkest corners of the realm, she could forge her own path to freedom, no matter the cost. As Rose's fire magic grew in power and intensity, so too did its unpredictability. By her early 20s, the flames within her began responding not just to her will, but also her volatile emotions, flaring wildly in moments of anger or fear. The artisans of the Order of the Grey, renowned for their mastery in crafting magical artifacts, saw an opportunity to create something extraordinary to help Rose control her chaotic power. They gifted her the Fire Kiss armor, a masterpiece of both artistry and functionality. Forged from a rare alloy infused with potent fire-resistant enchantments, the armor gleamed with a polished sheen of crimson and bronze. When Rose donned it, the armor felt like a second skin, molding perfectly to her body with a comforting warmth that seemed to embrace and soothe her restless inner flames. The armor's chestplate was adorned with intricate engravings in the shape of intertwining flames, each delicate line glowing faintly with embers of her own magic. At the center rested a brilliant crimson gemstone known as the Infernal Ruby. This gem served as both a focal point to channel Rose's immense power and a stabilizing anchor to help maintain control, absorbing any excess energy from her fire magic. Her shoulder plates offered robust protection without restricting mobility, while the arm guards extended down to her hands, culminating in open-palmed gloves. Etched with arcane runes, these arm pieces allowed Rose to seamlessly channel her fire through the armor itself. This intuitive design enhanced her ability to summon and wield flames in combat, most notably in conjunction with her signature bullwhip, which crackled with searing heat and fiery precision. The armor's lower half consisted of reinforced leather panels strategically combined with fire-resistant metal alloys, creating the perfect balance of flexibility for ease of movement and durability to withstand the rigors of battle. At Rose's waist, an ornate belt bore a striking rose-shaped emblem, a poignant symbol of both her lost heritage and steadfast defiance against the oppressive shadows that sought to control her. Flowing elegantly from her shoulders was a sweeping crimson cloak lined with flame-resistant netherweave silk. More than mere decoration, this cloak acted as a conduit for Rose's magic, allowing her to channel raging torrents of fire in expansive arcs and searing barriers. As she moved, the cloak shimmered and danced like a living flame, a mesmerizing display of her vibrant power. The true genius of the Firekiss armor lay in its astonishing ability to amplify and precisely channel Rose's mighty flames. By supernaturally attuning itself to her unique magic, the armor allowed Rose to wield fire with unprecedented control and accuracy. When she brandished her formidable bullwhip, dazzling flames would erupt from the etched runes and surge along its length, leaving scintillating trails of molten light in its wake. In the heat of battle, the armor's enchantments could even absorb incoming fire and heat-based attacks, transmuting that destructive energy into fuel for Rose's own devastating arcane powers. However, the Firekiss armor was not merely a tool to augment combat capabilities, it also served as a crucial safeguard against the destructive force of Rose's own magic. The powerful enchantments woven into every piece of the armor provided a stabilizing buffer and layer of protection. During perilous moments when Rose's emotions ran rampant and threatened to spiral out of control, the infernal ruby would pulse with an otherworldly radiance, drawing the excess wild energy into itself like a sorcerous lightning rod, siphoning away the dangerous unrestrained flames to prevent catastrophic backlash. By integrating protection with amplification, the Firekiss armor empowered Rose to embrace the full potential of her magic without fear of harming herself or her allies. It was a marvel of arcane engineering and artisanship that would prove pivotal in her journey. Wearing the armor, Rose was a force to be reckoned with, radiating a commanding, fiery presence. Though still under the Order's eye, the armor provided a taste of the freedom she yearned for and would one day claim. Rose scrubbed the soot-streaked ceremonial dagger, her raw knuckles aching against the cold hilt. The Order had punished her for a fire spell gone awry, sentencing her to hours cleaning weaponry in the damp vault of war. If you cannot control the fire, you are no better than the tools you now clean, a magister had sneered. As Rose worked, a voice startled her. You missed a spot. A tall, wiry man leaned against the doorway, dark hair falling across his forehead. His plain uniform marked him as a servant, but a glint in his grey eyes hinted at hidden depths. Mind your own business, Rose shot back. Undeterred, he approached. Relax, I'm Kaelion, the least troublesome person you'll meet here. He crouched beside her, examining a breastplate with exaggerated seriousness. They say this punishment builds character. I think they just enjoy our suffering. Rose hid a smile. If you're trying to be funny, you're wasting your time. I'm not trying. I'm naturally hilarious, Kaelion grinned. They worked in silence, Kaelion helping polish the armor. His unhurried presence was strangely comforting. As they finished, Kaelion sighed. See? Not so bad with a partner in crime. Rose smiled genuinely. Thanks, I guess. Their eyes met, a moment of understanding passing between them. Anytime, Kaelion said, standing. But don't let the magisters catch you smiling. They might think you're happy. He left, but his unexpected kindness lingered, a spark of hope in the Order's oppressive world. The moonlight cast a soft glow over the training courtyard as Rose sat against a cracked pillar, her fire whip coiled in her lap. Frustration burned within her after another failed attempt to control her magic. Kaelion's voice broke the silence. Looks like someone's had a long day. He sat beside her, their shoulders nearly touching, his presence comforting. Unused to opening up, Rose hesitated, but Kaelion's gentle, non-judgmental gaze made her walls crumble. I keep messing up, she confessed. The fire takes over like I'm too weak to stop it. Kaelion shook his head. You're not weak, Rose. Far from it. You have incredible power. The problem is them, not you. They want to suppress who you are, control you. But you're meant to burn bright, to be free. His words ignited a flicker of warmth in her chest. Rose met his eyes, seeing sincerity shining back. You're different from the rest. Why are you even here? Kaelion's laugh was hollow. Let's just say we don't all choose our paths. Pain laced his voice. Instinctively, Rose placed her hand on his arm, a gentle touch. Maybe we can change that. Kaelion's gaze softened, the space between them charged. Carefully, he brushed a lock of her fiery hair aside, his fingertips grazing her cheek and lingering. Maybe. But I'm glad we're on this path together, for now. The silence wrapped around them, heavy with unspoken understanding. For the first time in ages, Rose felt a bud of hope bloom in her heart. Kaelion saw beyond the weapon the Order wanted to forge her into. With him, she didn't feel so alone. His belief in her sparked the possibility that she could break free of the path laid before her, that she could take control of her own fate. In the moonlight, a profound connection took root, a bond that would forever alter the course of their lives. The chamber was dark and imposing, lit only by the flickering light of enchanted braziers that cast long, distorted shadows across the stone walls. Rose stood at the centre, her back straight and her jaw clenched, trying to ignore the weight of the Magister's stares. Their faces, obscured by their ceremonial hoods, gave them an almost inhuman presence. She hated these meetings, hated the way they looked at her as if she were a specimen rather than a person. "Rose," the Grand Magister's voice rang out, sharp and unyielding, "your fire magic has shown promise." There was a note of hesitation in his words, as though even that small acknowledgement had cost him. "But control remains your greatest weakness." Rose's fists tightened at her sides, but she kept her expression neutral. She had learned long ago that defiance only fed their cruelty. The bite marks of their discipline still lingered in her memories. "To further your progress," he continued, "you have been selected for a mission of critical importance. In the northern reaches of the Umbral Realm lies the Flameheart Crystal, a relic of immense power that has eluded us for centuries. It is said to resonate with those who possess mastery over fire. If you are worthy, the crystal will submit to your will." Rose's breath caught. The Flameheart Crystal was a legend whispered among the Order's ranks, its power rumoured to enhance fire magic beyond comprehension. The idea that they were entrusting her with its retrieval was both thrilling and deeply suspicious. Her fingers tingled with the phantom sensation of flames waiting to be called. "Why me?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm of questions brewing in her mind. The Grand Magister's lips curved into a thin, humourless smile. "Because it is time for you to prove yourself. This mission will test your abilities and your resolve. Failure will not be tolerated." The words hung in the air like a noose around her neck. Rose nodded stiffly. "Understood." "You will not go alone," the Grand Magister added, his tone colder now. "Kaelion will accompany you." Rose blinked, caught off guard. "Kaelion?" She couldn't hide the faint surprise in her voice. From the shadows of the chamber, Kaelion stepped forward, his usual smirk softened into something more deferential. The dim light caught the sharp angles of his face, highlighting a thin scar that traced his left jawline. He gave her a quick, almost playful bow, though the glint in his violet eyes betrayed his amusement at her reaction. His dark robes seemed to drink in the brazier's light, making the silver runes embroidered along their edges shimmer like starlight. "The mission requires both strength and subtlety," the Grand Magister explained. "Kaelion will provide logistical support and ensure the artifact's safe return." He turned his gaze to Kaelion. "Your orders are clear. Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary." Kaelion inclined his head, his expression unreadable beneath the calculated charm. "Of course, Grand Magister. Rose and I will ensure the mission is a success." The way he said her name carried a hint of curiosity, as if she were a puzzle he looked forward to solving. Rose felt a flicker of annoyance at his inclusion. This was her test, her chance to prove herself, and the last thing she needed was someone tagging along to play babysitter. "You leave at dawn," the Grand Magister said. his tone final. Do not disappoint us. The threat in those last words carried the weight of years of conditional acceptance, of privileges that could be stripped away as easily as they were granted. As they left the chamber, Kaelion fell into step beside her. The oppressive silence of the fortress corridors was broken only by the soft echo of their footsteps. "Well," he said after a moment, his voice light and teasing, "looks like we're partners now." Rose shot him a sidelong glance. "This isn't a partnership. You're just here to carry the bags." Kaelion chuckled, unfazed. "Fair enough. But if we're going to be spending a lot of time together, we might as well try to enjoy it. Who knows? You might even find me useful." Rose rolled her eyes, but she couldn't completely hide the small, amused smile that tugged at her lips. "Just stay out of my way." Kaelion held up his hands in mock surrender. "Whatever you say, Firebrand." As they approached the preparation chambers, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that this mission was more than just a test. The Magisters had never trusted her before. Why now? And why send Kaelion? Something about it all felt wrong, but for now she pushed the doubts aside. She had a mission to complete, and nothing, not even Kaelion's constant teasing, was going to distract her. The northern reaches of the Umbral Realm were nothing like the fortress Rose had called home for most of her life. The darkened skies stretched endlessly overhead, the air heavy with a strange, stifling stillness that seemed to press against her skin like cold silk. The land was barren and jagged, its rocky surface fractured by deep fissures that breathed with an unnatural heat. Here, shadows danced without light, their movements erratic and unsettling, as if guided by an invisible puppeteer. Rose and Kaelion moved cautiously through the terrain, the flickering torch in her hand casting long shadows across the broken ground. The silence between them was broken occasionally by Kaelion's light-hearted quips, his attempts to chip away at the tension that clung to her like a second skin. Each word seemed to echo too loudly in this dead place. "So," he said, stepping over a jagged rock with practiced grace, "what's the plan when we get there? Grab the crystal, avoid any ancient traps, and be back in time for dinner." His shadow, cast by the torchlight, seemed to move a fraction after he did. Rose shot him a look, her patience already wearing thin. The oppressive atmosphere of this place set her nerves on edge. "The plan is to not get killed. If you can manage that, we'll call it a success." Kaelion smirked, but there was a seriousness in his eyes that belied his tone, a watchfulness that suggested he saw more than he let on. "Don't worry. I'll do my best not to slow you down, Firebrand." The nickname grated against her nerves like rough stone. They pressed on, the landscape growing more treacherous with every step. The shadows seemed to grow thicker as they neared their destination, their movements more deliberate, as if watching, waiting. Rose couldn't shake the feeling that they were being herded towards something that hungered in the dark. It happened suddenly. One moment, the path ahead was clear, and the next, the ground erupted in a flurry of movement. Shadowbeasts emerged from the fissures, their forms twisting and writhing like living darkness. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the pair, and with an ear-splitting screech that echoed through the dead air, they attacked. Rose reacted instantly. Her whip uncoiled with a crack, a trail of fire slicing through the air as she lashed out at the nearest beast. The flames seared through its body, the creature dissolving into ash with an anguished howl that seemed to reverberate through her bones. Kaelion drew a short blade from his belt, its metal gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. While Rose's fire lit up the battlefield, he stayed in her shadow, fending off any beasts that slipped past her fiery onslaught. His movements were like water flowing between the creatures with deadly precision. "Don't hold back now," Kaelion called out, ducking under a swipe from one of the creatures. "Show me what you've got." Rose didn't need the encouragement. She let the fire within her burn freely, the flames roaring to life around her. She spun, the whip lashing out in arcs of molten light, each strike cutting through the darkness like a blade. Her movements were fluid, almost instinctual, the fire bending to her will with a grace and power that even she hadn't realized she possessed. The heat of battle sang in her blood, each strike more precise than the last. One of the beasts lunged at her from behind, its claws reaching for her throat, but Kaelion was there in an instant, his blade driving into its side. The creature shrieked and disintegrated, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke that curled through the air like a dying breath. "Not bad for a bag carrier," he quipped, flashing her a grin even as his eyes tracked the next threat. Rose ignored him, her focus entirely on the battle. She felt the fire coursing through her veins, an intoxicating rush of heat and power. The beasts fell one by one, unable to withstand her relentless assault, their shadowy forms dissolving into nothingness against her flames. Finally, the last of them dissolved into ash, leaving the pair standing in the eerie silence that followed. Rose's chest heaved as she lowered her whip, the flames slowly receding until only faint embers danced along its length. Kaelion sheathed his blade, his expression a mixture of awe and amusement. "Remind me never to get on your bad side," he said, his tone lighter than the gravity of the moment warranted. Rose wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, her gaze still scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The rush of battle still hummed beneath her skin. "You handled yourself well," she admitted reluctantly. Kaelion raised an eyebrow, clearly delighted by the rare compliment. "Careful, Rose. Keep talking like that, and I might start thinking you like having me around." Despite his teasing, there was a note of genuine respect in his voice. She rolled her eyes, but there was a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. For all his teasing, Kaelion had proven himself more capable than she had expected. Perhaps the Magisters weren't completely foolish in pairing them together. "Let's keep moving," she said, coiling her whip and stepping back onto the path. "The crystal isn't going to wait for us." Kaelion fell into step beside her, his usual grin softening into something more genuine. "After that performance, I think it's the crystal that should be worried." Kaelion, for his part, played his role perfectly. He let his admiration for her abilities shine through, knowing it would stroke her ego just enough to lower her defenses. With every passing moment, he could feel the walls she had built around herself starting to crack. The battle had revealed far more about her capabilities than she realized, and that was exactly what he had been sent to discover. The sun, or what passed for it in the Umbral Realm, had long since dipped below the jagged horizon, plunging the barren landscape into a deeper, oppressive darkness. The air grew colder, biting against Rose's skin as she and Kaelion found shelter in the crumbled remains of an ancient stone structure. It wasn't much, just a few walls and the hint of a roof, worn smooth by centuries of forgotten storms, but it would serve as a refuge for the night. Rose crouched by the remains of a long-dead fire pit, her fingers brushing over the blackened stones. Ancient soot came away on her fingertips, telling tales of travellers long past. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a small flame, coaxing it into life as the pit flared with warmth. The soft glow illuminated the space, casting flickering shadows across the worn stone and revealing faded runes etched into the walls. Kaelion leaned against the far wall, his arms crossed as he watched her, the firelight dancing across his features. "You really are something else, you know that?" Rose glanced up at him, her expression unreadable, though something flickered in her eyes. "If you're going to start telling me how impressive I am, at least make yourself useful and gather some firewood." Kaelion smirked, pushing off the wall with fluid grace. "Firewood," she says, "in the middle of a wasteland. You really know how to set a man up for success." She rolled her eyes, but the faintest smile played on her lips. "Fine. Then at least stop standing there and sit. You're making the place colder just by loitering." He chuckled and joined her by the fire, settling on the ground a few feet away. For a while, neither of them spoke, the crackle of the flames filling the silence. Rose stared into the fire, her mind replaying the ambush from earlier, The shadows of the day's battle seemed to dance in the flames. "They were waiting for us," she said finally, her voice low, barely audible above the fire's whisper. Kaelion tilted his head, his expression thoughtful, all traces of his usual playfulness gone. Maybe. Or maybe they're just drawn to the crystal's energy, same as we are. Either way, you handled it like a pro. Rose didn't respond immediately, her fingers absently tracing the leather coil of her whip, feeling the residual warmth from the day's battle. "I shouldn't have let them get so close. I got too caught up in the fight." "Are you kidding?" Kaelion said, his tone incredulous. He leaned forward, the firelight catching the intensity in his eyes. "You practically danced through those things. I've never seen anything like it. If I hadn't been there, I'd have sworn you didn't need any backup." She glanced at him, her brow furrowed. "You're not just saying that?" His grin softened, replaced by something more sincere that transformed his entire face. "Rose, I've seen a lot of things in my time. But you're the real deal." The warmth in his voice caught her off guard, and she quickly looked away, focusing on the fire. Her cheeks felt uncomfortably warm, though she wasn't sure if it was from the flames or his words. The silence that followed felt different somehow, charged with something she wasn't ready to name. The cold crept in as the night deepened, the fire only managing to push it back so far. Rose adjusted her cloak, pulling it tighter around her shoulders. Despite the fire, a shiver ran through her, and Kaelion noticed immediately. "You're freezing," he said, moving closer. "I'm fine," she replied quickly, though her body betrayed her with another shiver. Kaelion didn't hesitate. He shrugged off his own cloak and draped it over her shoulders, his hands lingering for a moment as he adjusted it around her. "There. Better." Rose hesitated, her instinct to brush him off warring with the undeniable comfort of the extra warmth. Finally, she nodded. "Yeah, thanks." She pulled Kaelion's cloak tighter around her shoulders, her fingers brushing over its rough fabric. The warmth it provided felt like a fragile barrier against the chill of the world, and the chill within her. His scent lingered on the fabric, a mix of smoke and something she couldn't quite place. "You really think I'm not like them?" she asked after a long silence, the question escaping before she could stop it. Kaelion leaned back slightly, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. Something flickered behind his eyes. Calculation or concern, she couldn't tell. "No," he said firmly. "You're nothing like them. They see you as a tool. I see you as—" He hesitated, the faintest flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. "As someone who deserves so much more than this place." Rose's throat tightened, and she swallowed hard, trying to push down the surge of emotion his words brought. "It's not that simple," she said, her voice quieter now. "This place, the Order, it's all I've ever known." Kaelion reached out, his hand brushing against hers where it rested on her knee. The touch was light, hesitant, but it sent a warmth through her that rivaled the fire. "That doesn't mean it's all you're meant for," he said softly. She turned to him then, her eyes searching his face for something, an answer, a reassurance, maybe even a lie she could believe in. What she found instead was a sincerity that felt too perfect to trust completely. "Why do you care so much?" she asked, her voice tinged with both suspicion and hope. Kaelion's lips curved into a faint smile, but his eyes remained somber. "Because I've been where you are, feeling trapped, wondering if there's anything beyond the walls they've built around you. And because—" He paused, his gaze dropping for the briefest moment before returning to hers. "Because I care about you, Rose, more than I probably should." The admission hit her like a jolt, and she felt her breath catch. Kaelion, who had appeared in her life so suddenly, cared about her. It seemed too convenient, too perfect, and yet she wanted to believe it. Rose leaned into him slightly, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Kaelion." He reached up, his hand brushing a strand of hair from her face before lingering at her cheek. "You don't have to say anything," he said quietly. "I just I needed you to know. For a moment, the space between them dissolved, and Rose allowed herself to feel the vulnerability she had kept locked away for so long. She leaned into his touch, her walls crumbling even as a small voice in the back of her mind whispered warnings she chose to ignore. For the first time in what felt like forever, Rose allowed herself to feel safe. Despite the dangerous mission ahead and the uncertainty that plagued her, there was something about his presence that made her feel anchored. And though she couldn't name the emotions swirling within her, couldn't trust them completely, she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't alone anymore. The thought was both comforting and terrifying, especially given how quickly he had managed to slip past her defenses. The first thing Rose noticed was the warmth. For a moment she forgot where she was, lulled by the steady rise and fall of the chest beneath her cheek. Her eyes blinked open, the dim light of the umbral morning filtering through the cracks in the ruined walls around them, casting strange patterns across the ancient stone. Then she realized. Kaelion's arm was draped around her shoulders, her head resting against him. His cloak was still wrapped tightly around her, and her legs were tucked against his, as if she had instinctively sought his warmth in the chill of the night. The intimacy of their position sent a jolt through her body. Heat rushed to her face, and it had nothing to do with her fire magic. She sat up quickly, pulling the cloak tighter around herself as she avoided his gaze. The sudden movement made her dizzy, her muscles stiff from sleeping against stone. Kaelion stirred at her movement, his eyes flickering open. For a brief moment he looked startled, vulnerable even, his expression softening as he took in her flushed face. "Morning," he said, his voice husky with sleep. Rose shifted uncomfortably, suddenly hyper-aware of how close they had been, of how easily she had let her guard down. "Morning," she mumbled, focusing on the dying embers of the fire instead of him. Kaelion stretched, his movements slow and deliberate, as if trying not to break the fragile quiet between them. "I wasn't expecting to wake up with company," he teased lightly, though his tone was more playful than mocking. There was something careful in the way he watched her, as if gauging her reaction. Rose shot him a glare, her embarrassment flaring. "Don't read into it. It was freezing and your cloak wasn't enough." The words came out sharper than she'd intended, a defensive edge to mask her confusion. Kaelion chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. "Fair enough. But if you're trying to hurt my feelings, you'll have to try harder than that." His easy manner only made her more flustered. She rolled her eyes, though a small, involuntary smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "Let's just focus on getting moving. We're wasting time." She began gathering her things, trying to reclaim some sense of normalcy. He raised his hands in mock surrender. "As you wish, Firebrand." The nickname carried a new warmth now, one that made her stomach flutter despite her best efforts to ignore it. As they broke camp, the awkwardness lingered, neither of them addressing the intimacy of the night before directly. Rose worked with an unusual focus, packing her supplies with quick, precise movements that betrayed her inner turmoil. Kaelion, for his part, watched her with quiet amusement, clearly enjoying her discomfort but choosing not to press it further. The morning air was heavy with unspoken words. "You know," he said as they prepared to leave, adjusting his own pack with deliberate casualness. "You're cute when you're flustered." Rose froze mid-motion, her eyes narrowing as she turned to him. Heat crept up her neck despite her best efforts to remain composed. "Kaelion." He held up his hands again, his grin unrepentant. Okay. No more teasing. For now." There was something in his eyes, though, a knowing look that made her stomach tighten. Shaking her head, Rose slung her pack over her shoulder and started walking, grateful for the excuse to hide her face. "Come on. The crystal isn't going to find itself." Kaelion fell into step beside her, his smile softening as he glanced her way. "You know, you can try all you want to act tough, but I think last night proved you're not as cold as you pretend to be." Rose didn't respond, her pace quickening slightly. But she couldn't stop the warmth that bloomed in her chest at his words, or the uneasy flutter of something deeper. His presence beside her felt different now, charged with possibilities she wasn't ready to acknowledge. And beneath it all, a whisper of doubt she couldn't quite silence. Was she letting him get too close, too quickly? The air grew heavier as they approached the heart of the desolate landscape. The path twisted downward into a canyon-like crevice, the jagged walls glowing faintly with an eerie crimson light that seemed to pulse in time with Rose's heartbeat. She could feel it, the pull of the Flameheart Crystal resonating deep within her chest, like a second heartbeat growing stronger with each step. "We're close," she said, her voice quieter than usual as the oppressive energy of the place pressed down on her. The power in the air felt ancient, hungry. Kaelion nodded, his usual teasing replaced by a focused intensity she hadn't seen before. "It feels alive, like it's waiting for something, or someone." His hand rested on the hilt of his blade, eyes scanning the shadows that danced along the walls. Rose glanced at him but didn't respond. She didn't trust the words forming in her own mind, let alone anyone else's. The crystal's pull was becoming overwhelming, drowning out everything else. Instead, she pressed on, her whip uncoiled in her hand, its leather glinting faintly in the unnatural light. The narrow path opened into a cavern, the ceiling arching high above them, like the ribs of some massive, long-dead beast. Strange runes carved into the walls seemed to writhe in the flickering light. At its centre, atop a jagged pedestal of black stone, floated the Flameheart Crystal. It pulsed with a deep, fiery glow, the light flickering like an ember struggling to stay alight, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for them. Rose stopped in her tracks, the sight stealing her breath. The crystal was beautiful and terrible all at once, its power washing over her in waves that made her both exhilarated and uneasy. Every fibre of her being screamed both to reach for it and to run. "That's it," Kaelion said, his voice hushed as he stepped closer. "You can feel it, can't you? It's calling to you." There was an edge to his voice she couldn't quite read. Rose nodded slowly, her fingers tightening around the handle of her whip. The crystal's power sang through her veins, a siren call she couldn't ignore. "Stay back," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I don't know what's going to happen when I touch it." Kaelion hesitated, then took a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of compliance. Something flickered across his face. Concern? Anticipation? Before settling into reassurance. "You've got this, firebrand. Show it who's boss." Rose approached the pedestal, each step heavier than the last. The crystal's light grew brighter as she neared, its pulsing rhythm syncing with her own heartbeat until she could no longer tell them apart. When she was close enough to touch it, the air around her seemed to ignite, the temperature rising so sharply that sweat beaded on her skin. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly as her fingers brushed the surface of the crystal. The moment they made contact, a surge of fire erupted around her, engulfing her in a swirling vortex of flame that turned the cavern into a furnace. The fire was unlike anything she'd ever felt. Wild, ancient, and alive with purpose. "Rose," Kaelion's voice was distant, muffled by the roaring fire. She caught a glimpse of his face through the flames, twisted with concern. Or was it anticipation? She couldn't focus on him. All she could feel was the overwhelming heat and the pull of the crystal's power. It wasn't just testing her, it was challenging her, pushing her to prove she was worthy of its ancient might. Every instinct screamed at her to let go, to retreat from this primal force. Control. The word echoed in her mind, a voice that wasn't her own but felt familiar nonetheless, like a memory she'd forgotten she had. "You are the fire, not the flame." Rose gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of focus she had. The fire raged against her, trying to consume her, but she stood firm. She thought of all the times the Order had called her weak, uncontrolled. Not anymore. Slowly the flames began to bend to her will. swirling around her in a controlled spiral, responding to her command rather than her fear. When the fire finally subsided, Rose stood with the crystal in her hand, its light now steady and calm, pulsing in perfect harmony with her heartbeat. She felt its power coursing through her, not just amplifying her magic, but completing it somehow, as if it had been waiting for her all along. For the first time in her life, she felt truly in control, truly herself. The raw power that had always threatened to overwhelm her now flowed through her like a perfectly conducted symphony. Kaelion rushed to her side as the flames faded, his expression a mix of relief and awe. His hand hovered near her arm, as if unsure whether to touch her in this transformed state. "You did it," he said, his voice breathless. "That was incredible." The look in his eyes held something deeper than simple admiration. Rose looked at him, her eyes still glowing faintly with the crystal's light, power thrumming through her veins like liquid fire. "It's done," she said simply, though the weight of what had just happened resonated in her voice. The crystal pulsed warmly in her hand, as if agreeing. Kaelion's gaze softened, and he reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. The touch felt different now, charged with the energy still radiating from her skin. "You were amazing, Rose. I don't think anyone else could have done that." There was a note of pride in his voice that made her heart flutter traitorously. She allowed herself a small smile, the tension in her body easing slightly under his touch. The crystal's power settled within her, no longer fighting but flowing naturally. "Thanks, but we're not out of here yet." The caverns seemed to shift around them, as if responding to the crystal's departure. Kaelion nodded, stepping back to give her space, though his eyes never left her face. "Right. Let's get moving before this place decides it's not done trying to kill us." His usual levity carried an undertone of urgency. As they left the cavern, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that the crystal had changed her. Not just her power, but something deeper, fundamental. The fire inside her that had always threatened to break free now felt like a part of her, controlled but undiminished. And as Kaelion walked beside her, his admiration clear in every word and glance, she felt the tiniest spark of hope that she wasn't facing this transformation alone. Though somewhere in the back of her mind, a small voice wondered if that hope might prove dangerous. Kaelion stayed close, his presence both reassuring and distracting. He hadn't stopped watching her since the cavern, his admiration as obvious as the teasing grin he usually wore. But now his gaze carried something deeper, a reverence that made Rose's chest tighten every time she caught him looking. The way he moved around her had changed, too, more protective than playful, as if he understood the magnitude of what she now carried. Each time their eyes met, she felt that dangerous spark of connection growing stronger. As dusk fell and the sky deepened into its ever-present twilight, the shadows grew restless again. Rose felt them before she saw them, the faint, prickling sensation at the back of her neck that always preceded an attack. The crystal pulsed faster against her palm, as if sensing the approaching danger. "Kaelion," she said sharply, stopping in her tracks. He immediately drew his blade, his body tense and alert. Gone was the playful demeanor, replaced by lethal focus. "What is it?" Before she could answer, the ground around them erupted in a frenzy of motion. More shadowbeasts poured from the fissures, their twisted forms moving with unnerving speed. But this time, they weren't alone. Among them stood a figure cloaked in darkness, its shape vaguely humanoid but radiating an aura of pure malice. The air itself seemed to recoil from its presence. "Stay close," Rose commanded, uncoiling her whip as the beasts lunged toward them. The crystal's energy surged through her arms, making the weapon glow with newfound power. The battle was fiercer than before. The beasts seemed stronger, more coordinated, as if the cloaked figure were guiding them with invisible strings. Rose's whip lashed out in blazing arcs, her flames searing through the creatures with a precision that surprised even her. Kaelion moved like a shadow himself, his blade cutting down any that slipped past her defense, their movements perfectly synchronized. When the cloaked figure finally stepped forward, Rose felt its power slam into her like a tidal wave. It raised a hand, and a torrent of shadow surged toward her, threatening to engulf her in its endless void. But this time, Rose didn't falter. The crystal's power surged within her, responding to her determination. With a shout that echoed through the wasteland, she unleashed a wave of fire that collided with the shadow, consuming it in a brilliant explosion of light that turned night to day. As the shadows dissolved and the battlefield fell silent, Rose dropped to one knee, the adrenaline fading and leaving exhaustion in its wake. Kaelion was at her side in an instant, his hands steadying her, warm and solid against her shoulders. "You okay?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. His eyes searched her face, looking for signs of injury. "I'm fine," she said, though her breathing was laboured. The crystal hummed softly in her grip, its power settling back to a gentle pulse. That was something new. Kaelion nodded, his gaze lingering on her for a moment longer than necessary. His thumb traced a small circle on her shoulder, perhaps unconsciously. "You were incredible, Firebrand." Again. She managed a small smile, her exhaustion tempered by his words and the warmth of his touch. "Let's find a place to camp. I don't think I can handle another fight like that tonight." The admission of vulnerability felt easier now, with him. They found a sheltered alcove not far from the battlefield, its rocky walls providing some protection from the bitter wind. Rose built the fire again, its warmth chasing away the chill that had settled into her bones. She sat close to the flames, the crystal resting on the ground beside her, its light flickering faintly in harmony with the fire. Every now and then it would pulse brighter, as if responding to her thoughts. Kaelion sat opposite her, his expression unreadable as he watched her through the dancing flames. For a long while neither of them spoke, the silence heavy with unspoken thoughts and the weight of the day's events. "You've changed," Kaelion said finally, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the still air. Rose glanced at him, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" "The crystal," he said, gesturing to it. His eyes reflected its glow, making them seem deeper, more intense. "It's not just power, is it? It's something else. Something deeper." She looked down at the crystal, her fingers brushing its smooth surface. It warmed at her touch, like a living thing responding to her presence. "It's hard to explain," she admitted. "It's like it's amplifying everything. My fire, my thoughts, even my emotions. It's overwhelming, but at the same time, it feels like I'm finally in control." Kaelion leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. The firelight caught the angles of his face, softening them. "And how does it feel? To be in control?" Rose hesitated, her gaze meeting his across the flames. "Terrifying," she admitted, the word carrying the weight of years of doubt, "because now I know what I'm capable of, and I'm not sure I like what I see." Kaelion reached out, his hand covering hers where it rested on the crystal. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver through her, and for a moment she couldn't look away. The crystal pulsed brighter between their joined hands. "You don't have to be afraid of yourself," he said softly. "Not when you've got someone who believes in you." Her chest tightened, and she looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why do you care so much?" Kaelion's lips curved into a faint smile, but there was a vulnerability in his eyes that made her heart ache. "Because I see you, Rose. Not the fire, not the weapon the Order wants you to be. Just you. And that's enough." The weight of his words settled over her, and for the first time she let herself lean into the warmth he offered. As the fire crackled softly between them, Rose rested her head against his shoulder, the tension in her body slowly fading. The crystal's light seemed to soften, matching the gentle rhythm of their breathing. For the rest of the night, They stayed close, the silence between them no longer heavy but comforting. And though Rose couldn't name the feelings stirring within her, feelings that made the crystal pulse with a warm, steady light, she knew one thing for certain. For the first time in a long while, she didn't feel alone. The fortress loomed ahead, its dark spires piercing the grey sky like jagged teeth. Rose felt a knot tightening in her chest as they approached, the weight of the Flameheart Crystal pressing against her back like a silent reminder of the mission's stakes. Though the warmth of the crystal still resonated with her, its presence felt heavier now, tainted by the knowledge that the Order would soon claim it. Each step closer to the fortress made the crystal pulse faster, as if sharing her apprehension. Kaelion walked beside her, his usual light-heartedness replaced by a quiet vigilance. He hadn't left her side since they set out, and though she appreciated his support, it only heightened the unease gnawing at her. The ease they'd found in each other during their journey felt fragile now, threatened by the looming shadow of the Order. "You're quiet," he said, breaking the silence. His voice carried an edge of concern she'd grown familiar with. Rose glanced at him, her expression guarded. The walls she'd let down during their journey were slowly rebuilding themselves. "Just thinking." "About what?" She hesitated, the crystal warming against her back as if encouraging her to speak. "About what happens next. The Magisters aren't going to let me keep the crystal. It's too powerful." The words tasted bitter in her mouth. Kaelion nodded, his gaze thoughtful. Something flickered across his face. Doubt? Regret? Before settling into careful neutrality. "Maybe not. But that doesn't mean they can take away what it's given you." His words were meant to comfort, but they only deepened the uncertainty swirling in her mind. The crystal had changed her, there was no denying that. But whether it was for better or worse, she wasn't sure. And as they drew closer to the fortress, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't the only one carrying secrets. When they reached the gates of the fortress, 2 sentinels stepped forward, their faces hidden beneath featureless helmets of black metal. Without a word, they motioned for Rose to halt, their presence radiating cold authority. The very air seemed to grow heavier under their emotionless gaze. "Stand aside," she said firmly, her whip coiled at her hip. Even without the crystal, she could feel her power thrumming beneath her skin, ready to be called. One of the sentinels raised a hand pointing to the pack slung over her shoulder. "The artifact," he said, his voice cold and mechanical, devoid of any humanity. Rose's fingers tightened around the strap, the crystal pulsing one last time against her back, as if in protest. But Kaelion placed a hand on her arm, his touch gentle yet insistent. "Let them take it," he said softly. "You've done your part." Something in his tone made her glance at him sharply, but his expression revealed nothing. Reluctantly, Rose handed over the pack, watching as the sentinel carried it through the gates and into the fortress. The absence of the crystal's warmth left her feeling exposed, vulnerable in a way she hadn't expected. It was as though a piece of herself had been taken with it, leaving behind an emptiness that ached. "Come on," Kaelion said, nudging her forward. His hand lingered on her arm, a small comfort in the growing cold. "The Magisters will want their report." The chamber was just as oppressive as before, its dark stone walls lit by flickering braziers that cast dancing shadows across ancient runes. Rose stood in the centre, her shoulders squared despite the tension radiating from the circle of Magisters surrounding her. Their hooded faces seemed more mask-like than ever, watching her with calculated intensity. The Grand Magister stepped forward, his gaze sharp as it swept over her, searching for any sign of weakness. "You have returned," he said, his tone devoid of warmth, "and you have succeeded." Rose didn't reply, her jaw clenched as she waited for the inevitable follow-up. She could still feel echoes of the crystal's power beneath her skin, wondering if they could sense it too. "The Flameheart Crystal is now in our possession," he continued, his words deliberate and measured. "And yet, I sense a change in you." Tell me, Rose, what did the crystal reveal? She hesitated, her mind racing. If she admitted to the power it had granted her, they would see her as a threat. But if she lied, they would know. The Magisters always knew. Their eyes seemed to pierce through every defense she'd built. It showed me control, she said finally, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions beneath. It gave me clarity over my magic. A half-truth, safer than a lie, but far from the whole story. The Grand Magister studied her for a long moment before nodding, though his eyes remained cold and calculating. Good. Perhaps you are finally becoming what we require of you. The words sent a chill down her spine, but she forced herself to remain calm. The phrase, "what we require of you," echoed in her mind like a warning. You are dismissed, the Grand Magister said, waving a hand as if shooing away an annoying insect. For now. The two words hung in the air like a threat, and Rose felt their weight as she turned to leave the chamber, every step measured and controlled, despite her desire to run. As they left the chamber, Rose felt Kaelion's presence beside her, a silent reassurance that she wasn't alone. The cold stone corridors seemed less oppressive with him there, though the echo of the Grand Magister's words still followed them. They don't deserve you, he said quietly once they were out of earshot. His voice carried an edge of anger she hadn't heard before. Rose glanced at him, her expression conflicted. The torchlight caught the uncertainty in her eyes. Maybe. But they're the ones who made me. Kaelion stopped, turning to face her. His hand caught her arm gently, forcing her to meet his gaze. No, Rose. You made yourself. Everything you've done, everything you've become, that's you, not them. The intensity in his eyes made her breath catch. For a moment his words hung in the air, and Rose felt a pang of something she couldn't quite name. Hope, maybe, or something even more fragile. The warmth of his touch seemed to chase away the lingering chill of the Magister's chamber. Come on, she said, her voice softer now. Let's get out of here. Kaelion fell into step beside her, his hand brushing hers as they walked. The contact was brief but deliberate, carrying promises neither of them dared to voice. And, though the weight of the Order's expectations still pressed heavily on her, she felt a flicker of warmth that refused to be extinguished. A spark that had nothing to do with her fire magic and everything to do with the man walking beside her. The fortress was unnervingly still that evening, its corridors empty save for the occasional whisper of wind through ancient stone. After their mission's success, Rose expected Kaelion to disappear into the background as he often did, but instead, he sought her out. She found him waiting for her in one of the smaller training rooms, a bottle of amber liquid and two mismatched cups sitting on a nearby bench. The space felt different in the evening light, more intimate without the usual clash of weapons and magic. He grinned when she entered, his casual demeanour a welcome contrast to the fortress's oppressive atmosphere. You're late, he teased, picking up the bottle. His eyes held that familiar glint of mischief. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. Rose raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms as she leaned against the doorframe. And what exactly is this? A celebration, he said, pouring the liquid into the cups with practiced ease. We survived the mission, brought back the crystal, and you showed everyone just how unstoppable you are. If that doesn't deserve a drink, I don't know what does. Rose hesitated, her gaze flicking to the bottle. Even now, the Order's rules hung over her like a shadow. You know the Magisters would lose their minds if they found out about this. Kaelion smirked, holding out one of the cups. The amber liquid caught the light like trapped fire. Then it's a good thing they're not invited. She rolled her eyes but stepped forward, taking the cup from his hand. Their fingers brushed briefly, sending a familiar warmth through her that had nothing to do with the drink. Fine. Just one. They sat on the bench, the silence between them easy and companionable. The drink was strong, burning its way down her throat and leaving a pleasant warmth in its wake. Rose leaned back, letting out a small sigh as the tension in her shoulders eased. For the first time since returning to the fortress, she felt like she could breathe. Not bad, she admitted, swirling the liquid in her cup. The familiar scent reminded her of something she couldn't quite place. Kaelion chuckled, leaning closer, his shoulder pressed against hers, solid and warm. See? I do know how to take care of you. Rose shot him a sidelong glance, her lips twitching into a faint smile. The nearness of him made her pulse quicken. Don't push your luck. As the night wore on and the bottle grew lighter, the space between them seemed to shrink. Kaelion's teasing softened into quiet admiration, his gaze lingering on her with an intensity that made her heart flutter despite herself. The shadows played across his features, making him look younger, more vulnerable. You know, he said, his voice low and intimate in the quiet room. I wasn't joking earlier. You were incredible out there, watching you take control like that. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Rose looked away, her cheeks warming under his gaze. The drink had loosened something in her chest, making it harder to maintain her usual walls. I was just doing what I had to. No, Kaelion said, leaning in slightly. His warmth radiated against her side, familiar and dangerous all at once. It was more than that. You're more than that, Rose. You're extraordinary. Her breath hitched, the sincerity in his voice catching her off guard. She turned to face him, her eyes searching his as her defenses faltered. In the dim light, she could see every detail of his face, every emotion he usually kept hidden behind that playful smile. Kaelion. Before she could say anything more, he closed the small distance between them, his lips brushing hers in a kiss that was as gentle as it was deliberate. For a moment, Rose froze, her mind racing with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. But then she let herself sink into it, her hand finding its way to his cheek as she kissed him back. The warmth that spread through her chest had nothing to do with the drink or her magic. It was something entirely new and terrifyingly wonderful. When they finally pulled apart, Kaelion rested his forehead against hers, his voice barely above a whisper. His hand had found its way to her waist, anchoring her to the moment. I'm here, Rose. Always. Her chest tightened and she nodded, her voice soft. The vulnerability in his words echoed her own. I know. The next morning, Rose woke to find Kaelion already awake, sitting near the small window with the faint light of dawn casting shadows across his face. He looked lost in thought, his usual grin replaced by a pensive expression that made him seem almost like a stranger. Morning, she said, her voice still rough with sleep as she sat up. Kaelion turned to her, his smile reappearing as if on cue, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Morning, Firebrand. Sleep well? Well enough, she replied, stretching. The events of last night lingered in her mind, making her chest warm. You? Didn't sleep much, he admitted, running a hand through his hair. Something in his posture spoke of hidden tension. Too much on my mind. Rose frowned, watching him carefully. The early morning light cast half his face in shadow. About what? Kaelion hesitated for just a fraction of a second before replying, a pause so brief she almost missed it. The magisters. They'll want to test the crystal soon, you know. Probably on someone. The words hit her like a bucket of cold water. What do you mean? On someone? Realizing his mistake, Kaelion quickly shook his head, his grin reappearing with practiced ease. Nothing, just me being paranoid. Forget I said anything. He waved it off with a casualness that felt too rehearsed. Rose stared at him, her instincts prickling. But the easy charm in his smile made her doubt her suspicions, even as something cold settled in her stomach. If you're hiding something, Kaelion. I'm not, he said quickly, standing and moving to her side with fluid grace. I'd never keep anything from you, Rose. You know that. His hand brushed hers, the warmth of his touch melting away the tension in her chest, despite her misgivings. She let out a slow breath, nodding. Okay, I'll let it go. For now. Kaelion smiled, his relief almost imperceptible beneath his usual charm. Good. Now come on. We've got a whole day of avoiding the magisters ahead of us. But as he led her from the room, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted between them, like a shadow passing over the sun. The sunlight, or what passed for it in the Umbral Realm, filtered weakly through the high windows of the fortress, casting muted beams across the training yard. Rose and Kaelion sat on a low stone wall, sharing a quiet breakfast of simple bread and dried meat. The atmosphere between them felt lighter than usual, a rare reprieve from the fortress's suffocating weight. The memory of last night's kiss lingered between them, unspoken but present in every shared glance. Kaelion leaned back, stretching as he grinned at her. The morning light caught the silver threads in his grey eyes. You know, for someone who's always brooding, you're surprisingly good company when you try. Rose rolled her eyes, though her lips twitched into a faint smile. And here I thought you stuck around because of my charm. The words came easier now, the walls between them softer than before. Well, that too, he teased, his grey eyes glinting with familiar mischief. But don't let it go to your head. They spent the morning like that, trading light-hearted jabs and easy conversation. For once, Rose let herself relax, the tension of the previous days melting away in Kaelion's presence. Each smile they shared felt like a small act of rebellion against the fortress's oppressive atmosphere. But as the sun climbed higher, Kaelion glanced at the sky and sighed, something shifting in his expression. Duty calls, he said, standing and brushing crumbs from his hands with unusual precision. Rose frowned slightly, tilting her head. The sudden change in his demeanour set off a faint warning in her mind. What duty? He gave her a sheepish smile that didn't quite match the calculation in his eyes. The boring kind. Inventory reports, supply checks, all the glamorous things that come with being a servant of the Order. Sounds thrilling, she said dryly, standing as well. She searched his face for any hint of what he wasn't saying. Kaelion stepped closer, his voice softening as he invaded her space. The familiar scent of him made her pulse quicken despite her doubts. I'll catch up with you later, Firebrand. Don't go burning down the library while I'm gone. Rose smirked, her hands resting on her hips. No promises. With a quick wink, Kaelion turned and strode off, leaving Rose alone in the courtyard. She watched him go, unable to shake the feeling that something about his departure felt wrong, like watching a shadow move against the light. The library was one of the few places in the fortress where Rose felt some semblance of peace. Its towering shelves, crammed with ancient tomes and scrolls, offered a quiet refuge from the relentless demands of the magisters. The musty scent of old parchment and leather bindings wrapped around her like a familiar blanket as she wandered the aisles, her fingers trailing along the spines of the books as she searched for anything that might shed light on the crystal's origins. But as she reached for a particularly worn volume, its binding cracked with age, movement outside the library's arched doorway caught her attention. She turned just in time to see Kaelion slipping through a narrow side passage, one that led to the Magister's private chambers. His movements were too deliberate, too careful, nothing like his usual casual grace. Her brows furrowed. Kaelion had never mentioned running errands for the Magisters before, and though she trusted him, or wanted to, the sight of him disappearing into their domain sent a chill down her spine. His earlier words about inventory reports echoed in her mind, ringing hollow now. Curiosity, tinged with unease, pulled her from the library. She moved quickly but silently, her years of training serving her well as she slipped into the corridor and followed his path. Each step felt like a betrayal of the trust they'd built, but something deeper than doubt drove her forward. The passage was dimly lit, the torches casting long, flickering shadows across the cold stone walls. Rose slowed as she neared the Magister's chamber, her heart pounding in her chest. Voices echoed faintly from within, and she pressed herself against the wall, straining to hear. The stone was cold against her back, a stark reminder of how exposed she was if anyone were to find her here. "She's making progress," Kaelion's voice said, the casual charm stripped away and replaced with a tone that was cold and professional, a voice she had never heard him use before. Rose's breath caught, her body going rigid as she edged closer to the slightly ajar door. The stone beneath her fingers felt like ice. "And the crystal?" one of the magisters asked, their voice low and gravelly. The sound made her skin crawl. "It's amplifying her abilities," Kaelion replied with clinical detachment. "She's stronger than ever, but the emotional volatility is still there. She's unstable, but that instability makes her easier to manipulate. She trusts me, more than she should." The words fell like stones in the quiet corridor. Rose's stomach churned, each word cutting through her like a blade. The warmth of his kiss from the night before turned to ash in her memory. "And her loyalty?" the magister pressed. Kaelion hesitated, then said, "For now, she's loyal. But if she ever suspects the truth..." His voice carried none of the warmth she had come to associate with him. "She won't," the magister interrupted, their tone final. "That is your job, Kaelion. Ensure she remains under control. We cannot risk her power falling outside our grasp." "Yes, Grand Magister," Kaelion said, his voice betraying no emotion. No hint of the man who had held her close and promised to always be there. Rose backed away from the door, her mind racing and her world crumbling. Her hands trembled as the familiar heat of her fire magic threatened to flare, responding to the storm of betrayal raging inside her. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to stay calm, though each breath felt like swallowing glass. If she lost control now, they would hear her, and she wasn't ready to confront Kaelion. Not yet. Not when every memory of their time together was being rewritten into a calculated lie. As quietly as she had come, Rose slipped away, her heart hammering in her chest. The warmth she had felt that morning, the trust she had placed in Kaelion, it all felt like ash now, crumbling in her hands. Each step away from the Magister's chamber felt like walking through a nightmare she couldn't wake from. By the time she returned to the library, her mind was a storm of anger, confusion, and betrayal. Kaelion's words echoed in her ears, his cold, calculated tone a stark contrast to the warmth he had shown her. Every gentle touch, every shared laugh, every moment of vulnerability now felt poisoned, tainted by the knowledge that it had all been carefully orchestrated. And yet, she couldn't fully reconcile the man she had kissed with the one who had spoken so dispassionately about controlling her. The memory of his lips on ours, the tenderness in his eyes. Had it all been an act? Part of her wanted to confront him, to demand answers, to see if his mask would crack under the weight of her accusations. But another part, one that burned with a growing fury, wanted to wait, to uncover the full extent of the betrayal before making her move. For now, she would play the role they expected of her, the unstable weapon they thought they could control. But in her heart, the fire had already been lit, and when the time came, it would consume them all. Let them think they had her under their thumb. Let Kaelion believe his manipulation had worked. They would learn too late that they had underestimated her. The fire within her stirred, clawing its way to the surface like a living thing responding to her pain. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she fought for control. The last thing she could afford was a flare-up that would draw attention, that would prove them right about her instability. Kaelion, the one person she thought might understand her, might see her as more than a weapon, had been lying to her all along. Every kind word, every shared laugh, every gentle touch had been nothing but a calculated act. The memory of his kiss burned like poison now, a mockery of everything she had let herself believe. Her shoulders heaved as the truth settled over her, heavy and suffocating. The urge to storm back into the armory, to confront him and demand answers, to make him look her in the eyes and admit his betrayal. burned through her veins. But even as her anger threatened to consume her, a small voice in the back of her mind held her back. Not yet. First, she needed to understand how deep this betrayal went, and when she did, when she knew everything, then she would show them all exactly what they had created. By the time Rose returned to her quarters, the fire in her veins had dulled to a dangerous simmer. She paced the room, her thoughts racing like sparks in a storm. Confronting Kaelion now would accomplish nothing except revealing her hand. He would deny everything, twist the truth with that silver tongue of his, and the magisters would ensure she had no chance to act against them. No, she needed to be smart about this. She needed proof. Something that would expose not just Kaelion's betrayal, but the magisters' plans as well. The game they had been playing with her would become her weapon against them. Rose sat at her desk, pulling out a piece of parchment. Her hand trembled as she began to sketch out a plan, the charcoal marking deliberate lines across the page. Each stroke felt like drawing a blade against her enemies. 1. Watch Kaelion. Closely. If he thought she still trusted him, he might grow careless. She would use his overconfidence against him, let him think his manipulation was working while she studied his every move. 2. Probe the Magister's intentions. The crystal was the key to everything. Why had they sent her to retrieve it, only to take it away? What were they planning to do with it? The power she had felt from it wasn't meant to be caged. 3. Stay in control. Her fire had always been her greatest strength and her greatest weakness. If she lost control now, she would give them exactly what they wanted, a reason to tighten their leash. She would show them true control, even as she planned their downfall. She stared at the list for a long moment, her jaw tightening. This wasn't just about Kaelion anymore. It wasn't even about the betrayal that still burned in her chest. This was about her freedom, her power, and the life she wanted beyond the Order's grasp. They had tried to make her their weapon. Now they would learn what that truly meant. The next morning, Rose found Kaelion waiting for her in the training yard, his easy grin firmly in place. Every gesture, every expression that had once seemed natural now looked calculated to her newly opened eyes. "Good morning, Firebrand," he said, his tone light and teasing as if nothing had changed. Rose forced a smile, ignoring the pang in her chest at the sound of his voice, the same voice that had spoken so coldly about controlling her. "Morning," she replied, keeping her tone casual. She had practiced this moment in her mind, determined not to let her mask slip. "Feeling better today?" he asked, falling into step beside her as they made their way toward the sparring grounds. His concern sounded genuine, which only made it hurt more. "Yeah," she said, shrugging with carefully crafted indifference. "Just needed some rest." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. Kaelion nodded, his grey eyes scanning her face with an intensity she now recognized as assessment rather than care. "Good. Because I was thinking, after training, we could sneak away and explore the old ruins near the West Wing. I heard there's a hidden passage no one's used in years." Rose hesitated, her stomach twisting. It was exactly the kind of suggestion that once would have made her smile, the promise of shared adventure and stolen moments. Now it felt like another move in a game she didn't fully understand. Still, she nodded, knowing this was her chance to learn more. "Sure. Sounds fun." Kaelion's grin widened, and for a moment, she almost believed it was real. Almost. But she had seen behind the mask now, and there was no going back. The real question was, what was he planning to show her in those ruins, and why? Throughout the day, Rose's resolve wavered like a flame in the wind. Kaelion's charm was as disarming as ever, his concern for her feeling genuine enough to make her heart ache. The way his hand would brush against hers, how his eyes softened when he looked at her. It all felt real, even as she replayed his cold, calculated words in the Magister's private chambers. She hated how much she wanted to trust him, to believe that there was some part of him that wasn't a lie, some fragment of truth in the connection they had shared. But every time doubt crept in, softening her defenses, she reminded herself of what she had heard. If she becomes too unstable, you know what must be done. The words were like ice in her veins, extinguishing any warmth his presence tried to kindle. By the time they reached the ruins that evening, Rose had steeled herself. She played her part perfectly, laughed at his jokes with just the right amount of warmth, leaned into his touch when the chill set in, as if seeking comfort rather than gathering intelligence, and let him believe she was still the same Rose who had kissed him by the fire. Each moment of pretense was both a victory and a wound. But beneath the surface, her fire burned hotter than ever, fueled by betrayal and determination. It waited, like she waited, for the moment she could finally let it loose and show them all exactly what they had created in their attempts to control her. That evening, as the fortress grew quieter and the usual sounds of training and rituals faded into shadows, Rose found Kaelion in the West Wing ruins. He sat on a crumbling stone bench, tossing a small pebble between his hands with practiced ease. When he saw her approach, his grin lit up the dim space like he had been waiting just for her. "You're late," he teased, standing to greet her. The way he moved toward her was familiar, comfortable, a dance she now knew had been choreographed from the start. Rose shrugged, keeping her expression neutral even as her heart raced beneath her calm exterior. "I wasn't sure if you were serious about this little adventure." Each word felt like testing ice, wondering when it would crack. Kaelion chuckled, motioning for her to follow. His confidence was palpable in the small space. "Come on, firebrand. Have I ever let you down?" Her stomach twisted at the words, bitter irony burning in her throat, but she forced a small smile. Not yet. The double meaning hung in the air between them, though only she could feel its weight. He led her deeper into the ruins, the air growing cooler as they descended into a series of narrow passageways. The torchlight flickered, casting their shadows against the uneven walls like dancing spectres. Rose stayed close, her hand brushing the handle of her whip as she prepared herself, not for a fight, but for the conversation to come. Every step deeper into the ruins felt like walking further into a trap, but this time, she wasn't the one being hunted. After a few minutes, they emerged into a small hidden alcove. The room was barren except for an old, cracked stone table in the center, its surface worn smooth by centuries of forgotten use. Kaelion sat on the edge of the table, patting the spot beside him with that familiar ease that now felt like a weapon. "So what's on your mind?" he asked, his tone casual, practiced. Rose leaned against the table, her posture carefully relaxed even as every nerve screamed with awareness. She needed to steer the conversation carefully to make him think she was confiding in him while planting seeds that might provoke a slip, like a game of chess where only she knew all the pieces. "I've been thinking about the crystal," she said, keeping her voice soft, vulnerable, "about why the Magisters wanted it so badly." Kaelion's expression didn't change, but she caught the slight tension in his shoulders, a tell she might have missed before. "They didn't tell you?" Rose shook her head, feigning frustration. "They never tell me anything. I thought maybe you might know." She let the words hang between them, bait carefully laid. Kaelion hesitated, his grey eyes searching hers with an intensity that once made her heart race. Now she wondered what he was really looking for. "Why does it matter? You got it for them. That's all they care about." Rose tilted her head, letting a note of vulnerability creep into her voice, the perfect mix of uncertainty and trust she knew he expected from her. "It matters to me, Kaelion. I can feel it. What the crystal did to me, how it changed me. Don't you think I deserve to know why they wanted it?" He hesitated again, longer this time, and Rose pushed a little further. "Do you think they'll give it back?" she asked, her voice quiet. Let me use it again? Or was I just another test for them? Kaelion's jaw tightened, and for a moment she thought he wouldn't answer. But then he let out a slow breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly, another calculated move in their dance. "You're more than a test, Rose," he said, his tone serious. The words might have warmed her once. "The Magisters, they see potential in you, more than they've seen in anyone else. That's why they push you so hard." Rose nodded, her gaze dropping to the floor as though she were processing his words. Inside, her mind raced. His answer was carefully worded, but it still revealed something critical. The Magisters weren't just training her, they were testing her limits, pushing her towards something she couldn't yet see. She looked up at him, letting her eyes soften with practiced vulnerability. "You really think they see that in me?" Kaelion smiled, the tension in his expression easing. "I know they do, and so do I." The sincerity in his voice almost made her falter. Almost, but she had learned her lesson about trust, about the pretty lies that hid ugly truths. This time, she would be the one writing the ending to their story. Rose decided to press just a little further, each word carefully chosen. "What about you?" she asked, her tone lighter now, as if the question had just occurred to her. "You've been by my side through everything. Don't you think I deserve a little honesty?" Kaelion's grin faltered for just a heartbeat, but he recovered quickly, too quickly. "What do you mean?" Rose shrugged, keeping her voice casual even as she watched for his tells. "I mean, you seem to know a lot more about the Magisters than I do. You're always in their good graces, running errands, delivering reports." She paused deliberately. "What do they tell you about me?" He stiffened, the pebble in his hand stilling as he looked at her. Something flickered behind his eyes. Calculation, perhaps, or concern. "Nothing you need to worry about," he said carefully, each word measured. "That's not an answer," Rose said, her smile fading just enough to look genuine. The hurt in her voice wasn't entirely feigned. Kaelion hesitated, then sighed, running a hand through his hair, a gesture she now recognized as part of his practiced routine. They want to make sure you're staying focused, that you're not getting distracted." "Distracted by what?" His gaze flicked to her whip, then back to her face. A tell she wouldn't have caught if she hadn't been looking for it. "By anything that might compromise your training." Rose's stomach churned at his words, at how easily he wove truth and lies together, but she kept her expression neutral. "I see," she said softly. "Thanks for being honest with me, Kaelion." He relaxed slightly, his grin returning like a mask sliding back into place. "Of course. You know I've got your back." The irony of his words burned in her chest, but she smiled back, playing her part in their elaborate charade. With each lie he told, she was learning more about the truth he tried to hide. As they made their way back to the main fortress, Rose replayed the conversation in her mind, dissecting every word, every pause, every subtle shift in his expression. Kaelion's careful answers had only confirmed what she already suspected. The Magisters were using him to monitor her, to ensure her loyalty. His role wasn't just to watch her, it was to shape her, to mold her into whatever the Order wanted her to become. And while she hadn't gotten all the answers she wanted, she had seen something in his hesitation, a crack in his carefully constructed facade. That moment when he'd faltered, when his mask had slipped ever so slightly, told her more than any of his practiced responses. Even the perfect spy could make mistakes. She knew now that Kaelion wasn't as infallible as he seemed. His confidence, his easy charm, his careful manipulation, they were weapons, yes, but weapons that could be turned against him. And the more she learned, the closer she came to turning their game in her favor. Let him think he was the one pulling the strings. She would show them all what happened when you tried to cage fire. Back in her quarters, Rose sat cross-legged on her cot, staring at the flickering candle on the table beside her. The flame danced in rhythm with her thoughts as the conversation with Kaelion replayed in her mind, his careful words and the hesitations that hinted at more than he was willing to admit. They want to make sure you're staying focused, that you're not getting distracted. The words felt hollow now, their true meaning sharp and clear as broken glass. Kaelion knew more, much more, about the Magister's plans for her. He was protecting their secrets, even as he smiled and offered her reassurances that tasted like poison. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her blanket as she exhaled slowly, watching the candle flame waver. If she wanted answers, she would have to take them. Kaelion wasn't like the Magisters, cold and calculating from the start. He was different, charming, reckless, and eager to win her trust. He had opened the door, letting her see a version of him that felt real enough to touch. And now she would use it against him, turn his own weapon back on its wielder. Rose stood, her resolve hardening as she began to pace. The shadows of her movement played across the walls like dancing spectres. She couldn't confront him directly. That would only give him time to cover his tracks and report to the Magisters. Instead, she needed him vulnerable, caught off guard, his defences lowered. Intimacy. The word made her stomach churn, but it was her best option. Kaelion was confident, cocky even, in his ability to manipulate her. If she leaned into that, played into his desire for connection, he might let something slip. The thought of using the same tactics he had used on her left a bitter taste in her mouth, but she pushed aside her revulsion. This wasn't about feelings anymore. It was about survival. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the only one she had. And perhaps there was a certain justice in using his own game against him. The next evening, Rose sought Kaelion out. She found him in the training yard, his blade flashing in the dim torchlight as he practiced against a wooden dummy. Sweat gleamed on his skin as he moved with practiced grace. He looked up as she approached, a grin spreading across his face, the same grin that once made her heart race. Now nothing but another weapon in their arsenal. "Well, this is a surprise," he said, sheathing his blade with a fluid motion. "What brings you here?" Rose shrugged, letting a faint smile touch her lips, a calculated gesture just as he had taught her without meaning to. "Just needed a distraction. Thought I'd see if you were up for a rematch." Kaelion's grin widened, eager and predatory. "Think you can take me this time, Firebrand?" Only one way to find out. They sparred for a while, the tension between them easing into something more familiar. Rose let herself relax just enough to keep Kaelion from sensing anything amiss, laughing when he teased her and feigning annoyance when he landed a hit. Each reaction carefully measured, a performance for an audience of one. When they finished, she sat on the edge of the training platform, her chest heaving from exertion. Kaelion joined her, offering her his water flask with that easy intimacy she now knew was rehearsed. "You're getting better," he said, his voice warm with approval that once meant everything to her. Rose took a sip, glancing at him from beneath her lashes. "You think so?" "Definitely." He leaned back on his elbows, his gaze flicking to her with practiced casualness. "But don't get cocky. You're not that good yet." Rose smirked, setting the flask aside. "Maybe I just need better motivation." The words tasted like ash in her mouth. Kaelion raised an eyebrow, his grin faltering slightly, a crack in his armor she might have missed before. "Motivation, huh? What kind of motivation are we talking about?" She shrugged, leaning closer, letting him think he was the one in control. "I don't know. Maybe you could give me a few pointers. You seem to know everything else around here." Kaelion laughed, the sound a little too loud as he shifted slightly, nervous energy betrayed by the smallest tells. "What can I say? I'm a man of many talents." Rose tilted her head, her voice softening into something that could be mistaken for affection. "Yeah, you are." Behind her eyes, the fire burned steady and sure. Let him think he was the hunter here. Later that evening, as they sat together in one of the fortress's quieter corners, Rose let the conversation drift into more personal territory. She leaned closer when she laughed, letting her fingers brush against his arm with practiced casualness. She let her guard down, just enough to make him believe she was falling for him all over again, even as each touch felt like handling a poisoned blade. And Kaelion responded exactly as she'd hoped. His grin softened into something warmer, his words losing some of their calculated edge. But Rose caught the subtle shifts in his posture, the way his eyes tracked her movements, still assessing, still measuring. When the conversation turned to the magisters, Rose took her chance, her heart steady despite the risk. "Do you ever get tired of them?" she asked, her voice low, intimate. Kaelion hesitated, his gaze flicking to her. A tell. "The magisters?" "Yeah," she said, leaning against his shoulder, letting him feel her warmth. "They're always watching, always demanding more. Don't you ever feel like they're using us?" Kaelion was silent for a long moment, his expression guarded. The torchlight cast shadows across his face, making his features harder to read. "It's not about us," he said finally. "It's about the bigger picture." Rose tilted her head, her voice soft but probing. "But what's the bigger picture? What are they really trying to do?" Kaelion's jaw tightened, his hesitation palpable. She could almost see him weighing his words. "They want control," he said carefully. "Over you, over the crystal, over everything." Rose's heart raced at this slip, but she kept her voice steady, gentle. "And you?" she asked, her hand resting lightly on his. The touch felt like ice despite its apparent warmth. "What do you want, Kaelion?" He looked at her then, his grey eyes searching hers with an intensity that might once have made her breath catch. For a moment she thought he might tell her the truth, might let his mask slip completely. But instead he smiled, his defences rising once more like a shield between them. "I want to keep you safe, Firebrand. That's all." Rose leaned back, her smile faint and knowing. "I hope that's true." The lie hung between them like smoke, visible only to her. As the night wore on and Kaelion eventually left, Rose sat alone in the darkness, replaying the conversation in her mind. The shadows seemed to dance with her thoughts, each one carrying a piece of the puzzle she was slowly assembling. She hadn't gotten everything she wanted, but she had seen the cracks in his armor, tiny fissures that revealed the truth beneath his careful lies. They want control, over you, over the crystal, over everything. The words echoed in her mind, heavy with meaning. It was enough to confirm what she already suspected, and enough to make her realize she couldn't trust anyone but herself. Even now she could feel the weight of their surveillance, their attempts to shape her into their perfect weapon. Her plan was working. Each careful touch, each calculated vulnerability was bringing her closer to the truth. And soon Kaelion would learn what it meant to be burned by the very fire he thought he could control. The irony would be exquisite, the manipulator becoming the manipulated, the hunter becoming the prey. In the darkness, her smile held no warmth at all. Rose waited until the fortress had settled into its usual eerie stillness, the dim light of the torches casting long shadows across the stone walls. She had planned this carefully, like setting a trap, with 2 small flasks tucked into her cloak. The drink wasn't the cheap bitter brew the magisters rationed out to their servants. It was something better, smoother, stolen from the private stores in the lower halls. Each detail thought out to make him lower his guard. She found Kaelion exactly where she expected him. The training yard, his blade flashing as he practiced in solitude. The moonlight caught his movements, making them seem almost ethereal. He turned at the sound of her approach, his grin appearing instantly. Practiced? Perfect. "Twice in 2 nights, he teased, sheathing his blade with fluid grace. "People might start to think you like me." Rose rolled her eyes, pulling one of the flasks from her cloak and tossing it to him. The gesture casual, calculated. "Don't let it go to your head." Kaelion caught the flask with ease, his eyebrows raising in surprise. his guard slipping just slightly. "What's this?" "A distraction," she said, sitting on the edge of the platform. The word carried more meaning than he knew. "Thought we could both use one." Kaelion joined her, uncapping the flask and taking a cautious sip. His grin widened, pleasure replacing suspicion. "This isn't the swill they give us in the mess hall. Where'd you get it?" Rose shrugged, taking a sip from her own flask. The liquid burned less than the lies on her tongue. "Let's just say I have my ways." He laughed, leaning back on his elbows, his posture relaxed just as she'd planned. "Colour me impressed." Behind her answering smile, Rose's mind was sharp and focused. The game was just beginning. They sat together as the night deepened, the flasks growing lighter and the conversation growing looser. Rose let Kaelion steer the conversation at first, laughing at his jokes and matching his easy banter. Each response was calculated, even as she appeared to relax into the moment. But as the alcohol began to soften his sharp edges, dulling that ever-present awareness in his eyes, she started to guide the conversation, subtly steering it toward the magisters and the crystal, like a hunter leading prey into a trap. "You ever wonder why they're so obsessed with the crystal?" she asked, keeping her tone casual, almost drowsy. Kaelion tilted his head, his grey eyes narrowing slightly, a flash of awareness through the haze. "Why do you ask?" Rose shrugged, taking another sip. The liquid burned less than the lies. "I mean, they sent us halfway across the Umbral Realm to get it. You'd think they'd at least let me know why it's so important." Kaelion chuckled, though the sound was strained, his mask slipping just slightly. "You know how they are. Everything's on a need-to-know basis, and they think we don't need to know much." Rose leaned closer, her voice dropping slightly intimate. "But you do, don't you? They trust you more than they trust me." Kaelion hesitated, the flask pausing halfway to his lips. She watched the internal struggle play across his features. "What makes you think that?" "Come on," Rose said, her tone light but probing. She let her shoulder brush against his. "You're always meeting with them, always running errands. They must tell you something." Kaelion took a long drink, his gaze drifting toward the flickering torchlight. The silence stretched between them. "They're careful," he said finally. "But yeah, I pick up things here and there." Rose tilted her head, feigning curiosity while her heart raced. "Like what?" Kaelion hesitated again, his tongue loosening but his instincts still holding him back. She could almost see the war behind his eyes. "They're just testing you," he said carefully. "The crystal changed you and they want to see how far they can push you." Her heart tightened at the confirmation, but she kept her expression neutral, interested. "Push me how?" Kaelion sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. The gesture seemed almost genuine. Almost. "They think you're strong, stronger than anyone else, but they're also afraid of what you might do if you ever turned against them." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. Rose felt the truth of them settle into her bones, even as she maintained her facade of innocent curiosity. They were afraid of her power, as they should be. Rose's eyes narrowed slightly, but she kept her tone even, masking the storm building inside her. "Turn against them? Why would I do that?" Kaelion shook his head, his smile faltering. The alcohol had loosened his tongue just enough to let truth seep through the cracks. "It's not about what you do. It's about what you could do. The crystal didn't just make you stronger, it made you dangerous." Rose leaned back slightly, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped thing. "And that's why they sent you to watch me, isn't it?" Kaelion stiffened, the mask slipping for a fraction of a second before he recovered. That brief flash of panic in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. "Rose." "It's okay," she said quickly, forcing a laugh that felt like swallowing glass. "I get it. They don't trust me, so they send the charming rogue to keep an eye on me. It's actually kind of flattering, in a way." The words tasted like poison. Kaelion's smile returned, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He was scrambling now, trying to repair the damage. "You're overthinking it, Firebrand. I'm here because I want to be." Rose took another sip of her drink, hiding the anger that burned just beneath her skin. Every fibre of her being wanted to confront him, to make him admit the full extent of his betrayal. Instead, she smiled, soft and dangerous. "Good to know," she said softly, her voice laced with something Kaelion might mistake for gratitude. But beneath it lay a promise, one he was too blind to see. When the night finally ended and Kaelion left, Rose sat alone by the dying fire, her mind racing. His words had given her just enough to confirm her suspicions. The Magisters didn't just see her as a weapon, they saw her as a threat, a fire they thought they could contain. And Kaelion, for all his charm and warmth, for all his tender touches and gentle words, was just another leash they had placed around her neck. But she wouldn't let them win. Not this time. She had played her part perfectly, luring Kaelion closer with calculated vulnerability, pulling just enough information from him without tipping her hand. Every laugh, every touch, every seemingly innocent question had been another thread in the web she was weaving, and next time she would push further, dig deeper into the cracks she'd found in his armour. For now, she let herself smile faintly, the firelight casting a flickering glow across her face. Let them think she was still the naive girl they could control. Let Kaelion believe his manipulation was working, that she was falling deeper under his spell. When the time came, they would see just how dangerous she could be. And by then, it would be too late. Kaelion tilted his head, his expression curious but guarded. "Help with what?" Rose leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper heavy with manufactured desperation. "I need to understand the crystal, what it does, what the Magisters are planning with it. You're closer to them than I am, Kaelion. You must know something." Kaelion hesitated, his grip tightening slightly on her hand, a tell she might have once mistaken for protectiveness. "Rose, I don't think—" "Please," she interrupted, her voice urgent, playing on the vulnerability he expected from her. "You said you've got my back. If they're keeping something from me, don't I deserve to know?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair as he looked away. The gesture seemed genuine, but Rose knew better now. It's not that simple. The Magisters don't exactly share their plans, even with me. Rose's heart raced with anticipation, but she kept her expression neutral, waiting. "Then what do you know?" Kaelion hesitated again, but the combination of her plea and the drink she had brought to loosen his lips worked in her favour, the cracks in his armour widening. "The crystal is dangerous," he said finally. "It's powerful enough to amplify anyone's magic, especially yours. That's why they're keeping it locked away." "Where?" Rose pressed, keeping her tone even despite the surge of triumph. Kaelion's grey eyes flicked to hers, searching for something, doubt, perhaps, or a sign of betrayal. She met his gaze with carefully crafted innocence. When he found none, he let out a reluctant sigh. "The vault?" he said quietly. "It's in the Magister's vault under guard." "But Rose?" He leaned closer, his voice lowering with false concern. "If you're thinking of doing something reckless, don't. The Magisters don't take kindly to questions." Rose nodded slowly, her mind already working through the implications of this new information. "I won't do anything stupid. I just needed to know." Kaelion relaxed slightly, his grip on her hand loosening, his mask of protection sliding back into place. "Good, because I meant what I said. I've got your back. No matter what." Rose forced a smile, her stomach churning at the words that once would have meant everything to her. "Thanks, Kaelion. I know I can trust you." The lie tasted like victory on her tongue. As Rose left the alcove that night, her heart pounded with a mixture of triumph and dread. Kaelion had given her exactly what she needed, each careful manipulation leading to this moment, but the guilt that gnawed at her was harder to ignore than she expected. Every false smile, every manufactured touch felt like a weight in her chest. Trust, she muttered under her breath as she walked back to her quarters, the word bitter on her tongue. What a joke. Just like his promises, his warmth, his carefully constructed lies, the crystal was within reach now, but the risk was greater than ever. One wrong move, one slip in her performance, and everything would crumble. She had to act quickly, carefully, and decisively. There could be no room for error, no space for the lingering doubts that threatened to surface whenever she remembered the genuine moments between them, if they had ever been genuine at all. Her plan was already forming, the steps aligning in her mind like pieces of a deadly puzzle. Tomorrow she would make her move, and when the dust settled, Kaelion and the Magisters would finally understand what it meant to underestimate her. Let them think they had her trapped in their web of lies. She would show them how quickly fire could burn through silk. The Magister's vault was deep within the fortress, hidden behind layers of enchanted barriers and guarded by two sentinels clad in dark armor that seemed to drink in the shadows. Rose had spent most of the day preparing, memorizing the patrol schedules, crafting her cover story, and ensuring the evidence she needed to frame Kaelion was ready. Each detail had to be perfect, each step calculated to ensure her survival. As the fortress quieted for the night, the usual bustle giving way to an oppressive silence, Rose slipped into the shadows. Her whip coiled at her side like a sleeping serpent, and the stolen key pressed against her hip, where she'd tucked it into her belt. Both physical reminders of how far she'd come, how much she'd sacrificed to reach this point. This wasn't just about escaping with the crystal anymore. It wasn't even about revenge against Kaelion's betrayal. This was about survival, about finally breaking free from the cage they'd built around her, and she would burn down everything they'd built to achieve it. The vault corridor stretched before her, its shadows deep and imposing. Rose pressed herself against the cold stone wall, watching the two sentinels at their post. Their dark armor seemed to absorb the torchlight, making them look more like statues than men. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she prepared herself. This had to be perfect. Taking a deep breath, she let her mask slip into place. Rose burst into the corridor, her footsteps uneven, one hand clutched to her side. "Help!" The cry echoed off the stone walls, desperate and afraid. "Please, you have to help!" The sentinels snapped to attention, weapons raised, their helmets turned toward her with mechanical precision. "What's the meaning of this?" The first sentinel's voice was sharp, cutting through her panicked breaths. Rose stumbled forward, letting her voice crack with fear. "It's Kaelion. He said the Magisters ordered him to take the crystal." She doubled over as if fighting through pain. "He's already inside. I tried to stop him, but—" The sentinels exchanged a quick glance, the meaning clear even through their expressionless helmets. One turned back to Rose, his grip tightening on his weapon. "Stay here. Don't move." Without hesitation, they rushed past her toward the vault's inner chamber, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. The moment they disappeared from view, Rose straightened. Her frightened expression fell away like a discarded cloak, replaced by cold determination. Moving swiftly, she pulled the stolen key from her belt and approached the vault door. The enchanted barriers hummed with power, but she knew exactly where to strike. As she worked, her fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Everything hinged on the next few moments. The vault was dimly lit, the air heavy with the hum of latent magic that made her skin prickle. At its center, resting on a pedestal surrounded by glowing runes, was the Flameheart Crystal. Its fiery glow pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat responding to her presence. Each pulse sent ripples of power through the chamber. Rose stepped forward cautiously, her eyes scanning the room for traps. She had studied the Magister's defenses meticulously, memorizing every ward and barrier they had placed, but there was always a chance they had added something new. something waiting to catch her in this moment of vulnerability. When she reached the pedestal, she hesitated, her gaze locked on the crystal. The last time she had touched it, it had burned through her thoughts, testing her control and resolve with primal force. Would it do the same now? Or had it changed, as she had changed? Focus. She extended her hand, her fingers brushing the crystal's surface. The heat was immediate and intense, but it no longer felt hostile or challenging. Instead, it welcomed her like a long-lost friend, its energy resonating with her own in perfect harmony. The power that had once threatened to overwhelm her now felt like coming home. Rose lifted the crystal carefully, cradling it in her hands as she turned to leave. Its warmth spread through her body, awakening something that had been waiting for this moment. As she exited the vault, Rose worked quickly, her movements precise and deliberate. Each piece of evidence had been carefully prepared, designed to tell a story the Magisters would be eager to believe. She left Kaelion's flask near the pedestal, its surface artfully smudged with soot to mimic the crystal's residual energy. The flask that had helped loosen his tongue would now help seal his fate. A torn scrap of his cloak, stolen during one of their intimate moments, lay near the doorway, positioned just enough to be noticeable without being suspicious. The fabric seemed to mock his attempts at deception with its own. Finally, she burned a faint scorch mark into the floor, carefully mimicking Kaelion's blade's unique magical signature. It was subtle, the kind of detail only someone who had studied him closely would notice. She knew the Magisters would recognize it. They had trained her too well not to. Satisfied with her work, Rose slipped into the shadows, the crystal warm against her skin as she made her way back to the upper levels of the fortress. Each step took her further from the lies and closer to freedom. She was halfway to her quarters when the alarm bells began to ring. The sound was deafening, echoing through the stone halls as the fortress erupted into sudden frenzied activity. Guards shouted orders, boots thundered against stone, and beneath it all Rose could feel the pulse of magic as the Magisters awakened to the crisis. Rose allowed herself a small, grim smile as she ducked into a side passage, the crystal's warmth pressed against her skin beneath her cloak. Each ring of the bells felt like validation, each shout of alarm another thread in the web she had woven. She didn't need to see the chaos to know her plan was working. By now the sentinels would be reporting her story to the Magisters, their words painting Kaelion as the traitor. The evidence in the vault would seal his fate, turning his own careful manipulation back on him. But she wasn't done yet. This was just the beginning of what she had planned for those who had tried to cage her. Rose returned to her quarters briefly, securing the crystal in a hidden pouch before stepping back into the chaos she had orchestrated. The fortress was a whirlwind of movement, guards rushing to and from the Magister's chambers as orders were barked and accusations flew through the air like arrows. She spotted Kaelion near the training yard, his expression a mix of confusion and anger as two sentinels approached him. His usual grace was gone, replaced by something raw and unfamiliar. For a moment she saw the man beneath the mask. "What's going on?" he demanded, his voice carrying across the courtyard. "You tell us," one of the sentinels said coldly. "The Flameheart Crystal is missing, and your name is all over the scene." Kaelion's eyes widened, his usual composure slipping like water through fingers. "What? That's insane! I haven't been anywhere near the vault!" "Save it for the Magisters," the other sentinel snapped, grabbing his arm with brutal efficiency. Rose watched from the shadows, her expression unreadable as the scene unfolded. Part of her wanted to feel triumph, wanted to savor the sight of his carefully constructed world crumbling around him. But all she felt was a hollow ache where warmth had once been. "He betrayed you first," she reminded herself, the words bitter even in her thoughts. "This is justice." But as she turned away from his struggle with the sentinels, she couldn't shake the faint sting of regret. Perhaps there was a certain poetry in it, that his lessons in manipulation had led to his own downfall. The fortress halls echoed with the sound of armoured footsteps as the sentinels marched Kaelion toward the Magister's chamber. Rose followed at a distance, moving through the shadows like a ghost. The crystal pulsed warmly against her side, its power humming in harmony with her racing heart. She knew the path they would take, up through the western tower, past the ceremonial halls, and into the grand chamber where the Magisters held their most private councils. It was where they had first sent her after the crystal, and now it would be where everything ended. From her vantage point in an alcove, she watched as they roughly guided Kaelion through the heavy wooden doors. His usual grace was gone, replaced by a tightly controlled anger that showed in every line of his body. For a moment their eyes met across the distance, but while his were filled with confusion and betrayal, hers remained cold and steady. As the doors closed behind them, Rose moved closer, pressing herself against the cold stone wall beside the entrance. The crystal's warmth intensified, as if it could sense the proximity of those who had sought to control its power. She closed her eyes, listening to the muffled voices from within. Soon they would all be together, Kaelion, the Magisters, and the power they had so desperately wanted to contain. Rose's fingers brushed the handle of her whip as a grim smile curved her lips. They had taught her well, perhaps too well. Now it was time to show them exactly what she had learned. Rose stood before the heavy wooden door, her heart hammering in her chest. The crystal pulsed against her side, its warmth both comforting and terrifying. Her fingers trembled slightly on her whip's handle before tightening their grip. Without armor, she felt exposed, vulnerable. But wasn't that what they had made her? Hadn't they stripped away every layer of protection she'd tried to build? She took a shaky breath and pushed the door open. The sound drew every eye in the chamber, the Magisters rising from their seats, the sentinels tensing, and Kaelion. Kaelion's eyes widening as understanding dawned on his face. The Grand Magister stepped forward. "What is the meaning of—" Rose pulled out the crystal, its light filling the chamber with a warm glow. Her voice was quieter than she'd planned, rough with emotion she couldn't quite hide. "You should have just left me alone." Kaelion moved to speak, but something in her expression stopped him. She could see it in his eyes. He finally understood what he had broken. The crystal's warmth spread through her body, its power mixing with her own in a way that felt both terrifying and right. Her whip hung loose at her side, the leather catching the crystal's glow. "Rose," Kaelion said softly, taking a step forward despite the sentinel's grip. "Whatever you think—" "Don't!" The word came out sharp, brittle. "Don't try to manipulate me. Not anymore." Her free hand clenched into a fist as memories of his gentle touches, his careful lies, crashed through her mind. The Grand Magister's voice cut through the tension. "Seize her, now!" The sentinels moved, but Rose was faster. Her whip cracked through the air, wreathed in flames that burned brighter than any she'd ever conjured. The crystal sang with her anger, her pain, amplifying every emotion into pure power. "You wanted to see what I could do?" she asked, her voice trembling even as fire began to spiral around her. "You wanted to test my control?" The flames grew higher, hotter, feeding off the hurt she'd kept buried. "Then watch." The chamber erupted into chaos as Rose's power exploded outward. Flames swept through the room in waves, catching tapestries and furniture ablaze. The sentinels moved to protect the Magisters, but their armor offered little protection against the inferno she had unleashed. "Rose, stop!" Kaelion shouted over the roar of flames, fighting against the guards who held him. "You'll bring down the whole chamber." She turned to him, and for a moment, their eyes met through the smoke and fire. "That's the point," she said, her voice raw with emotion. The crystal pulsed in time with her heartbeat, feeding her flames with power that made the very stones crack with heat. The magisters were scrambling now, their carefully maintained control crumbling as fire consumed their robes, their books, their precious artifacts. Their screams echoed off the stone walls, a symphony of the destruction they had brought upon themselves. But when her whip finally struck Kaelion, it wasn't to kill. The burning leather carved a path across his face, leaving a mark that would never fade. "Remember this," she whispered, though the chaos nearly drowned her words. "Remember what happens when you try to cage fire?" The Grand Magister staggered forward through the flames, his hands raised in desperate spellcasting. "You foolish girl," he snarled, "after everything we gave you." "Gave me." Rose's laugh was sharp and bitter as her whip cracked again, cutting through his spell like paper. "You tried to own me, to control me." The crystal flared brighter with each word, turning her flames from orange to white-hot blue. "You never gave me anything but lies." Some of the magisters were trying to flee now, but Rose's fire had spread to block the exits. The heat was becoming unbearable, making the stone walls groan and crack. Through the smoke and chaos, she could see Kaelion pressed against the far wall, one hand covering the burn she'd left across his face, his eyes never leaving her. Part of her wanted him to speak, to try to explain, to give her another reason to hurt him. But he remained silent, watching as she destroyed everything they had built. The crystal's power was starting to feel overwhelming now, threatening to consume her along with everything else. She knew she had to move soon, before the entire chamber collapsed. The Grand Magister stumbled back, his hood finally falling away to reveal his face, older, afraid, so much less impressive than he had seemed when he'd been giving her orders. "Rose, think about what you're doing." "I have." Her voice was steady now, even as tears stung her eyes. The crystal pulsed one final time as she stepped toward him through the flames. "I've thought about every lesson you taught me. Every time you made me feel weak." Her whip wrapped around his throat, the burning leather making him scream. "This is the last one." With a single pull, fire erupted around him, consuming him completely. She watched as he crumbled to ash, feeling nothing but a hollow satisfaction. The chamber was coming apart now, chunks of burning stone falling from the ceiling. Most of the other magisters were already dead, their bodies reduced to cinders by her flames. Through the smoke, she caught one last glimpse of Kaelion, his marked face etched with something between horror and awe. It was time to go. She backed toward the doorway, trailing flames in her wake. The crystal's power surged through her unchecked now, turning her every step into an inferno. Let it all burn. Let them see what their perfect weapon could really do. Flames raced along the corridors ahead of her as she moved through the fortress, consuming everything in their path. Tapestries, wooden beams, ancient tomes, all of it fed the fire that grew with every beat of her broken heart. The screams of fleeing servants and guards echoed through the halls, but she barely heard them through the roar of her own destruction. The fortress that had been her prison was becoming her pyre, not for her, but for everything they had tried to make her be. Every room where they had tested her, every chamber where they had tried to control her, every corner where Kaelion had whispered his lies, all of it turned to ash in her wake. As she made her way toward her escape route, she could feel the building starting to collapse behind her, stone groaning as it succumbed to the heat of her rage. The crystal pulsed against her skin, eager to burn everything they had built to the ground. Rose reached the ancient chamber where she'd hidden her gear, snatching up the bag with trembling hands. The portal stood before her, its archway etched with runes that hadn't been used in centuries. She pulled out the activation stone she'd stolen months ago, her first real act of defiance, though she hadn't known it then. The crystal's power merged with the stone, making the runes flare to life. Blue energy crackled across the arch, forming a swirling gateway to somewhere, anywhere but here. She didn't care where it led as long as it was away. Just as she stepped toward the portal, she heard footsteps pounding down the corridor. Kaelion emerged through the smoke, his marked face desperate as he ran toward her. "Rose, wait!" She didn't. With her bag clutched tight and the crystal burning against her skin, she stepped through the gateway. The last thing she saw was Kaelion's outstretched hand, his eyes meeting hers one final time through the flames. Then the ceiling gave way with a thunderous roar. Stone and burning timber crashed down, severing the connection and destroying the portal behind her. Rose fell through swirling blue light, leaving behind everything she had known. The fortress, the Order, Kaelion, all of it crumbling to ash in her wake. She didn't know where she was going, but for the first time in her life, she was free. The portal's blue light faded, and Rose stumbled into a vast circular chamber. Her legs gave out beneath her, sending her to her knees on smooth stone etched with intricate runes. The crystal pulsed warmly against her side as she caught her breath, its glow reflecting off polished marble walls. As her vision cleared, she found herself in what appeared to be some kind of portal nexus. Towering archways lined the chamber, each humming with latent magical energy. Some held active portals, their surfaces rippling like liquid metal, while others stood dark and dormant. The air itself felt charged, thick with the residual power of countless crossings between realms. Rose pushed herself to her feet, clutching her bag of gear closer. The fortress was gone, Kaelion was gone, but the weight of their betrayal still pressed against her chest. She had escaped, but to where? And more importantly, how long before whoever maintained this place discovered her unauthorized arrival? The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the chamber, measured and purposeful. Rose's fingers tightened around her whip's handle as she pressed herself against one of the marble columns. She wasn't ready for another confrontation. Not yet, not here in this unfamiliar place. The sound of voices echoed through the corridor leading to the chamber, one stern and authoritative, the other younger and irritated. "Father, you can't seriously expect me to spend my entire day monitoring arrivals. That's what we have guards for. Draven, you are my heir. It's time you learned." Yes, responsibility and duty. I've heard it all before. Rose pressed herself against one of the marble columns as two figures entered. The older man wore elaborate robes marked with symbols of office, but it was the younger one who caught her attention. He moved with the easy grace of someone who'd never known hardship, his fine clothes and carefully styled dark hair speaking of wealth and privilege. His handsome features were twisted in a scowl that vanished the moment his father turned to face him. "Just 1 hour," the older man said firmly. "That's all I ask." "Of course, father." Draven's tone was suddenly smooth as silk, though Rose could see his jaw clench as his father left the chamber. The moment he was alone, or so he thought, Draven's pleasant mask dropped. He threw himself into an ornate chair near the central platform, looking for all the world like a petulant child denied a toy. The moment stretched as Draven lounged in his chair, absently flicking bits of magic into the air like someone tossing pebbles into a pond. His boredom was palpable, his attention everywhere except where it should have been, on the portals he was meant to be monitoring. Rose calculated her options. She could try to slip past him while he sulked, but one wrong move would draw his attention. Before she could decide, Draven spoke without looking in her direction. "You can come out now. I've known you were there since father left." His tone was lazy, almost amused. "Let's see what kind of troublemaker has stumbled into my father's precious portal chamber." Rose remained still, her fingers tightening around her whip. Draven sighed dramatically. "Look, either come out willingly, or I'll have to call the guards. And trust me, they're far less charming than I am." He smoothed an invisible wrinkle from his expensive coat. "Besides, I'm dreadfully bored, and you might prove entertaining." Rose weighed her options, recognizing both threat and opportunity in his casual arrogance. After Kaelion's betrayal, the last thing she wanted was to trust another stranger. But she was in an unfamiliar realm, and this spoiled air might be useful, if she played this right. She stepped out from behind the column, keeping her stance relaxed despite her wariness. If I'm meant to be your entertainment, I hope you're easily amused. Draven's eyebrows rose as he took in her appearance. The travel-worn clothes, the whip at her side, the wariness in her stance. His lips curved into a smile that probably worked wonders on the local nobility. Well, well, not our usual class of visitor. He leaned forward, studying her with growing interest. Tell me, what brings a lovely fugitive like yourself to our humble portal nexus? Who says I'm a fugitive? Please. He waved a hand dismissively. Authorized travelers don't hide behind columns. Besides, his smile widened, the interesting ones never come through proper channels. And what makes you think I'm interesting? Rose asked, carefully gauging the distance between them. His relaxed posture screamed overconfidence, but she'd learned the hard way not to underestimate anyone. Draven stood with fluid grace, straightening his already immaculate coat. Because, my dear unexpected guest, you've managed to activate one of our portals without authorization, something that should be impossible. That alone makes you far more intriguing than the tedious nobles and merchants I usually deal with. He began to circle her slowly like a cat sizing up a particularly fascinating mouse. The question is, what am I going to do with you? You could let me walk out of here, Rose suggested, turning to keep him in view. Pretend you never saw me. Draven laughed, the sound rich with genuine amusement. Now, why would I do that when you're the most interesting thing that's happened all week? He stopped in front of her, too close for comfort. No, I think we can come to a much more mutually beneficial arrangement. Mutually beneficial? Rose kept her voice neutral, though warning bells rang in her mind. She'd heard similar words before, wrapped in different promises. And what exactly would that entail? Draven's smile widened as he gestured around the chamber. Father's determined to teach me responsibility by forcing me to monitor these portals. Tedious work, really. But if I were to, say, catch an unauthorized traveler. He paused meaningfully. Well, that would certainly prove I'm taking my duties seriously. Rose tensed. I'm not interested in being anyone's prop. Oh, don't be so dramatic. I'm offering you protection. He leaned against one of the marble columns, the picture of casual authority. You see, I tell Father I caught you, but instead of turning you over to the guards, I convince him to let me handle your case personally. You get to walk free, I get to look responsible, and everyone wins. And what do you really want in return? His eyes gleamed. Company, someone to make all this tedium more bearable. And, perhaps, he straightened, dropping some of his affected manner. Perhaps someone to help me with a few projects of my own. Projects? Rose kept her tone carefully curious, though her instincts screamed that his casual manner hid something darker. That's rather vague for someone offering protection. Details can wait until we've established trust. Draven's smile never wavered as he extended his hand. What do you say? A simple arrangement. Your assistance for my protection. Surely better than whatever fate awaits unauthorized travelers in Eldermire's cells. Rose studied his outstretched hand, remembering another hand offered in friendship not so long ago. But she was in a strange realm with no allies, no resources. And this spoiled noble's son might be her best chance at survival. For now. She took his hand, noting how smooth his skin was compared to her calloused palm. I suppose cells aren't really my style. Excellent choice. His grip tightened slightly before releasing her. Now, first things first, we need to get you looking a bit more presentable. Can't have my new protégé wandering around looking like she just fell through a portal, can we? Protégé. Rose arched an eyebrow. Draven's laugh echoed through the chamber. Well, we'll need some explanation for your presence here. And mysterious woman I found in the portal chamber might raise some uncomfortable questions. Draven's eyes flickered to the bag at her side. Of course, if you're to be my protégé, I should know exactly what I'm vouching for. He gestured to her pack with elegant fingers. That's quite a large bag for someone just passing through. Rose shifted the bag behind her slightly. Just the essentials. His casual tone didn't match the sudden sharpness in his gaze. You know, there have been reports of some rather valuable items going missing from various realms lately. Artifacts, weapons, that sort of thing. He stepped closer, dropping his voice. I'd hate to think I was offering protection to a common thief. Do I look common to you? Rose met his gaze steadily, though her heart pounded. She could see the calculation behind his friendly smile now. He was testing her, measuring her responses. Draven studied her for a long moment before his smile widened. No, he said finally. No, you certa... What's in the bag is my business, Rose said, keeping her voice firm but not confrontational. Part of our arrangement should be not asking too many questions. Oh, but asking questions is what I do best. Draven's smile remained playful, but something predatory had crept into his eyes. After all, if I'm to protect you, I need to know what I'm protecting you from. Or should I say, who? Rose felt the weight of the crystal against her side, remembered the chaos she'd left behind. The past, she said simply. Nothing that concerns Eldermire. The past, Draven repeated, tasting the word. How delightfully mysterious. He circled her again, but this time his casual manner felt more calculated. Very well, keep your secrets, for now. But remember, little fugitive, protection comes with a price. Sooner or later, you'll need to trust me. The irony of his words wasn't lost on Rose. Trust was what had led her here in the first place. Now, he continued, clapping his hands together, let's get you settled before Father returns. I know just the place where you can freshen up. Inly don't. Which makes me even more curious about what's in that bag. Follow me, Draven said, gesturing toward one of the corridors leading from the chamber, and try to look a bit more demure. We wouldn't want anyone questioning your role as my new protégé. Rose followed him through polished marble hallways, noting each turn, each potential escape route. The corridors of Eldermire were a maze of opulence, ornate tapestries, gleaming fixtures, everything speaking of wealth and power. Yet beneath the grandeur, she sensed something else, something that made her skin prickle with unease. Draven led her to a set of doors carved with intricate runes. My private wing, he explained, producing a key with a flourish. Father insisted I have my own space for study and contemplation. Really, I think he just got tired of my experiments disturbing his precious silence. The rooms beyond were exactly what Rose would expect from someone like Draven. Luxurious to the point of excess. Plush furnishings in deep blues and blacks, shelves lined with ancient tomes, and various magical artifacts displayed like trophies. The washroom is through there, he pointed to a side door. Clean yourself up, and I'll have something more appropriate brought for you to wear. His eyes lingered on her travel-worn clothes with barely disguised disdain. Rose scanned the room, taking in every detail through the lens of potential threats and escape routes. The windows were high and narrow, decorative but not practical for a quick exit. The numerous doors could mean either sanctuary or a trap. And where exactly am I supposed to put my belongings? She asked, one hand still gripping her bag. Draven gestured to an ornate wardrobe. You can store your essentials in there. Don't worry, my private chambers are warded. No one enters without my permission. His smile turned sly. Though I am curious what's so precious in that bag that you won't let it out of your sight. Curiosity can be dangerous, Rose said quietly, thinking of the crystal of Kaelion, of everything that had led her here. Danger, Draven laughed, is precisely what makes life interesting. He moved to a cord near the wall and pulled it. My servant will bring appropriate attire. Once you're properly dressed, we can discuss those projects I mentioned. Rose stood her ground, bag still in hand. I prefer to keep my belongings close. Trust issues? Draven's eyes glittered with amusement. How intriguing. Very well, keep your mysteries, for now. But remember, little fugitive, secrets have a way of revealing themselves in time. A soft knock at the door interrupted them. Draven opened it to reveal a servant carrying a bundle of clothes in deep blue silk. Ah, perfect timing, he said, taking the bundle and dismissing the servant with a wave. He held the clothes out to Rose. These should suit you better than whatever that is you're wearing. Rose accepted the clothes without comment, though the fabric probably cost more than most people in her old life saw in a year. Where exactly are you planning to tell people I came from? Leave the story to me, Draven said, moving to pour himself a drink from a crystal decanter. The nobility here are remarkably incurious about things that don't directly concern them. A new protégé from a distant realm, eager to study under my unique tutelage. He smiled over his glass. It's not even entirely a lie. And what exactly am I meant to be learning? His eyes darkened slightly, though his smile remained. Oh, I think we have much to teach each other. But first, he gestured to the washroom, make yourself presentable. We have appearances to maintain, after all. Rose entered the washroom, quietly closing the heavy door behind her. The room was as opulent as the rest of Draven's chambers. Polished marble, gilded fixtures, a bath large enough to swim in. She placed her bag carefully within arm's reach as she examined her reflection in an ornate mirror. Her face was smudged with soot from the fortress, her clothes bearing scorch marks from her own flames. She looked exactly like what she was, a fugitive who had fought her way to freedom. Draven was right about one thing. She'd need to change her appearance to avoid unwanted attention. As she cleaned away the evidence of her escape, Rose's mind worked furiously. Draven's offered protection came with strings she couldn't yet see, but she had little choice. She needed time to understand this realm, to plan her next move. Playing the role of his protégé might buy her that time. The silk clothes he'd provided fit perfectly, suspiciously so. Had he been watching her that closely in the portal chamber? The deep blue fabric complemented her colouring, making her look like she belonged in these opulent surroundings, a perfect prop for whatever game Draven was playing. When she emerged from the washroom, Draven was lounging in a high-backed chair, swirling amber liquid in a crystal glass. His eyes widened slightly as he took in her transformed appearance. Now that, he said, satisfaction evident in his tone, is much better. You almost look the part already. He rose smoothly, crossing to a nearby table. Care for a drink? We should celebrate our new arrangement. Rose watched him pour a second glass, noting how he kept his own between them like a shield. I prefer to keep a clear head, she said. Suspicious already? Draven's smile widened as he set the second glass down. Smart girl. Though I promise, if I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't need to resort to poison. He took a deliberate sip from his own glass. Besides, that would rather defeat the purpose of our arrangement. And what purpose is that, exactly? Rose remained standing, watching him through narrowed eyes. You still haven't explained these projects you mentioned. All in good time. Draven settled back into his chair with practiced grace. First, we need to establish your cover story. As far as anyone here is concerned, you're a promising young mage from... He paused, studying her. Let's say the outer provinces, seeking to expand your knowledge under my guidance. And what exactly are you known for teaching? His smile turned sharp. The art of getting what you want, of course, though officially I specialize in portal mechanics and realm theory. He gestured to the books lining his walls. Father insists I maintain certain appearances. Portal mechanics? Rose kept her tone casual, though her mind raced with the implications. If Draven truly understood how the portals worked, he could be more dangerous, or more useful, than she'd first thought. Among other things. He rose again, moving to one of the bookshelves. His fingers trailed along the spines of ancient tomes. Though I find the practical applications far more interesting than the theory Father insists I study. He glanced back at her. For instance, How did someone like you manage to access our portals without proper authorization? Rose met his gaze steadily. Perhaps I'm a quick study. Draven laughed, the sound rich with genuine amusement. Oh, I think you're going to make things very interesting around here. He selected a book and held it out to her. Consider this your first lesson. If anyone asks, you're studying basic portal theory under my guidance. Rose took the book, noting its weight and the way the runes on its cover seemed to shift in the light. And what will I really be doing? His smile turned predatory. Learning how power really works in Eldermire, my dear student, and helping me acquire more of it. A sharp knock at the chamber door interrupted them. Draven's posture changed instantly, his casual arrogance replaced by practiced composure. Perfect timing, he murmured. Remember, you're eager to learn, respectful, and above all, grateful for this opportunity. He moved to open the door, revealing the imposing figure of his father. The portal master of Eldermire filled the doorway, his ceremonial robes gleaming with embedded runes of power. Where Draven affected casual grace, his father radiated authority with every movement. His sharp eyes found Rose immediately. Draven stepped forward smoothly. Father, allow me to present my new student. She's shown remarkable aptitude for portal theory, though her previous education was somewhat lacking in proper technique. Rose dropped into a careful curtsy, keeping her eyes lowered. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but she forced herself to remain still as the portal master's gaze seemed to pierce through her carefully constructed facade. Rise, the portal master commanded. His voice carried none of his son's silken charm. Look at me when I address you. Rose straightened, meeting his gaze. His eyes were the same shade as Draven's, but where his sons held calculated amusement, the father's were cold and assessing. Your name, he demanded. Rose, my lord. She kept her voice steady, humble but not cowering. And what brings you to seek instruction in Eldermire? The portal master circled her slowly, much as Draven had done earlier, but there was nothing playful in his evaluation, particularly through such irregular channels. Before she could respond, Draven stepped in smoothly. I've already questioned her thoroughly, father. She shows remarkable potential, if somewhat unrefined. I believe with proper guidance. I addressed her, not you, Draven. The portal master's sharp tone cut through his son's explanation. His attention remained fixed on Rose. Well? Rose chose her words carefully, knowing her next moments might determine her survival. My previous teachers, she said, letting a trace of bitterness colour her tone, were more interested in controlling power than understanding it. When I heard of Eldermire's reputation for knowledge, She hesitated, as if embarrassed. I'm afraid my eagerness outweighed my patience for proper channels. The portal master's eyes narrowed slightly. And you believe my son can provide this understanding you seek? Lord Draven has already shown more insight in our brief discussion than my previous mentors managed in years. The flattery felt bitter on her tongue, but she kept her expression earnest. Has he indeed? The portal master's gaze shifted to his son, who maintained his carefully composed expression. And you wish to take responsibility for this irregular student, Draven. I do, father. Draven's voice carried just the right note of commitment. Under my guidance, I believe she could become a credit to Eldermire. The silence that followed seemed to stretch forever. Finally, the portal master spoke. Very well. But remember, son, her actions reflect on you now. Any mishaps, and you will both face the consequences. Of course, father, Draven bowed slightly. I understand completely. The portal master turned back to Rose, his expression stern. You will be registered as an official apprentice. Your movements within Eldermire will be monitored. Any attempt to access the portal chamber without express permission will result in immediate imprisonment. He paused, letting the threat sink in. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Rose kept her posture submissive, though her fingers itched to reach for her whip. Thank you for this opportunity. See that you prove worthy of it. With a final piercing look at them both, the portal master swept from the room, his robes whispering against the marble floor. The moment the door closed, Draven's rigid posture melted away. He poured himself another drink, laughing softly. Well played, my dear, though I'd advise against trying to manipulate father as easily as you do me. He's rather less forgiving of games. Rose watched him carefully. You assume I'm playing games? Oh, I know you are. His smile turned sharp again. That's precisely why I chose you. 2 weeks into her apprenticeship, Rose had learned to dread the sound of rustling robes in Eldermire's corridors. She kept her eyes on the ancient tome before her in the library, hoping the portal master would pass by without notice, but the footsteps slowed, then stopped beside her table. Studying late, I see. His voice carried the same authority it always did, but there was something else in it now, something that made her skin crawl. Your dedication is admirable. Rose stood and bowed respectfully, keeping the massive oak table between them. Thank you, my lord. Your son is a demanding teacher. Indeed, the portal master moved around the table with measured steps, though I wonder if Draven is truly equipped to handle someone of your potential. His eyes lingered on her face a moment too long before dropping to the book she'd been reading. Portal theory can be so dry when studied alone. Perhaps you would benefit from some additional instruction. The offer hung in the air between them, its implications clear. Rose felt her pulse quicken, though she kept her expression carefully neutral. You honour me, my lord, but I wouldn't want to take up your valuable time. Time spent nurturing true talent is never wasted. The portal master's hand came to rest on the book beside hers, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his skin. Draven shows promise, but he lacks experience in certain areas. Rose resisted the urge to pull away, knowing any obvious rejection could jeopardize her position. Your son speaks very highly of your teachings, my lord. He strives to live up to your example. Does he? Something flickered in the portal master's eyes, amusement or contempt, she couldn't tell. My son strives for many things, few of them worthy of his station. His fingers brushed against hers as he drew the book away. You, on the other hand, seem to understand the value of power. The touch sent a chill down her spine, but Rose maintained her composed facade. This was dangerous territory, far more dangerous than Draven's games. One wrong move could destroy everything. I simply wish to learn, my lord, she said softly, lowering her eyes in what could be taken for submission or modesty. Learning requires the right teacher. The portal master leaned closer, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Someone who truly understands the nature of power. Father? Draven's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He stood in the library doorway, his usual casual grace replaced by something harder, colder. I've been looking for my student. The portal master straightened slowly, though his hand remained near Rose's on the table. Ah, Draven. We were just discussing your pupil's progress. Were you? Draven's tone was carefully neutral, but Rose caught the slight tightening of his jaw. How fortunate that I require her assistance with an urgent matter. Of course. The portal master finally stepped back, his eyes lingering on Rose. We'll continue our discussion another time. The words carried both promise and threat. Rose gathered her books quickly, moving to Draven's side. The tension between father and son crackled in the air like static before a storm. Draven's pace was quick as he led them through the corridors, his shoulders rigid with tension. He didn't speak until they reached his private chambers, closing the door with more force than necessary. You need to be more careful, he said finally, turning to face her. The playful mask he usually wore was gone, replaced by something darker. Father doesn't take well to resistance. I didn't encourage him, Rose said quietly, setting her books aside. No? Draven laughed, but there was no humour in it. You exist. That's encouragement enough for him. He ran a hand through his perfectly styled hair, disturbing its careful arrangement. Beautiful things have a way of disappearing in Eldermire when they catch his eye. Rose studied him carefully, noting the genuine concern beneath his anger. You sound like you're speaking from experience. Draven's expression shuttered. Let's just say you're not the first apprentice I've had. He moved to pour himself a drink, his hands less steady than usual. Though you might be the first to survive, if you're clever. What happened to the others? Rose asked, though part of her already knew the answer. Draven drained his glass before answering. Some were sent away, officially, to continue their studies elsewhere. Others simply vanished. Father always had perfectly reasonable explanations, of course. His laugh was bitter now. Accidents, unauthorized portal experiments. Tragic, really. And you just let it happen? The words came out sharper than she intended. He whirled to face her, eyes flashing. You think I had a choice? This is Eldermire, Rose. Father's word is law here. The only reason you're still relatively safe is because he's enjoying the game. He poured another drink, hands steadier now. The moment you bore him, or worse, the moment you truly catch his interest. I won't be another disappeared apprentice, Rose said firmly, her hand instinctively moving to where her whip was hidden beneath the fine clothes they'd given her. No, Draven agreed, studying her with that calculating look she'd come to know. No, I don't think you will be. But we'll need to be careful. Very careful. Careful how? Rose asked, watching as Draven began to pace the chamber. We need to accelerate our plans. He stopped at one of his bookshelves, pulling out several volumes with practiced precision. I had hoped to take more time to prepare properly, but Father's interest changes things. Rose moved closer, noting the ancient texts he was gathering. These aren't portal theory books. No, Draven smiled grimly. These are something far more interesting and far more forbidden. He laid the books on his desk, their covers marked with runes she didn't recognize. Tell me, Rose, how do you feel about breaking a few of Eldermire's most sacred laws? She thought of the crystal hidden among her belongings, of the portal master's lingering touches, of Kaelion's betrayal that had led her here. I think, she said carefully, that laws are only sacred to those who make them. Draven's smile turned genuine, though no less dangerous. Good answer, because what I'm about to show you could either free us both or condemn us to a fate worse than my father's previous apprentices. Rose watched as Draven spread the ancient texts across his desk. The books seemed to drink in the lamplight, their runes shifting like living things across their covers. These, he said quietly, are the real secrets of Eldermire. Not the sanitized theory Father has me teaching, but the true nature of portal magic. His fingers traced one of the runes reverently. Power that could tear holes between realms, create doorways where none should exist. And your father keeps these locked away? Rose asked, though she already knew the answer. Control. Draven's voice dripped with disdain. Everything here is about control. Who can use the portals? When? How? He looked up at her, his eyes burning with intensity she hadn't seen before. But imagine if that control was broken. Rose studied him carefully. You're talking about more than just breaking a few rules. I'm talking about freedom. He stepped closer, lowering his voice though they were alone. Freedom from Father's games, from Eldermire's chains. But I need someone I can trust, someone who understands what it means to want escape. The irony of him asking for trust wasn't lost on her. But then again, she'd learned that sometimes the best lies were built on truth. And you think you can trust me? Rose kept her voice neutral, remembering all too well where trust had led her before. Trust is such an absolute word. Draven smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. Let's say rather that we need each other. You need protection from Father's attention. I need someone clever enough to help me with what comes next. He tapped one of the forbidden books. Someone who isn't afraid to burn a few bridges. The choice of words made Rose's fingers tingle with remembered fire. What exactly are you planning? A redistribution of power? Draven's voice dropped even lower. Father isn't the only one who's been studying portal magic all these years. But while he hoards knowledge like a miser hoards gold, I've been learning how to use it. He opened one of the books, revealing diagrams that seemed to move on the page. There are other realms out there, Rose. Realms where we wouldn't have to bow and scrape to men like my father. All we need is the right key. Rose thought of the crystal hidden among her belongings. And what makes you think I can help? Draven's smile turned predatory. Because I see the same hunger in your eyes that I feel in my soul, the hunger for freedom, for power, for revenge. The encounter happened 3 days later. Rose was returning from the library through one of Eldermire's lesser-used corridors when she heard the familiar rustle of ceremonial robes behind her. Walking alone so late? The portal master's voice echoed off the stone walls. These passages can be dangerous after dark. Rose turned slowly, finding her retreat blocked by his imposing figure. The torchlight cast his shadow long and dark behind him, reaching for her like grasping fingers. My lord, she bowed slightly, already calculating the distance to the main corridor. I was just returning to my quarters. Allow me to escort you. He closed the distance between them with measured steps. I've been meaning to continue our discussion from the library. You honour me, my lord. Rose kept her voice steady even as her pulse quickened. But I wouldn't want to delay you from your duties. His hand shot out, catching her arm with surprising strength. My dear girl, his voice carried an edge she hadn't heard before. You don't seem to understand. When I offer something, it isn't a request. The fire that had been simmering inside her since Kaelion's betrayal roared to life. Rose's free hand came up, and flames erupted between them, forcing him to release her. The heat was intense enough to singe his expensive robes. No, she said quietly, fire dancing around her fingers. I understand perfectly, but I don't think you do. The portal master staggered back, but his surprise quickly transformed into something more calculated. The fear in his eyes lasted only a moment before being replaced by keen interest. Fire magic, he said softly, brushing at his singed sleeve. How fascinating! Draven failed to mention this particular talent of yours. His smile returned, more predatory than before. You continue to prove more intriguing by the day. Rose kept the flames dancing around her fingers, a clear warning. I prefer to keep my talents private, my lord. Indeed. He straightened his robes, composure fully restored. Though privacy can be such a negotiable thing in Eldermire. His eyes gleamed in the firelight. Power like yours shouldn't be hidden away. With proper guidance, proper protection, you could go far here? In the shadows of a connecting corridor, unseen by either of them, Draven watched the exchange with narrowed eyes. I'm satisfied with your son's guidance, Rose said firmly, though she didn't extinguish her flames. The portal master's laugh was soft and dangerous. For now, perhaps. We'll speak again soon, my dear. When you're ready to discuss more profitable arrangements. He turned and walked away, his bearing as regal as ever despite his singed appearance. Draven waited until Rose's footsteps had faded before emerging from the shadows. His mind raced with the implications of what he'd just witnessed. Fire magic, raw and powerful, wielded with a confidence that spoke of years of training. His little runaway apprentice was far more interesting than he'd first imagined. He moved silently through the corridors to his private study, his father's reaction playing over in his mind. The portal master hadn't been afraid. Not really. He'd been calculating, measuring, seeing Rose's power as something to be acquired rather than feared. Draven poured himself a drink with steady hands, though his thoughts were anything but calm. The forbidden books on his desk seemed to mock him now. He'd offered Rose secrets of portal magic, thinking that would bind her to him. But she had secrets of her own. He set his glass down, moving to a different shelf, one hidden behind a false panel. The books here were older, darker, texts his father didn't know he possessed. Somewhere in these pages there had to be information about fire mages powerful enough to challenge a portal master. "What are you really running from?" he murmured, selecting a volume. "And what else are you hiding in that bag of yours?" The moment the portal master disappeared around the corner, Rose let her flames die, but kept her magic simmering just beneath the surface. Her heart pounded, not from fear but from anger, at herself for revealing her power, at him for forcing her hand. She stood perfectly still, letting her other senses extend into the shadows around her. Years of training had taught her that safety wasn't just about what you could see. There. The faintest whisper of fabric against stone. A breath held too carefully. She didn't turn toward the connecting corridor where Draven lurked. Let him think his presence went unnoticed. This game required careful moves, and he had just revealed his hand without realizing it. His father wasn't the only one who knew how to calculate odds and measure power. Rose started walking, her steps unhurried despite every instinct screaming at her to run. She had shown one card in her hand tonight, but not all of them. Not yet. Rose entered her quarters, closing the door silently behind her. The room felt different now, every shadow a potential witness. She moved immediately to check her belongings, making sure the crystal remained safely hidden. Her fingers trembled slightly as she sat on the edge of her bed. 2 people now knew of her fire magic, the portal master who would try to use it, and his son who thought himself unseen in the shadows. The careful balance she'd been maintaining in Eldermire had shifted. The portal master's reaction troubled her. There had been no fear in his eyes, only calculation, as if her display of power had made her more valuable rather than dangerous. And Draven? His silent observation spoke volumes. He would have questions now, perhaps even suspicions about what else she might be hiding. Rose moved to the window, staring out at Eldermire's twilight sky. She had escaped one prison only to find herself in another, more gilded cage. But this time, she had chosen it for now. The real question was how long she could maintain control of the game when both father and son were playing their own hands. Rose waited until the deepest part of night before moving to her hidden pack. The crystal's warmth greeted her touch as she carefully withdrew it, its glow muted through the cloth she'd wrapped it in. Her little display in the corridor had changed everything. If either the portal master or Draven decided to search her quarters, and she was certain at least one of them would, the current hiding place wouldn't be enough. She ran her fingers along the walls, testing for loose stones, hollow spaces, anything that might serve as a better hiding spot. The room was too obvious, too accessible. She needed somewhere they wouldn't think to look, somewhere neither father nor son would consider worth their attention. A memory surfaced, something she'd noticed during her first week here. The servants' passages, the forgotten corridors that ran behind the walls like veins through a body. The wealthy and powerful rarely thought about such spaces, considering them beneath notice. Rose wrapped the crystal more securely. She would need to move carefully, map out the hidden routes, find the perfect spot, one where she could retrieve it quickly if needed, but where no one else would think to search. Moving through Eldermire's servant passages felt like navigating the veins of some ancient beast. Rose traced her steps carefully, counting turns and noting landmarks in the darkness. The crystal's warmth seemed to pulse against her chest as she carried it, wrapped tightly and hidden beneath her clothes. She found the perfect spot behind a loose stone in a forgotten alcove, 3 levels below her quarters, but accessible through a direct vertical passage. It wasn't just hidden, it was defensible. Only one way in, one way out, and plenty of warning if anyone approached. After securing the crystal and carefully reconstructing its hiding place, Rose made her way back through the passages. Her fingers traced along the rough stone walls, memorizing every turn. If she needed to reach the crystal quickly, she couldn't risk getting lost. When she finally returned to her room, the first hints of dawn were creeping across the sky. She had just settled onto her bed when a knock echoed through her chamber, sharp, authoritative. Draven's voice carried through the door. "Time for your lessons, dear student. I have something rather special planned for today." Rose closed her eyes briefly, steadying herself. The game was shifting, pieces moving into new positions, but at least now her most valuable piece was safely hidden. Rose opened the door to find Draven leaning against the frame, his usual casual grace masking something sharper in his eyes. "You look tired," he said, studying her face. "Trouble sleeping?" "The texts you gave me were rather engaging," she replied smoothly, noting how his gaze swept past her into the room. "Indeed." His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Well, today's lesson will be more practical. Father has given us permission to use one of the lower chambers for some experimental portal work." Rose followed him through the corridors, every sense alert. There was tension in his shoulders, a subtle shift in his usual languid movements. He was leading her deeper into Eldermire than their usual training took them, down staircases she hadn't known existed. "Quite far for a simple lesson," she observed quietly. "Some kinds of magic require privacy," Draven said without turning. "Wouldn't you agree?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. The chamber Draven led her to was ancient, its walls carved with runes that seemed to shift in the dim light. A single stone table dominated the center, its surface etched with complex diagrams she didn't recognize. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Draven moved to the table, running his fingers along the etchings. "One of Eldermire's oldest training rooms. The walls are heavily warded. No magic can be detected from outside." Rose remained near the doorway, noting every detail of the room. "Convenient." "Very." He turned to face her, dropping his usual playful demeanor. "Which means we can speak freely, about many things. Fire magic, for instance." Rose kept her expression neutral, though her fingers itched to reach for her whip. "Is there something specific you wish to discuss?" "Oh, let's not play games." His smile turned sharp. "We both know what I saw in the corridor last night. The question is, what am I going to do with that information?" "That depends," Rose said carefully, "on what you think you saw." "I saw power," Draven replied, his eyes glittering in the dim light. "Raw, untamed fire magic, the kind that could be very useful to someone with the right ambitions." He moved closer, circling her like a predator sizing up potential prey. "The kind of power my father would love to control." "Is that a threat?" Rose's voice was soft, dangerous. "An observation." Draven stopped in front of her. "You're not the only one who keeps secrets, Rose. The only question is whether those secrets are better kept together." "And what would that cost me?" His smile widened. "Consider it an expansion of our current arrangement. You help me with my plans, and I ensure your particular talents remain our little secret. After all," he gestured to the warded walls, "we both know what happens to those who catch my father's full attention." "Your father has already seen what I can do," Rose said carefully, watching Draven's reaction. "Why should I fear him knowing more?" Draven's laugh held no humor. "Because right now, he thinks you're a curiosity, a pretty bird with sharp claws. The moment he suspects how much power you really have," he stepped closer. "Let's just say, his interest would become far more focused." Rose felt the weight of both men's attention like chains around her throat. The portal master's predatory gaze, Draven's calculated interest. She was caught between two fires, and her own flames couldn't protect her from both. "And what makes your interest any safer?" she asked, her voice steady, despite her racing heart. Because unlike father, I don't want to cage you. Draven's eyes gleamed in the dim light. I want to use you. And in return, you get to use me. The words reminded her too much of Kaelion's promises, of trust offered and betrayed. But here in Eldamire, trust wasn't what mattered. Power was. And right now, she needed to choose the lesser evil. Use each other, Rose repeated softly. Like your father used those other apprentices? Something darkened in Draven's expression. I'm not my father. No. Rose met his gaze steadily. You're more careful about how you play your games, but they're still games, aren't they? Everything in Eldamire is a game. He moved to the stone table, tracing the runes etched into its surface. The only choice is whether you're a player or a piece. Father wants to make you his piece. He looked up at her. I'm offering you a chance to be a player. Rose thought of the crystal hidden in the servants' passage, of the portal master's lingering touches, of Draven's watchful eyes in dark corridors. She was already a player in this game, just not the one either of them thought she was. And what happens when I'm no longer useful to your game? Draven's smile turned sharp. That would depend entirely on how well you play it. So I choose between being your father's prize or your pawn, Rose said, moving closer to the stone table. Those don't seem like particularly appealing options. You misunderstand. Draven watched her approach. Father would make you a possession. I'm offering you a partnership. A partnership implies trust. Rose traced one of the runes on the table, remembering Kaelion's betrayal. Trust seems rather rare in Eldamire. Trust is for fools and children, Draven said dismissively. I'm offering you something far more valuable. Mutual benefit. He placed his hand near hers on the table, not quite touching. Together, we could reshape this place. Change the rules of the game entirely. Rose looked up at him, measuring the ambition in his eyes against the calculation beneath. He was dangerous, perhaps more dangerous than his father in his own way. But he was also predictable in his hunger for power. The marketplace of Eldamire was in chaos. Merchants scattered as the portal master's guards swept through the trading halls, upending stalls and confiscating portal keys. The usual bustle of commerce had given way to panic as traders from a dozen realms found themselves suddenly stranded. Rose woke to the sound of screaming echoing through the stone corridors. She was on her feet instantly, her whip in hand, when Draven burst through her door. Father's shut down all the portals, he said quickly, blood spattering his expensive clothes. He's convinced someone's been tampering with the keys, stealing portal magic. The guards are already executing anyone they suspect of involvement. Rose moved to her window, watching the scene unfold below. The great portal chambers that usually hummed with activity were dark, their magical doorways sealed. Traders and merchants clustered in frightened groups as guards systematically worked their way through the complex. How many innocent people will die because of your father's paranoia? She asked quietly. This isn't about paranoia. Draven's voice was tight with barely controlled panic. He found the forbidden books in my study. This is about power and punishment. Your books triggered this? Rose turned from the window, her eyes narrowing. Or did he find something else? Draven ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. The books were just the beginning. He found my notes, my research about breaking his control over the portals. He knows someone's been helping me. His eyes met hers. If he connects you to this... Below, another scream cut through the air. Rose watched as guards dragged a merchant from his stall, the man's protests lost in the growing chaos. How many keys does your father control? She asked, moving to retrieve her armor. All of them. That's the point. He controls every portal, every trade route. Draven watched as she began strapping on her armor. What are you doing? We need to run. Running won't stop this. Rose secured her whip at her side. Your father's paranoia will destroy Eldermire's trade, strand hundreds in the wrong realms, maybe start wars between worlds. Someone needs to stop him. You can't be serious. This is suicide. Rose checked the last buckle on her armor. Maybe, but I'm done letting men like your father decide who lives and dies. If you want to be a martyr, fine, Draven moved toward the door, but I'm not dying for this. No, Rose's voice stopped him. You started this with your schemes and forbidden books. You don't get to run while others pay for your ambitions. His face twisted with something between fear and anger. You don't understand what he's capable of. I understand perfectly. Rose stepped closer, her armored footsteps echoing in the chamber. Your father rules through fear. He makes examples of people, breaks them so others won't dare challenge him. Her eyes hardened, but fire doesn't fear anything. Below, the chaos was spreading. The shouts of guards mingled with the cries of merchants and the crash of overturned stalls. The very foundations of Eldermire seemed to tremble with the growing panic. The portal chamber, Rose said, checking her weapons one final time. That's where he'll be? Draven nodded slowly. The main chamber. He'll be trying to determine which portals were compromised. Then that's where we're going. She moved to the door, then paused. Are you coming, or are you going to run like a coward? Rose paused before opening the door. I need to get something first. We don't have time for... Draven started, but she was already moving. The servants' passage, she said, pulling aside a wall hanging to reveal a narrow doorway. Come or don't, but I'm not leaving without it. The hidden corridors were dark and tight, forcing them to move single file. Rose counted the turns, silently measuring their descent. The crystal's hiding place wasn't far, but every second they spent in these passages was another second the chaos above grew worse. She found the loose stone exactly where she'd left it, the crystal's warmth greeting her touch as she retrieved it. Its pulse seemed stronger now, as if it too sensed the coming confrontation. What is that? Draven's voice was barely a whisper behind her. Rose tucked the crystal securely against her armor. Insurance, she said simply. Now, let's go have a word with your father about portal control. The trip through the servants' passages was tense, the distant sounds of chaos muffled by stone walls. The crystal pulsed against Rose's armor, in time with her heartbeat, its warmth spreading through her like liquid courage. There's a service entrance to the main chamber, Draven whispered as they neared their destination. The guards won't be watching it. How many men will your father have with him? His personal guard, at least 6, maybe more if he's feeling particularly paranoid. Draven's voice shook slightly. Rose, even with your fire magic. It's not just fire magic anymore. She touched the crystal through her armor. Your father wanted to see real power? He's about to. They emerged into a narrow corridor just off the main chamber. Rose could hear voices ahead, the portal master's commanding tone rising above others as he issued orders. The crystal's warmth intensified, as if responding to the proximity of other portal magic. Last chance to run, she told Draven, without looking at him. The main chamber was a maelstrom of portal energy. The portal master stood at its center, surrounded by his guards, his hands weaving complex patterns as he manipulated the magical gates. Each portal frame pulsed with unstable light, their normal smooth surfaces rippling like disturbed water. Rose pressed herself against the wall near the servants' entrance, studying the scene. The crystal burned against her armor, its power responding to the wild portal magic that filled the air. Beside her, Draven's breathing was shallow, his eyes darting between his father and the nearest exit. 6 guards, he whispered, and father's channeling raw portal energy. We should... Your Grace. Rose stepped out of hiding, cutting off Draven's warning. Her voice carried across the chamber, steady and clear. I believe we need to discuss your definition of justice. The portal master turned slowly, his hands still crackling with energy. His eyes narrowed as he took in her armor, the whip at her side. Ah, the fire mage, come to make your position even worse? Behind her, still hidden in the shadows, Draven began moving silently along the wall. Worse? Rose let a small flame dance across her fingers. You're executing innocent people based on paranoid suspicions. I'd say we're well past worse. The Portal Master's laugh held no humour. Innocent. Someone has been tampering with portal magic, stealing secrets that could tear realms apart. The guilty will be punished. And how many will you kill before you find them? Rose moved further into the chamber, noting how the guards shifted their positions. The crystal pulsed against her side, its rhythm matching the unstable portals surrounding them. As many as necessary, his eyes narrowed. Though perhaps we should start with those closest to the source, my son's new apprentice, appearing so mysteriously through unauthorized channels. Behind him, Rose caught a glimpse of Draven. He had reached one of the portal frames, his hands moving in patterns she hadn't seen before. His father, focused on Rose, didn't notice. Maybe, she said carefully, buying time, you should look closer to home for your traitors. Closer to home? The Portal Master's smile turned cruel. You think I don't know my own son's ambitions? His pathetic attempts at rebellion? Portal energy crackled around his hands as he gestured to the chaos below. This display of power isn't just about finding traitors. It's about teaching my son a final lesson about control. Rose caught movement in her peripheral vision. Draven's hands were glowing now, tracing complex patterns into the portal frame. Whatever he was planning, she needed to keep his father distracted. And what lesson is that? She asked, letting her own power build slowly, fire crawling up her arms. That true power isn't about knowledge or skill. The Portal Master's voice dropped dangerously. It's about being willing to destroy everything, to maintain control. The guards moved closer, weapons ready. Behind them, Draven's magic began to pulse visibly, though his father remained oblivious. The crystal at Rose's side grew almost painfully hot. No, Rose said quietly. True power is about being willing to burn it all down to be free. The first guard moved before anyone spoke another word. Rose's whip cracked through the air, wreathed in flames that burned brighter than normal, the crystal's power bleeding into her own. The guard went down screaming as fire consumed his armor. The Portal Master's hands shot up, portal energy surging toward her like a tidal wave. Rose rolled left, coming up with flames spiraling around her. The crystal pulsed, and suddenly her fire burned blue-white, hot enough to melt stone. Impressive, the Portal Master snarled, weaving more power between his fingers. But let me show you what real magic looks like. The air itself seemed to tear as he gestured, micro-portals opening around Rose like hungry mouths. She barely managed to dodge as they snapped shut, each capable of severing limbs. Behind his father, Draven's magic had begun to interact with the portal frame. The usually smooth surface was rippling violently, colours swirling in patterns that hurt to look at. "Father!" he called suddenly, his voice ringing with triumph. "Let me show you what I've learned about real power." The Portal Master spun toward his son's voice, his eyes widening as he saw what Draven had done. The portal frame was pulsing with sickly light, its surface crawling with runes that should never have been combined. "You fool!" the Portal Master shouted. "Those sigils are incompatible. You'll tear reality." Draven's laugh cut him off. "That's exactly the point, Father. Let's see how well you control things when there are no barriers left between realms." The chamber began to vibrate as portal energy surged out of control. Rose could feel the crystal responding, its power building to a fever pitch against her skin. The guards scattered as cracks began appearing in the very air around them. "You have no idea what you're doing," the Portal Master snarled, trying to counter his son's magic with his own. "This will destroy everything." "No, Father." Draven's voice was almost gleeful as he poured more power into the destabilizing portal. "This will free everything." Then the spell backfired. The portal magic rebounded on Draven with catastrophic force. His triumphant expression turned to horror as the power he'd tried to control surged back through him. Rose watched as reality itself seemed to warp around him, the energies he'd unleashed eating into his flesh like acid. His scream was unlike anything Rose had ever heard, the sound of a man being unmade. The portal master moved with desperate speed, trying to contain the cascade of failing magic, but it was too late. The original portal frame shattered, sending shards of reality tearing through the chamber. Each fragment opened its own unstable gateway, turning the air into a maze of crackling portals. "What have you done?" the portal master roared at his son's crumpled form. "You've doomed us all!" The crystal at Rose's side was burning now, responding to the chaos. She could feel it pulling at her, trying to connect with the wild portal energy filling the chamber. The very foundations of Eldamire groaned as reality buckled under the strain. Draven lay writhing on the floor, half his face torn away by the backfired spell, the other half twisted in a rictus of pain and madness. The chamber was coming apart. Portal energy tore through stone and flesh with equal indifference, while the crystal's power surged through Rose's body like liquid fire. She stumbled as the floor beneath her cracked, reality splintering in every direction. Through the chaos, she saw the portal master making one last desperate attempt to contain the damage. But his son's madness had unleashed something beyond even his control. Draven's ruined form still twitched on the ground, his remaining eye fixed on Rose with a hatred that promised future vengeance. The crystal pulsed once violently, and Rose felt herself being pulled toward one of the fractured portals. She tried to fight it, but the combination of wild portal magic and the crystal's power was too strong. Her last glimpse of Eldamire was of its mighty walls beginning to collapse, the portal master's face twisted in fury as his realm crumbled around him. Then she was falling through darkness, the crystal burning against her like a star, her consciousness fading as reality itself seemed to tear apart around her. The last thing she felt was blood trickling down her side from where portal shards had cut deep. Rose fell through a void that had no end and no beginning. The crystal's heat was the only constant, as realities blurred past her like streaks of paint in the darkness. Blood floated around her in crimson droplets, suspended in the nothingness between worlds. Fragments of Eldamire's destruction followed her through the void, echoes of screams, the sound of reality tearing, Draven's mangled face twisted in hatred. The portal energy had cut deep, not just into her flesh but into her very being. She could feel herself coming undone, much as Eldamire had crumbled into ruin. The crystal pulsed weakly against her now, its power dimming as consciousness began to slip away. She had escaped another prison. But at what cost? And where was she falling to? As darkness claimed her, Rose's last coherent thought was of how much she still had to learn about power, about betrayal, about survival. If she lived through this fall between worlds, she would never be so unprepared again. The void swallowed her whole, and Rose Emberheart disappeared into the space between realities, leaving behind a ruined Eldamire and a disfigured enemy who would never forget her name. Silas was making his usual rounds through the lower districts when he felt it, a surge of power that made his horns tingle. The sensation led him to a narrow alley where reality itself seemed to ripple before depositing a crumpled form onto the cobblestones. He approached cautiously, his large frame moving with surprising grace for a minotaur. The figure was small, a woman by the look of her, wearing scorched leather armor, human or so she appeared, though the residual energy surrounding her suggested otherwise. Blood pooled beneath her from multiple wounds that looked like they'd been made by shards of glass. Something pulsed beside her, a crystal that radiated power unlike anything he'd felt before. But it was her face that caught his attention, delicate features twisted in pain, yet holding a strength that called to something deep within him. Silas knew he should alert the authorities. Mysterious arrivals were always suspicious, especially ones carrying powerful artifacts. But something made him hesitate. Perhaps it was the way she seemed to be running from something. Or perhaps it was simply that he couldn't bear the thought of leaving her helpless in this alley. Consciousness returned slowly. Rose's first awareness was of softness beneath her. A real bed, not the cold cobblestones she vaguely remembered falling onto. Her body ached, but the sharp pain of her wounds had been dulled to a manageable throb. She opened her eyes carefully, taking in her surroundings without moving. The room was simple but clean, sunlight filtering through gauzy curtains. She was wearing a soft tunic that wasn't her own, but as she shifted slightly, she felt the crystal's familiar warmth under her pillow. Her armor and other belongings had been cleaned and folded neatly on a nearby chair, the leather restored and bloodstains removed. Someone had tended to her with surprising care and consideration. Heavy footsteps approached the door, too heavy for a human. Rose tensed, but her body protested any sudden movement. The door opened, revealing a young minotaur carrying a tray. His massive frame filled the doorway, but his movements were carefully gentle as he noticed she was awake. "You're awake." His voice was deep but soft, as if trying not to startle her. "The healer said you might be soon." He set the tray down on a small table, maintaining a respectful distance from the bed. Rose pushed herself up slightly, wincing at the pull of bandaged wounds. "How long?" "3 days," he gestured to a cup on the tray. "There's tea if you'd like. Something light to eat as well." She studied him carefully. Young for a minotaur, but still imposing. Yet, there was something in his bearing that spoke of gentleness rather than threat. "You found me?" He nodded. "In an alley? You were—" He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "You seemed to fall out of nowhere. I brought you here, had a healer tend to your wounds." His eyes met hers directly, honest and clear. "Your belongings are all there, untouched, including what was hidden beneath your armor." Rose's hand instinctively moved toward the pillow where she could feel the crystal's presence. "Why help me?" The Minotaur's expression softened slightly. "Because you needed it." He moved toward the door. "I'm Silas. Rest. Eat if you can. We can talk more when you're stronger." Days turned to weeks as Rose regained her strength. Silas proved to be as consistent as he was kind, checking on her daily with food, fresh bandages, and a quiet presence that demanded nothing in return. At first, she watched him warily, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But his care remained steady, his massive hands surprisingly gentle when helping change her bandages. He never pressed for information about where she'd come from or what had happened to her, though she sometimes caught him looking at her with quiet curiosity. By the 3rd week, she could walk the length of the room without pain. Silas had brought her books when he noticed her restlessness and fresh clothes that fit her perfectly. The crystal remained safely under her pillow, though she sometimes caught him glancing at it when he thought she wasn't looking. "Your wounds are healing well," he said one evening as he brought her dinner. "The healer says the portal energy burns should fade completely." Rose looked up from her book. "You know about portal magic?" Silas's expression remained carefully neutral. "I know enough to recognize its effects." He set down the tray. "Just as I know enough not to ask questions when someone appears out of thin air wearing combat armor." "Is it true what they say about humans?" Silas asked one evening, the question seemingly slipping out before he could stop it. He immediately looked embarrassed, his large hands fidgeting with the empty dinner tray. Rose paused in combing her hair, catching his reflection in the small mirror he'd provided. "And what do they say about humans?" "I've only read about them in books," he admitted, his curiosity overtaking his usual restraint. "They're supposed to be fragile, short-lived, but you—" He gestured vaguely at her healing wounds. "You're stronger than any human should be." Rose set down the comb, turning to face him. "What makes you think I'm human?" "You look human," he said carefully. "But then again, you appeared out of nowhere with portal burns and a crystal that pulses with power. So perhaps you're something else entirely." His honesty was refreshing after the layers of deception she'd left behind in Eldermire. Perhaps I am. You're in Concordia, Silas explained, settling into a chair that creaked under his weight. A realm where all races can coexist in peace. Rose absorbed this information, her mind already mapping out implications. Concordia, she tested the name. I've heard whispers of it, a place where old feuds are set aside. More than that, Silas said, a hint of pride in his deep voice. It's neutral ground. No fighting, no power plays, no revenge schemes. The rules are simple but absolute. And you enforce these rules? Silas nodded. It's why I was patrolling when I found you. Though his eyes held a gentle humour. People appearing out of thin air isn't covered in our usual regulations. How does it work? Rose asked, genuinely curious. After Eldermire's rigid control and political games, the idea of true neutrality seemed almost impossible. Each district has its purpose, Silas explained. Markets where all races can trade, gathering places for diplomatic meetings, residential areas where different species live side by side. His expression grew serious. The peace is maintained by more than just enforcers. It's maintained by mutual benefit. Everyone who comes to Concordia has something to gain from its stability. And what happens to those who break the peace? They're escorted out, Silas said simply. No violence, no revenge, just removal. The right to stay in Concordia is valuable enough that few risk losing it. Rose thought of the crystal beneath her pillow, of the chaos she'd left behind in Eldermire. And if someone arrived with complicated circumstances? Silas met her gaze steadily. Concordia doesn't ask about the past. What matters is how you behave while you're here. And you? Rose asked carefully. A young minotaur working as an enforcer, that seems unusual. Silas's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. About as unusual as a human appearing out of nowhere with portal burns and magical artifacts. Rose couldn't help but return the slight smile. His directness was refreshing after Eldermire's layers of deception. Fair point. My kind are known for strength, he continued, adjusting his position in the chair. But strength isn't just about physical power. Sometimes it's about knowing when not to use it. He gestured to the peaceful street outside her window. Concordia taught me that? Rose watched him thoughtfully. There was wisdom in his words that reminded her of how poorly strength had been wielded in Eldermire. The Portal Master's iron control, Draven's desperate grab for power, both had led to destruction. How does someone, she paused, choosing her words carefully, become part of Concordia? It depends, Silas said thoughtfully. Some are born here. Some come seeking sanctuary or trade opportunities. Others, his eyes met hers carefully, find their way here by accident, only to discover it's where they needed to be. And they're all just accepted? As long as they follow the rules, he shifted, leaning forward slightly. There are procedures, of course. Registration with the district authority, choosing a residence, finding a trade or occupation. His expression softened. But first, people need to heal, find their footing. Rose heard the gentle offer in his words. And if someone needed time to find their footing, then they might find that their current accommodation could be arranged more permanently. Silas stood, his massive frame blocking the evening light from the window. No one would rush them to make decisions while they're still recovering. The kindness in his voice made her throat tight. After Kaelion's manipulation and Draven's betrayal, such straightforward compassion felt almost foreign. Once she could walk comfortably, Rose began accompanying Silas on his rounds. The markets of Concordia were unlike anything she'd seen. Even Eldermire's portal-linked trading halls couldn't compare to the diversity here. She found herself drawn to the negotiation tables, where beings from different realms bargained and bartered. A vampire lord trading centuries-old wines for a fairy's enchanted seeds. A dwarf merchant haggling with a sphinx over the price of ancient riddles. You enjoy watching them, Silas observed one afternoon as they passed a particularly heated negotiation between a dragon in human form and a group of sea merchants. It's fascinating, Rose admitted, noting how each party tried to hide their true interest. Everyone playing their little games, even here where power plays are forbidden. Trading isn't about power, Silas corrected gently. It's about value. Finding what each party truly needs. Rose thought about that, watching the subtle tells of the traders, the flicker of eyes, the shift of posture, the carefully chosen words. Here was a different kind of power, one that didn't need fire or force. As days passed, Rose found herself creating a mental map of Concordia's true currency. Information. Every trade carried whispers of other realms. Every merchant brought stories along with their goods. She learned to sit quietly in the corner of trading halls, watching, listening, cataloguing every detail. The Dragon Lord's daughter eloped with a phoenix, she told Silas one evening as they walked home. That's why he was so desperate for those flame-proof scrolls. Silas glanced down at her, his expression curious. And how did you learn that? People talk when they think no one's listening, Rose smiled slightly. Especially when they're trying to get the better end of a deal. You're becoming quite the observer, Silas noted, though something in his tone suggested concern. Knowledge isn't power here, she assured him, understanding his worry. It's just interesting, like watching a complex dance. But they both knew she was learning more than just gossip. Every overheard conversation, every observed negotiation was teaching her something about how information could flow without violence, how influence could be wielded without force. Over 2 months had passed since Rose first arrived in Concordia. She'd made the Enforcers District her home, learned its rhythms, and most importantly, learned to listen to its whispers. The first hint of trouble came from a merchant's offhand comment, something about weapons being stockpiled in the outer territories. Then a fairy trader's nervous glances, a dwarven smith's rushed orders for armor. Small details that others missed, but that Rose had learned to notice. She was sitting in her usual corner of the trading hall when she heard it. A hushed conversation between 2 shadow merchants who thought they were alone. They think Concordia will be easy prey, one whispered. No real defenses, everyone's soft from years of peace. When? The other asked. Soon. The dark moon approaches. Rose felt her blood run cold. Concordia had given her sanctuary when she needed it most. Now someone thought to take advantage of its peaceful nature. She needed to tell Silas. You need to learn to really watch, Rose told Silas as they sat in the trading hall the next day. Not just for trouble, for the things people try to hide. The young Minotaur shifted uncomfortably in his seat, which was barely big enough for his frame. I observe plenty. You watch for violence, for obvious threats. Rose gestured subtly to a merchant across the room. But what do you see there? A dwarf trader. Regular visitor. Deals in metalwork. Look closer. His hands. They're stained with unusual ore. His prices for weapons have dropped, but risen for decorative pieces. He's trying to move inventory quickly. Rose's voice stayed low. Now watch how he tenses when the Eastern traders enter. Silas's eyes narrowed as he began to see what she meant. He's nervous. Now you're learning. Rose smiled slightly. Everything tells a story if you know how to read it. The way someone stands, where they look, what they don't say. We don't have much time, Rose said as they moved through the market. The dark moon is in 2 weeks. We need enough evidence to convince your superiors before then. Silas nodded, his new awareness making him notice things he'd previously overlooked. A weapons merchant packing away his best stock. Whispered conversations that stopped when enforcers passed. The subtle tension in the air. There, Rose gestured discreetly to a group near the eastern gate. Watch their pattern. They come at the same time every day, but they're not buying anything. They're counting guard rotations. Silas's jaw tightened. Scouts. And they're not the only ones. Rose led him to a quiet corner. We need to track their movements, note their contacts, build a picture they can't ignore. The other enforcers won't like being watched, Silas warned. Then we'll have to be better at watching than they are at noticing. Rose's expression was grim. Concordia gave me sanctuary. I won't let them destroy it. Over the next few days, Rose taught Silas to see Concordia through new eyes. They created a map of suspicious activities, not just the obvious military preparations, but the subtle signs of approaching conflict. The money changers, Rose pointed out one morning. They're converting everything to portable wealth. And look at the storage merchants. Their prices for secure vaults have tripled. Silas was learning quickly. The herb traders are selling out of healing supplies, he added. And the smiths are working through the night, Rose finished. Listen. The distant sound of hammers rang through the pre-dawn air. Their rhythm spoke of weapons, not decorative pieces. We have proof now, Silas said quietly. But will it be enough? Proof isn't just about facts, Rose replied, thinking of lessons learned in Eldermire. It's about presenting them in a way that cannot be ignored. She pulled out the detailed notes they'd gathered. Your superiors won't just need to see the threat, they'll need to understand why they missed it. They need to hear it from you, Rose said, organising their evidence on Silas's table. You're an enforcer. I'm just a mysterious stranger. But you figured it all out, Silas protested. And that's exactly why I can't be the one to present it. Rose began arranging the information in a specific order. Watch. This is how you build a case they can't dismiss. She guided him through the evidence, teaching him how to layer the information. Start with what they already knew, add the patterns they'd missed, build to the inevitable conclusion. Don't tell them what to think, she instructed. Lead them to see it themselves. When people discover something, they're more likely to believe it than if they're told. Silas practiced the presentation, his natural honesty lending weight to each point. Rose watched, adjusting his approach, showing him how to handle potential objections before they arose. Again, Rose commanded, seated in Silas's chair. And this time, convince me why I should believe a junior enforcer who's making wild claims about an imminent attack. Silas straightened his massive frame, fighting exhaustion after hours of practice. Honoured counsel, I bring evidence of… Why are you wasting our time? Rose interrupted sharply, channeling the dismissive tone she'd heard from the portal master. Concordia has stood peaceful for generations. Our enforcers are capable. What makes you think you've seen something they haven't? Silas faltered for a moment, then found his footing. With respect, it's because we are at peace that these signs have been overlooked. We've forgotten how to recognize the preparations for war. Show me, Rose challenged, her voice cold. And remember, young enforcer, making false accusations has consequences. She watched him gather himself, saw him apply the lessons she'd taught him about presentation and persuasion, each piece of evidence laid out carefully, building a picture that couldn't be ignored. When he stumbled, she pressed harder. The council wouldn't go easy on him, neither would she. And what of your sources? Rose demanded, leaning forward aggressively. Anonymous whispers and market gossip. You expect us to mobilize Concordia's defenses based on rumours? Silas took a breath, steadying himself. Not rumours, but patterns. The weapons merchants' inventories show a 40% increase in sales to unknown buyers. The healers' stockpiles of battle remedies are being depleted, the money changers. Circumstantial, Rose cut in. All of it. Each piece alone might be circumstantial, Silas countered, growing more confident. But together they paint a clear picture. The dark moon approaches, and with it… Ah, yes, the dark moon. Rose's voice dripped with skepticism. And how convenient that this supposed attack would come just when you've discovered it. Perhaps you're seeking advancement, young enforcer. A promotion through manufactured crisis? Silas's face flushed with anger, but he controlled it, just as she'd taught him. I serve Concordia, not my ambitions. Every detail I've presented can be verified. I invite the council to investigate themselves, but quickly. We have less than 2 weeks. Rose sat back, allowing herself a small smile. He was learning. Rose paced in Silas's quarters, the hours dragging by as she waited. She'd done all she could to prepare him, but now everything depended on how he handled himself before the council. The sun was setting when she finally heard his heavy footsteps in the corridor. She knew before he entered, his stride told the story. Steady, measured, neither the quick step of triumph nor the dragging feet of defeat. Silas had to duck slightly to enter his own doorway. His expression was complex, exhaustion mixed with something else. They debated for hours, he said without preamble, sinking into his reinforced chair. Questioned every piece of evidence, every conclusion. Rose waited, letting him tell it in his own time. The vote was split. 2 dismissed it outright, 2 saw the pattern we'd shown them. He looked up at her. The senior councillor. He sat silent through most of it. But in the end, he said something I think was meant for you. Oh? He said sometimes the clearest eyes are those that haven't learned to overlook danger. Silas managed a tired smile. They're mobilizing the enforcers tonight. They'll need to be subtle about it, Rose said, already thinking ahead. If the attackers realize they've lost the element of surprise. The senior councillor said the same thing. Silas leaned forward. They're keeping the regular patrols as they are, but doubling the hidden forces. Extra enforcers disguised as merchants, travellers. Smart, Rose nodded. Maintain the appearance of peace while preparing for war. She paused, studying his expression. There's something else? Silas shifted uncomfortably. The senior councillor, he asked about my source, said anyone who could read the signs so clearly might be valuable to Concordia. Rose tensed slightly. What did you tell him? The truth, that my source values privacy and serves Concordia in their own way. His eyes met hers. He seemed to understand. Rose felt something warm in her chest at his protection of her privacy. After Kaelion's betrayal and Draven's manipulation, such simple loyalty was unexpected. 3 days after the council meeting, with the hidden enforcer units already in place and watching, Silas burst into his quarters where Rose was studying maps of Concordia. His fur was damp with sweat, his usually steady hands shaking slightly. The extra patrols were supposed to catch this, he said, voice low despite being in his own rooms, but I found something in the maintenance tunnels beneath my assigned sector. Something they missed. Rose set aside her maps, noting his unusual agitation. What did you find? They're already inside the walls, he said, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment covered in strange symbols. These were marked on the support pillars. Dozens of them. The enforcer teams are watching the borders, but they're looking in the wrong place. Rose took the parchment, studying the markings. Her blood ran cold as she recognized them. Magical demolition runes. They're not just planning an attack from outside, she said quietly. They're planning to collapse Concordia from within. The reinforced patrols, the extra security, none of it matters if they bring down the eastern quarter from underneath. I need to report this immediately, Silas said, gathering the evidence. The senior councillor needs to know we're looking in the wrong direction. Wait, Rose caught his arm. Think this through. Present it like we practiced. They're already on edge from mobilizing forces, telling them they missed something this big. Silas nodded, understanding. They'll be defensive, might dismiss it as panic. Exactly. Show them the pattern again. The runes, their placement, why it makes sense as a strategy. Rose helped him organize the information. Let them see the logical progression. Like before, lead them to the conclusion rather than forcing it on them. You're learning, Rose smiled slightly, though her concern showed in her eyes. Go, but be careful how you present this. We can't afford for them to dismiss it. Silas straightened his uniform, clutching the evidence. What if they don't believe me? Then we'll find another way, Rose said firmly. But they will. You've earned their trust. Now use it. How was the council? Rose asked when Silas returned hours later. His expression was unreadable as he ducked through the doorway. They didn't want to believe it at first, he said, sinking into his chair. The idea that enemies had already infiltrated Concordia, it challenged everything they thought they'd prepared for. But the senior councillor remembered the patterns we showed them before, how we'd predicted the attack. Silas managed a grim smile. He said twice being right wasn't coincidence. Rose waited, letting him continue. They're reorganizing the enforcer units now. Half will maintain the outer watch to keep our enemies thinking we're blind to their real plan. The other half, he met her eyes. We're going underground. Quietly. They don't want to tip our hand. When? Tonight. We start searching the tunnels sector by sector. He hesitated. The senior councillor also asked again about my advisor. Said someone who could spot these patterns would be invaluable in the search. Rose moved to the window, watching the evening shadows creep across Concordia. The thought of going underground, into tight spaces where enemies could be waiting, it made her skin crawl. But the alternative was watching Concordia fall, just as Eldermire had. Your council can't know about me, she said finally. Not yet, but... She turned back to Silas. I can guide you through the tunnels. Tell you what to look for, where they're likely to place the strongest runes. Silas studied her carefully. You've seen something like this before. Yes. Her voice was flat, brooking no further questions about her past. The point is, I can help, but only through you. Like before, he nodded, understanding. You'll be my eyes, my advisor in the shadows. Exactly. Rose pulled out the maps she'd been studying. Now, let's talk about where they're most likely to plant their strongest demolition points. Underground networks have weak spots, places where the right explosion would cause maximum damage. Rose spread the maps across Silas's table, her finger tracing the underground passages. Look here, these are the main support structures. They'll place their most powerful runes at these junctions. Silas leaned in, his massive frame casting shadows over the parchment. How can you be so sure? Because it's what I would do, Rose said quietly. Maximum damage with minimum effort. These points here, here, and here, they're load-bearing. Bring them down and the entire eastern quarter collapses. But searching every tunnel will take time we might not have. Then we prioritize. Rose marked specific locations. Start with these. They'll want their strongest mages placing the most critical runes, if we catch them there. We might be able to trace back to their leaders, Silas finished. And remember, Rose added, her voice serious, they won't expect anyone to be looking underground yet. Use that advantage. Watch for fresh marks on the walls. Listen for echoes that don't belong. Silas led his team into the tunnels that night. Rose's guidance fresh in his mind. The underground passages were tight for his minotaur frame, but he moved with practiced silence, listening for any sounds that didn't belong in these forgotten spaces. The first sign came exactly where Rose had predicted, fresh scratch marks on a support beam, the faint residue of magical energy still clinging to newly carved runes. He signaled his team to hold position, then heard it. Whispered voices ahead, the subtle scrape of tools against stone. They found the first group of saboteurs at a major junction, 3 mages working by magical light to carve demolition runes into a massive support pillar. The enforcers moved in silently, but at the last moment one of the mages looked up. The tunnel erupted into chaos. Spells crackled through the confined space, the saboteurs fighting with desperate intensity. In the tight quarters, Silas's size became an advantage, the tunnel too narrow for enemies to flank him. The first mage went down quickly, caught off guard by the enforcer's sudden appearance, but the other 2 were ready, their spells filling the tunnel with crackling energy. The confined space made the magic more dangerous. There was nowhere to dodge. Silas pushed forward, using his bulk to shield his team as arcane bolts ricocheted off the stone walls. The air grew thick with ozone and dust. Behind the mages, he caught glimpse of more figures retreating deeper into the tunnels. "They're running!" he shouted, ducking under a blast that left scorch marks on his horns. "Don't let them warn the others." His team pressed forward, but the mages were buying time for their companions. One threw down a pouch that burst into choking smoke, while the other's spell made the tunnel floor slick with magical ice. Silas kept his footing through sheer mass, but he could hear the retreating footsteps echoing ahead, carrying warning to other saboteur teams. They'd caught these ones, but how many more were in the tunnels, ready to trigger their runes at the first sign of discovery? The fleeing saboteurs raced through the tunnel, their magical lights bobbing in the darkness ahead. They rounded a corner expecting to find their escape route, only to pull up short. A wall of blue-white flames blocked their path, the heat intense in the confined space. By the time Silas and his team crashed into the trapped group from behind, there was no sign of who had cast the flames. The battle was quick and decisive in the narrow space. Later, after the prisoners were secured and his team was logging evidence, Silas traced his fingers along the unmarked stone wall. She'd been there, helping from the shadows just as promised, but no one would ever know except him. The tunnels beneath Concordia became a battleground over the next few nights. Silas and his team worked systematically through the passages, finding and neutralizing saboteur groups. Each time they cornered their targets, mysterious walls of flame would appear at crucial moments, blocking escape routes. The enforcers encountered increasingly desperate resistance. The saboteurs, realizing their plan was compromised, began triggering what runes they'd already placed. Sections of tunnel collapsed, forcing Silas's team to race against time as well as their enemies. "They're getting reckless," Silas reported to Rose in the privacy of his quarters. "If they can't bring down the entire quarter, they'll try to do as much damage as possible before they're caught," Rose finished. "The next phase will be the most dangerous. Cornered enemies are the most lethal." Rose entered Silas's quarters after midnight, her movements quick and purposeful. "The wine merchant in the Eastern Market," she said without preamble. "The one who arrived 3 months ago." Silas looked up from his reports. "How sure are you?" "He's receiving coded messages through his supply shipments. His cellar connects directly to the tunnel network." Rose laid out her observations. "And he's been meeting with known members of the saboteur groups." "That's why they knew the tunnel layout so well," Silas muttered. "They had access from inside his shop." "You'll need to move carefully. He has diplomatic status as a merchant." "But if we catch him with evidence, the council can't ignore it." Rose's eyes were hard. "But he'll be heavily guarded. His wine tasters are trained killers." "I have an idea," Silas said, his mind working through possibilities. "The merchant hosts private tastings for wealthy clients. If we could get someone inside—" "Too risky. He'd recognize any enforcer in Concordia." "But he wouldn't know you." Rose stilled. "No. You could pose as a potential buyer, get inside, find the evidence we need." "I don't do public roles, Silas. I work from the shadows. Please," his eyes met hers. "This might be our only chance to end this before people die. You know wine. You've pointed out every flaw in what they serve at the tavern." Rose paced the room, weighing options. Going into the open went against every instinct she'd developed since Eldermire. But Silas was right. They needed evidence that would stand up to council scrutiny. "If I do this," she said finally, "we do it my way." The wine merchant's private tasting room was an exercise in calculated opulence. Rose sipped from a crystal glass, letting the complex flavors play across her tongue. Despite herself, she found her attention drawn to the subtle notes, the careful aging. "You have excellent taste," the merchant observed, watching her with keen eyes. "This particular vintage is quite rare." "The aging process is remarkable," Rose replied, remembering her role as a wealthy buyer. Though I detect something unusual in the finish. The merchant's smile tightened slightly. Our cellars have certain unique properties that affect the aging process. I'd love to see them, Rose said, meeting his gaze. I find the science of wine cellaring fascinating. The wine merchant's private tasting room was an exercise in calculated opulence. Rose took another sip, letting her appreciation show in more ways than one. She'd noticed how his eyes followed her movements, how he leaned forward slightly when she spoke. You have excellent taste, he said, pouring another vintage. His fingers brushed hers as he handed her the glass. I appreciate quality, Rose replied, looking up at him through lowered lashes. The line between charm and seduction was delicate. She let him imagine he was crossing it. Though I find myself more intrigued by the craftsman than the craft. His smile widened. Perhaps we could discuss the finer points of winemaking somewhere more private. My cellars hold my rarest vintages. How could I refuse such an intimate invitation? Below them, hidden in the tunnel network, Silas and his team waited. The cellar stairs creaked beneath their feet as Rose followed the merchant down. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of wine and secrets. Rows of bottles lined the walls, their labels bearing names from a dozen realms. My private collection, he said, leading her deeper into the cellar. Few get to see this. I'm honoured. Rose traced her fingers along a bottle, noting the runes carved subtly into the rack behind it. Though I suspect wine isn't your only business here. His demeanour shifted instantly. Clever girl. Too clever. The sound of weapons being drawn echoed from the shadows. Oh, I don't think so. Rose smiled as Silas and his team emerged from hidden tunnel entrances, blocking all escape routes. You really should be more careful about who you invite into your cellar. The merchant's face contorted with rage. You've ruined everything. No, Rose said quietly, stepping back as the enforcers moved in. You did that yourself when you targeted Concordia. Wait, the merchant cried as Silas's enforcers secured him. I can tell you everything. Who's backing us? Where the money comes from? All of it. Amazing how quickly loyalty crumbles, Rose murmured, picking up an expensive bottle of wine and examining it. The Eastern Kingdoms, he babbled. They want Concordia destabilized. There are more plans, bigger ones. I can help you stop them. Silas's large hand gripped the merchant's shoulder. You'll tell it all to the council. I'll keep this one, Rose told Silas, indicating the bottle she held. Consider it payment. Her eyes met the merchant's. After all, good wine should be appreciated by those who understand its true value. In the council chambers, the wine merchant's confessions spilled out like the vintages he'd traded in. Names, dates, plans, everything they needed to root out the remaining conspirators. Rose watched from the shadows as Silas presented the evidence. The council had mobilized additional forces immediately, rounding up the merchant's conspirators throughout Concordia. Later, in Silas's quarters, they shared a glass from the confiscated bottle. Your first undercover operation, Silas noted. You were impressive. Rose swirled the wine thoughtfully. I learned something important tonight. Information, like fine wine, becomes more valuable in the right hands. She took another sip. And sometimes the best way to gather it is to let people think they're in control. Will you consider working more openly with the council now? They're asking about you again. No, Rose said firmly. I prefer to remain in the shadows, though. She smiled slightly. I might need to learn more about wine. For future operations, of course. The young elf's hands trembled as he held the crystal pendant, its ancient facets catching the trading hall's light. Rose watched from her usual corner as 3 merchant princes circled their prey. Such a crude piece, the first merchant said, his silk robes rustling. Hardly worth your asking price. But it's been in my family for generations, the elf protested weakly. My mother said, your mother clearly didn't understand its true value, the second merchant cut in. "We're being generous offering anything at all." Rose recognized the pendant's style. Similar pieces had been traded in Eldermire for small fortunes. These merchants were trying to rob the boy blind. She also knew something else about these particular merchants, something she'd overheard last week about their less-than-legal shipping practices. "Perhaps," she said, stepping from the shadows, "we should discuss the true value of things, like the contents of your last 3 shipments through the Eastern Gate." The merchant princes turned, their confident smirks faltering as they recognized her. Not by name, Rose had ensured few knew that, but by reputation. The shadow observer who seemed to know everyone's secrets. "This is a private transaction," the lead merchant said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Is it?" Rose moved closer, her voice carrying just far enough for nearby traders to pause and listen. "Like your private arrangement with the Smugglers' Guild, the one that bypasses Concordia's tariffs." The young elf watched wide-eyed as the merchants' faces paled. "The pendant," Rose continued, "is worth at least 10 times your generous offer. If you disagree, perhaps we should consult the Council's trade regulators about fair market values, among other things." "This is harassment," the second merchant hissed, but they were already backing away. Rose turned to the young elf. "I believe there are some reputable jewelers in the Western Quarter who would give you a fair price." From across the trading hall, Master Chen watched the exchange with growing interest. He'd spent 40 years studying the art of negotiation, and what he'd just witnessed was elegant. The girl had dismantled 3 experienced merchants without raising her voice or making a single direct threat. The young elf clutched his pendant, looking up at Rose. "Thank you. I didn't know what to do." "Knowledge is valuable," Rose said quietly. "Remember that." As the elf hurried away, Master Chen approached, his silk robes whispering against the marble floor. "An impressive display of leverage," he said, his accent marking him as from the far eastern realms. "You understand the true currency of Concordia." Rose turned, studying the old merchant. She'd watched him negotiate deals that seemed impossible, turning situations to his advantage with nothing but carefully chosen words. "Information is worth more than gold," she replied, "if you know how to spend it." "Walk with me," Master Chen said, gesturing toward the quieter alcoves of the trading hall. "Your intervention was instructive. You understand the delicate balance of power and information." Rose fell into step beside him, noting how other merchants bowed subtly as they passed. "I observe." "Ah, but observation without application is merely watching. You," he smiled slightly, "you understand how to use what you see." He paused near a window overlooking the market below. "I could teach you more." "At what price?" Rose asked directly. His smile widened. "Your first lesson, free of charge. Nothing of value is truly free. My knowledge for, shall we say, a favor to be named later." Rose studied him carefully. "And what guarantee do I have that this favor won't exceed the value of your teachings?" "Another lesson, also free. The best guarantees are mutual benefit." He turned to face her fully. "I've watched you watching others. You hunger for knowledge. I hunger for someone worthy to teach." "And what makes you think I'm worthy?" Rose asked, testing his response. "You demonstrated 3 key qualities today," Master Chen replied. "Patience to gather information, wisdom to know its worth, skill to apply it precisely." He gestured to the trading floor below. "These merchants deal in goods. You and I, we deal in something far more valuable. And this favor you'd want in return? Nothing that would compromise your principles." His eyes glinted. "Consider it an investment in both our futures. After all, those who control information control everything else," Rose finished. "Precisely." He produced a small token marked with his house seal. "Tomorrow, before the morning trades begin, we'll start with the art of reading people's true intentions." Rose took the token, feeling its weight. It wasn't just a pass to his trading house. It was a key to knowledge she desperately wanted. But accepting meant owing a debt to someone she barely knew. Then again, that was exactly the kind of calculated risk he might be testing her on. One condition, Rose said, rolling the token between her fingers. The favor you ask cannot involve betraying those under my protection. Master Chen's eyes sparkled with approval. Lesson 3. Also free. Always define your terms before agreeing. He inclined his head slightly. I accept your condition. Those you protect remain protected. Rose tucked the token away. Then we have an arrangement. Indeed. He turned to leave, then paused. One last observation. Those merchant princes you confronted, they'll seek revenge for their humiliation. I'm counting on it, Rose replied quietly. Master Chen's laugh was barely more than a whisper. Yes, I believe you are. He gestured to the token. Tomorrow, then. And Rose? His expression grew serious. Don't be late. Time, like information, once lost, cannot be recovered. Rose arrived at Master Chen's trading house before dawn. The building was elegant, but understated, exactly the kind of place people might overlook while seeking power. A servant led her to a small room overlooking the main trading floor. Master Chen sat at a low table, arranging tiles in an intricate pattern. Sit, he said without looking up. Watch the merchants below as they arrive. Tell me what you see. Rose settled across from him, observing as early traders began filtering in. The spice merchant in blue is worried. He keeps touching his coin purse. The woman in red silk isn't really here to trade. She's watching someone. And the dwarf by the eastern door. No, Master Chen interrupted softly. Don't tell me what they're doing. Tell me what they're hiding. Rose paused, adjusting her perspective. The spice merchant isn't worried about money. He's checking something inside his purse. A message, probably. The woman in red? She's pretending to be obvious about watching someone, but her real target is elsewhere. Master Chen smiled. Now you're beginning to see. Every movement tells a story, Master Chen continued, his eyes still on the trading floor. The way they hold themselves, where their eyes linger, what they pretend not to notice. He gestured to a merchant entering the hall. Watch him. The merchant moved confidently through the crowd, stopping to chat with various traders. His manner was easy, relaxed. He's not here to trade, Rose said after a moment. How do you know? His hands never stray to his money pouch. He's not carrying any samples. And he's talking to competitors who should be avoiding each other. Good. What else? Rose studied the merchant more closely. He's gathering information. Each group he speaks to, they're all connected to the silver trade. Excellent. Master Chen poured 2 cups of tea. Now, why would someone want to know about silver trading patterns? Because they're planning to flood the market, Rose realized. Drive prices down before making a major purchase. Power isn't in knowing secrets, Master Chen said, sipping his tea. It's in understanding which secrets matter and when to use them. Below, the trading floor had filled with merchants and dealers. Rose watched their intricate dance of commerce with new eyes, seeing beyond the surface transactions. The trick, Master Chen continued, is to gather information that creates options. The silver trade manipulation? Let it play out. Watch who benefits, who loses. That knowledge becomes leverage for future negotiations. And those who are hurt by it? Rose asked, thinking of the young elf she'd helped. Another lesson. Sometimes allowing small injuries prevents greater ones. He studied her reaction. But I sense you've learned that lesson already, haven't you? Rose thought of Eldermire, of choices made and prices paid. Yes. Enough for today, Master Chen said, rising. Tomorrow we'll discuss the art of making others reveal their secrets while keeping our own. As Rose left the trading house, she realized she'd learned more than just observation techniques. She'd glimpsed a whole new way of wielding power, subtle, patient, and far more effective than fire. Silas sat in a quiet corner of the enforcer's hall, listening to travelers from the Umbral Realm discuss recent events. His new observation skills, learned from Rose, made him catch details he might have missed before. The Order's fortress, completely destroyed, nothing left but ash and molten stone, one traveller said. They say it was one of their own who did it. A fire mage they tried to control. And Elder Maya, another added, lowering his voice. You heard what happened there? The portal master dead, his son's face half torn away by wild magic, the whole place collapsed into ruin. Silas kept his expression neutral even as his mind raced. The timing matched perfectly. Rose's arrival threw what had seemed like a tear in reality, her burns, her knowledge of portal magic. They say the fire mage was young, beautiful but deadly, left nothing but destruction in her wake. Silas thought of Rose, of how she kept to the shadows, of her deep understanding of both fire and portal magic, of her nightmares that sometimes echoed through the enforcer's quarters. He would keep her secrets. After all, she had chosen to use her power to protect Concordia rather than destroy it. That was all he needed to know. The morning sun hadn't yet touched Concordia's trading halls when Rose arrived for her lesson. Master Chen was at his usual table, but today it held no tiles or tea, only a leather-bound ledger. You've mastered basic observation, he said as she took her seat. Now we discuss something more valuable, acquiring the right clients. And what makes a client right? Rose asked. That depends entirely on your goals. He opened the ledger. Some seek wealth, others power. The wisest seek those who can offer both. But first, he looked up at her with knowing eyes. What do you seek? Rose considered her answer carefully. After Elder Maya, after the Order, what she wanted most was control, the ability to never be powerless again. Master Chen's smile was approving. Then let me teach you how to build a network that ensures exactly that. Watch, Master Chen instructed, gesturing to a wealthy merchant entering the hall below. What do you see? Fine clothes, multiple bodyguards. Carries himself like nobility, Rose observed. And what does he need? Rose studied the merchant more carefully. His guards are too obvious. He's showing his wealth and power because he's insecure about it. He needs legitimacy, acceptance among the older trading houses. Good. Now, how would you acquire him as a client? Offer him information about the established houses? Ways to gain their respect? Master Chen shook his head slightly. You're thinking like a merchant. Think like someone who deals in power. Don't offer him what he wants. Show him what he could lose without your protection. Create the need, Rose said slowly, understanding. Let him see the advantages of having me as an ally before he realizes he needs one. The secret, Master Chen continued, is to make them come to you. Watch their patterns, learn their vulnerabilities, then be conveniently present when those vulnerabilities become pressing. Rose thought of how she'd handled the merchant princes threatening the young elf. Like being in the right place at the right time with the right information. Precisely. But remember, your first client defines your reputation. He pointed to another figure in the trading hall. The woman in green silk. Tell me how you would acquire her as a client. Rose studied the woman's movements, her interactions. She's respected, but not wealthy. Other merchants defer to her, but not out of fear. She trades in information herself. Very good. And she would be a valuable first client because her respect would transfer to me. Others would assume I'm trustworthy if she trusts me. Master Chen smiled. Now you're thinking like someone who deals in power. It's time for practical application, Master Chen said, closing his ledger. The merchant in blue by the eastern pillar. He's been watching the spice traders all morning. Rose studied her target. He's nervous, keeps checking a document in his sleeve. He received news this morning that could ruin 3 major spice houses. Master Chen's eyes gleamed. News he doesn't fully understand how to use. You want me to acquire him as a client? I want you to show me you understand today's lesson. He gestured to the trading floor. Remember, don't offer help. Make him see why he needs it. Rose stood, mentally preparing herself. And if I succeed? Then we'll discuss more advanced lessons. Master Chen's smile was knowing. After all, acquiring clients is one thing. Keeping them, that's quite another. Rose made her way to the trading floor, moving with purposeful grace through the morning crowd. She positioned herself near the merchant in blue, pretending to examine goods at a nearby stall while watching his movements. His hands shook slightly as he read the document again. When one of the spice merchants approached, he quickly tucked it away, his attempt at casual conversation strained. Rose waited until he'd moved away from the crowd before speaking. "It's interesting, isn't it?" she said softly, not looking directly at him. "How the eastern spice routes have changed recently." The merchant stiffened. "I don't know what you mean." "No?" Rose examined a piece of silk, her voice carefully neutral. "Then I suppose you wouldn't be interested in knowing which of the spice houses is actually vulnerable, and which is setting a trap." He turned toward her sharply. "A trap?" "Information is a dangerous commodity," she said, finally meeting his eyes. "Especially when you don't know all the players involved." The merchant glanced around nervously before stepping closer. "What do you know about the spice houses?" "I know many things," Rose replied, keeping her voice low. "Including why Merchant Kane has been meeting secretly with enforcers after dark." She saw the colour drain from his face. "And why that document you're carrying could be worth a fortune, or cost you everything." "How did you—" He stopped himself, looking at her with new eyes. "Who are you?" "Someone who understands the true value of information." Rose turned as if to leave. "Good luck with your decision. I hope you choose the right spice house to approach." "Wait," he called softly, exactly as she'd expected. "Perhaps we could discuss this further." Rose paused, glancing up at where she knew Master Chen was watching. "Perhaps we could, but not here. And not without arrangements." "What kind of arrangements?" the merchant asked, his earlier nervousness replaced by keen interest. "The kind that ensures mutual benefit," Rose said, using Master Chen's phrasing. "Information requires protection, as do those who trade in it." She could see him calculating, weighing risks against potential rewards. The document in his sleeve felt heavier with each moment of silence. "The Silver Swan," he said finally, naming one of Concordia's more exclusive establishments. "This evening?" "No." Rose kept her voice firm. "You'll come to the East Garden at sunset. Alone. Then we'll discuss terms." She turned to leave, then added over her shoulder, "And leave that document somewhere safe. You wouldn't want it falling into the wrong hands before we talk." As she made her way back to Master Chen's observation room, she could feel the merchant's eyes following her. The first thread of her own network was about to be spun. Master Chen was waiting, a pot of fresh tea steaming between two cups. "Tell me," he said as Rose took her seat, "what did you learn?" "That fear and greed are powerful motivators," Rose replied, accepting the offered tea. "But hope might be the strongest." "Explain." "He was afraid of making the wrong choice, greedy for the profit his information could bring." She sipped her tea thoughtfully. But what really caught him was the hope of being more than just another merchant, of being someone who understands the deeper games being played. Master Chen's eyes glittered with approval. "And your choice of meeting place?" "The East Garden is public enough to make him feel safe, but quiet enough for private conversation, and making him come to me establishes the power dynamic," Master Chen finished. "Very good. Though I noticed something else you did, perhaps without realizing." "Oh?" "You made him protect his own information before meeting you. Now he's invested in the outcome. Clever." The East Garden was quiet at sunset, its carefully maintained paths empty except for a few wandering scholars. Rose chose her position carefully, a stone bench that gave her clear views of all approaches while keeping her back protected by a flowering wall. The merchant arrived exactly on time, trying to appear casual as he scanned the garden. Rose let him search for a moment, letting him feel the subtle power dynamic of having to find her. "You came alone," she said quietly as he approached. Not a question. She'd been watching all possible approaches for the past hour. As requested, he settled onto the bench, maintaining a respectful distance. "Though I admit this is unusual." "Information thrives in unusual places," Rose replied. "Now tell me what you think you know about the spice houses." "Shouldn't we discuss terms first?" "We already are." She turned to face him fully. "Every word you speak helps determine your value as a client." The merchant hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. "3 major spice houses are involved in price fixing. I have proof." "Incorrect," Rose said softly. 2 houses are involved in price fixing. The 3rd is working with the Trade Council to expose them. Your proof," she paused deliberately, "would implicate you as an accessory if taken to the wrong people." His face paled. "How did you— No. The same way I know that Merchant Kane isn't meeting with enforcers. He's meeting with council investigators. The same way I know your document came from a source trying to manipulate you into making a very costly mistake." She let that sink in for a moment before continuing. "The question isn't what you know. It's what you're going to do with that knowledge." "What would you suggest?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse. "That depends on our arrangement." Rose kept her voice neutral. "Information can be a weapon or a shield. I'm offering you the chance to learn which is which." "My terms are simple," Rose said, watching the last rays of sunlight fade from the garden. "I provide you with context for your information. What's real? What's manipulation? Who's involved? In return, you become part of my network." "Your network?" "You'll share what you learn, what you hear. Not everything, just what I specify. And in return, you'll have my protection." "Protection?" He shifted uneasily. "From what?" "From making mistakes like the one you almost made today." Rose turned to face him fully. "Think carefully before you answer. This offer comes once. After tonight, your choices become much more limited." She could see him processing the implications, both of accepting and refusing. The garden had grown darker, making her next words seem more weighted. "Consider this. By this time tomorrow, the Spice House scandal will break. The question is whether you'll be safely on the right side of it or scrambling to explain your involvement." "How would this work?" he asked finally. "In practice? You'll receive messages when I need information about specific matters. You'll have ways to contact me when you discover something significant." Rose's voice remained calm, matter of fact. "In return, you'll receive warnings about matters that could affect your interests." "And my current situation?" "By morning, your document will be worthless, evidence of a failed plot rather than proof of corruption. Unless—" She let the word hang in the air. "Unless? Unless you agree to my terms now. Then it becomes something else entirely. Proof that you helped expose a conspiracy. Your reputation would benefit considerably." He exhaled slowly, then nodded. "It seems I don't have much choice." "You always have a choice," Rose corrected. "I'm simply helping you make the profitable one." "If we're to work together," Rose said, producing a small token similar to the one Master Chen had given her, "you'll need to understand the rules." "Rules?" He took the token, examining its subtle markings. "3 simple ones. First, our arrangement remains private. Second, you verify any information before passing it to me. I don't deal in rumours. Third," she paused meaningfully, "you never try to discover more about me than I choose to reveal. And if I break these rules, then our arrangement ends, along with any protection it provides." She stood smoothly. Your first task is to take your document to Council Member Way tomorrow morning. He'll be expecting you. The merchant clutched the token. How will I contact you? Show the token to the tea merchant in the West Market. She'll know how to reach me. Rose started to walk away, then paused. Oh, and Harrison? Choose your next business partners more carefully. Not everyone offers second chances. His surprise at her knowing his name was the last thing she saw as she melted into the garden's deepening shadows. Master Chen was waiting in his private study when Rose returned. A single candle burned between 2 cups of fresh tea. He accepted, Rose said, taking her seat. Of course he did. Master Chen's eyes gleamed in the candlelight. You gave him no other viable choice. Though I noticed something interesting about your approach. Oh. You offered him redemption, not just protection, a chance to transform his mistake into an advantage. He sipped his tea thoughtfully. Most in our profession would have simply used his fear. Fear makes people unpredictable, Rose replied, thinking of Eldermire. Give them a path to profit and power, and they'll walk it willingly. Very good, Master Chen set down his cup. You've acquired your first client. Now comes the harder lesson, managing him without letting him realize he's being managed. Managing clients, Master Chen began, is like tending a garden. Too much attention suffocates them. Too little and they grow wild. He produced a second ledger, older and more worn than the first. Each client needs something different. Harrison, for instance. What does he truly need from you? Rose considered carefully. Validation. He wants to feel like an insider, someone who understands the deeper games. If I give him that illusion? While keeping him just uncertain enough to remain dependent on your guidance, Master Chen finished. Good. But remember, a client who feels too controlled will rebel. So how do I maintain the balance? By making them think they're choosing their own path. He opened the ledger, revealing intricate notes about various traders and nobles. Watch how they move, what they value, then simply ensure their chosen path aligns with your interests. For example, Master Chen drew her attention to the trading floor below, the spice merchant who's been watching Harrison all morning. What do you see? Rose studied the figure carefully. He's trying to appear casual, but he's too interested in Harrison's movements. He knows about the document. And how will you use this? Let Harrison notice the attention, Rose said slowly. It will reinforce that he needs my protection. But also, she paused, thinking it through. Arrange for the spice merchant to receive a subtle warning. Show Harrison my influence extends beyond just him. Master Chen's smile was approving. Now you begin to understand. Information flows in many directions. The art is in controlling those flows without appearing to do so. Like moving pieces on a game board without letting anyone see your hand. Precisely. Though remember, pieces that know they're being moved become resistant. Rose returned to her quarters to find Silas waiting, a bottle of Shadowvine vintage on the table between 2 crystal glasses. Even from the doorway, she recognized it as one of the most expensive wines in Concordia. Celebrating something, she asked, though his proud bearing told her the answer. They promoted me to senior enforcer today. His massive frame seemed to fill the room, but his smile was gentle, because of the tunnel plot we uncovered, though we both know who really deserves the credit. You did the work, Rose said, settling into her chair as he poured the wine. You presented the evidence, led the teams. Because you taught me to see what others missed. He handed her a glass, the crystal looking delicate in his large hands. You taught me to observe, to piece things together. This promotion, it's as much yours as mine. Rose took a sip, letting the complex flavors play across her tongue. You chose well, she said, indicating the wine. This isn't easy to acquire. I'm learning. he replied softly, his eyes holding something deeper than just gratitude. It suits you, you know, Rose said after a comfortable silence. The promotion, the respect you've earned. Funny. Silas swirled his wine thoughtfully. When I first became an enforcer, I thought strength was all that mattered. Now I understand there are different kinds of strength. Rose studied him over the rim of her glass. Like knowing when not to ask certain questions? His eyes met hers, understanding passing between them. Like knowing some secrets are better kept than shared. She felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the wine. Silas had learned more than just observation. He'd learned discretion. The unspoken knowledge of her past hung between them, not as a barrier but as a mark of trust. To new positions, she raised her glass. And old friends? To teachers, he countered softly, and those who remind us there's always more to learn. They shared the wine as night settled over Concordia, their conversation flowing as easily as the vintage. Rose found herself relaxing in a way she rarely did anymore, appreciating the simple comfort of trusted company. Master Chen would approve of your choice, she said, examining the nearly empty bottle. He says wine, like information, reveals its true nature over time. Silas smiled. And what does this wine reveal? That you've learned to appreciate quality. She set down her glass. And that you understand the value of patience. I had a good teacher. His voice carried warmth and something else, that unspoken depth of feeling he never quite expressed. As moonlight filtered through the window, Rose reflected on how far they'd both come. She, learning to wield information as skillfully as fire, and Silas, growing into someone whose strength lay in knowing when not to use it. The night grew late, and tomorrow would bring new lessons, new clients, new challenges. But for now, in this quiet moment with her most trusted ally, Rose allowed herself to feel something close to peace. The Spice House scandal broke exactly as Rose had predicted. Harrison's evidence, presented to Council Member Way, exposed the price-fixing scheme while painting him as a concerned citizen. His reputation grew, while Rose's invisible hand in the matter went unnoticed, exactly as she'd planned. Word spread quietly through Concordia's trading halls, whispers of someone who could turn liability into advantage, threat into opportunity. Rose's network grew, each client carefully chosen, each connection strengthening her position while maintaining her anonymity. Master Chen watched his students rise with approval, though his lessons never ceased. Power, he would remind her, is in making them need you while never letting them truly know you. 5 years passed in Concordia, like the turning of carefully arranged game pieces. The frightened young woman who had arrived through a broken portal was gone, replaced by someone whose mere whisper could shift markets or topple trade empires. Rose had built her network with the precision Master Chen had taught her, becoming someone whose knowledge and discretion were worth more than gold. She sat now in her private office overlooking the trading halls, no longer the simple quarters of an enforcer's guest. The room spoke of subtle wealth, rare books, fine wine, elegant furnishings that whispered of power, rather than shouted it. The message came on expensive parchment, delivered by Master Chen's personal servant, a simple request for tea at dawn. But Rose knew, after 5 years of building her power in Concordia, that nothing from Master Chen was ever simple. She found him in his private garden rather than his usual observation room. He knelt before the tea ceremony setup, his movements precise as ever, though she noticed a new stillness about him. "It's time," he said without preamble as she took her place across from him, "to collect on that favor you promised so long ago." Rose felt something shift in her chest. Not fear, not after all she'd become, but a keen awareness that this moment would change everything. "What do you require, Master?" "Tell me," Master Chen began, his hands moving through the familiar motions of the tea ceremony. "What do you know of the shadow markets?" Rose kept her expression neutral, though her mind raced. The shadow markets were legendary, a secret network of traders dealing in items too rare or dangerous for normal commerce. Only rumors. No, Master Chen corrected gently. Tell me what you really know. She studied him for a moment before answering. They exist in places between realms. The merchandise is often magical, always valuable and frequently illegal. Entry requires special invitation. And? And you're going to tell me you need something from them? Master Chen smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Not me. Someone far more powerful. Someone who has requested my assistance in acquiring a particular item. And you're calling in my favor to help obtain it? No, he said softly. I'm calling in your favor to take my place in the transaction. Entirely. Rose set down her tea carefully. You're not just asking me to make a purchase. You're asking me to represent you. Yes. Master Chen's eyes held something she'd never seen before. Concern. The item in question is significant. The buyer, even more so. But there are complications. What kind of complications? The kind that requires someone with your particular talents. He produced a small silk-wrapped package. Someone who understands both fire and portal magic. Rose went very still. In 5 years, they had never spoken of her abilities, though she knew he must have guessed. Who is the buyer? Someone who could make your position in Concordia completely untouchable. He paused. Or destroy everything you've built here. Are you offering me a choice, Master? Rose asked, though she already knew the answer. There are always choices. He unwrapped the silk package, revealing what appeared to be an ornate key. But we both know debts must be paid. The question is not whether you'll do this, but how. Tell me about the item. An artifact, ancient and powerful. The buyer believes it's being offered at the next shadow market gathering. His fingers traced the key's intricate pattern. This will grant you entry, under my name and reputation. And the real complication, Rose pressed. The reason you're not going yourself? Master Chen's expression grew grave. Because someone else will be there. Someone who knows my face too well. Someone who would ensure I never left the shadow market alive. An enemy? Worse. He met her eyes steadily. Family. Family, Rose repeated softly. The kind that sends assassins or the kind that delivers poison in teacups? The kind that would recognize any agent I normally employ. Master Chen's voice carried years of carefully hidden pain. My sister has unusual talents for seeing through deception. But she doesn't know you. And what has your sister done to warrant such caution? She killed our father for control of the family's trading empire. Then our brothers, one by one, as they tried to claim their inheritance. He poured more tea with steady hands. I survived by appearing weak, unambitious. But if she sees me at the shadow market, she'll know you're moving against her interests. Rose considered the implications. And the artifact she's seeking? Could give her enough power to extend her reach beyond our family's traditional territories, into places like Concordia. The shadow market, Rose said carefully, has rules, strict ones about violence within its boundaries. Rules my sister has become adept at circumventing. Master Chen's mouth tightened. She never dirties her own hands. Accidents happen. People disappear on their way home. Nothing that can be traced back to her. Rose turned the key over in her hands, feeling its ancient power. When? 3 days. The market opens at midnight on the dark moon. He produced a second package, larger than the first. Everything you need to know is here. Maps, protocols, details about the artifact. Memorize it all, then burn it. And your sister? What should I know about her? She'll appear refined, cultured. She'll smile while she plans your death. His eyes met Rose's. Rather like someone else I know. Rose raised an eyebrow. Are you comparing me to your murderous sister? No. I'm telling you why you're the only one who can outmaneuver her. Tell me about the buyer, Rose said, tucking the key away. The one who could make or break my position here. A collector of rare artifacts, powerful enough that even my sister treads carefully around them. Master Chen's expression grew thoughtful. They've been watching Concordia's growth with interest. Your success in this could open doors even I cannot. Or close them permanently. Rose sipped her tea. What's the artifact? A crystal. He watched her reaction carefully. One that resonates with certain types of magic. Rose kept her face neutral, though her pulse quickened. Similar to other crystals I might have encountered. Perhaps. Though this one is said to enhance portal magic rather than fire, he paused, which is why your particular experience makes you ideal for this task. You've known all along, haven't you? About Eldermire? I make it my business to know things just as you do now. His smile was gentle. Shall we discuss the details of your approach? The market itself, Master Chen explained, laying out a delicate rice paper map, exists in a space between realms. Access points appear only on the dark moon, and only to those who hold keys like this one. Rose studied the map, memorizing its details. Security? Extensive. Guards who can see through most illusions, wards against unauthorized magic, and observers everywhere. He traced a path through the market's layout. The artifact will be displayed here, in the rare items section. And your sister? She'll have agents watching every approach. She won't expect me to send someone like you. Someone who understands both portal and fire magic. Someone who can think like she does. Rose touched the key again. You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Training me not just in information trading, but in exactly the skills I'd need for this. A master always sees several moves ahead. His eyes held both pride and concern. Are you ready to play at this level? You taught me that preparation is everything, Rose replied. What else do I need to know about the market itself? Appearances matter. You'll need to project the right image, wealthy enough to be taken seriously, but not so ostentatious as to draw unnecessary attention. He gestured to her current attire. You've learned to dress the part of a successful information broker. For the shadow market, you'll need to appear as something more dangerous. A weapon disguised as jewelry? Precisely. His smile held approval. The market operates on very specific protocols. Violations are punished severely and immediately. No open violence, no theft, no direct interference with legitimate transactions. But plenty of ways to bend those rules without breaking them, Rose noted. As my sister has proven repeatedly. He produced another document. These are the current market prices for various commodities. Memorize them. Anyone who truly belongs there knows the exact value of everything. One last thing, Master Chen said as Rose prepared to leave. The market has its own language, subtle gestures, specific phrases. A single mistake could reveal you as an outsider. He spent the next hour drilling her on the intricate protocols, how to greet different ranks of traders, proper etiquette for examining merchandise, the careful dance of negotiation. You've taught me well, Rose said finally, standing to leave. Though I suspect you've been preparing me for this moment since the day we met. Perhaps. His smile was enigmatic. Or perhaps you were already what the moment required, and I merely helped you realize it. Rose tucked the packages carefully into her robes. 3 days. 3 days, he confirmed. And Rose? She paused at the door. Remember everything I taught you about appearing to be one thing while being another. You'll need it all. Rose returned to her quarters to find a stranger waiting, tall, well-dressed, with an air of quiet authority. It took her a moment to recognize the familiar presence beneath the unfamiliar form. Silas. She noted the ornate bracelet on his wrist, recognizing transformation magic. This is different. Promotion, he said, his voice the same deep timbre despite his human appearance. They're sending me to Earth. Apparently, the mundane realm needs a safe haven for supernatural travelers. His smile was pure Silas, even on human features. They want me to establish a gathering place there. Earth? Rose moved to pour them both a drink. That primitive little realm with no magic? That's exactly why they chose it. No established powers, no ancient feuds. A perfect neutral ground. He accepted the glass. They're calling it the Shadow Realm Bar. You should come with me, Silas said, watching her over his glass. Your skills, your network. We could build something unique there. On Earth? Rose shook her head slightly. I have commitments here. Connections I've spent years building. Connections you could establish there too. A whole new realm of possibilities. His human features couldn't quite hide his hopeful expression. Think about it. No established information brokers. No complex political histories. We could set the rules ourselves. Rose thought of Master Chen's mission, of the shadow market, of all the delicate threads she controlled in Concordia. I can't. Not yet. She met his eyes. But perhaps someday. The offer stands, Silas said softly. There will always be a place for you there. She could hear what he wasn't saying, that he wanted her there, that he'd make sure she had a home in his new venture. But timing, as Master Chen had taught her, was everything. When do you leave? Rose asked, though something in her chest tightened at the question. 3 days, Silas replied. On the dark moon. They say the barrier between realms is thinnest then, makes the transition easier. Rose kept her expression neutral, though her mind raced. The same night as the shadow market. The same night she'd be risking everything for Master Chen's mission. That doesn't give us much time for a proper farewell, she said carefully. Then we'll make the most of what we have. He touched the transformation bracelet absently. I need to learn to move in this form anyway. Perhaps you could help me navigate dinner without breaking anything. She smiled despite herself. I suppose I could teach you how to handle fine china without minotaur strength. But even as she agreed, she knew she wouldn't be there to see him off. Another secret she'd have to keep from her most trusted friend. At least let me arrange a proper sending-off dinner tomorrow night, Rose said, already planning how to make their last shared meal memorable. Before you go start corrupting Earth's drinking establishments. Silas laughed, the sound still utterly his own despite his human appearance. I prefer to think of it as enhancing their drinking establishments. His expression grew more serious. You know, in all these years, you've never told me why you chose to trust me that first day. Rose studied him for a long moment. Because you helped me without demanding to know why I needed it. She poured them each another drink. And because in 5 years you've never broken that trust. And yet you still won't come with me. There was no accusation in his voice, only understanding. Some debts need to be paid before new ventures can begin. She raised her glass. To the Shadow Realm Bar. May it become everything you envision. The transformation suits you, Rose observed, watching him adjust to his human form as he moved around her quarters. Though I admit it's strange seeing you without horns. Everything feels smaller. He carefully picked up his glass, still learning to moderate his strength. Lighter. But the council insisted I need to blend in on Earth. A small frown crossed his features. They say humans aren't ready to know about beings like me. Their loss, Rose said softly. Then, more briskly, now, about tomorrow's dinner, there's a private room at the Golden Leaf that would be perfect. Unless you'd prefer something less formal? The Golden Leaf? He raised an eyebrow. You've come a long way from sharing cheap wine in enforcer quarters. We both have. She watched him successfully lift his glass without cracking it. Though some things haven't changed. They spent the evening reminiscing, Silas gradually growing more comfortable in his human form. The wine flowed freely as they recalled their early days, the tunnel plot, his first attempts at observation, her lessons in reading people. Remember that merchant who tried to outsmart you? Silas chuckled. The one who thought he could play both sides? Hard to forget. He still flinches when he sees me in the trading halls. Rose smiled at the memory. Though not as much as he flinches when he sees you. Us, Silas corrected. We made quite a team. The word made hung in the air between them, a reminder that everything was about to change. Rose felt the weight of Master Chen's mission pressing against her thoughts, knowing she couldn't share that burden with Silas. Will you write? She asked instead. Let me know how Earth treats you. Of course. His human features softened with familiar affection. Though it won't be the same as having you there to keep me out of trouble. Keep you out of trouble? Rose laughed. As I recall, I usually led you straight into it. Yes, but always with a plan to get us out again. His smile faded slightly. Promise me something. What? When whatever's holding you here is finished. He gestured vaguely at her quarters, at all she'd built in Concordia. Promise you'll at least come see what I've built. See if Earth might have something to offer you too. Rose felt the familiar warmth of his concern, his unspoken feelings that neither of them ever acknowledged. I promise, she said softly. When the time is right. And no getting into too much trouble without me here to watch your back. If only he knew about the shadow market mission, she thought. But she just smiled and raised her glass. I never get into trouble. I merely create opportunities. As the night grew late, Rose could see Silas fighting exhaustion, the transformation magic clearly taking its toll as he adjusted to his new form. You should rest, she said gently. Tomorrow's dinner, then preparations for your journey. You'll need your strength. He stood, still slightly awkward in his human body. It's strange, he said, pausing at her door. 5 years ago, you were the one who needed sanctuary. Now you're the one staying behind, protecting what we built here. Rose walked him to the door, fighting the urge to tell him everything, about the shadow market, about Master Chen's mission, about why she really couldn't see him off in 3 days' time. Be safe on Earth, Silas, she said instead. Build something wonderful. After he left, Rose stood at her window, watching his figure disappear into Concordia's nighttime streets. In 3 days, everything would change, for both of them. She just hoped they'd both survive their separate challenges. The private room at the Golden Leaf was everything Rose had arranged for. Intimate but elegant, with soft lighting and the finest table settings. She'd chosen everything carefully, from the vintage of wine to the menu, wanting to give Silas a proper farewell. He arrived looking more comfortable in his human form, though she noticed he still checked his strength when pulling out his chair. The transformation bracelet gleamed in the candlelight. You didn't have to go to all this trouble, he said, taking in the elaborate setup. 5 years of friendship deserves a proper goodbye. Rose poured the wine herself rather than allowing the servants to interrupt. Though I still remember sharing that first bottle in your quarters, when you couldn't even tell a good vintage from vinegar. And now I'm about to open my own establishment. His smile was warm. Thanks to you. No, Rose shook her head. Everything you've achieved, the promotions, the respect, this new venture, that's all you, Silas. I just helped you see what was already there. The food arrived in elegant courses, each paired with wine that Rose had personally selected. But it was the conversation that made the evening special. Years of shared memories, inside jokes, and the kind of comfortable silence that only true friends can share. Remember that first night you found me? Rose asked softly. You could have turned me over to the authorities. Instead, you just helped. And you could have disappeared once you were healed, Silas replied. Instead, you stayed and taught me to see the world differently. We've both come so far from who we were then. She studied him across the candlelight. The young enforcer and the suspicious fugitive. Partners, he corrected gently. That's what we became. What will always be, even realms apart. Rose felt her throat tighten unexpectedly. The Shadow Realm bar will be extraordinary, Silas. because you'll make it that way. It won't feel complete without you there, he said quietly, the words carrying all the things he never quite said aloud. The evening grew late, their conversation drifting between memories and hopes for the future. Rose had arranged for the kitchen to prepare Silas's favourite dessert, a rare delicacy from his homeland that she'd spent considerable resources acquiring. When it arrived, his eyes widened in recognition. "How did you—" "I have my ways," she smiled. "Consider it a piece of home to take with you to Earth." "You always did know how to acquire the impossible." He took a careful bite, closing his eyes at the familiar taste. "Though I suspect your methods have grown more sophisticated than threatening merchant princes in the trading hall." "Perhaps." She watched him enjoy the dessert, memorizing this moment. "But some things haven't changed. Like knowing what matters to those we care about." Silas set down his fork, meeting her eyes. "Rose, whatever's keeping you here, just promise me you'll be careful." She reached across the table, squeezing his hand briefly. "I learned from the best when it comes to staying safe." As the evening drew to a close, they stood outside the Golden Leaf, neither quite ready to say goodbye. "I'll have them reserve your favourite table," Silas said, attempting to keep his tone light, "for when you finally decide to visit Earth. Right next to the best wine cellar in the mundane realm, I expect." Rose smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. They embraced, his new human form still strange, but his presence achingly familiar. For a moment, Rose almost told him everything, about the shadow market, about Master Chen's mission. But some burdens were better carried alone. "Take care of yourself, Rose," he said softly. "Build something magnificent, Silas." She watched him walk away, his figure disappearing into Concordia's evening crowds. Tomorrow she would begin preparations for the shadow market. But tonight, she allowed herself to feel the weight of this farewell. Rose spread Master Chen's documents across her private study, memorizing every detail. The shadow market's layout, its protocols, its unwritten rules. One mistake could cost her everything. The ornate key sat beside her, its surface catching the lamplight as if alive. She'd spent the morning selecting her attire carefully, expensive enough to command respect, but not so ostentatious as to draw unnecessary attention. The fabric was specially chosen to conceal both weapons and the crystal she'd retrieved from its hiding place. After 5 years, its warmth against her skin still felt like both comfort and warning. A message had arrived from Master Chen that morning containing only 3 words. "She arrives early." His sister was already making her moves. Rose would need to be perfectly prepared, perfectly poised. Everything she'd learned in Concordia, every lesson in manipulation, every skill in reading people, would be tested. Rose checked her reflection in the mirror, ensuring every detail was perfect. The elegant but practical attire would allow her to move freely if needed, while still marking her as someone of significance. 5 years of playing power games in Concordia had taught her the importance of first impressions. She went through Master Chen's notes one final time before feeding them to the flames, watching as every secret about the shadow market turned to ash. The key seemed to pulse faintly as she tucked it into a hidden pocket, as if responding to her preparations. A knock at her door made her pause. But it wasn't a messenger with another warning from Master Chen, just a servant delivering the final piece of her ensemble, a deceptively simple necklace that could deflect certain types of magic. The dark moon was approaching. Soon she would need to make her way to the market's entry point. Everything she'd learned, everything she'd become since falling through that portal from Eldermire, had led to this moment. Night fell over Concordia, like a velvet shroud. Rose made her way through the quieting streets, every sense alert. The route to the market's entry point took her past the enforcers' quarters, past where Silas would be preparing for his own journey to Earth. She pushed away the pang of regret at missing his departure. The entry point was hidden in plain sight, a seemingly abandoned courtyard in the old quarter. As she approached, she could feel the air growing thicker, heavy with magical potential. Other figures moved through the shadows around her, all heading to the same destination, all carefully avoiding direct acknowledgement of each other. Rose found her position, marked by subtle signs only those with keys would recognize. The dark moon was rising, invisible in the sky but felt in the very air around them. She withdrew the key, feeling its power responding to the moment. All around the courtyard, others were doing the same. The shadow market was about to open. The key grew warm in Rose's hand as the dark moon reached its peak. Around the courtyard, reality itself seemed to ripple like disturbed water. The air crackled with ancient magic as the barriers between realms thinned. Rose held the key before her as Master Chen had instructed. Its surface began to glow with an inner light, responding to the magical surge. All around her, other keys lit up like stars in the darkness, creating a constellation of power points around the courtyard. The very fabric of space seemed to fold inward, revealing a passageway that hadn't existed moments before. Through it, Rose could see lights and movement. The shadow market, awakening. The other key holders began moving forward, each maintaining careful distance from the others. Rose took a deep breath, centering herself. She was no longer the frightened girl who had fled Elder Maya, nor even just Master Chen's student. She was someone who had built her own power, who understood the delicate dance of influence and control. With measured steps, she joined the procession into the market. The shadow market unfolded before her like a fevered dream. Stalls and pavilions stretched into impossible distances, their arrangements defying normal geometry. Light came from everywhere and nowhere, casting strange shadows that moved independently of their sources. Merchants from a dozen realms displayed their wares, artifacts that pulsed with power, scrolls that whispered their own contents, creatures that shouldn't exist, bound in cages of pure energy. The air was thick with the scent of exotic incense and crackling magic. Rose moved through the crowd with practiced grace, her senses alert for any sign of Master Chen's sister. The market's patrons were as diverse as its merchandise, beings of pure shadow haggling with ethereal creatures of light, demon lords examining delicate fairy crafts, things that hurt the eyes to look at directly conducting business through veiled servants. She noted the subtle hierarchies at play, who bowed to whom, which merchants received the most deference, how the market's own guards moved through the throng with quiet authority. Every detail could matter for what was to come. The rare items section lay at the market's heart, where the most valuable and dangerous merchandise was displayed. Rose made her way there gradually, pausing occasionally to examine other wares, building her cover as a legitimate buyer representing Master Chen's interests. She overheard fragments of conversation in languages both known and impossible, caught glimpses of transactions involving payment in memories or years of life rather than gold. A merchant offered her a mirror that showed possible futures, while another tried to interest her in bottled starlight. Then she saw it, the crystal Master Chen had described, floating in a containment field of pure energy. Even from a distance, she could feel its power calling to the crystal hidden beneath her clothes. The resonance between them was almost painful. But more importantly, she noticed the elegant woman watching the crystal from across the way, her pose too casual to be genuine. Everything about her spoke of careful calculation, from her perfectly arranged robes to the way other market-goers subtly avoided her space. Master Chen's sister had arrived early indeed. As Rose drew closer to the display, she caught sight of the seller, and her blood ran cold. Though years had passed, she recognized the distinctive markings of one of Draven's inner circle. The servant's face bore old burn scars, a badge of loyalty to their disfigured master. The crystal's origin was suddenly painfully clear. This wasn't just any portal artifact. This was from Murk Dusk itself, possibly even from Eldermire's ruins. Its presence here was no coincidence, and neither was Master Chen's sister's interest in it. Rose kept her face carefully neutral as she observed both threats. the calculating grace of Chen's sister and the watchful presence of Draven's servant. One wrong move would alert either of them, and she couldn't afford to be recognized by someone who might connect her to Eldermire's destruction. The game had just become far more complicated than even Master Chen knew. Rose moved through the crowd with practiced casualness, appearing to browse nearby items while analysing the situation. The servant wouldn't recognise her. She had changed too much in 5 years. But one mention of her presence back to Draven could unravel everything she'd built. Master Chen's sister had positioned herself perfectly, able to observe both the crystal and any potential buyers. Her robes, while elegant, were cut to allow for quick movement. Rose noticed the subtle bulges that suggested hidden weapons. The murk dusk crystal pulsed with unfamiliar energy, different from her own Flameheart Crystal's fire-attuned power. She could feel both artifacts reacting to each other's presence, fire and portal magic creating an uncomfortable resonance. She paused at a nearby stall, pretending to examine rare scrolls while listening to the servant's sales pitch to another potential buyer. From the heart of murk dusk itself, the servant was saying, recovered at great cost from the ruins of Eldermire, its power over portals is unmatched. The Flameheart Crystal burned against Rose's skin, its fire magic reacting to the proximity of the portal crystal's power. The two artifacts' energies clashed subtly, like discordant notes in a melody. She would need to be careful. Any visible reaction could draw unwanted attention. The price naturally reflects its unique properties, Draven's servant continued to the potential buyer. Portal magic of this caliber is exceedingly rare. Rose watched Master Chen's sister drift closer, her movements casual but purposeful. The woman's eyes missed nothing, cataloguing each potential rival for the crystal. Rose knew she would need to time her own approach perfectly. Too soon would draw suspicion. Too late might lose the artifact entirely. The Flameheart Crystal pulsed again, stronger this time, and Rose felt its heat intensify. She hadn't expected this level of reaction between the two artifacts. It added another layer of complexity to an already dangerous situation. Rose circled the display carefully, maintaining her cover as just another interested browser. She noticed how other potential buyers approached the portal crystal, only to drift away after quiet words from Draven's servant. The price was clearly being reserved for serious offers only. Master Chen's sister had moved closer to the display, her presence causing others to step back subtly. The woman's power was evident in how she commanded space without saying a word. The servant's posture stiffened slightly. Clearly they recognized a genuine potential buyer. The Flameheart Crystal's heat was becoming harder to ignore. Rose hadn't felt it react this strongly since Eldermire. Whatever power the portal crystal contained, it was significant enough to agitate her own artifact's magic. She would need to make her move soon. Master Chen's sister was clearly preparing to open negotiations, and Rose couldn't afford to let that happen. But with both the sister and Draven's servant to contend with, her approach would need to be perfect. With deliberate grace, Rose moved toward the display. She kept her steps measured, projecting the quiet confidence Master Chen had taught her. The servant's eyes flickered to her briefly, then returned to Master Chen's sister, clearly considering the elegant woman the more serious prospect. Perfect. Being underestimated could work to her advantage. "An interesting piece," Rose said, her voice carrying just enough authority to demand attention. She drew Master Chen's merchant token from her sleeve, letting it catch the light. The servant's eyes widened slightly in recognition. Master Chen's sister turned, her calculated smile faltering for just a moment as she registered the token's significance. Rose could see her reassessing the situation, trying to determine if her brother had truly sent a representative or if this was some elaborate deception. The Flameheart Crystal pulsed against Rose's skin, and she felt the portal crystal respond, their magics creating a subtle resonance that made the air feel thick with potential. "Master Chen sends his regards," Rose said smoothly, inclining her head to the servant. and his interest in this particular item. The servant's expression shifted subtly, a mix of calculation and concern. Master Chen's name carried significant weight, but Draven's orders likely took precedence. "My current discussion was with the lady," the servant said carefully, gesturing to Master Chen's sister. "Was it?" Rose examined the portal crystal with practiced indifference. "How fascinating. I wasn't aware the lady had authority to speak for her family's interests." She let the pointed comment hang in the air. The sister's smile turned sharp. "You seem well informed for a mere representative." "Master Chen chooses his agents carefully." Rose met the woman's gaze steadily. The Flameheart Crystal burned against her skin, its heat matching the tension in the air. "Indeed he does," Master Chen's sister said, moving closer. Her smile never wavered, though her eyes had turned cold. "Though I find it curious he would send someone so young for such an important transaction." "Age rarely reflects capability," Rose replied smoothly, "as your own rise to power demonstrated." The sister's eyes narrowed slightly at the reference to her bloody path to control. The servant watched their exchange with growing unease, clearly recognizing the undertones of threat beneath the polite words. "The crystal," Rose continued, turning back to the display, "is quite remarkable. Though I wonder about its provenance. Eldermire's ruins are notoriously dangerous. One might question how it was acquired." The servant shifted uncomfortably. They all knew dealing in questionable artifacts was common in the shadow market, but naming it so directly violated the careful dance of plausible deniability. "Some risks," the sister said softly, "are worth taking. Wouldn't you agree?" "Risks, yes," Rose said, allowing a faint smile to cross her lips. "Though wise merchants ensure their risks are calculated." She gestured at the crystal. "For instance, ensuring an artifact's true nature before attempting to harness its power." The sister's eyes glittered dangerously. "You speak as if you have special knowledge of such matters." "Master Chen's interests are diverse." Rose kept her tone neutral even as the Flameheart Crystal pulsed warningly against her skin. "As are his concerns about who might seek to acquire such power." The servant cleared their throat. "Perhaps we should discuss the actual terms of sale." "In a moment," the sister cut in smoothly, her attention fixed on Rose. "First, I'm curious why my dear brother would take such interest in this particular item. Unless," her smile turned predatory, "he didn't send you at all." The air between them crackled with tension. The Flameheart Crystal's heat intensified, matching the danger of the moment. "Your brother's interests are his own," Rose replied carefully, "though I suspect they align with ensuring this artifact doesn't fall into unstable hands." "Unstable?" The sister's laugh held no warmth. "Like those who destroyed Eldermire in the first place? A fire mage, wasn't it?" Her eyes searched Rose's face. "The stories are quite fascinating." Rose felt her pulse quicken but kept her expression neutral. The sister was fishing, probing for reactions. The servant had grown very still, listening intently. "Ancient history," Rose said dismissively. "We're here to discuss the present, and the present value of this particular item." "Are we?" The sister moved closer, her voice dropping. "Or are we here to discuss how my brother has spent years preparing someone to stand against me? Teaching them the art of manipulation, perhaps?" The Flameheart Crystal's heat was becoming difficult to ignore. One wrong move now could unravel everything. "If that were true," Rose said, maintaining her composure, "it would be a rather elaborate plan. Years of preparation just to interfere with a simple transaction." "Nothing about this transaction is simple." The sister's eyes narrowed. "Just as nothing about you is quite what it seems. I wonder." She reached out as if to examine Rose's sleeve. Rose stepped back smoothly, using the movement to create space while appearing casual. "The market has rules about uninvited contact." "The market has many rules." the sister agreed, her smile growing colder. Including ones about misrepresenting oneself. Shall we test whether you truly speak for my brother? The servant shifted nervously, clearly sensing the growing tension. Other market-goers had begun to drift away from their area, recognizing the signs of impending conflict. The Flameheart Crystal pulsed again, stronger this time, and Rose noticed the portal crystal responding with its own surge of energy. A test isn't necessary, Rose replied, drawing Master Chen's token once more. Unless you're questioning your brother's seal. Oh, the seal is genuine, the sister's smile turned vicious. But seals can be acquired, just like crystals. Her gaze flicked meaningfully to Rose's robes, near where the Flameheart Crystal lay hidden. Rose felt her blood run cold. The sister knew, or at least suspected, about her hidden artifact. The servant was watching the exchange with growing interest, likely recognizing the implications. I find it interesting, the sister continued, her voice carrying just far enough to draw attention from nearby merchants. How certain magical signatures seem to resonate with each other. Fire and portals, for instance. The Flameheart Crystal burned hot against Rose's skin, as if responding to the threat. The portal crystal's glow intensified in its containment field, the two artifacts' energies creating a dangerous harmony. If you have accusations to make, Rose said carefully, perhaps we should take this discussion somewhere more private. Oh, I think here is perfect. The sister's voice carried just enough to ensure others were listening. After all, the market thrives on information, like the whereabouts of certain fugitives from Eldermire. The servants straightened at this, their attention suddenly much sharper. Rose could see the pieces coming together in their mind, connecting her to the destruction they'd witnessed. The Flameheart Crystal's heat was becoming almost unbearable, matching the danger of the moment. The portal crystal pulsed in response, their combined energies making the air thick with potential. Think carefully about your next move, Rose warned quietly. Some secrets are best left buried. Like the secrets of how Eldermire fell? The sister's smile was triumphant. Or perhaps, who caused its destruction? The crowd around them had grown still, sensing the building tension. Market guards had begun moving closer, their hands on weapons, ready to intervene if the market's rules of non-violence were broken. You speak of Eldermire, Rose said, keeping her voice steady despite the Flameheart Crystal's increasing heat. But do you know what really happened there? How portal magic gone wrong tore reality apart? The sister's smile faltered slightly. Are you threatening me? Not at all. Simply suggesting that some powers are best left unpurchased. Rose turned to the servant. Your master should remember that lesson well. The servant's scarred face paled at the implication. They knew exactly what had happened when Draven had tried to seize control of portal magic. The sister's eyes blazed with fury at losing control of the situation. Guards, she called out. This woman is not who she claims. But before she could finish, the portal crystal's containment field suddenly flared with brilliant light. The portal crystal's energy surged outward, its power connecting with the Flameheart Crystal in a way Rose hadn't expected. The magical resonance between them built rapidly, creating a high-pitched whine that made everyone nearby cover their ears. What have you done? The sister demanded, backing away as the containment field began to crack. This isn't me, Rose said. Though the Flameheart Crystal was now burning so hot she could barely stand it, the two artifacts seemed to be feeding off each other, their combined power growing unstable. The servant moved to secure the portal crystal, but its energy lashed out, forcing them back. Market guards were evacuating nearby stalls as the magical disturbance grew stronger. Stop this, the sister commanded, but Rose could see fear breaking through her composed facade. You wanted to know about Eldermire? Rose managed through gritted teeth. You're about to get a demonstration. The containment field shattered completely, sending shards of magical energy flying in all directions. Rose instinctively threw up a barrier of fire, protecting herself and those nearest her from the debris. The portal crystal rose into the air, its power unconstrained, beginning to tear small rifts in reality around it. The Flameheart Crystal responded with equal force, its heat now radiating through Rose's clothes visibly. "The market's barriers!" someone shouted. The magical boundaries that kept the shadow market separate from other realms were starting to waver under the strain. Master Chen's sister had drawn back, her calculated composure replaced by genuine alarm. The servant was shouting something about Draven's warnings, about the crystal's unstable nature. Rose knew she had moments to act before the situation spiraled completely out of control. The two crystals' power was building toward something catastrophic. She could feel it in the way reality itself seemed to be bending around them. The very air crackled with wild magic as the two crystals' powers clashed and combined. Rose could feel the Flameheart Crystal responding to her own rising panic, its heat becoming almost unbearable. "Everyone back," she commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. Years of building authority in Concordia lent weight to her words, and even the market guards heeded her warning. The portal crystal was creating tiers in space itself now, small windows into other realms appearing and disappearing rapidly. Through one, Rose caught a glimpse of Eldermire's ruins. Through another, the burning remains of the Order's fortress. Master Chen's sister was retreating, her ambitions forgotten in the face of raw, uncontrolled power. The servant had already fled, likely to report to Draven about this disaster. Rose stood her ground, though every instinct screamed at her to run. The Flameheart crystals seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, and she could feel the portal crystal's energy reaching for her, trying to connect with her own artifact's power. The market was dissolving into chaos around her. Merchants fled with their valuable goods as reality continued to fracture. Each rift showed a different realm, different moments in time, some possibly even from her own past. Rose knew she had to act. Drawing on everything she'd learned about control since Eldermire, she reached out with her power, trying to establish some connection with the wild energies before her. The Flameheart Crystal responded to her will, its familiar heat becoming more focused, more controlled. But the portal crystal fought against any attempt at containment, its power growing more erratic with each passing moment. "You can't control it!" Master Chen's sister called from a safer distance. That crystal was meant to be used with others of its kind. Alone. It's unstable. Rose barely heard her over the roar of magic, but those words struck home. The portal crystal wasn't fighting her. It was seeking balance, trying to connect with its missing counterparts. Through the rifts in reality, more glimpses of Eldermire appeared, not just its ruins, but moments from its fall. Rose saw fragments of that final battle, the portal magic gone wild, Draven's spell backfiring. The crystals were somehow accessing memories of their own past. There were three, Rose realized suddenly, remembering something she'd seen in the portal master's chamber. 3 crystals that worked in harmony to control Eldermire's portals. The Flameheart Crystal pulsed against her skin, as if confirming her understanding. The portal crystal's erratic energy seemed to respond to her realization, its power seeking that lost connection. But trying to contain this much wild magic alone would be nearly impossible. One wrong move, and she could tear open permanent rifts between realms, or worse, trigger another catastrophe like Eldermire. The market's own magical barriers were starting to fail completely. She had seconds to make a decision that could affect multiple realms. The crystal's combined power was reaching a critical point. Rose could feel it building towards something catastrophic, something that would make Eldermire's fall look minor in comparison. She had spent 5 years learning control, learning to harness power rather than just unleash it. But this was beyond anything she'd trained for. The portal crystal's wild energy was pulling at the very fabric of reality, while the Flameheart crystal burned with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm her. Through one of the rifts, She caught a glimpse of something that made her blood run cold. Draven's ruined face, watching through the tear in reality, his remaining eye widening in recognition. The sister was shouting something about containment protocols, but Rose knew conventional magical barriers wouldn't hold against this level of power. She needed to make a choice, try to contain both crystals and risk destroying everything, or... In that moment of crisis, Rose made her choice. With careful, deliberate movements, she reached for both crystals' power, not trying to control it, but to guide it. "You want balance?" she whispered to the portal crystal. "Then let's find it." The Flameheart Crystal's heat surged through her as she channeled its power, not to fight the portal crystal's energy, but to work with it. Fire and portal magic intertwined, creating a controlled resonance rather than chaotic destruction. The rifts in reality began to stabilize, no longer tearing randomly at the market's barriers, but forming a more controlled pattern. Rose could feel the immense strain of directing this much power, but she held firm, remembering everything she'd learned about control since Eldermire. Through the stabilizing rifts, she saw Draven's face again, his expression changing from recognition to something else, rage perhaps, or fear. The sister had fallen silent, watching with calculated interest as Rose attempted the impossible. The two crystals' energies spiraled together, fire and portal magic weaving into something new and terrifying. Rose could feel both artifacts responding to each other, their power building towards something she couldn't control. "No," she heard Master Chen's sister shout, "the temporal resonance—" But it was too late. The combined power of both crystals erupted in a blinding flash. Rose felt herself being pulled into the maelstrom of magic, reality bending and twisting around her. The last thing she saw was Draven's face through one of the rifts, his expression changing from rage to shock as she was torn from that moment in time. She fell through what felt like an endless void before landing hard enough to drive the breath from her lungs. Rose lay there for a moment, trying to orient herself. The market was gone. The crystals had somehow fused into a single artifact that pulsed warmly against her skin. But something felt wrong, different. As her vision cleared, she realized she was still in Concordia, but not the Concordia she knew. Everything looked strange, more advanced, changes she couldn't begin to understand had taken place. "I need to find Master Chen," she muttered, pushing herself to her feet. She still had a debt to pay, even if something impossible had just happened. The architecture had changed. Shops she knew were gone, replaced by buildings she didn't recognize. The very air felt different, charged with unfamiliar types of magic. People passed by wearing styles she'd never seen, using devices she didn't understand. Even the trading halls looked altered, modernized in ways that made her chest tight with uncertainty. "I need to find Master Chen," she said to herself, clinging to that one clear purpose. Something impossible had happened, but she still had a debt to pay. After questioning carefully, trying not to reveal her own confusion about the changes around her, Rose finally found Master Chen's residence. The building was familiar yet different, like everything else in this altered Concordia. The servant who answered her knock was young, eyeing her suspiciously. "Master Chen sees no visitors." "Tell him." Rose hesitated, then produced the token he'd given her what felt like only days ago to her. "Tell him his student has returned to pay her debt." The wait seemed endless. When the servant finally returned, his suspicion had been replaced by something like awe. "Follow me." The room they led her to was dimly lit, heavy with the scent of medicinal herbs. There, in a bed that seemed too large for his frail form, lay Master Chen. His hair had gone white, his once sharp features now gaunt with age, but his eyes, they still held that keen intelligence as they fixed on her. "Rose," he whispered, his voice weak but clear, "you haven't aged a day." "Master," Rose moved to his bedside, the reality of how much time must have passed hitting her like a physical blow. I failed you. The mission—" He raised one trembling hand to stop her. The shadow market incident. The temporal anomaly. His eyes studied her face. For you, it was just moments ago, wasn't it? Your sister, Rose started, but he shook his head slowly. Long gone now, as is her ambition. A faint smile touched his lips. The portal, Crystal's disappearance, rather disrupted her plans. Rose felt the combined crystal's warmth against her skin. Master, I still owe you a debt. After all these years, still honourable. His laugh turned into a weak cough. My sister died waiting for me to make a move against her. She never knew I'd already won. The day I chose to teach you instead of fight her. But the debt, Rose insisted, struggling to process how much had changed while she'd been torn through time. Is paid, Master Chen said softly. Your disappearance created quite the stir in the shadow market. My sister's power was built on fear and intimidation. When word spread that her attempt to acquire the crystal had resulted in such chaos. His smile grew knowing. Well, let's say her reputation never quite recovered. He reached for her hand with trembling fingers. You achieved exactly what I needed, though not in any way I could have predicted. You knew something like this might happen, Rose asked, remembering his careful lessons, his precise preparation. I knew the crystals were unstable. I knew you had your own crystal. I knew my sister needed to be stopped. His eyes gleamed with familiar intelligence. But this outcome? Even I couldn't have planned this. There's something else you should know, Master Chen said, his voice growing weaker. Your friend, the Minotaur. He left for Earth the day you disappeared. Rose felt her chest tighten. Silas. He built something remarkable there. A sanctuary, much like Concordia, but different. A small smile touched his lips. He never stopped hoping you'd find your way there someday. Rose thought of their last dinner together, of promises made. You've kept track of him? I keep track of everything, my dear student, even now. He gestured weakly toward a detailed ledger on his bedside table. My last gift to you. Everything I've learned, everyone I've watched over the years, including how much has changed since you left. His breathing had grown more laboured, each word seemingly requiring more effort. Master, Rose said carefully, the question she'd been afraid to ask finally finding voice. How long? How much time has passed since the shadow market? Master Chen's aged eyes studied her face. 70 years, my dear student. 70 years of changes you'll need to understand. He gestured again to the ledger. That's why I've kept such detailed records. I always knew you'd return, though I feared I wouldn't live to see it. Rose felt the room spin slightly. 70 years. Silas had been on Earth all this time. The Concordia she knew was gone, replaced by this modern version she barely recognized. The world has changed, Master Chen continued softly. New powers have risen, old ones have fallen. But some things remain constant. He reached for her hand again. The need for those who understand the true nature of power and information. 70 years, Rose repeated softly, her mind reeling. The changes in Concordia suddenly made terrible sense. The strange fashions, the unfamiliar magic, the modernized trading halls. For everyone else, it's been a lifetime, Master Chen said gently. For you? Hours, she finished. It feels like hours since I stood in the shadow market. She looked down at her clothes, still bearing the subtle scorch marks from the crystal's fusion. Since I had dinner with Silas. Master Chen's expression softened. He succeeded, you know. The Shadow Realm bar became exactly what he envisioned, a true neutral ground on Earth. Though I suspect it's never felt quite complete to him. Rose felt the weight of missed decades pressing down on her. Where do I even begin to understand all I've missed? Start with the ledger, he said, his voice growing weaker. I've documented everything you'll need to know. The new powers, the old debts, the changes in how information flows. He paused, catching his breath. Consider it my final lesson. Final lesson? Rose felt a different kind of dread now, watching her master struggle for breath. You mean? Even I can't manipulate time, my dear student. His smile was gentle but tired. I've held on, hoping you would return, hoping to give you this last gift of knowledge. He gestured again to the ledger. Everything you need to navigate this new era is there. Rose reached for the leather-bound book, feeling its weight, not just physical, but the weight of 70 years of carefully gathered information. Master, I'm not ready to... You are, he interrupted softly. You were ready the moment you chose to guide those crystals' power rather than fight it. The moment you understood that true control comes from adaptation, not force. The combined crystal pulsed warmly against her skin, as if agreeing with his words. Rose, Master Chen's voice had grown so faint she had to lean closer to hear him. One last thing. She took his fragile hand in hers, feeling how cold his skin had become. I'm here, Master. Remember, power isn't in knowing secrets. His eyes, still sharp despite his failing body, locked with hers. It's in knowing when to keep them and when to let them go. His grip tightened briefly, surprising strength in those aged fingers. You were more than just a student. You were the daughter I never had, the legacy I chose. Rose felt his hand go slack in hers. His eyes remained open, but the keen intelligence that had always burned there faded, like a candle finally exhausted of its wick. Master Chen, the man who had taught her to truly understand power, was gone. Rose sat motionless, still holding her master's lifeless hand. All the years he had waited, holding on to life just to see her one last time, to ensure she wouldn't be lost in this changed world. Carefully, gently, she reached out and closed his eyes. Her own remained dry. He hadn't taught her to mourn with tears, but with purpose. Thank you, she whispered, finally releasing his hand. For everything. The ledger seemed to grow heavier in her lap. 70 years of knowledge, his final gift to her. The combined crystal pulsed warmly against her skin, as if acknowledging the passing of the man who had understood its potential. She stood slowly, gathering both her composure and her resolve. Master Chen had prepared her for this moment, even if neither of them had known exactly how it would come. She was alone now in a Concordia she barely recognized, armed with his teachings and his final gift of knowledge. Rose stood in Master Chen's study, a room that still held echoes of his presence despite its owner's passing. The servants had left her alone at her request, perhaps sensing something in her manner that commanded respect. The ledger lay open before her on his desk, its pages containing 70 years of carefully documented changes, powers, and secrets. She traced her fingers over his familiar handwriting, noting how it had grown shakier in the later entries. Time to understand this new world you've prepared me for, she murmured, settling into what had been his chair. The combined crystal hummed against her skin as she began to read, its warmth a reminder of how she'd come to be here, thrown decades into a future she never expected to see. As she turned the pages, patterns began to emerge. New power structures, evolved magical practices, changed alliances. Master Chen had documented everything she would need to know to navigate this modern Concordia. The ledger became Rose's guide to this new era. Each night she pored over its pages in Master Chen's study, learning how 70 years had reshaped the power structures she once knew. Some old trading houses had fallen, others had risen. The market districts had evolved, with new methods of information exchange she needed to master. Master Chen had documented it all, often adding personal observations that proved invaluable. The House of Silver Mirrors, she read, now controls most magical communications. Their matriarch, Lady Vess, collects secrets like others collect art. In the margin, Master Chen had noted, loves rare wines, distrusts traditional magic, lost a son to a portal accident, useful leverage if needed. Rose smiled faintly. Even after 70 years, some things remained constant. Power still flowed through carefully gathered information. Rose decided to begin where she had first learned her craft, the trading halls. But these were not the halls she remembered. Magical displays flickered with real-time price changes. Merchants communicated through enchanted devices, and information flowed at speeds she'd never imagined. She chose her position carefully, a quiet corner that offered the best view of Lady Vess's operations. The House of Silver Mirrors conducted their business through an elaborate network of enchanted mirrors, each transaction reflected and recorded in ways that would have seemed impossible in her time. Master Chen's notes had been precise. Watch the third mirror from the left. When it clouds, secrets are being traded rather than goods. Rose settled in to observe, the combined crystal warm against her skin. She needed to understand this new rhythm of trade and information before making her presence known. One wrong move in this unfamiliar landscape could undo everything Master Chen had prepared her for. The morning trade was just beginning when Rose noticed something interesting. Lady Vess had arrived personally, unusual according to Master Chen's notes. The elegant woman moved through her network of mirrors with practiced grace, but there was tension in her movements. "Emergency meeting of the Trade Council," Rose overheard a merchant whisper. Something about unstable portal frequencies. She remembered Master Chen's note about Lady Vess's son. A weakness, perhaps, but also a danger if not approached carefully. The combined crystal pulsed gently, as if recognizing its connection to portal magic being discussed. Rose watched Lady Vess pause at the third mirror, which clouded right on schedule. The woman's reflection rippled, then showed a different scene entirely, a private conversation with someone whose face was hidden in shadow. "The disturbances are getting worse," Lady Vess's voice carried just far enough for Rose to catch. "If we don't find someone who understands the old portal magic soon—" Rose moved closer, careful to appear absorbed in examining nearby merchandise. The combined crystal seemed to react to Lady Vess's words, its warmth intensifying. "The old families are gone," the shadowed figure in the mirror replied. "Those who truly understood portal magic died with Eldermire or disappeared into other realms." Lady Vess's composed expression cracked slightly. "Then what do you suggest? The disturbances are spreading. 3 trading routes have already been lost." Rose's mind raced. Master Chen's ledger had mentioned increasing portal instabilities over the past decade, but she hadn't realized how serious the situation had become. This could be the perfect opportunity to establish herself, but she'd need to handle it carefully. After all, explaining how she came to understand ancient portal magic would raise questions she couldn't afford to answer. Yet the combination of her knowledge and the crystal's power might be exactly what this modern Concordia needed. Rose waited 3 days, using the time to study Master Chen's detailed notes about Lady Vess's habits. The woman took her evening wine in a private booth at the Golden Leaf, the same establishment where Rose had shared her last dinner with Silas, though it had grown far more exclusive over the decades. On the 4th evening, Rose timed her entrance perfectly. She wore modern attire now, chosen carefully from Master Chen's stored resources. The combined crystal remained hidden, but its power hummed just beneath the surface of her skin. As she passed Lady Vess's booth, she paused, pretending to stumble slightly. "Oh," she said softly, steadying herself. "The portal disturbance. It's affecting the ley lines beneath the building." Lady Vess looked up sharply. "What did you say?" "My apologies, my lady." Rose bowed slightly. "I simply noticed the magical resonance. It's quite distinct to those who understand such things." Lady Vess's eyes narrowed. "You know something of portal magic." "I know many things about many types of magic," Rose replied carefully, "including why your trading routes are failing." Lady Vess's composure slipped for just a moment. She gestured to the empty seat across from her. "Join me." Rose settled gracefully into the offered seat, noting how the woman's personal guards tensed at her proximity. Your wine, she said, gesturing to the glass before Lady Vess. Northern Valleys, pre-cataclysm vintage, quite rare now. You have expensive taste, Lady Vess studied her with new interest, and knowledge of things that predate our current difficulties. The past often holds solutions to present problems. Rose let her words hang in the air, feeling the combined crystal pulse gently against her skin. And what solutions might you offer? Lady Vess asked, her tone carefully neutral despite the keen interest in her eyes. Your portal problems stem from destabilized anchor points, Rose said, taking a careful sip of the wine Lady Vess had signalled for. The old families understood the need for balance in the network. Modern methods are more efficient, but less stable. And you know this how? Lady Vess leaned forward slightly, her usual aristocratic distance forgotten in her interest. Let's say I've had unique opportunities to study ancient portal mechanics. Rose kept her voice neutral, though the combined crystal warmed against her skin. I could demonstrate, if you're interested. Demonstrate? Lady Vess's eyes narrowed. Here? Why not? There's a minor fluctuation directly beneath us, Rose gestured subtly. I can feel it disturbing your wine. Notice how the surface trembles slightly every few moments? Lady Vess glanced at her glass, clearly seeing the tiny ripples for the first time. And you can stabilize this. Rose closed her eyes briefly, reaching out with her senses to the unstable portal energy beneath them. The combined crystal responded to her touch, its warmth spreading through her in a controlled wave. Watch, she said softly, making a subtle gesture with one hand. The wine in Lady Vess's glass stilled completely, the ripples disappearing as the portal disturbance beneath them smoothed into harmony. Lady Vess's eyes widened slightly. That's remarkable. Such fine control and without any visible casting apparatus. The old ways didn't require external tools, Rose said. They understood that portal magic responds to intention and understanding more than brute force. The woman's composure cracked further. Could you... My son. Before he was lost, he spoke of similar theories, but none of our modern experts would listen. Sometimes, Rose said carefully, we must look to the past to secure the future. How much do you know about what happened to my son? Lady Vess asked, her carefully maintained facade showing the smallest crack of vulnerability. I know he understood something vital about portal magic that others had forgotten, Rose replied carefully. Something about resonance and harmony, rather than forced control. Lady Vess's hands tightened slightly around her wineglass. He was brilliant, but they called his theories dangerous, impossible. Her eyes met Rose's sharply. You speak as if you know he was right. He was. Rose let the combined crystal's warmth guide her words. The trading routes are failing now because modern methods ignore the principles he tried to resurrect. And you could prove this? I could stabilize your entire network. Rose took another sip of wine. Though such knowledge comes at a price. Of course it does, Lady Vess said, her business instincts reasserting themselves. What are your terms? Not gold, Rose replied smoothly. Information. Access. A position that allows me to observe certain operations within Concordia. You want to be my advisor? Lady Vess's tone was sceptical. I want to be exactly what I appear to be, someone with valuable knowledge who can help restore stability to your trading routes. Rose met her gaze steadily. What I learn while doing so is my payment. And my son's theories. You'll prove he was right? I'll do more than prove it. I'll implement his work in a way that honors his memory and secures your house's future. The combined crystal pulsed gently, as if approving her words. Lady Vess studied her for a long moment. You're either the answer to my prayers or the most skilled confidence artist I've ever met. Then let me prove which it is, Rose said, setting down her wineglass. Choose your most troubled portal route. Let me demonstrate exactly what I can do. Now, Lady Vess raised an eyebrow. Why wait? Your losses increase with each passing day. Rose stood smoothly. Unless you'd prefer to continue watching your trade empire crumble while debating my credibility. The challenge hung in the air between them. Lady Vess's guards shifted uneasily, but their mistress's expression had turned calculating. The Eastern Passage, she said finally. It's been unstable for weeks. Half our shipments are being lost to the void. Take me there. Rose felt the combined crystal warming against her skin, ready to prove its worth. Let me show you what your son understood about the true nature of portal magic. The Eastern Passage was housed in a modern facility that would have been unrecognizable to Rose before her time jump. Enchanted monitors displayed fluctuating energy readings, while technicians worked at control panels trying to stabilize the wavering portal. Clear the room, Lady Vess commanded. Her staff hesitated only briefly before complying, though her personal guards remained. The portal itself was a thing of chaos, its surface rippling violently, its edges bleeding unstable energy into the air. Rose could feel the combined crystal responding to its erratic pulses. Your son was right, Rose said, moving closer to the portal. Modern methods try to force stability through external control. But portal magic needs to be guided, not controlled. She reached out with her power, letting the crystal's energy flow through her. The portal's surface responded immediately, its wild fluctuations beginning to smooth. Impossible, one of the guards whispered. The best stabilization teams haven't been able to— Quiet, Lady Vess commanded, her eyes fixed on Rose's work. The portal's surface was calming now, its chaotic energy falling into harmony with Rose's carefully guided power. The combined crystal pulsed in rhythm with her efforts, fire and portal magic working together in ways that would have seemed impossible to modern practitioners. The anchoring points, Rose explained, her voice steady despite the effort, need to resonate with each other. Your son understood this. It's not about forcing the portal to stay open. It's about finding its natural rhythm. The portal's surface finally settled into a perfect, stable sheet of energy. The monitoring devices showed readings that, according to the technician's abandoned notes, should have been impossible to achieve. Send a test shipment through, Rose suggested, maintaining her connection to the portal's energy. Lady Vess nodded to one of her guards, who placed a marked crate into the portal. Moments later, confirmation came from the other side. Perfect transmission, no energy loss. Lady Vess's composure cracked completely for the first time. My son, she whispered. He tried to tell them this was possible. He was ahead of his time, Rose said, carefully maintaining the portal's stability. But now, perhaps, the time has come for his theories to be properly understood. The woman straightened, her business acumen visibly warring with her personal feelings. What exactly are you proposing? Give me access to your portal network. Let me stabilize each route, implement the proper resonance patterns. Rose turned to face her fully. In return, I want a position that allows me to observe, to gather information. I want to understand how Concordia's power structure has evolved. You're not just interested in portal magic, are you? Lady Vess's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Let's say I have diverse interests, Rose replied carefully, but my primary concern is ensuring your son's work is finally recognized and implemented properly. A mutually beneficial arrangement then, Lady Vess said, watching as another test shipment passed perfectly through the stabilized portal. You help secure my trade routes, prove my son's theories correct, and in return, I become your advisor on matters of portal magic, Rose finished, with the freedom to observe and gather whatever other information interests me. And what guarantees do I have that this remarkable control you've demonstrated will remain consistent? Rose gestured to the still perfect portal. I can teach your technicians the basic principles. They won't achieve this level of stability. That requires special knowledge. but they'll maintain better control than their current methods allow. Making you indispensable while still giving us some independence, Lady Vess noted with grudging approval. You negotiate well. I had an excellent teacher. Rose thought of Master Chen, of how he would appreciate the elegance of this arrangement. There will need to be certain formalities, Lady Vess said. Documentation of your expertise, credentials that the other houses will accept. Of course. Rose had expected this. I assume you have ways of creating such credentials convincingly. Lady Vess's slight smile confirmed this. You'll need quarters befitting your new position, and access to our facilities, she paused. Though I notice you haven't given me your name. Rose. She saw no reason to hide that much. Just Rose. A simple name for someone with such remarkable abilities. Lady Vess studied her carefully. The other houses will have questions. Let them question, Rose replied smoothly. Results speak louder than rumours, and I intend to produce very impressive results. The combined crystal pulsed warmly against her skin, as if approving this first step into modern Concordia's power structure. Master Chen's ledger had given her the knowledge. Now it was time to put it to use. Within days, Rose was installed in elegant quarters near the House of Silver Mirror's main operations. Lady Vess had spared no expense in establishing her new advisor's position. The rooms spoke of wealth and influence without being ostentatious. Rose spent her mornings stabilizing portal routes, teaching simplified versions of the techniques to the house technicians. But it was her afternoons that proved most valuable, as she sat in on trade negotiations and council meetings, observing how information and power flowed in this modern era. Master Chen's ledger proved invaluable. Each evening she compared her observations with his notes, mapping out the complex web of alliances and rivalries that now defined Concordia. Your methods are remarkable, Lady Vess commented one evening, after Rose had stabilized a particularly troublesome portal route. Though I notice you seem particularly interested in matters beyond simple portal magic. Everything connects, Rose replied carefully. Portal stability affects trade routes, which influence political alliances, which shape the flow of information. Lady Vess's influence opened doors throughout Concordia's power structure. Other trading houses began to take notice of the mysterious advisor who had solved the portal crisis. Invitations arrived for private meetings, exclusive gatherings where real power was discussed. Rose moved through these circles carefully, building her own network of connections and information sources. She kept Master Chen's ledger close, using his decades of observations to understand the subtle shifts in alliances and enmities. You've made quite an impression, Lady Vess noted one evening, as they reviewed reports of dramatically improved trade revenues. The House of Night Whispers has asked specifically about your availability for consultation. Have they? Rose kept her tone neutral, though she recognized the name from Master Chen's notes. They were known for dealing in secrets rather than goods. They're willing to pay handsomely for your expertise. My loyalty remains with your house, Rose said carefully, though I'm happy to advise others within reason. Within reason, Lady Vess smiled. A carefully chosen phrase, like everything about you, Rose. The woman had grown more observant over their weeks of association. Rose knew she had questions about her mysterious advisor's background, but the success of the portal stabilization had kept those questions carefully diplomatic. The House of Night Whispers deals primarily in information, Rose noted. Their interest might prove useful to your operations. To my operations? Or to yours? Lady Vess raised an elegant eyebrow. Don't think I haven't noticed how carefully you gather intelligence during our trade meetings. Rose met her gaze steadily. Information is another form of currency, one that often proves more valuable than gold. Indeed. Lady Vess studied her for a moment. Very well, you may meet with them, but remember where your primary loyalties lie. The combined crystal pulsed gently against Rose's skin. She was building her network carefully, piece by piece, just as Master Chen had taught her. The House of Night Whispers maintained offices in one of Concordia's older districts, where shadows seemed deeper and whispered conversations carried further than they should. Rose arrived for her appointment to find their representative already waiting, a woman whose features seemed to shift subtly in the dim light. "Lady Vess's remarkable advisor," the woman said, her voice like silk over steel. "We've heard such interesting things about your abilities." "Have you?" Rose settled into the offered chair. "And what interests the House of Night Whispers more, my work with portals or my methods of gathering information?" The woman's smile sharpened. "Direct. Unusual in our line of work. Most prefer to dance around such matters." "I find directness can be its own form of misdirection," Rose replied. "Now shall we discuss what you really want?" "What we want," the woman said, "is to understand how someone with your particular talents remained unknown until now, especially someone who seems to understand both ancient portal magic and modern power dynamics." "Perhaps I simply waited for the right moment to emerge," Rose answered smoothly, "when my skills would be most valuable." "Or perhaps," the woman's features shifted again, "you're something entirely new, a player who appeared from nowhere with knowledge that shouldn't exist anymore." "You're not offering me a business proposition," Rose observed. "You're fishing for information about me." "Can't it be both?" The woman leaned forward. "We trade in secrets, after all. And you, my dear, are quite the intriguing mystery." "Let me be clear," Rose said, keeping her voice level. "I'm here to discuss a mutually beneficial arrangement. If you're more interested in investigating me than doing business, I'll take my leave." So defensive. The woman's smile remained, but her eyes had turned calculating. "Very well. Business first. We have clients who would pay handsomely for stable, secure portal routes that can't be traced or monitored. Lady Vess might not approve of such arrangements. Lady Vess doesn't need to know everything, just as we don't need to know everything about you." The woman produced a contract from thin air. "Your secrets remain yours, our clients remain anonymous, and everyone profits." Rose studied the contract carefully. "And what exactly would you expect me to transport through these private routes?" "Information, primarily, though occasionally more tangible items." "Information and items that can't be traced," Rose said thoughtfully. "The kind of things that could damage reputations or shift power balances." "You understand perfectly." The woman's features settled into something almost honest. "We've watched how you operate these past weeks. You gather information as skillfully as you manipulate portal magic. And if I agree, what guarantees do I have that you won't continue investigating my background?" "The same guarantee you have that we won't reveal your private portal network to Lady Vess. Mutual assured destruction." The woman's smile returned. "The best kind of trust, wouldn't you agree?" Rose pretended to consider, though she'd already made her decision. This was exactly the kind of connection she needed. Access to information networks that even Lady Vess couldn't provide. "Very well," she said, "but I have conditions of my own to add to this contract." "My conditions are simple," Rose said. "First, I maintain complete control over the portal routes I create. No one else attempts to modify or access them without my approval." "Naturally." "Second, I want access to your information networks. Not everything, just enough to verify what passes through my portals." The woman's eyebrows rose slightly. "You want to be able to fact-check our secrets?" "I want to ensure I'm not being used to transport false information," Rose corrected. "Disinformation can be as dangerous as genuine secrets." "Interesting distinction," the woman mused. "And your third condition?" "Any information about me, my background, my methods, my activities, is off-limits for trade. To anyone." The woman studied her for a long moment. "You drive a hard bargain. But then, mysteries are often more valuable than answers." "One final thing," the woman said, adding Rose's conditions to the contract with a wave of her hand. We'll need a way to contact you securely. The House of Night Whispers doesn't use conventional communication methods. I'll establish a private portal link, Rose replied. Small, stable, perfect for passing messages, but it only opens when I allow it. Complete control again, the woman noted. You trust no one fully, do you? Trust is earned, Rose said simply, as is information. The contract floated between them, waiting for their signatures. Rose read through it one final time, noting how her conditions had been worded precisely as she'd specified. Welcome to the shadow trade, the woman said as Rose signed. I think this will be the beginning of a very profitable relationship. Profitable, Rose agreed, but professional. I'm not in this to make friends. Not friends, the woman agreed, but perhaps allies. In time. She sealed the contract with a gesture that made the paper dissolve into shadow. You'll find our resources quite extensive. And my first task? Simple enough. We need a secure route established to the Western Territories. One that bypasses the usual checkpoints. The woman produced a small map. Our clients have sensitive materials that require discretion. I'll need 3 days to set it up properly, Rose said, studying the map, and I'll test it myself before any materials pass through. Cautious, thorough. I can see why Lady Vess values you. The woman stood. Oh, and Rose, do give our regards to the House of Silver Mirrors. Such a shame about their recent security breach. Rose kept her expression neutral, though her mind filed away this piece of information. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Of course not. Just as we don't know anything about your mysterious appearance in Concordia. Back in her quarters, Rose began mapping out the implications of this new arrangement. The House of Night Whispers hadn't hired her just for her portal skills. They wanted to use her position with Lady Vess, her access to multiple power structures. She opened Master Chen's ledger, finding his notes about the House of Night Whispers. They trade in secrets, he had written, but their true currency is influence. Every piece of information they gather becomes a thread in a larger web. The comment about Lady Vess's security breach was clearly a test, seeing how Rose would handle sensitive information about her primary employer. She'd need to warn Lady Vess, but carefully, perhaps use it to demonstrate her value further. Rose began drafting plans for the private portal network. It would need to be subtle, untraceable, but also give her access to monitor what passed through it. The House of Night Whispers might deal in secrets, but she intended to know everyone that crossed her portals. Over the next several weeks, Rose carefully wove her web of connections. The private portal network became operational, carrying secrets and valuable items between shadow traders. Each transaction added to her growing understanding of modern Concordia's power structure. Lady Vess had indeed discovered the security breach, though Rose's subtle warning had allowed her to address it before any real damage was done. The incident only increased her trust in her mysterious advisor. Other houses began seeking Rose's services, not just for portal stability, but for her growing reputation as someone who understood the flow of power and information. She chose her clients carefully, using Master Chen's ledger to identify the most valuable connections. She maintained her quarters near the House of Silver Mirrors, but established small private offices throughout Concordia's districts, places where information could be exchanged, deals could be made, and power could shift hands without drawing attention. 2 years into her position as Lady Vess's advisor, Rose had built an impressive network of alliances and obligations. But with success came scrutiny, and questions about her past began to surface more frequently. The House of Night Whispers, despite their agreement, had been quietly probing into her background. Rose discovered their agents attempting to trace her non-existent history through various realms. More concerning were the whispers about unusual portal signatures that matched patterns from Eldermire's fall. Then came the message she'd been dreading. One of her private offices received a communication bearing a familiar seal, one she hadn't seen in 70 years. Draven had finally found traces of her in modern Concordia. The careful balance she'd built over 2 years was about to be tested. Her knowledge of the present was extensive, but her past was catching up with her. The message from Draven was characteristically subtle, just his seal and 4 words. Time changes nothing, fireworker. Rose read it in her private office, away from the watching eyes of both Lady Vess and the House of Night Whispers. Her carefully constructed position in modern Concordia suddenly felt precarious. Within days, she noticed the changes. Some of her regular clients became hesitant to meet. Others asked pointed questions about portal magic and its history. The House of Night Whispers agents grew bolder in their investigations. Then Lady Vess requested a private meeting. "There are concerns," she said carefully, studying Rose across her desk. "Stories circulating about portal magic gone wrong, about a catastrophe from decades ago, about a woman who wielded fire and destruction." "Stories," Rose replied evenly, "are often unreliable." "Are they? Because these particular stories seem to be coming from very reliable sources." "What exactly are you asking, Lady Vess?" Rose kept her voice steady, though she could feel everything she'd built beginning to shift beneath her feet. "I'm asking why one of the most notorious figures from Murkdusk seems very interested in my portal advisor." Lady Vess's expression hardened. "Why Lord Draven himself has suddenly taken an interest in Concordia's portal network. Old enemies often resurface at inconvenient times." "Enemies?" Lady Vess leaned forward. "Then you admit you know him?" "I admit," Rose said carefully, "that there are parts of my past that I've chosen not to share, parts that have no bearing on our arrangement or my loyalty to your house." "No bearing?" Lady Vess's laugh held no humour. "My son died because of unstable portal magic, and now I learn my trusted advisor might have been involved in one of the greatest portal disasters in history." "Your son," Rose said quietly, "understood something fundamental about portal magic that others refused to see. He died because the old guard rejected change." She met Lady Vess's gaze steadily. "Just as Eldemire fell because some tried to control power they didn't understand." "Are you comparing my son's death to Eldemire's destruction?" "I'm saying that both were tragedies born of the same arrogance, the belief that power can be controlled through force rather than understanding." Rose paused. "Everything I've done here, stabilizing your portals, implementing your son's theories, has been about preventing such tragedies from happening again." Lady Vess studied her for a long moment. "And Draven, what does he want with my portal network?" "Nothing good," Rose replied honestly. "He's spent decades trying to reclaim what he lost in Eldemire. If he's showing interest in your network now—" "So you do know him?" Lady Vess's voice sharpened. "Were you there, at Eldemire's fall?" Rose made a decision. A partial truth might save what she'd built. "I was there. I saw what happens when someone tries to seize control of portal magic by force. Just as you saw what happened when they dismissed your son's understanding of its true nature." "And your role in its destruction?" "Was preventing something far worse." Rose stood slowly. "Draven tried to tear apart the barriers between realms. What I did was contain the damage." Lady Vess's eyes narrowed. "And now? What damage might come to my house, my network, because of your past?" "None," Rose said firmly. "If you trust me to protect what we've built, or everything, if you let Draven make you doubt me now—" Lady Vess rose from her desk, moving to the window that overlooked her portal network. "When you first came to us, you restored stability to our operations. You proved my son's theories correct. For 2 years, you've served this house faithfully. And I will continue to do so." "Will you?" Lady Vess turned back to face her. "Or will your past finally catch up to all of us?" "My past is precisely why I can protect your network," Rose said. "I've seen what Draven can do. I know how he thinks, how he operates. He's not just a threat to me, he's a threat to everything you've built." "Then prove it." Lady Vess's expression hardened. "Show me that keeping you here is worth the risk, that your enemies won't become my enemies. What do you propose? Secure our network, not just from normal interference, from someone who knows old magics, someone like Draven. I'll secure your network, Rose told Lady Vess, but I need complete access and total authority over the security measures. You're asking for a lot of trust, given what I've just learned. I'm asking you to be practical, Rose countered. Your network is stable and profitable because of me. Draven is a threat because of what he might do to that network, not because of my past with him. Lady Vess returned to her desk, her fingers tracing the elaborate communication mirrors. You have 3 days. Show me that keeping you is worth the risk. After that, she left the threat unspoken. Rose knew that while she worked to secure the portal network, Draven would be making his own moves. Each use of portal magic would be like a beacon to him, but for now she had no choice. Rose began reinforcing the portal network immediately. Each connection needed to be checked, each security measure enhanced. But with every adjustment, she felt Draven's attention focusing more sharply on Concordia. Messages began arriving at her private offices. Hints about the past, references to Eldermire, subtle threats wrapped in seemingly innocent communications. He was letting her know he was getting closer. By the second day, she noticed unfamiliar magical signatures, testing the network's defenses, probing attacks that carried traces of Draven's distinctive style. He wasn't just tracking her anymore, he was actively seeking ways into Lady Vess's portal system. The eastern route is under attack, one of Lady Vess's technicians reported. Something's trying to force its way through from the other side. Rose knew she was running out of time. Each use of portal magic to defend the network was like sending up a flare announcing her presence. But she had to prove to Lady Vess that she was worth protecting. The attacks intensified through the 3rd day. Rose worked continuously, reinforcing defenses as Draven's probes grew stronger. Lady Vess watched from her command center, her expression growing more concerned with each new assault. He's not just attacking randomly, Rose explained, tracking the pattern of attempts. He's mapping the network, looking for weak points, testing my defenses to see how I respond. And how many of these attacks are because of you? Lady Vess asked sharply. Before Rose could answer, every communication mirror in the chamber suddenly clouded over. A face appeared in their surfaces, half handsome, half ruined by old burns. Draven had found a way to breach their communication network. Lady Vess? His voice was smooth despite his scarred features. I believe you have something, or someone, that belongs to an old acquaintance. Rose felt her blood run cold. This wasn't just an attack on the portal network anymore. This was Draven making his move. Rose was in her private office when the warning came, a shadow message from one of her contacts in the House of Night Whispers. Lady Vess meets with Draven's representatives tonight. The price of peace is you. She moved quickly, knowing time was short. The combined crystal pulsed against her skin as she activated her most secret portal, one she'd created in the first weeks of establishing the private network. Even the House of Night Whispers didn't know about this one. The portal opened to a space between realities, a pocket she'd crafted specifically to be untraceable. Here, power like the crystal could be hidden safely away from those who would misuse it. As she prepared to secure the crystal, she heard movement in the corridor outside. Lady Vess's personal guards, no doubt. The betrayal was already in motion. I should have expected this, she murmured, making her decision. The crystal would be safe here, and without its power, she'd be harder for Draven to track. Rose sealed the portal just as her office door burst open. Lady Vess stood in the doorway, flanked by her guards and 2 figures whose dark robes marked them as Draven's agents. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Lady Vess said, though her tone held no real regret. But Draven has offered guarantees. My network will be protected. Protected? Rose laughed softly. You're making a deal with the man who nearly destroyed Eldermire trying to seize portal power. How long before he decides your network should be his? Better his ally than his enemy, Lady Vess gestured to her guards. And you, my dear advisor, have become far too dangerous to keep. One of Draven's agents stepped forward. Lord Draven sends his regards. He's looking forward to discussing old times. Rose felt the absence of the crystal's warmth keenly, but its loss was worth keeping it from Draven's hands. Now she just had to survive what came next. Before you hand me over, Rose said calmly, you might want to consider a few things, Lady Vess. Such as who really has control of your network now. Rose's smile was sharp. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for betrayal? Every security measure, every stability protocol, they're all keyed to my specific methods. One of Draven's agents moved forward menacingly. Lord Draven can restore the network. Can he? Rose asked softly. The same way he restored Eldermire's portals. She turned to Lady Vess. How long do you think your trade empire will last once he starts experimenting with your routes? Lady Vess's composure cracked slightly. You're bluffing. Am I? Check your primary routes. Now. As Lady Vess rushed to her communication mirrors, Rose knew she had bought herself precious moments. But she would need every second of them. Lady Vess's face paled as she checked the network status. Every major trade route had been subtly altered, the stability protocols now showing warning signs. What have you done? She demanded. Insurance, Rose replied calmly. The network will hold for now, but without my specific maintenance. She let the threat hang in the air. Lord Draven can restore any damage you do, one of his agents said. Your petty sabotage won't save you. Rose's smile was cold. Like he restored Eldermire's portals? She watched Lady Vess flinch at the reference. How did that work out? She moved carefully, positioning herself near a specific corner of the office. Lady Vess wouldn't know about the secondary escape route she'd prepared, a conventional one, not magical. Sometimes the old ways were best. In the tense moment as Lady Vess and Draven's agents closed in, Rose triggered her escape plan. She'd prepared for betrayal long ago, installing a simple mechanical release in the floor panels near her desk. The mechanism activated silently, dropping her into a passage beneath her office before anyone could react. She heard Lady Vess's shout of surprise and the agents cursing above her as she slid through the narrow tunnel. The passage, built without magic to avoid detection, led her through the building's infrastructure and out into Concordia's lower levels. She'd arranged this escape route in her first weeks as advisor, knowing that power could shift at any moment. By the time Lady Vess's guards reached the street, Rose was already moving through the shadow markets, using the networks she'd built to disappear into Concordia's underworld. She needed to get out of the realm entirely, and she'd heard stories of a place called Atherin. After escaping through the mechanical passage, Rose's first stop was her private quarters, not the ones Lady Vess had provided, but a secret location she'd maintained separately. Here she kept her armor, weapons, and other items too important to leave in any official residence. She changed quickly into her leather armor, its familiar weight comforting after years of wearing an advisor's robes. The whip at her side felt right. She was done playing the refined political player, at least for now. With her essential gear secured and the crystals safely hidden in its between-space portal, she made her way to the House of Night Whispers for her travel arrangements. The House of Night Whispers proved useful one final time, providing her with documentation and transport out of Concordia. They didn't ask why she needed to leave so urgently. Information brokers understood the value of discretion. While Rose wouldn't use her own portal magic, knowing it could be traced, she still needed a portal to leave Concordia. The House of Night Whispers directed her to one of the less monitored transport gates, one used by those who preferred discretion. In her leather armor, pack secure on her back, Rose approached the hidden portal station. The operators here worked independently of Lady Vess's network, maintaining their own stable gates through older methods. Destination, the hooded operator asked, not looking up from their ledger. Atherin. Risky journey these days, they commented, activating the portal with practiced movements. Lot of changes in that realm. Rose stepped through the shimmering gateway, leaving Concordia behind. The familiar disorientation of realm travel washed over her as Atherin's twilight sky came into view. The portal deposited Rose on one of Atherin's designated arrival platforms. Her first breath of the realm's air carried the scent of both flowering blooms and ash, a jarring combination that seemed to define this place. Rose stepped into the twilight realm of Atherin, the weight of her 102 years bearing down on her. The Flameheart Crystal's absence was a constant reminder of the sacrifices she'd made to get here. As she made her way through the contrasting landscape of lush forests and blackened wastelands, she couldn't shake the feeling that the dark energies permeating the realm were not just familiar, but connected to a power she knew all too well. Whispers of Ultranacius Eternus reached her ears, tales of a ruler who commanded the realm's dark forces with terrifying ease, whose empire had grown to cast a long shadow across the lands. Rose's suspicions deepened with every overheard conversation. When she finally laid eyes on Ultranacius Eternus, her fears were confirmed. Even from a distance, she recognized Kaelion, the man who had once betrayed her. But gone was the order lackey she had outplayed years ago. In his place stood a being of immense power, one who had clearly spent the decades since their last encounter amassing dark knowledge and influence. Rose understood the implications immediately. Kaelion, now Ultranacius Eternus, wasn't just another challenge to overcome. He was a major player, perhaps the most significant threat she had ever faced. His empire in Atherin was no mere backwater. It was a seat of power, one that could potentially rival anything she had encountered before. Yet Rose did not despair. Her long life had taught her resilience and resourcefulness. She may have left the Flameheart Crystal behind, but she still had her razor-sharp mind, her mastery of fire, and the skills she'd honed through decades of maneuvering in Concordia's political and information circles. But taking on Ultranacius Eternus in Atherin would require more than just cleverness and magic. Rose would need to play a long game, gathering allies and information, leaning on the reputation she'd built as an advisor and power broker. She would need to unravel the secrets of Kaelion's rise, find the cracks in his empire, and exploit them with ruthless precision. All of this she would have to do while staying one step ahead of those hunting her from her past and without revealing the true extent of her own abilities. It was a daunting task, but Rose had never shied away from a challenge. As she melted into the shadows of Atherin, Rose's resolve hardened. Ultranacius Eternus may be a major power in the present day, but she had not come this far to be cowed by an old foe. She would find a way to outmaneuver him, as she had done before, and when the time was right, she would confront him on her own terms. The game was on, and the stakes could not be higher. In Atherin, under the rule of Ultranacius Eternus, Rose knew she was playing for the fate of realms. And she had every intention of winning. Rose's first days in Atherin were spent in careful observation, gathering what information she could while keeping her own identity hidden. She moved through the twilight realm like a shadow, listening to whispers in darkened corners, piecing together the story of Ultranacius Eternus's rise. What she learned only confirmed her worst fears. Kaelion, in the guise of Ultranacius, had spent the decades since their last encounter delving into forbidden magics and ancient artifacts. He had emerged as a being of immense power, one who commanded not just dark forces, but the very fabric of Atherin itself. His empire was not just a political entity, but a well-oiled machine fueled by dark magic. Those who served him were bound not just by loyalty, but by arcane pacts that granted them a portion of his power in exchange for their unquestioning obedience. Yet even as the scale of the challenge before her became clear, Rose found glimmers of opportunity. Ultranacious rule was absolute, but it was not without its discontents. In the forgotten corners of Atherin, in the shadow markets and back alleys, there were those who chafed under his dark reign. Rose began to make cautious contact with these dissidents, always careful to hide her true identity. She presented herself as a wandering mystic, one with knowledge of ancient magics and a grudge against ultranacious empire. Slowly, cautiously, she began to build a network of informants and potential allies. A whispered word here, a subtle display of her own power there. Each interaction was a delicate dance, a test to see who she could trust and who might betray her. As she wove her web of contacts, Rose also began to probe the defences of Ultranacious' stronghold. She knew she couldn't confront him directly, not yet, but she could lay the groundwork, find the weaknesses in his wards and barriers, plan for the day when she would make her move. Weeks turned into months, and the strain began to take its toll. But Rose would not relent. She had come too far, sacrificed too much to falter now. Ultranacious Eternus stood at the pinnacle of his power, but she would find a way to bring him low. Rose moved through the twilight streets of Atherin like a ghost, her dark cloak blending seamlessly with the shadows. The betrayal in Concordia was still fresh in her mind, a raw wound that she refused to let heal. Trust, she had learned once again, was a luxury she could not afford. In this strange new realm, with its dark energies and darker secrets, Rose knew that she could rely on no one but herself. The power structures here were unlike anything she had navigated before. The influence of Ultranacious Eternus, once known as Kaelion, permeated every corner of society. But Rose was no stranger to working alone. Her long life had taught her the value of self-reliance, of keeping her own counsel and her own secrets. And so, even as she gathered information and observed the workings of Ultranacious's empire, she kept herself apart. She took refuge in the forgotten places of Atherin, abandoned warehouses, derelict temples, the haunted ruins that dotted the outskirts of the capital. These became her sanctuaries, the places where she could let down her guard for a few precious moments, where she could plan and prepare without fear of prying eyes. Rose's focus was singular, to understand the nature of Ultranacious's power, to find the cracks in his armour that she could exploit. She watched and listened, piecing together the dark history of his rise, the whispers of forbidden magics and ancient pacts that had propelled him to the pinnacle of Atherin's power structure. But she made no moves to confront him directly, not yet. The wounds of her recent betrayal were still too raw, the memory of Kaelion's treachery still too fresh. She needed time to gather her strength, to build her knowledge of this new realm and its dark ruler. In the meantime, she honed her skills in solitude. The fire magic that coursed through her veins was her one constant, the one thing she could always rely on. In the depths of night, in the hidden places where none could see, she practiced her craft, pushing herself to new levels of mastery. She knew that when the time came to face Ultranacious, she would need every ounce of power and cunning at her disposal. He was not the same man she had once known. The decades had honed him into something far more formidable, far more dangerous. But Rose had been forged in the fires of betrayal and hardship. She had survived the machinations of the Order, the chaos of Eldermire's fall, the treachery of those she had once trusted. She would survive this too. And so she bided her time, a solitary figure moving unseen through the twilight world of Atherin, watching, learning, preparing for the moment when she would finally confront the ghosts of her past. Despite her solitary nature and the wounds of recent betrayals, Rose refused to let her circumstances diminish her standards. She may have been a lone figure navigating the dark streets of Atherin, But she was still the same woman who had built a reputation as a refined and influential advisor in Concordia. Even as she took refuge in abandoned buildings and forgotten ruins, Rose began to transform her surroundings to suit her tastes. With a discerning eye and a few carefully chosen furnishings, she turned a derelict warehouse into a tasteful living space, complete with a comfortable bed, a well-stocked kitchenette, and a small but elegant seating area. Her clothing too underwent a transformation. Though she had arrived in Atherin with little more than the armour on her back, Rose quickly set about acquiring a wardrobe that befit her status. Using the skills she had honed in Concordia's political circles, she negotiated with local merchants and artisans, trading her knowledge and magical services for high-quality garments and accessories. Within a matter of weeks, Rose had re-established herself as a figure of taste and refinement, albeit one who moved in the shadows of Atherin's twilight world. Her appearance and bearing served as a kind of armour, a declaration to the world that she would not be diminished by her circumstances. This commitment to elegance extended to her food and drink as well. Even as she gathered information in Atherin's darkened alleyways and smoky taverns, Rose insisted on the finest vintages and the most exquisite delicacies. Her palate, honed by years of living among Concordia's elite, would not be satisfied with anything less. Yet, for all her refinement, Rose was never snobby or condescending. Her appreciation for the finer things was a personal standard, not a weapon to wield against others. In her interactions with Atherin's citizens, from the lowliest street urchin to the most influential merchant, she maintained a kind of graceful poise, a warmth tempered by caution. This combination of sophistication and approachability served Rose well as she navigated Atherin's complex social landscape. Her reputation as a woman of taste and discernment opened doors that might have otherwise remained closed, while her ability to connect with people from all walks of life provided her with a steady stream of information and insights. All the while, Rose continued her solitary preparations for the inevitable confrontation with Ultranacius Eternus. In the privacy of her elegantly appointed hideaways, she honed her fire magic, studied ancient texts, and mapped out the intricate web of Ultranacius power. She knew that when the time came, she would need every advantage she could muster. But she also knew that her greatest strength lay not in her magical prowess or her political acumen, but in her unshakable sense of self. No matter what challenges Atherin threw at her, no matter what ghosts from her past resurfaced to haunt her, Rose would remain true to who she was, a woman of refinement, resilience, and indomitable will. And it was with this quiet confidence that she moved forward, a lone flame illuminating her own path through the darkness of Atherin, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. Rose's investigations into Ultranacius Eternus's past led her deep into the heart of Atherin's oldest libraries and most obscure archives. She pored over dusty tomes and crumbling scrolls, seeking any scrap of information that might shed light on how Kaelion had made the transition from order lackey to ruler of a dark empire. It was in a forgotten corner of a mouldering repository that she finally found the first clue. Hidden among a stack of mundane trade records was a faded document bearing the seal of the Order of the Grey. The document was heavily encoded, but Rose's keen mind and years of experience with the Order's ciphers allowed her to decipher its contents. What she found was a fragmentary account of the chaos that followed Umbral's fall. In the wake of the cataclysm, it seemed, the Order had fractured. Some had perished in the disaster while others had fled, seeking refuge in far-flung realms. But a small faction, led by none other than Kaelion himself, had seen opportunity in the upheaval. They had gathered the Order's most forbidden knowledge, its darkest artifacts, and set out to forge a new power in the ashes of the old. Their journey had been perilous, a harrowing passage through the spaces between realms. Many had been lost along the way, but Kaelion had endured, and when they finally emerged, it was into the twilight lands of Atherin. The document ended there, but it provided Rose with a starting point. She began to search for accounts of Atherin's history, seeking any mention of a dark power rising in the years following Eldermire's collapse. Piece by piece, a picture began to emerge. Kaelion and his followers had arrived in Atherin at a time of great turmoil. The realm had been riven by internal strife, its ancient power structures crumbling. Into this chaos, Kaelion had brought the secrets of the Order, offering power to those who would swear fealty to him. Many had resisted at first, but Kaelion's mastery of dark magic was unmatched. One by one, Atherin's factions had fallen before him, until he stood as the undisputed ruler of the realm. But it was not enough for Kaelion to simply conquer Atherin. He had greater ambitions. Using the forbidden knowledge he had gathered, he had begun to shape himself into something more than human. Through dark rituals and unspeakable sacrifices, he had transformed himself, becoming a being of immense power. He took on a new name, Ultranacious Eternus, and set about reshaping Atherin in his own image. As Rose delved deeper into this dark history, she felt a growing sense of unease. The Kaelion she had known had been dangerous, but this Ultranacious Eternus was something else entirely. A being who had steeped himself in the darkest magics, who had sacrificed his very humanity in pursuit of power. She knew that confronting him would be her greatest challenge yet, but she also knew that she had no choice. Ultranacious Eternus's ambitions would not stop at Atherin. If left unchecked, his darkness would spread, consuming realm after realm until all was under his sway. And so, Rose redoubled her efforts, gathering every scrap of knowledge, every hint of weakness she could find. She would need every advantage, every ally she could muster if she was to stand against the dark titan Ultranacious Eternus had become. But even as the enormity of the task weighed upon her, Rose felt a flicker of something else, a grim determination taking root in her heart. She had been forged in the fires of betrayal and hardship, tempered by decades of survival against impossible odds. If anyone could stand against Ultranacious Eternus, if anyone could bring light to the darkness he had wrought, it was her. Rose, the lone flame, the unbreakable spirit. And she would not rest until Atherin and all the realms were free from his dark reign. Rose sat in her sanctuary, the warm glow of candlelight casting flickering shadows across the walls. Before her lay Master Chen's ledgers, the pages worn and yellowed with age. These were the last gift from her mentor, a lifetime of knowledge and secrets painstakingly recorded. She had read these pages countless times, absorbing the wisdom and insights within. But tonight, she sought a different kind of guidance. Tonight, she grappled with a choice that would define not just her own future, but the fate of realms. Rose's finger traced the lines of Master Chen's neat script, pausing on a passage she had read 100 times before. Power is a heavy burden, my dear student. Those who wield it must also bear the weight of the consequences. Every choice, every action, ripples across the fabric of lives, of worlds. To be a true master is to understand this weight, and to carry it with both strength and compassion. The words seemed to take on new meaning now, as Rose contemplated the terrible decision before her. Seal Atherin, condemning millions to a dark fate under Ultranacious Eternus's rule, or risk billions falling under his sway as his power spread unchecked. Her heart ached at the thought of the lives that would be lost, the suffering that would be endured. Every instinct in her cried out against the idea of willingly causing such harm, even in the name of a greater good. But her mind, honed by decades of hard choices and harsh realities, whispered a different truth. Ultranacious Eternus could not be allowed to extend his reach. The darkness he embodied, the ruin he would bring. It was a threat beyond measure. Rose closed her eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down on her like a physical force. In her mind's eye, she saw the faces of those she had sworn to protect. The innocent, the vulnerable, the ones who looked to her as a beacon of hope in a dark world. Could she betray that trust? Could she sacrifice the lives of millions for the sake of billions? Master Chen's words echoed in her thoughts once more. To carry it with both strength and compassion. Compassion. It was the core of who she was, the driving force behind everything she had ever fought for. To turn her back on that now, to make a choice that would cause such profound suffering. Rose's hands clenched, the pages of the ledger crinkling under her fingers. Tears, hot and bitter, stung at the corners of her eyes. But even as her heart broke, her resolve hardened. This was the burden of power, the price of being the one who could make a difference. She had to think beyond her own feelings, beyond the immediate tragedy. She had to think of the realms that would fall if Ultranacius was not stopped. The billions who would suffer under his dark reign. The very fabric of existence that would be warped and twisted by his ambition. Rose drew in a shuddering breath, the decision crystallizing within her like a shard of ice. It was the hardest choice she had ever made, and one she knew would haunt her for the rest of her days. But it was the right choice, the necessary choice. She would seal Atherin. She would bear the weight of the lives lost, carry the guilt and the grief as a reminder of the price of her power. And she would use that power to ensure that no other realm would ever fall to Ultranacius Eternus's darkness. With a heavy heart, but an unbreakable will, Rose began to plan her next move. The path ahead would be dark and painful, steeped in sorrow and sacrifice. But she would walk it, for the sake of the realms, for the sake of all she held dear. As Rose delved deeper into the ancient texts and histories, seeking a way to seal Atherin and contain Ultranacius Eternus, she kept coming across references to a mysterious artifact known as the Key to Atherin. This black orb, said to hold the power to manipulate the boundaries between realms, seemed to be the solution she had been seeking. But locating the key was proving to be a challenge. The texts were frustratingly vague about its whereabouts, offering only cryptic clues and half-forgotten legends. Some claimed it had been hidden deep within the heart of Atherin itself, while others suggested it had been lost eons ago, scattered to the far corners of the realm. Rose knew she would have to be methodical in her search. She began to map out the most likely locations, cross-referencing the hints from the texts with her own knowledge of Atherin's geography and history. She reached out to her network of contacts, calling in favors and gathering what scraps of information she could. It was slow, painstaking work, but Rose was nothing if not determined. She spent long hours in her sanctuary, poring over maps and decoded messages, piecing together the puzzle of the key's location. As she worked, she couldn't shake the sense of urgency that pressed down on her. Every day that passed was another day for Ultranacius Eternus to consolidate his power, to extend his dark reach further across Atherin. She knew she was in a race against time, and the stakes could not be higher. But Rose had not come this far to be thwarted by a lack of information. She redoubled her efforts, pushing herself to the limits of her endurance. She chased down every lead, no matter how tenuous, and slowly, piece by piece, a picture began to emerge. Rose's eyes widened as she read the most recent entries in the hidden archives, her heart pounding with each revelation. The fall of Nythoria and the terrible battle that had followed. They were not distant legends, but events that had taken place a mere 3 years ago. According to the accounts, Ultranacius Eternus had indeed turned his dark gaze upon Nythoria, seeking to corrupt and consume the realm as he had done to so many others. Using the twisted powers he had honed in Atherin, he had begun to spread a darkness across Nythoria, one that threatened to snuff out its light forever. But Nythoria had not fallen easily. The guardians of the realms, those powerful entities sworn to protect the balance between worlds, had intervened. They had confronted Ultranacius directly, engaging him in a battle that had shaken the very foundations of Nythoria. The fight had been titanic, a clash of cosmic forces that had lit up the skies and rent the earth. But in the end, the Guardians had emerged victorious. Ultranacius, weakened and wounded, had been forced to retreat, fleeing back to the safety of his dark fortress in Atherin. But the victory had come at a terrible cost. Though Ultranacius had been defeated, the damage he had wrought upon Nythoria was too great. The darkness he had seeded continued to spread, consuming the realm from within. Faced with this grim reality, the Guardians had been forced to make a terrible choice. To prevent the spread of the corruption, to ensure that Ultranacius' evil did not spill out into the other realms, they had sealed Nythoria off completely, isolating it from the rest of existence. It was a decision that had undoubtedly saved countless lives across the realms. But for the people of Nythoria, it was a sentence of unimaginable suffering. They had been left to face the darkness alone, cut off from all hope of aid or escape. As Rose absorbed this tragic history, she felt a weight settle in her heart. The fall of Nythoria was a stark reminder of the stakes she faced, of the terrible price of failure. If Ultranacius was not stopped, if he was not contained, then Nythoria's fate could befall any realm. Even Earth, that distant world Silas had spoken of with such hope, would not be safe. But the accounts also gave Rose a flicker of hope. The Guardians had beaten Ultranacius once. They had proven that he was not invincible, that his darkness could be pushed back. If she could find the key to Atherin, if she could seal the realm as the Guardians had sealed Nythoria, then perhaps she could finish what they had started. Perhaps she could put an end to Ultranacius' evil, once and for all. It was a daunting prospect, a task that seemed almost impossible. But Rose had never been one to back down from a challenge. She would find the key, she would seal Atherin, and she would ensure that no other realms suffered Nythoria's fate. Rose had been scouring Atherin's ancient libraries and forgotten archives for weeks, searching for any scrap of information about the key to Atherin and the ritual to seal the realm. She had followed countless dead ends, deciphered dozens of cryptic texts, but still the full picture eluded her. It was in a dusty, long-abandoned scriptorium that she finally found the lead she had been seeking. Hidden among crumbling scrolls and faded manuscripts was a single tome, its cover embossed with a symbol she had never seen before. A stylized tree, its branches reaching up to cradle a shimmering star. Intrigued, Rose carefully opened the tome, its pages crackling with age. The language was ancient, the script nearly faded. But as she began to decipher the words, her heart began to race. The tome spoke of Alfheim, the realm of eternal light. It described it as a place of powerful magic, where the very fabric of reality was woven with threads of arcane energy. But more importantly, it spoke of Alfheim's connection to the other realms, and the role it played in maintaining the balance between them. According to the tome, Alfheim was not just a realm, but a nexus, a central point from which all other realms could be accessed, and more crucially, controlled. The elves who inhabited Alfheim were not just guardians of their own land, but guardians of the very pathways between worlds. And it was here, the tome suggested, that the key to sealing a realm could be found. For to seal a realm was not just to close its borders, but to sever its connection to the nexus, to cut it off from the web of magic that sustained all of existence. As Rose read on, a plan began to form in her mind. If she could get to Alfheim, if she could find the place where these pathways converged, she could use the key to Atherin to seal the realm, to trap Ultranacius Eternus within his own dark domain. But getting to Alfheim would not be easy. The tome warned that the elves guarded their secrets jealously, and that they did not take kindly to outsiders meddling in the affairs of the Nexus. Rose would need to be cautious to find a way into Alfheim undetected. She began to prepare, gathering what resources she could without drawing the attention of ultranacious forces. She traded secrets for supplies, called in old favors from her time in Concordia. She studied maps of the realms, seeking the hidden pathways that might lead her to Alfheim's borders. All the while she continued to research the ritual itself, committing every detail to memory. She knew she would only have one chance at this, one opportunity to seal Atherin and end Ultranacious's reign of terror. As she made her final preparations, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that everything in her life had been leading to this moment. Her years in the Order of the Grey, her battles in Eldermire, her struggles in Concordia, they had all been preparing her for this ultimate test. Rose stepped out of the portal, finding herself in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees seemed to glow with an inner light, and the very air hummed with a subtle, arcane energy. She knew immediately that she was in Alfheim, but beyond that she was in unfamiliar territory. Her knowledge of this realm was limited, gleaned from fragments of ancient texts and half-remembered stories. She knew of the Guardians, of course, the powerful beings who were said to maintain the balance between realms, but the details of their nature, their capabilities, were lost to her. She moved cautiously through the forest, every sense alert for any sign of danger. She had no idea how the denizens of Alfheim might react to an outsider, especially one from a realm as dark as Atherin. Her hand never strayed far from her whip, ready to defend herself if necessary. As she walked, Rose tried to recall what little she knew of Alfheim's geography. The texts had spoken of a great city at the realm's heart, a place where the Guardians were said to convene, but they had been frustratingly vague about its exact location or appearance. She needed to find that city, or at least some clue to the location of the nexus where the pathways between realms converged. But she had no map, no guide, only her own wits and the vague directions gleaned from ancient tomes. Hours passed as Rose wandered through the endless forest. The light never seemed to change, making it impossible to tell how much time had passed. She grew increasingly frustrated, aware that every moment spent lost in this strange realm was a moment Ultranacious Eternus remained unchallenged. Just as she was beginning to despair, Rose spotted something through the trees, a glint of light that didn't seem to come from the ever-present glow of the forest. Cautiously, she made her way towards it. She found herself in a small clearing, facing what appeared to be a stone archway. Runes were carved into its surface, glowing softly with a pale blue light. Rose recognized some of the symbols from her research. They were related to the magic of realm walking, of traversing the spaces between worlds. This was it, she realized. A gateway, a path to the nexus she sought. The runes were a lock, and the key to Atherin, now pulsing warmly against her skin, was the key. But as Rose approached the archway, she heard a sound that made her blood run cold, the unmistakable whisper of a blade being drawn from its sheath. She whirled around, her own whip leaping into her hand. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure clad in armor that seemed to be woven from the very light of the forest. Their face was hidden beneath a helm shaped like a snarling beast, but their posture made their intentions clear. "Halt, intruder!" a voice commanded, ringing with authority. "You trespass on sacred ground." Rose's mind raced. Was this one of the Guardians? Some other protector of Alfheim's secrets? She had no way of knowing and no time to ponder the question. All she knew was that she had come too far to be stopped now. The fate of realms depended on her. With a deep breath, Rose readied her whip, the flames of her magic dancing along its length. Rose faced the armoured figure, her whip crackling with fiery energy. The stranger's stance was poised, ready for battle, but they made no immediate move to attack. "I seek only to prevent a great catastrophe," Rose said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "I mean no harm to Alfheim or its people." The figure tilted their head as if considering her words. "And yet you carry an artifact steeped in dark magic," they said, gesturing to where the key to Atherin lay, hidden beneath Rose's cloak. "Such things are not welcome here." Rose cursed silently. The key's power must have been detectable to this guardian of Alfheim. She would have to tread carefully. "This artifact is the key to stopping an even greater darkness," she said, choosing her words with precision. "Ultranacius Eternus, the scourge of Atherin. If he is not stopped, his shadow will spread to all realms, including Alfheim." The figure was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, they lowered their blade. "Ultranacius Eternus is known to us," he said, his tone grim. "His darkness has threatened the balance before." Rose dared to hope. "Then you understand why I have come. I seek the nexus, the place where the pathways between realms converge. With the key, I can seal Atherin, trap Ultranacius within his own domain." The figure stepped closer, their armor shimmering in the ethereal light. "And what do you know of such matters, Wanderer? The nexus is not a place for mortal feet to tread." "I know that if I do nothing, Ultranacius will consume everything," Rose replied, her gaze unwavering. "I have seen his cruelty, felt the touch of his shadow. I will not let that happen to any other realm." There was another long pause. Then, to Rose's surprise, the figure reached up and removed his helm. Beneath was the face of an elf, ageless and beautiful, with eyes that shone with an inner light. "Your determination is admirable," the elf said, his voice softer without the helm's distortion. "And your cause is just. But the path you seek is perilous, even for one with your apparent strength." Rose met their gaze steadily. "I have walked through fire and shadow to come this far. I will not turn back now." The elf nodded, as if coming to a decision. "Very well. I will guide you to the nexus. But know this, Rose of Atherin. The trials ahead will test more than just your skill with a whip. They will test your very soul." Rose felt a shiver run down her spine at the elf's words. But she had not come this far to be deterred by cryptic warnings. "I am ready," she said simply. The elf replaced his helm and turned towards the archway. He raised a hand, tracing a complex pattern in the air. The runes on the stone flared brightly, and the space within the arch began to shimmer and ripple. "Follow closely," the elf instructed. "Do not stray from the path, no matter what you may see or hear. The spaces between realms are treacherous for the unwary." With those ominous words, he stepped through the archway and vanished. Rose took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever lay ahead. Then, with the key to Atherin pulsing against her skin, she followed her guide into the unknown. As she stepped through the portal, Rose had the sensation of being pulled in every direction at once. Colours and shapes whirled around her, indistinct and dizzying. She focused on the elf's armoured back, using them as an anchor in the chaos. Then, as suddenly as it began, the disorientation ceased. Rose found herself standing on a narrow path of what appeared to be solid light, suspended in a vast, empty space. In every direction, she could see other paths, other portals, stretching off into infinity. "Welcome," the elf said, his voice echoing strangely in the void, "to the in-between, the nexus of all realms." Rose stared in awe at the sight before her. She had known intellectually that such a place must exist. But to see it, to stand at the very crossroads of existence. "Beautiful, isn't it?" the elf said, smiling slightly at her expression. "And very, very dangerous." The beauty lay in the sheer symmetry, the precise lines and elegant design of the light paths that crossed and intersected at odd yet perfect angles. Rose felt as though she was standing in an impossibly complex machine, each piece meticulously placed to maintain the delicate balance between realms. Dangerous indeed, Rose thought. Even one misstep, one disturbance in this central integral place could have unimaginable consequences. She shivered slightly, all too aware of the weight of the key she carried, the power she wielded. Here it felt simultaneously more potent and more dangerous than ever before. "The Nexus," she said, her voice a near whisper in this strange, vast place. "Where precisely in this space do I seal a realm? Do I need a particular pathway?" The elf guide gestured to a circular platform that hovered, seemingly unsupported, at the convergence of several of the larger light paths. "There," he said. "That is the keystone, the central locus. From there, with the right magic and the right artifact," he glanced meaningfully at where the key was hidden, "one could, theoretically, seal off any connected realm." Rose stepped forward, but the elf held up a hand. "But," he continued, "as I said before, it will not be easy. The Nexus itself is a neutral space, but it has its own guardians, and they do not take kindly to interference, no matter how well-intentioned." As if summoned by those words, Rose suddenly became aware of presences around them. Figures were emerging from the light paths, tall and shimmering with an aura of power that made her magical senses tingle with apprehension. The guardians of the Nexus had arrived, and by the grim set of their features they were not pleased to find an intruder in their domain. Rose's hand tightened on her whip, but she knew that here, in this place, violence would only make things worse. She would have to rely on her words, on the strength of her conviction, to convince these ancient, implacable beings of the necessity of her actions. She stepped forward, putting herself between her guide and the approaching guardians. "I am Rose," she declared, her voice ringing out in the stillness of the in-between. "I come to seal the realm of Atherin, to prevent the spread of Ultranacious Eternus's darkness. I ask for your understanding and your aid in this task." The guardians halted, their expressions unreadable. One of them, a figure of such brilliance that it was painful to look at directly, stepped forward. "You ask for much, mortal," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "To seal a realm is no small thing. It disrupts the balance, the very flow of existence. Why should we allow this?" Rose met their gaze, refusing to be cowed by their power or their presence. "Because the alternative is worse," she said simply. "Ultranacious Eternus is a blight, a cancer that will consume everything if left unchecked. Sealing Atherin is the only way to contain him." The brilliant guardian tilted its head as if considering her words. "And what of Atherin's inhabitants? Will you condemn them to darkness to save others?" Rose felt a pang at that. She had wrestled with this question herself in the long, lonely nights of her journey, but she had come to a grim conclusion. "Atherin is already lost," she said, her voice heavy with the weight of that truth. "Ultranacious shadow has spread too far, corrupted too deeply. Sealing the realm is a mercy compared to the fate that awaits them if he is allowed to continue unchecked." There was a long, heavy silence. The guardians seemed to be communicating amongst themselves, though no words were spoken. Rose waited, her heart pounding, aware that the fate of realms hung in the balance of this moment. Finally, the brilliant guardian spoke again. "Your words carry truth," it said, "and your intentions are pure. But intention alone is not enough. If you wish to wield the power to seal a realm, you must first prove yourself worthy of it." Rose felt a chill at those words. "Worthy how?" she asked, though part of her already knew the answer. The guardian's form shimmered, and suddenly they were holding a blade of pure radiant energy. "By trial of combat," it said, "prove your strength, your resolve, and we will grant you the right to use the keystone." Rose stared at the blade, understanding the implications. This was not just a test of her skill, but of her dedication, of how far she was willing to go to stop Ultranacious. She glanced at her guide, but the elf had stepped back, their expression unreadable. This was her trial, and hers alone. Rose took a deep breath, letting the fire within her rise to the surface. Her whip uncoiled, wreathed in magical flames. "I accept your challenge," she said, her voice steady and strong, "for the sake of all realms." The Guardian nodded, a hint of respect in their luminous eyes. "Then let the trial begin." And with those words, the Nexus exploded into radiant combat, the fate of worlds hanging in the balance. Rose moved like a whirlwind of fire, her whip lashing out in arcs of searing flame. The Guardian was fast, its blade of pure energy slicing through the air with blinding speed. But Rose was faster, her reflexes honed by years of combat and desperation. They danced across the central platform, the keystone, trading blows that made the very air crackle with power. The other Guardians watched in silence, their expressions impassive. Rose knew she was being tested, not just in skill but in resolve. The Guardian was a being of immense power. She could feel it in every blow, every clash of its weapons. To defeat it would require more than just physical prowess. It would require unwavering determination, a commitment to her cause that surpassed all else. She thought of Atherin, of the darkness that had consumed it. She thought of Ultranacious Eternus, of the evil he represented. She thought of all the realms that would fall if it was not stopped. And she felt her resolve harden into an unbreakable diamond. With a cry of effort, Rose unleashed a torrent of fire, the flames turning brilliant blue with intense heat. The Guardian raised its blade to block, but the force of the blast drove it back, its feet sliding on the smooth surface of the keystone. Rose pressed her advantage, her whip a constant blur of motion. She targeted joints in the Guardian's armor, gaps in its defense revealed only by careful observation during the fight. The Guardian retaliated with a blast of pure, radiant energy that sent Rose flying back, skidding to the edge of the platform. But she rolled to her feet, ignoring the searing pain in her side, and launched herself forward again. They clashed in the center of the keystone, blades and magic locked in a stalemate of raw power. Rose stared into the faceless visor of the Guardian's helm, her own face reflected in its polished surface. "Yield," the Guardian said, its voice strained with effort. "You cannot win this, mortal." Rose bared her teeth in a fierce grin. "I don't have to win," she growled. "I just have to prove my resolve." And with that she disengaged, spinning away in a whirl of fire. The Guardian stumbled forward, thrown off balance by the sudden lack of resistance. Rose took the opening, pouring every ounce of her remaining magic into one final strike. Her whip lashing out of pure blue-white flame towards the Guardian. For a moment, the Nexus was consumed by a blinding blaze of light and fire. When it cleared, Rose was standing over the fallen Guardian, her whip wrapped around its throat, a heartbeat of silence. Then, slowly, the Guardian raised its hands in a gesture of surrender. "Enough," it said, its voice resonating with something like respect. "You have proven your worth, Rose of Atherin." The whip released, and Rose stepped back, allowing the Guardian to rise. Around her, the other Guardians were lowering their weapons, their stances relaxing. The brilliant Guardian, the one who had challenged her, approached the keystone. It placed a hand on its surface, and it began to glow with a soft, pulsing light. "The keystone recognizes your right to use its power," it said. "Seal the realm, Rose. Contain the darkness." Rose stepped forward, the key to Atherin hot against her skin. This was it, the moment everything had led to. She placed the key into a slot on the keystone's surface that seemed made for it. Immediately, lines of energy began to race across the platform, converging on the spot where Atherin's light path connected to the Nexus. Rose felt the power building, a massive wave of magical energy that made her teeth ache and her hair stand on end. She poured her will into it, focusing all her intent on one goal: seal Atherin, Trap ultranacious. Protect the realms. The energy reached a crescendo, a blinding, deafening roar of power. Then, with a final massive surge, it blasted down Atherin's light path. In the distance, Rose saw the pathway shudder and then collapse, folding in on itself until nothing remained but a fading afterimage. It was done. Atherin was sealed. Rose sagged, the sudden absence of the massive magical energies leaving her drained and exhausted. She would have fallen, but her elf guide was there, supporting her. "You did it," he said softly, his voice filled with awe. Rose managed a tired smile. She had done it. She had stopped ultranacious Eternus, had prevented his darkness from spreading. But as she looked at the spot where Atherin's light path had been, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. So many lives, now cut off from the rest of existence. It was a heavy price to pay, but it was a price she had been willing to pay. To protect the realms, to stop the spread of evil, she would have paid far more. After sealing Atherin and containing ultranacious Eternus, Rose found herself back in the Nexus, the Keystone's energies slowly dissipating around her. The Guardians of the Nexus, their role in this chapter of her journey complete, began to fade back into the shimmering pathways of the in-between. Rose turned to her elf guide, a question on her lips, but they simply smiled and pointed to one of the many paths leading away from the central platform. "That way will take you out of the Nexus," they said, their voice soft but clear over the hum of ambient magic. "Follow it, and you will find yourself in a place of respite." Rose looked at the path, then back at her guide. "Thank you," she said, pouring all her gratitude into those simple words. "For everything." The elf inclined their head, a gesture of respect and farewell. Then, with a final shimmer, they too disappeared, leaving Rose alone on the keystone. Taking a deep breath, Rose stepped onto the indicated path. As she did, the nexus around her began to shift and blur, the shimmering light stretching and coalescing into a tunnel of pure, blinding radiance. She walked forward, her footsteps echoing in the strange liminal space. Gradually, the light began to dim, revealing a swirling portal ahead of her. Unlike the portals she had used to traverse the realms before, this one had a soft, inviting quality to it, its surface shimmering with hues of green and gold. Steeling herself, Rose stepped through the portal and found herself at the edge of a vast, tranquil forest. The air was pure and sweet, filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unfamiliar birds. This, Rose realized, must be Verdania, the realm her elf guide had directed her to. A place of peace and solitude, far from the troubles and turbulence of the realms she had known. With a sense of cautious optimism, Rose began to make her way into the forest, letting the serenity of her surroundings wash over her. She walked for hours, maybe days, time seeming to lose its meaning beneath the emerald canopy. Just as she was starting to wonder if she should create a shelter, Rose stumbled upon a small hidden clearing, and there, nestled among the ancient trees, was a cabin. It was old but sturdy, its wooden walls weathered but still standing proud. Rose approached cautiously, but she could sense no danger, no trap. Instead, the cabin seemed to emanate a welcoming aura, as if it had been waiting for her. Rose opened the door inside. The cabin was dusty but well preserved, filled with the faint traces of old protective magic. This, Rose realized, could be her sanctuary, a place to rest, to heal, to come to terms with all that she had experienced and all that she had done. And so, with a mix of weariness and relief, Rose began to make the cabin her home. Little did she know that this peaceful interlude would be short-lived, and that the mysteries of Verdania would soon draw her back into the fray. But for now, Rose allowed herself to rest, to breathe, to simply be. In the quiet of the forest, she began to heal. It started with a simple disagreement in the village inn. A merchant, irate over a perceived slight from a customer, had begun to cause a scene. Voices were raised, tempers were flaring, and the innkeeper was looking increasingly nervous about the potential for property damage. Rose, seated in her usual corner, sighed into her drink. This was exactly the kind of disturbance she had come to this peaceful realm to avoid. But as the argument escalated, she realized that if she didn't intervene, her own tranquility would be shattered. With a resigned set to her shoulders, Rose approached the arguing pair. She positioned herself between them, her stance casual but confident. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice cutting through the noise like a well-honed blade, "perhaps we can find a solution that doesn't involve shouting down the rafters." The merchant and the customer paused, turning to look at this stranger who had inserted herself into their dispute. Rose met their gazes evenly, one eyebrow slightly raised. Over the next few minutes, Rose carefully coaxed out the details of the disagreement. The merchant felt the customer had insulted his wares. The customer felt the merchant had overcharged him. With deft questions and a few well-placed observations, Rose helped the two men see the misunderstanding at the heart of their conflict. By the time she was done, the merchant was offering the customer a discount on his next purchase, and the customer was apologizing for his hasty words. The innkeeper shot Rose a grateful look as the two men shook hands and returned to their drinks. Rose settled back into her corner, satisfied that her evening of peace could continue uninterrupted. Little did she know that her small act of mediation had been noticed. Over the next few weeks, Rose found herself approached by various villagers, each with a problem they hoped she could solve. A farmer and his neighbour were arguing over a property line. Two young lovers were feuding over a misinterpreted comment. A craftsman and his apprentice were at odds over a project. At first, Rose was reluctant to get involved. She had come to this village to avoid entanglements, not to solve everyone's problems. But as she listened to each story, she found herself drawn in, her natural inclination to help overriding her desire for solitude. Soon Rose had established herself as the village's unofficial mediator. She spent her days listening to grievances, untangling misunderstandings, and brokering compromises. In exchange, the grateful villagers offered her whatever they could spare: a basket of fresh eggs, a bolt of fine cloth, a carved wooden trinket. One farmer, in a burst of enthusiasm, even gifted Rose a pair of live chickens. Rose, who had never had to care for animals before, found herself suddenly in possession of two clucking feathered companions. At first, the thought of dispatching the birds for food made Rose's stomach turn. She was a warrior, not a butcher. But as the days passed, she found herself growing surprisingly attached to the feathered duo, whom she named Spark and Ember. Soon, Rose's cabin had become a sort of unofficial menagerie. In addition to Spark and Ember, she had accumulated a pair of rabbits, Peace and Quiet, a goat, Stubborn, and a three-legged dog, Lucky. The animals provided Rose with a new kind of challenge, one that required patience, care, and the occasional firm command. As the months passed, Rose found herself settling into a comfortable routine. Her days were filled with mediating disputes, tending to her menagerie, and enjoying the simple pleasures of village life. In the evenings, she would retreat to her cabin, where she would practice her magic and reflect on her journey thus far. But even as she enjoyed this peaceful interlude, Rose knew it couldn't last forever. She was, at her core, a being of action and purpose. While the quiet life had its charms, she could feel a restlessness growing within her, a longing for something more. It came to a head one evening as Rose was settling a dispute between two farmers over the ownership of a particularly stubborn mule. As she listened to the men argue, Rose suddenly felt a sharp twinge of impatience. These petty squabbles, while important to the villagers, felt incredibly small compared to the grand battles she had fought, the world-shaping events she had been a part of. Was this really what she had been reduced to? A glorified animal herder and dispute settler? As if sensing her thoughts, Lucky, the three-legged dog, chose that moment to let out a long, mournful howl. The sound seemed to echo Rose's own internal turmoil, a cry for something more than this simple existence. That night, as Rose sat in her cabin, absent-mindedly petting Ember's soft feathers, she came to a decision. She had enjoyed her year of peace, but it was time to move on, time to find a new challenge, a new purpose. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew she couldn't find it here, in this sleepy village with its petty problems and simple joys. In the morning, Rose began to make preparations. She found good homes for her animal companions, ensuring they would be well cared for. She packed her few belongings, readying herself for the journey ahead. As she stood at the edge of the village, ready to depart, a few of the villagers came to see her off. They pressed gifts into her hands: a loaf of freshly baked bread, a warm woolen cloak, a small pouch of carefully saved coins. "Thank you," they said, their voices filled with genuine gratitude, "for everything you've done for us." Rose smiled, feeling a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with her fire magic. This year of peace, of simple human connection, had been a gift, one she would carry with her, no matter where her path led. With a final wave, Rose turned and began to walk, leaving the village and its gentle rhythms behind. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew one thing for certain: her story was far from over. After saying her goodbyes to the villagers, Rose set out on the road to the nearby city of Millhaven. It was a larger settlement, known for its bustling trade and diverse population. Rose hoped that in this new environment, she might find the challenge and purpose she craved. Upon arriving in Millhaven, Rose quickly found lodging at a modest inn near the city centre. She spent her first few days familiarising herself with the layout of the city, noting the locations of important buildings, gathering spots, and potential trouble areas. Her skills as an observer, honed over years of experience, served her well in this new setting. Rose also took the time to re-establish her network of contacts. She visited local taverns and markets, striking up conversations with merchants, travellers, and anyone who might have useful information. She was careful not to reveal too much about herself, but her natural charm and quick wit made it easy for her to gather intel without raising suspicion. As she settled into her new routine, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that something was off in Millhaven. There was a tension in the air, a sense of unease that permeated the city streets. At first, she attributed it to the natural wariness of city dwellers, but as the days passed, she began to hear whispers of something more sinister. It started with a group of travellers who arrived in the city one evening, their clothes torn and their faces haggard. They spoke of their village, a small settlement a few days' ride from Millhaven, being attacked by wild animals. But these were no ordinary beasts. They were described as unnaturally aggressive, their eyes glowing with a strange, sickly light. The traveller's tale was met with a mix of skepticism and concern. Some dismissed it as the ravings of exhausted, frightened people. Others whispered about ancient curses and dark magic. But Rose, with her intimate knowledge of the supernatural, knew better than to ignore such stories. Over the next few weeks, more and more tales of animal attacks began to filter into Millhaven. Each story was more unsettling than the last. Livestock slaughtered in the night, children chased by snarling wolves, even a report of a bear rampaging through a village square in broad daylight. The people of Millhaven grew increasingly uneasy. Trade caravans started to avoid the affected areas, and travellers began to stick to the main roads, afraid to venture into the wilderness. The city authorities, overwhelmed and underprepared, seemed at a loss for how to handle the crisis. Rose, however, felt a familiar stirring in her blood. This was the kind of mystery she had been craving, a problem that couldn't be solved with simple mediation or negotiation. There was something unnatural at work here, a force that threatened the safety and stability of the entire region. As she sat in her room at the inn, poring over a map of the affected villages, Rose felt a sense of purpose settle over her. She didn't know what was causing the animal attacks, but she knew she couldn't sit idly by while innocent people suffered. "Miss Rose," he said, his voice trembling, "there's been an attack. Your village, the one you stayed in before coming here. It's been hit hard." Rose felt her heart drop. The village that had shown her such kindness, that had given her a year of peace and simplicity. Attacked? "What happened?" she demanded, her voice sharp with worry. "Animals," the innkeeper said, wringing his hands. "Wolves, bears, even creatures from the sky. They came out of nowhere, rampaging through the streets. Many are injured, and some—" He trailed off, his expression grim. Rose didn't need him to finish. She could picture the scene all too clearly. The peaceful village streets turned into a nightmare of tooth and claw, the people she had come to know and care for fighting for their lives. "Some are missing," the innkeeper finished, his voice barely above a whisper. Rose felt a cold fury settle over her. This was no longer just a mystery to be solved. This was personal. The people of the village had taken her in, had given her a home when she needed it most. She owed them more than just idle curiosity. "Thank you for telling me," she said to the innkeeper, her voice calm and controlled despite the storm raging inside her. "I'll take care of this." The innkeeper nodded, looking relieved. He knew of Rose's reputation as a problem solver, though he had no idea of the true extent of her abilities. As soon as he left, Rose sprang into action. She dug into her storage chest, pulling out her leather kiss armor. She hadn't worn it in over a year, but as she slipped it on, feeling the familiar weight and texture, it was like no time had passed at all. The armor had been a constant companion through her many battles and adventures. It had been with her in Eldermire, in Concordia, in Atherin. Now it would serve her again as she faced this new threat. Rose checked her whip, ensuring it was in good condition. She packed a bag with essentials, food, water, medical supplies. She didn't know what she would be facing out there, but she wanted to be prepared for anything. As she prepared to leave, Rose paused, looking out her window at the city of Millhaven. She had come here seeking purpose, and now purpose had found her. But this wasn't how she had imagined it. Not with innocent lives at stake. Not with the spectre of some unknown evil looming over the land. She had been forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by loss and betrayal. She would not back down, not when those she cared about were in danger. With a final check of her gear, Rose set out. The journey back to the village would be likely perilous, but she barely gave it a thought. All that mattered was getting there, finding out what had happened, and putting a stop to it. As she travelled out of Millhaven, Rose's mind was already racing ahead, planning, strategizing. She didn't know what awaited her in the village, but one thing was certain. Whatever had dared to attack her peaceful haven, whatever had brought such suffering to those innocent people, it had just made the biggest mistake of its existence. For it had drawn the wrath of Rose, the guardian of flames, and she would not rest until justice was served. As Rose travelled back towards the village, her mind raced with possibilities. The coordinated nature of the animal attacks, their unnatural ferocity. This was no ordinary wildlife gone rogue. There was intelligence behind this, a malevolent purpose. The journey back to the village was harrowing. The once peaceful forests now seemed to pulse with a dark, threatening energy. Rose found herself jumping at every rustling leaf, every snapping twig. The woods, which had once been a source of solace for her, now felt like a sinister alien place. It wasn't just the larger animals that seemed affected. Even the insects seemed to swarm with unusual aggression. Clouds of biting flies and stinging wasps harried Rose as she travelled, forcing her to use her fire magic to create a shimmering, heated barrier around herself. By the time she reached the outskirts of the village, Rose was exhausted, her nerves frayed. But the sight that greeted her pushed all thoughts of fatigue from her mind. The village was in ruins. Houses were reduced to splinters, their thatch roofs scattered like straw in the wind. The streets were gouged with deep claw marks, and the coppery scent of blood hung heavy in the air. Rose's heart in her throat. She had expected damage, but this was total devastation. She moved through the eerily quiet streets, her senses on high alert for any sign of the villagers or their attackers. As she neared the centre of the village, Rose began to hear voices, cautious, hopeful voices calling out names, searching for loved ones. She rounded a corner and found a group of villagers gathered in what had once been the village square. They were bruised, bloodied, but alive. Relief flooded through Rose, followed quickly by a renewed sense of determination. She approached the group, calling out to get their attention. Over the next few hours, Rose listened as the villagers recounted their harrowing experiences. They spoke of the animals' unnatural behaviour, of the strange green light that seemed to glow in their eyes. They described how the creatures had seemed to be working together, herding the villagers like prey. But what truly caught Rose's attention was a detail mentioned by several of the villagers independently. They spoke of seeing cloaked figures in the woods just before the attacks began. Figures that seemed to be chanting, their words lost in the wind. Rose's suspicions crystallized into certainty. This was magic, dark and twisted. Someone or something was controlling these animals, using them as weapons. But for what purpose? Why attack this peaceful, unassuming village? As Rose pondered this question, one of the villagers, an elderly man named Giles, approached her. He had been the village's chief hunter and knew the woods better than anyone. "Miss Rose," he said, his voice low and urgent, "there's something you should know. In my younger days, I used to venture deep into the forest, far beyond our usual hunting grounds. And in those deep places I found strange rocks, crystals that glowed with an inner light." Rose leaned forward. Her interest piqued. "Go on." "I didn't think much of it at the time," Giles continued, "but lately I've been hearing rumours. Whispers of rare minerals found in these parts, minerals that could fetch a high price from the right buyer." Rose's mind raced. Rare minerals, cloaked figures, animal attacks driving villagers from their homes. It was all starting to make a horrifying kind of sense. "Giles," she said, her voice grim, "I think someone is trying to drive you all off your land. They want these minerals, and they're willing to resort to dark magic to get them." The old hunter nodded, his face etched with worry. "What can we do, Miss Rose? We're just simple village folk. We can't fight against magic." Rose stood, her hand resting on her whip. "You don't have to. That's why I'm here." She turned to face the villagers, her voice ringing out clear and strong. "Listen to me. I know you're scared. I know you've suffered. But I promise you, I will get to the bottom of this. I will find out who is behind these attacks, and I will make them pay." The villagers looked at her with a mix of hope and trepidation. They had seen Rose's skills as a mediator, but could she really stand against such dark forces? Rose saw their doubt, and it only fueled her determination. "I am Rose," she declared, her eyes blazing with an inner fire. "The guardian of flames, and I will not rest until your village is safe, and those responsible are brought to justice." With those words, Rose turned and strode towards the edge of the village, towards the dark, menacing woods that had once been her sanctuary. As Rose made her way through the dense undergrowth, following the directions Giles had provided, she couldn't shake the sense of unease that clung to her like a second skin. The forest, which had once been a place of peace and rejuvenation for her, now felt hostile, as if the very trees were watching her with malevolent intent. The further she ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The canopy overhead seemed to block out more light than it should, casting everything in a sickly greenish gloom. The air was thick and heavy, filled with the cloying scent of rotting vegetation and something else, something that made Rose's nose wrinkle in distaste. It was the smell of corruption, of nature twisted out of balance. Even the sounds of the forest seemed wrong. The usual chatter of birds and insects was replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush. Every snap of a twig, every whisper of leaves set Rose's nerves on edge, her hand twitching towards her whip in anticipation of an attack. But no attack came. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. After what felt like hours of trekking through the oppressive wilderness, Rose finally reached the area Giles had described. It was a small clearing, unremarkable except for the fact that the trees around it seemed to lean away, as if repelled by some unseen force. In the center of the clearing, the ground was torn up, as if by some great beast's claws, and there, glinting in the dim light, were the crystals Giles had mentioned. Rose approached cautiously, her senses on high alert. The crystals were unlike anything she had ever seen. They were a sickly green color, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to wax and wane like a heartbeat. The air around them shimmered with heat haze, though Rose could feel no warmth emanating from them. As she drew closer, Rose felt a sudden wave of nausea wash over her. The crystal's pulse seemed to synchronize with her own heartbeat for a moment, and she felt a sickening sense of wrongness, as if her very life force was being drawn towards the glowing stones. She took a step back, shaking her head to clear it. This was powerful magic, dark and twisted. She could feel it tugging at her, trying to worm its way into her mind. With an effort of will, Rose tore her gaze away from the crystals and began to examine the clearing more closely. The torn earth, the repulsive aura, the unnatural silence, all of it pointed to one thing. This was the epicenter. This was where the dark magic controlling the animals was emanating from. Rose's eyes narrowed as she spotted something half buried in the churned-up dirt. She knelt, brushing away the soil to reveal a scrap of fabric, dark green and heavy. It was the same material on the cloaked figures in the villagers' descriptions. A grim smile twisted Rose's lips. She had them now. Whoever was behind these attacks, they had left a trail. And Rose was an excellent tracker. She stood, tucking the scrap of fabric into her belt. She would analyze it later, see if she could glean any more information from it. But for now, she had a more pressing task. She needed to find these cloaked figures, these dark mages who thought they could prey on the innocent for their own gain. She needed to put an end to their scheme before more lives were lost and more villages destroyed. Rose took one last look at the sickly green crystals, her resolve hardening. She would get to the bottom of this. She would find out what these minerals were and why someone was willing to resort to such vile methods to obtain them. And then she would make them pay. With a final determined nod, Rose turned and began to make her way out of the clearing, back into the waiting forest. She had a hunt to begin. She had a job to do. And heaven help anyone who stood in her way. As Rose turned to leave the clearing, a thought struck her. These crystals were clearly the key to the dark magic at work here. If she could study one, perhaps she could understand more about how they were being used. She approached the nearest crystal cautiously, remembering the sickening sensation from before. But as she reached out and picked it up, she was surprised to find that the feeling of wrongness had diminished. The crystal still pulsed with an inner light, but it no longer felt malevolent. Rose frowned, turning the crystal over in her hands. It was as if the proximity to the others had been amplifying its effects, but once removed, it became more neutral. An idea began to form in her mind. She had seen similar phenomena before with enchanted objects. When placed near certain amplifying agents, their magical effects could be boosted to incredible levels. If these crystals were acting as amplifiers, Rose's eyes widened. That would explain the scale of the animal attacks, the level of control the dark mages seemed to have. They weren't just using magic, they were supercharging it. But that also meant that the mages themselves likely had some kind of artifact or device that was the source of the control magic. The crystals were just the enhancers. Rose tucked the crystal carefully into her pouch. She would need to study it further, but this was a major breakthrough. If she could find the device the mages were using and separate it from the crystals, she might be able to break their control over the animals. With renewed determination, Rose set off into the forest once more. She had a trail to follow, and now she had a clearer idea of what she was up against. As she trekked through the undergrowth, Rose's mind raced with the implications of her discovery. Amplification magic was tricky and often unstable. Whoever these mages were, they were playing with forces they might not fully understand. But Rose understood all too well. She had seen the consequences of unchecked magical ambition, had witnessed the destruction it could cause. She thought of Eldemire, of the chaos that had been unleashed there by those seeking power without wisdom. She wouldn't let that happen here. She wouldn't let innocent lives be destroyed for the sake of greed and dark ambition. Rose gripped her whip tighter, feeling the comforting weight of the leather-kiss armor against her skin. She was ready for this fight, ready to face whatever dark forces lay ahead. Rose made her way back to the village, the strange crystals safely tucked away in her pouch. As she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over her since entering the forest. The woods, once a place of solace and peace, now felt tainted, as if the very trees were whispering dark secrets. When she arrived at the village, Rose was struck once again by the extent of the destruction. But there was no time to dwell on it. She had work to do. She headed straight for the cabin she had once called home. It was one of the few structures still standing, though its windows were shattered and its door hung off its hinges. Rose stepped inside cautiously, her senses on high alert. To her surprise, she found the cabin wasn't empty. Huddled in the corner were two figures, a man and a woman, their clothes torn and their faces streaked with dirt and blood. They looked up as Rose entered, fear and desperation in their eyes. "Please," the woman whispered, her voice hoarse, "please don't hurt us." Rose held up her hands in a calming gesture. "I'm not here to hurt you," she said softly. "I'm here to help. I'm Rose. I used to live here." The couple exchanged a glance, something like hope flickering across their faces. "Rose," the man said. "The mediator? The one who solved all those disputes?" Rose nodded. "That's me. But right now, I'm here to solve a bigger problem. The animal attacks, the dark magic in the forest. I'm going to stop it." The woman let out a choked sob. "It's been horrible," she said. "The animals, they've gone mad. And the figures in the woods, chanting, always chanting." Rose knelt beside them, her voice gentle but urgent. "The figures? Did you see where they went? Could you lead me to them?" The man shook his head. No, we couldn't. It's too dangerous, but..." He hesitated, glancing at his companion. "Tell her, Yorn," the woman urged. "Tell her what you saw." Jorn took a deep breath. "2 nights ago," he said, "I was out in the woods trying to find food. I saw a group of the cloaked ones heading north. They were carrying something that glowed." Rose's heart raced. "Glowed? Like a pulsing green light?" Jorn's eyes widened. "Yes, exactly like that. How did you know?" Rose pulled out the crystal she had taken from the clearing. In the dim light of the cabin, its pulsing glow was even more unsettling. The couple recoiled at the sight of it. "That's it," Yorn whispered. "That's what they were carrying." Rose tucked the crystal away, her mind racing. North. The mages were heading north, and they were taking more of these crystals with them. She stood, a plan already forming. "Thank you," she said to the couple. "You've helped more than you know. Stay here, stay hidden. I'll come back for you when it's safe." With that, Rose turned and strode out of the cabin, purpose in every step. She had a direction now, a lead to follow. But first, she needed to prepare. The cabin would serve as her base of operations, a place to plan and regroup. She would need supplies, resources, and most of all, more information. As she set about fortifying the cabin, Rose's mind was already miles ahead, racing through the dark woods, chasing the trail of the cloaked figures. They had the advantage of numbers, of dark magic, of the twisted power of the crystals. As she worked, Rose's mind was constantly turning over the new information she had gathered. The cloaked figures heading north, the glowing crystals they carried. It all pointed to a larger operation, a coordinated effort to control the animals and drive the villagers from their homes. But the question remained, why? What did these dark mages hope to gain? And how were they able to wield such powerful magic? Rose knew she needed more information, and she knew just where to start looking. She set out into the woods once more, this time heading towards the northern edge of the village. According to Yorn, this was the direction the cloaked figures had been travelling. If she could pick up their trail, perhaps she could follow them to their base of operations. As she moved through the trees, Rose kept the crystal she had taken close at hand. She had a feeling it would be important, a key to unravelling the mystery of the mage's power. The forest seemed to grow darker and more oppressive the further north she went. The trees here were older, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their leaves blocking out nearly all sunlight. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something sharp and acrid that made Rose's nose itch. And then she saw it. A faint trail leading deeper into the woods, marked by trampled undergrowth and broken branches. It was a path that had been used recently, and used often. Rose's pulse quickened. This had to be it. This had to be the way the mages had gone. She followed the trail cautiously, all her senses on high alert. The forest around her was unnaturally quiet, the usual sounds of birdsong and insect chirps conspicuously absent. Even the air seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trail led her deeper and deeper into the woods, into a part of the forest she had never explored before. The trees here were strange, their bark a sickly grey colour, their leaves a dull, lifeless green. And among their roots, Rose began to see more of the glowing crystals growing like malignant tumours from the earth. She was getting close. She could feel it. And then, through the trees ahead, she saw it. A clearing, much larger than the one she had found before, and in the centre of it, a sight that made her blood run cold. A great, pulsing mass of the crystals, towering like a grotesque tree. And around it, chanting in a language that made Rose's skin crawl, were the cloaked figures. She had found them, the heart of the dark magic, the source of the corruption that was poisoning the forest and driving the animals to madness. Rose gripped her whip tighter, the leather-kiss armour suddenly feeling heavier on her shoulders. This was it. This was the moment she had been preparing for. She took a deep breath, centering herself, and then, with a fierce cry, she burst into the clearing, fire already dancing along the length of her whip. As Rose charged into the clearing, the cloaked figures whirled to face her, their chanting rising to a fevered pitch. The air crackled with dark energy, the crystals pulsing in response to their words. Rose didn't hesitate. She lashed out with her whip, sending a wave of flame towards the nearest mage. But before it could connect, a wall of thorny vines burst from the ground, intercepting the fire. Rose's eyes widened. The mages were using the forest itself as a weapon. She had no time to dwell on this realization as a pack of snarling wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with the same sickly green light as the crystals. Rose turned to face them, her whip a blur of motion as she fought to keep their snapping jaws at bay. But the wolves were just the beginning. From the trees came a lumbering bear, its fur matted with blood and its roar echoing unnaturally through the clearing. Squirrels chittered angrily from the branches, their small eyes filled with unnatural malice. And then, to Rose's utter disbelief, A fluffy white rabbit hopped into the fray, its nose twitching furiously. It would have been comical if not for the fact that the creature was radiating the same dark energy as the other animals. Rose found herself fighting on all fronts, her whip and her fire magic barely keeping the onslaught at bay. The mages continued their chanting, the crystals glowing brighter with each passing second. She knew she had to get to them, had to break their concentration and shatter their control over the animals. But every time she tried to advance, the forest itself seemed to rise up against her, vines and branches blocking her path. Rose gritted her teeth, calling on every ounce of her skill and power. She sent a blast of fire scorching through the underbrush, clearing a path towards the mages. She vaulted over the enraged bear, using its back as a springboard to launch herself towards her target. But just as she was about to reach the chanting figures, a new threat emerged from the tree line, a creature unlike anything Rose had ever seen. A monstrous amalgamation of plant and animal, with glowing crystal eyes and a body that seemed to be made of living wood. It let out a roar that shook the earth, and Rose felt a wave of despair wash over her. How could she possibly fight something like this? But then, as the creature lumbered towards her, Rose's eyes fell on the pulsing mass of crystals at the center of the clearing, the source of the mage's power, the heart of the corruption that had taken hold of the forest. She knew what she had to do. With a fierce battle cry, Rose charged straight for the crystal mass, dodging the monster's grasping limbs and the mage's magical attacks. She poured all her power, all her fire, into her whip, feeling the leather-kiss armor heat up with the intensity of her magic. And then, with a final desperate lunge, she plunged her hand into the center of the crystals and released all her power in a single devastating blast. The explosion rocked the clearing, sending a shockwave of fire and magic rippling outwards. The mages screamed as their power source shattered, the crystals crumbling to dust in Rose's grip. And all around, the animals suddenly stopped, the green light fading from their eyes. They looked around, dazed and confused, before slinking back into the forest as if waking from a bad dream. Rose stood amidst the settling dust, her chest heaving and her armor scorched. But as she looked around at the now silent clearing, at the mages lying unconscious at her feet, she felt a grim sense of satisfaction. She had done it. She had broken their control, shattered their power. The forest and the village were safe. But as she stood there, victorious but exhausted, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The mystery of the crystals, of the dark magic that had taken root here, was far from solved. And she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that her work here was far from over. Rose approached the unconscious mages cautiously, her senses still on high alert despite the battle being over. She knelt beside the nearest one and pulled back their hood, revealing a face she didn't recognize. A quick check confirmed that all of the mages were strangers, not locals from the village or anyone she had encountered before. She began to search through their robes, looking for any clues as to their identity or purpose. In an inner pocket of one of the mages, she found a small leather-bound book. Rose flipped it open, her eyes scanning the pages. It appeared to be a journal of sorts, filled with handwritten notes and diagrams. The language was arcane and complex, but Rose's extensive experience with magical texts allowed her to decipher the general meaning. The mages, it seemed, were part of a larger organization, a cult dedicated to harnessing the power of these strange, amplifying crystals. The notes spoke of the crystal's ability to enhance magical abilities to an incredible degree, allowing the wielder to control beasts, influence the elements, and even manipulate the minds of the weak-willed. Rose's heart raced as she read on. The cult's ultimate goal, it appeared, was to gather as many of these crystals as possible and use their amplified power to establish dominion over the realms. The attack on the village, the manipulation of the animals, it had all been in service of this larger plan. But the journal also hinted at something else, a piece of the puzzle that Rose had been missing. The crystals, powerful as they were not the cult's only tool. There were references to an artifact, an ancient relic that could control the crystals, focusing and directing their power. Rose's mind flashed back to the monstrous creature that had appeared during the battle, the amalgamation of plant and animal that had radiated such dark power. Could that have been the relic the journal spoke of? She tucked the book into her pouch, her mind racing. She needed to know more, needed to understand the full extent of this cult's plans. But first, she had to deal with the immediate aftermath of the battle. Rose turned her attention back to the unconscious mages. She couldn't just leave them here. They needed to be secured, questioned. She needed to find out who they worked for, where their base of operations was. She began to search for something to bind them with, her mind still processing the information from the journal. The cult, the crystals, the mysterious relic. It all pointed to a threat far greater than she had initially realized. As she worked, Rose couldn't help but think about her own magic, the fire that had always been her specialty. She had studied the arcane extensively, had gained a deep understanding of magical theory and practice. But when it came to actual application, it was always fire that came most naturally to her. She thought back to her training, to the long hours spent honing her control over the flames. While others in the Order of the Grey had focused on mastering a wide range of magical disciplines, Rose had poured all her energy into perfecting her pyromancy. It had served her well over the years, her fire magic becoming a reliable and potent tool. But as she faced this new threat, Rose couldn't help but wonder if her specialization might also be a limitation. The cult's magic was diverse and adaptable, able to control beasts and manipulate the elements. Would her fire be enough to counter such varied abilities? She shook her head, banishing the doubts. She had faced countless challenges with her flames, had proven time and again that fire, when wielded with skill and precision, could overcome almost any obstacle. And she wasn't alone. She had her wits, her experience, and her unbreakable determination. She would unravel this mystery, would protect the innocent from the machinations of those who sought power at any cost. With renewed resolve, Rose finished binding the mages with sturdy vines and began the long trek back to the village, the weight of her new mission heavy on her shoulders. The battle was won, but the war, she feared, was just beginning. As Rose entered the village with the bound mages in tow, she was immediately surrounded by a crowd of angry villagers. They had suffered greatly at the hands of these dark magic users, and they were eager for justice. Rose raised her hands, calling for calm. She explained what she had discovered in the forest, the cult's plan to harness the power of the crystals for their own, nefarious purposes. The villagers listened intently, their anger slowly turning to grim determination. They helped Rose secure the mages in a sturdy building that had survived the attack. Rose made sure they were tightly bound and well guarded before turning her attention to the next task at hand: interrogation. She studied the mages carefully, observing their body language, the way they interacted with each other. Even unconscious and bound, there were subtle signs that hinted at a hierarchy within their group. One mage in particular caught her eye. He was older than the others, his robes slightly more ornate. And when he finally regained consciousness, he had an air of authority about him, a subtle arrogance that suggested leadership. Rose approached him, her voice calm but firm. "You're the one in charge," she said. It wasn't a question. The mage sneered at her, his eyes filled with disdain. "You think you've won, don't you?" he spat. "You have no idea what you're dealing with." Rose's eyes narrowed. "So enlighten me." Over the next several hours, Rose engaged in a battle of wits with the lead mage. He tried to mislead her, to send her down false trails and dead ends. But Rose's sharp mind and keen observation skills allowed her to separate the truth from the lies. Piece by piece, she put together a picture of the cult's operations. They had been seeking out the crystals for months, following ancient maps and obscure legends. The village had just been unfortunate enough to be situated near a particularly rich deposit. "And the relic?" Rose asked, remembering the references from the journal. "The artifact that can control the crystals." The mage's eyes widened slightly before he could control his reaction. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, but the lie was obvious in his voice. Rose leaned in closer, her gaze intense. "Don't play games with me," she warned. "I saw it in the forest, the creature you summoned. That was the relic, wasn't it?" The mage remained stubbornly silent, but his lack of denial was confirmation enough. Rose sighed, leaning back. She had gotten all she could from this one. It was time to hand them over to the authorities. She made arrangements with the local guard, ensuring that the mages would be transported securely to face justice for their crimes. The villagers watched with grim satisfaction as their tormentors were led away in chains. But even as the immediate threat passed, Rose couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered. The cult was still out there, and if they had one relic, who knew how many more they might possess? She needed to find out more, to track down the source of these dark artifacts before they could be used to cause more harm. But first, she needed to help the village rebuild. They had suffered much, and Rose felt a responsibility to see them through this difficult time. As she set about organising the rebuilding efforts, Rose's mind was already racing ahead, planning her next steps. The mages had been just the beginning. The true battle, she knew, was still to come, and Rose would be ready for it. Rose spent the next few days helping the village rebuild, using her skills and resources to organise the efforts. She worked tirelessly, directing the repairs, helping to distribute supplies, and providing comfort and support to those who had suffered. But even as she poured her energy into the rebuilding, Rose's mind never strayed far from the larger threat. The cult was still out there, and she knew she had to find them before they could cause more harm. Once she was satisfied that the village was on the path to recovery, Rose made her way back to the city. She used her contacts and her reputation to put together a shipment of supplies, food, medicine, building materials, to be sent back to the village. She wanted to ensure that they had everything they needed to fully recover from the attack. Back in the city, Rose began her investigation in earnest. She hit the streets, talking to her network of informants, following up on any lead, no matter how small. She started in the shadier parts of town, the places where dark magic and illicit activities tended to thrive. She visited seedy taverns, back-alley markets, anywhere that might attract those interested in the sort of power the crystals offered. For days, it seemed like she was chasing dead ends. The cult had covered their tracks well, and no one seemed to know anything about their activities. But Rose was nothing if not persistent. She kept digging, kept asking questions, until finally, she caught a break. It came in the form of a nervous-looking man in a dingy bar. Rose had been watching him for a while, noting the way his eyes darted around the room, the way he flinched at any sudden noise. When she approached him, he tried to bolt, but Rose was faster. She cornered him, using her imposing presence and reputation to intimidate him into talking. "I don't know much," he stammered, his hands shaking. "But I've heard whispers. About a group that meets in the old warehouse district. They talk about power, about changing the world. And they have these crystals." Rose's heart raced. This was it, the lead she'd been looking for. She pressed the man for more information, for any detail that might help her locate this group. He gave her a few more tidbits, a description of their leader, a rough location of their meeting place, Baal, before Rose let him go, disappearing back into the city streets. She had a location now, a place to start, but Rose knew she had to be careful. If this was indeed the cult, they would be on high alert after what happened in the village. She needed to plan her approach carefully to gather more information before making her move. But at least now, she had a direction. a path forward in her hunt for the cult. As she made her way back to her lodgings, Rose's mind was already spinning with possibilities, with strategies and contingencies. She was close now. She could feel it. And when she found them, when she confronted the architects of this dark plot, there would be a reckoning. As Rose dug deeper into the cult's activities, she began to uncover disturbing hints of a larger network. Whispers of a group called the Black Dawn, an organization steeped in dark magic and connected to powers far beyond this realm. What was even more concerning were the murmurs about their interest in Earth, that mundane little realm that Rose had heard Silas speak of. Why would a group like the Black Dawn be interested in such a magically insignificant place? But the real shock came when Rose discovered the connection to Ultranacious. The name sent a chill down her spine, memories of Atherin and the terrible battle there flooding back. If Ultranacious was involved, even tangentially, the threat was far greater than Rose had initially realized. And if he got wind of her interference, Rose knew she had to be cautious. She couldn't risk a direct confrontation, not yet. She needed to gather more information, to learn the full extent of the Black Dawn's plans before she could make her move. So she changed her approach. Instead of hitting the streets herself, she started working through intermediaries, gathering intel and passing it along to the city guard. She used her network of contacts to keep tabs on the cult's activities, always staying one step removed from the action. It was frustrating at times, having to hold back when every instinct screamed at her to act. But Rose knew the value of patience, of waiting for the right moment to strike. Piece by piece, the picture began to come together. The Black Dawn was indeed planning something big, a move that would shake the very foundations of the realms. And at the center of it all was Earth. Rose didn't know the specifics of their plan, but she knew it boded ill for that unsuspecting realm. She had to find a way to stop them, to protect Earth from whatever dark designs the Black Dawn had in store. But she also knew she couldn't do it alone. As much as it galled her to admit it, she needed help. She needed the resources and manpower of the city guard, the backing of the authorities to take on a threat of this magnitude. So Rose continued her shadow campaign, feeding information to the guard, pointing them in the right direction. She used her skills and her knowledge to guide their efforts, always staying just out of sight. It was a delicate balancing act, and Rose knew the stakes were high. One wrong move, one misstep, and the Black Dawn would slip through her fingers, their plans coming to fruition with devastating consequences. But Rose was determined. She had faced impossible odds before and come out on top. She would do so again, no matter what it took. Rose was deep in her investigation, piecing together the bits of information she had gathered about the Black Dawn's activities when a crucial piece of intel reached her. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, the cult was planning to move a large shipment of the amplifying crystals. They were all gathered in a warehouse in the district, ready for transport. Rose knew this was the opportunity she had been waiting for. If the city guard could seize those crystals, it would deal a significant blow to the Black Dawn's operations. She quickly passed the information along to her contacts in the guard, urging them to act swiftly. She provided them with all the details, the location of the warehouse, the expected number of cult members, any defensive measures they might encounter. The guard mobilized quickly, assembling a strike force to raid the warehouse. Rose watched from the shadows as they moved in, her heart pounding with anticipation. But just as the guards were about to breach the warehouse, something unexpected happened. A shimmering portal opened in the middle of the space, its edges crackling with dark energy. And through that portal stepped a figure that made Rose's blood run cold. Draven, his face still bearing the scars from their last encounter, flanked by his loyal followers. The city guards, caught off guard by this sudden appearance, hesitated. And in that moment of hesitation, Draven and his lackeys sprang into action. They moved with terrifying efficiency, wielding dark magic to cut a path through the guards. They grabbed the crates of crystals, tossing them through the portal with practiced speed. Rose watched in horror as the Black Dawn members followed suit, leaping through the portal after their ill-gotten gains. She could see the triumph on their faces, the smug satisfaction of a plan well executed. The city guards rallied, trying to mount a defense, but it was too late. With a final mocking salute, Draven stepped back through the portal, which snapped shut behind him, cutting off any chance of pursuit. In the sudden silence of the warehouse, Rose could hear the groans of the injured guards, the frustrated curses of those who had seen victory slip through their fingers. She emerged from her hiding spot, moving to help the wounded, her mind racing. Draven's appearance changed everything. It confirmed the Black Dawn's connection to Ultranacious and raised the stakes to a whole new level. If they had access to that kind of portal magic, if they could come and go as they pleased, the threat was greater than Rose had ever imagined. She needed to regroup, to rethink her strategy. The Black Dawn had outmaneuvered her this time, but Rose was nothing if not adaptable. As she helped the guards secure the warehouse and tend to the injured, Rose's mind was already spinning with new plans, new approaches. Draven might have won this round, but the fight was far from over. Rose would find a way to stop him, to stop the Black Dawn, no matter what it took. The game had changed, but Rose's determination only burned brighter. She would find a way. She had to. After the disastrous raid on the warehouse, where the Black Dawn managed to escape with the crystals through a portal, Rose was left with more questions than answers. She knew she needed to find out more about the cult's operations, and fast. She started by examining the warehouse itself. Though the Black Dawn had been thorough in their escape, they had left behind some clues. Rose found traces of a strange, dark residue near where the portal had opened. She collected a sample, hoping to have it analysed by some of her contacts in the magical community. She also discovered a discarded piece of parchment, half burned and trampled underfoot in the chaos of the raid. On it were a series of numbers and symbols, along with a crude map. The map seemed to indicate a location in the mountains outside the city, an area known for its rich mineral deposits. Realization dawned on Rose. This must be where the Black Dawn was mining the crystals. The numbers and symbols likely represented coordinates or a code of some kind. Armed with this new lead, Rose set out to investigate the mountain location. She travelled under the guise of a prospector, using her knowledge of geology and mineralogy, picked up during her time in the forest village, to blend in with the other miners and fortune seekers in the area. Her instincts proved correct. Deep in the mountains, she found evidence of the Black Dawn's mining operation, the same dark residue from the warehouse, discarded equipment bearing the cult's symbols, and, most importantly, the remains of the amplifying crystals themselves. Rose stood at the edge of the mining site, the crystal dust crunching beneath her boots. The Black Dawn had been thorough in their excavation, leaving behind a gaping wound in the earth, a testament to their hunger for the amplifying crystals. But they hadn't been perfect. As Rose picked her way through the debris, she found traces of their presence: broken tools, scraps of clothing, the ashes of campfires long cold. Each piece told a story, and Rose was determined to read them all. She was deep in concentration examining a discarded pickaxe when a fluttering piece of paper caught her eye. It was lodged beneath a rock, as if it had been hastily hidden or accidentally dropped. Rose pulled it free, smoothing out the creases. It was a map, crudely drawn but detailed. It showed a series of locations, each marked with a strange symbol. One of the symbols, she realized with a start, perfectly matched the rune she'd seen on the Black Dawn's robes. But it was the words scrawled at the bottom of the map that made her heart race. Nexus Point, it read. Realm of Shadowfall. Shadowfall. Rose had heard whispers of that realm, stories told by travellers in dimly lit taverns. They spoke of a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where strange magic seeped through like a fog. If the Black Dawn was active in Shadowfall, the implications were dire. With access to the unusual energies of that realm, combined with the amplifying power of the crystals, there was no telling what they might be capable of. Rose knew she couldn't ignore this lead. She had to follow the trail, no matter where it led. She pocketed the map and made her way out of the mining site, her mind already racing ahead. She would need to arrange passage to Shadowfall, a task that would require all her connections and persuasive skills. But first she needed to prepare. Shadowfall was known to be treacherous, its very environment hostile to outsiders. Rose would need to be at the top of her game, ready for anything. As she journeyed back to the city, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the cusp of something big. The Black Dawn's activities in Shadowfall could be the key to unraveling their entire operation. It was a daunting prospect, but Rose had never been one to shy away from a challenge. In the bustling streets of the city, Rose set about making her preparations. She visited trusted contacts, calling in old favors and making new deals. She gathered supplies, focusing on items that would be useful in the unpredictable environment of Shadowfall. She also spent time honing her skills, practicing her fire magic and her combat techniques. She had a feeling she would need every tool at her disposal in the realm ahead. Finally, with her preparations complete and her passage secured, Rose stood before the shimmering portal that would take her to Shadowfall. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her mission settling on her shoulders. She didn't know what awaited her on the other side, what dangers or discoveries lay ahead, but she knew she was ready to face them. With a final determined nod, Rose stepped through the portal, the flames of her resolve burning bright. Shadowfall awaited, and with it, the next chapter in her relentless pursuit of the Black Dawn. Rose stepped out of the portal, the shift in atmosphere immediate and palpable. The air in Shadowfall was thick and heavy, carrying a chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. The sky above was a swirling mass of greys and deep purples, the sun a distant hazy orb that cast an eerie twilight over the landscape. She found herself on the outskirts of a sprawling city, its architecture a mix of Gothic spires and crumbling ruins. The buildings seemed to lean and twist in unnatural angles, as if warped by the strange energies that permeated the realm. The streets were eerily quiet, the few figures that moved about doing so with a furtive, hurried gait. They kept their heads down and their cloaks pulled tight, as if trying to avoid attracting attention. Rose knew she would need to be cautious here. Shadowfall was known as a haven for those who dealt in dark magics and illicit trades. The authorities, such as they were, turned a blind eye to most activities, making it a perfect place for a group like the Black Dawn to operate. She began to make her way into the city, keeping to the shadows and observing her surroundings carefully. She noted the symbols etched into doorways and carved into walls, some of them matching those she'd seen in the Black Dawn's communications. As she ventured deeper into the city, Rose started to get a sense of its layout. There seemed to be distinct districts, each with its own unique atmosphere. There was the market district, where vendors hawked exotic wares from stalls draped in rich, dark fabrics. The air here was thick with the scent of incense and the murmur of hushed negotiations. Then there were the residential areas, where crumbling tenements loomed over narrow, twisting streets. The few people Rose saw here scurried about their business, avoiding eye contact and keeping to the shadows. But it was the district at the city's heart that drew Rose's attention. Here the buildings were grander, the architecture more ornate. The air thrummed with power, a palpable energy that made Rose's skin tingle. This, she suspected, was where she would find the Black Dawn. As she approached the district's edge, Rose noticed an increase in security. Hooded figures patrolled the streets, their posture and bearing suggesting military training. They carried strange, arcane weapons that glowed with a sickly light. Rose knew she would need to be smart about this. She couldn't just barge in and start asking questions. She needed to find a way to infiltrate the district, to gather information without drawing attention to herself. She recalled a technique she'd learned from her time in the city, using disguise and misdirection to blend in with her surroundings. With a few subtle alterations to her appearance and bearing, Rose transformed herself into just another hooded figure, moving about the district. As she slipped into the shadows and began to explore, Rose could feel the weight of the task before her. Somewhere in this twisting labyrinth of dark magic and shadowy dealings, the Black Dawn was plotting their next move. Rose moved through the shadowed streets of the district, her disguise allowing her to blend in with the hooded figures that seemed to be everywhere. She kept her eyes and ears open, listening for any mention of the Black Dawn or their activities. As she turned a corner, she found herself in a small, dimly lit plaza. In the center stood a fountain, its waters an inky black that seemed to absorb the light around it. Huddled around this dark landmark were a group of figures, their whispers carrying an urgency that piqued Rose's interest. She drifted closer, straining to catch their conversation without drawing attention to herself. "The shipment arrives tonight," one of the figures was saying, his voice low and raspy. "The master wants everything prepared for the ritual." "What about the intruder?" another voice asked, this one feminine and sharp. "The one who interfered with the operation in the other realm?" Rose's heart skipped a beat. They were talking about her. The first figure waved a dismissive hand. "The master has a plan for dealing with her. She won't be a problem for much longer." Rose felt a chill run down her spine that had nothing to do with the cold air of Shadowfall. The Black Dawn knew she was coming. They were preparing for her. But she also now had valuable information. A shipment arriving tonight. A ritual of some kind. If she could intercept that shipment, disrupt their plans. She slipped away from the plaza, her mind racing. She needed to find out more about this shipment, what it contained, where it was coming from, how it was being transported. Her first stop was the market district. If anything illicit was moving through the city, chances were someone there would know about it. Rose spent hours moving among the stalls, listening to the chatter of the vendors and their customers, dropping subtle questions when she could. Piece by piece, a picture began to emerge. The shipment was coming in by airship, under cover of darkness. It contained more of the amplifying crystals, along with other rare and dangerous magical components. Its destination was a warehouse on the edge of the district, heavily guarded and warded. Rose knew she would need to act fast. She had only a few hours until nightfall, until the shipment was due to arrive. She began to form a plan. She would need to find a way to infiltrate the warehouse, to get close to the shipment. She would need to deal with the guards, bypass the wards. And she would need to do it all without alerting the Black Dawn to her presence. It was a tall order, but Rose was nothing if not resourceful. As the shadows of Shadowfall lengthened and the eerie twilight deepened into true night, Rose made her preparations. She gathered her equipment, checked and double-checked her supplies. She ran through her plan in her mind, visualizing each step, each potential complication. And then, as the first stars began to glimmer in the strange, swirling sky of Shadowfall, Rose set out. The warehouse loomed before her, a hulking shape in the darkness. She could see the guards patrolling its perimeter, could feel the hum of the wards that protected it. But Rose was ready. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, melting into the shadows. It was time to put her plan into action. Rose moved silently through the shadows, her every sense heightened, her body tensed for action. She was getting close to the warehouse now, could see the flicker of arcane wards and the movement of guards ahead. She was just about to make her move, to slip past the guards and begin her infiltration, when a hand suddenly grasped her arm, pulling her back into the deeper shadows. Rose whirled, her whip instantly in her hand, ready to strike, but she stopped short when she saw who had grabbed her. It was a woman. tall and lithe, with golden hair that seemed to glow even in the dim light of the alley. Her eyes were a piercing blue, and they held a look of urgent warning. "Stop," the woman whispered, her voice low and intense. "It's a trap." Rose stared at her mind racing. Who was this woman? How did she know about the trap? And why was she helping her? The woman seemed to sense her questions. "There's no time to explain," she said quickly. "The Black Dawn knows you're coming. They've set up an ambush inside the warehouse. If you go in there, you'll be walking straight into their hands." Rose felt a chill run through her. She had suspected the Black Dawn might be prepared for her, but to hear it confirmed was another matter entirely. "How do you know this?" she asked, her voice tense. The woman glanced around as if checking for listeners. "I have my sources," she said. "Let's just say I'm no friend of the Black Dawn." Rose studied her, trying to read her intentions. The woman seemed sincere, her urgency genuine, and Rose's instincts, honed over years of fighting and survival, told her this was not a deception. "All right," she said finally, lowering her whip. "What do you suggest?" The woman's lips curved into a small, grim smile. "We need to be smarter than them," she said. "They're expecting you to come in through the front, so that's exactly what we won't do." She gestured for Rose to follow her, moving deeper into the alley. "I know another way in," she said over her shoulder. "A way they won't be watching." Rose hesitated for just a moment, then followed. She didn't fully trust this mysterious woman, but she trusted the Black Dawn even less. And if there was even a chance, this could help her stop them. The woman led her through a maze of back alleys and abandoned buildings, always seeming to know just where to turn, which shadows to slip through. Rose had to admire her skill, even as she remained wary. Finally, they came to a halt beside a nondescript wall. The woman ran her hands over the bricks, seeming to search for something. Then, with a satisfied nod, she pressed a sequence of bricks in a specific order. To Rose's amazement, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow passage. The woman gestured for her to enter. "This will take you into the warehouse," she said, "but be careful. Even with this advantage, the Black Dawn is not to be underestimated." Rose nodded, then paused. "Why are you helping me?" she asked. The woman's smile was enigmatic. "Let's just say we have a common enemy," she said, "and I think you might be the key to stopping them." With that, she melted back into the shadows, leaving Rose alone at the entrance to the passage. Rose took a deep breath, then stepped forward. The passage was dark and narrow, the air thick with the scent of mold and ancient dust. But Rose didn't hesitate. With the mysterious woman's warning ringing in her ears and the weight of her mission pressing on her shoulders, she forged ahead. Rose moved swiftly through the dark, narrow passage, her senses on high alert. She could hear the muffled sounds of activity from the warehouse beyond, the clank of machinery and the low murmur of voices. She emerged into a dimly lit corner of the warehouse, crouching behind a stack of crates to take in her surroundings. The space was vast, filled with towering shelves and piles of arcane equipment. In the center, a group of hooded figures were gathered around a large, glowing object, the shipment of amplifying crystals. Rose's eyes narrowed. She had to act fast before they could use those crystals for whatever nefarious purpose they had planned. She was just about to make her move when a loud crash echoed through the warehouse. The hooded figures whirled, their attention drawn to a disturbance at the far end of the space. Rose seized her chance. She leapt from her hiding place, her whip already in motion. It lashed out, wrapping around the nearest Black Dawn member and sending them crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted. The Black Dawn members scattered, some reaching for weapons, others beginning to chant dark incantations. Rose was a whirlwind of motion, her whip and her fire magic working in tandem to take down her enemies. But there were too many of them. For every one she felled, two more seemed to take their place. Rose found herself being pushed back, the tide of the battle turning against her. Just as things seemed most dire, a new figure burst into the fray. It was the blonde woman from before, her hair shining like a beacon in the gloom. But now Rose could see her features clearly, the delicate point of her ears, the otherworldly grace of her movements. She was an elf, but not like any Rose had ever seen. The woman fought like a demon, her twin blades flashing in the dim light. She moved to stand back to back with Rose, the two of them facing down the horde of Black Dawn together. "Who are you?" Rose managed to shout over the din of battle. The woman flashed her a grin. "Call me Lyra," she said. "I'll explain later. For now, let's focus on not dying." Rose couldn't argue with that. With Lyra at her side, she redoubled her efforts, pushing back against the onslaught of dark magic and gleaming blades. Together they fought their way to the center of the warehouse, to the glowing pile of crystals. Rose knew they had to be destroyed. But how? As if reading her thoughts, Lyra tossed her one of her blades. "Together," she said, her voice strained with effort. "On my mark." Rose nodded, understanding. She gathered her fire, letting it build within her until it was a roaring inferno. "Now!" Lyra shouted. As one, they brought their blades down on the crystals. At the same moment, Rose released her fire, pouring all her power into the strike. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. A wave of energy burst outward, knocking friend and foe alike off their feet. The crystals shattered, their glow extinguished, their power dissipating in a rush of arcane wind. In the sudden silence that followed, Rose and Lyra stood amidst the wreckage, breathing hard. The Black Dawn lay strewn about them, unconscious or groaning in pain. "Well," Lyra said, dusting herself off, "that was bracing." Rose couldn't help but laugh, the adrenaline of the fight still singing in her veins. "You could say that." She turned to Lyra, her expression growing serious. "Thank you," she said. "I wouldn't have made it without you." Lyra waved a hand dismissively, but there was a warmth in her eyes. "You would have figured something out. You strike me as the resourceful type." Rose shook her head, smiling. "Still, I owe you one." "In that case," Lyra said, her tone turning businesslike, "perhaps we should discuss our next move, because I have a feeling this is far from over." Rose nodded, her gaze hardening. "The Black Dawn will be back, and we need to be ready." Together, Rose and Lyra strode out of the ruins of the warehouse, their silhouettes outlined by the eerie twilight of Shadowfall. A new partnership had been forged in the heat of battle, and the Black Dawn had just made two very dangerous enemies. Rose and Lyra made their way to the outskirts of town, the adrenaline from the battle still coursing through their veins. Lyra seemed to know just the place, a small, unassuming inn that promised both discretion and comfort. As they settled into a quiet corner of the inn's tavern, Lyra ordered drinks for them both, a rich amber liquid that smelled of spices and warmth. Rose accepted gratefully, the events of the day catching up with her in a wave of exhaustion and relief. Over drinks they talked, about the Black Dawn, about their pasts, about their shared determination to stop the spread of darkness. Rose found herself opening up to Lyra in a way she hadn't with anyone in a long time. There was something about the elf's easy confidence, her sharp wit and fierce loyalty, that drew Rose in. As the evening wore on and the drinks kept flowing, Rose became increasingly aware of the way Lyra was looking at her, the playful glint in her eye, the way her gaze seemed to linger on Rose's lips, her throat, the curves of her body. The elf's flirtations, which had been subtle at first, grew increasingly bold as the night deepened. A light touch on the hand here, a suggestive comment there. Lyra's intentions were becoming clear, and to her surprise, Rose found herself responding, leaning into Lyra's touch, meeting her suggestive banter with quips of her own. Perhaps it was the thrill of the fight still singing in her blood, or the comfort of finding an ally in this dark and dangerous place. Or perhaps it was simply the magnetic pull of Lyra herself, her beauty, her strength, the way she seemed to understand Rose in a way few others did. Whatever the reason, Rose found herself wanting more. When Lyra suggested they take their conversations somewhere more private, Rose agreed without hesitation. In the candle-lit warmth of Lyra's room, things quickly heated up. Armor was shed, clothing discarded as they explored each other with a passion born of shared danger and newfound connection. Rose lost herself in the feel of Lyra's skin against hers, in the taste of her lips and the sound of her gasps of pleasure. For a few blissful hours, she forgot about the Black Dawn, about the weight of her responsibilities. There was only Lyra and the fire they ignited in each other. Afterwards, as they lay tangled together in the sheets, Rose felt a sense of peace she hadn't known in a long time. She knew the road ahead was still dangerous, that their fight against the Black Dawn was far from over. But with Lyra by her side, she felt like she could face anything. Together they would stand against the darkness, in this realm and any other. For now, though, Rose was content to drift off to sleep in the warmth of Lyra's embrace, to let herself have this moment of comfort and connection. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new battles to be fought. But tonight belonged to them. Rose awoke slowly, her head pounding, and her mouth feeling like it was filled with cotton. The sunlight streaming through the window seemed unnaturally bright, making her squint and groan as she tried to sit up. As she moved, she became acutely aware of her own nudity, the sheets sliding over her bare skin. Memories of the previous night came back to her in fragmented pieces. The fight at the warehouse, the drinks at the inn, Lyra. Lyra. The name sent a jolt through Rose, snapping her into full wakefulness. She looked around the room, but there was no sign of the elven woman. The bed beside her was cold, the sheets rumpled but empty. Had it all been a dream? Some vivid fantasy conjured by her adrenaline-fueled mind? Rose ran a hand through her tangled hair, trying to make sense of the hazy memories. But then, as she turned her head, she felt a twinge of pain on the side of her neck. Her fingers flew to the spot, encountering what felt like a bruise or a bite mark. Rose's eyes widened, her heart suddenly pounding. It hadn't been a dream. Lyra had been here, in this bed, their bodies entwined in passion. The evidence was right there on her skin. But where was she now? Rose got out of bed, ignoring the protest of her aching muscles. She scanned the room, looking for any sign of Lyra's presence, any clue as to where she might have gone. On the small table by the window, she spotted a piece of paper, weighted down by an empty glass. Rose snatched it up, her eyes quickly scanning the elegant script. Rose, had to take care of some things. Didn't want to wake you. You looked like you needed the rest. Meet me at the old clock tower at sundown. We have much to discuss. L. Rose read the note twice, her mind spinning. Lyra's disappearance was sudden but not entirely surprising given what she now knew about the elf. Still, the thought of facing the day without her new ally by her side was an unsettling one. She sighed, setting the note back down. She had a few hours until sundown, time to pull herself together, to try to make sense of everything that had happened. But first, a bath. Rose could still smell Lyra on her skin, could still feel the ghost of her touch. As much as part of her wanted to savor those sensations, to cling to the memory of their shared passion, she knew she needed a clear head for whatever lay ahead. And so, with a final glance at the rumpled bed, Rose headed for the washroom, determined to face this new day and all its challenges, with the same strength and fire she always had. Even if part of her heart now felt as bruised and tender as the mark on her neck, Rose arrived at the old clock tower at sundown, her heart pounding in a way that had nothing to do with the climb up the stairs. She found Lyra waiting for her, leaning against the weathered stone, a playful smirk on her lips. "Well, well," Lyra purred, her eyes raking over Rose's form. "Look what the cat dragged in." Rose fought back a blush, determined to meet Lyra's banter with her own. "I didn't realize you were waiting for a delivery." Should I have brought a bell? Lyra's laugh was rich and warm. Oh, I like you. She pushed off from the wall, moving closer to Rose. Sleep well? Rose shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant despite the way her skin tingled at Lyra's proximity. Well enough, though I wouldn't have minded a more personal wake-up call. Lyra's smirk widened. Duty's called, I'm afraid, but I like your thinking. She reached out, tracing a finger along Rose's collarbone. Rose suppressed a shiver. Last night was fun, Lyra said, her voice low, but it was also a lesson if you're willing to learn. Rose raised an eyebrow. A lesson in what, exactly? In power, Lyra replied. Her finger continued its path, dipping lower. The power of desire, of seduction. These can be weapons, Rose, as potent as any fire or blade. Rose swallowed, her voice coming out slightly huskier than intended. I'm listening. Lyra smiled, a cat that had caught the canary. Good. Lesson 1. Always leave them wanting more. With that, she stepped back, leaving Rose feeling suddenly cold. Over the next few days, Lyra's lessons continued, interwoven with their ongoing hunt for the Black Dawn. The key, Lyra said as they tracked a lead through the market district, is to make everything a tease, a promise of what could be. She demonstrated by haggling with a merchant, her voice and posture a masterclass in subtle flirtation. The poor man never stood a chance, handing over his information with a dazed smile. Show you can flirt. You'll get that discount, Rose said admiringly. She looked at Lyra with admiration. How did you learn this? Lyra winked. From many teachers. Rose tried to hide her disappointment at Lyra's evasiveness. When they infiltrated a Black Dawn hideout, Lyra used a different approach. Sometimes, she whispered as they crept through the shadows. Desire is about the thrill, the danger. She pulled Rose into a darkened alcove just as a guard passed, their bodies pressed close. Rose could feel Lyra's heartbeat, could smell the spice of her skin. Is this another lesson? Rose breathed. Lyra's smile gleamed in the darkness. If you want it to be. But it wasn't all teasing and innuendo. There were moments of genuine connection too, quiet conversations over drinks in tucked-away taverns. Why are you helping me? Rose asked one night, emboldened by the warmth of the fire and the buzz of alcohol. Really? Lyra was quiet for a long moment. Let's just say I know what it's like to be hunted by your past. Rose wanted to press further, but Lyra turned to her with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. But that's a story for another time. Tonight, I want to hear more about you. And so it went, a dance of flirtation and evasion, of heat and mystery. Rose felt herself being drawn in, even as she tried to maintain her guard. But with every charged moment, every shared secret and breathless escape, she could feel her defenses crumbling. She just hoped that when they finally fell, Lyra would be there to catch her. Rose and Lyra were staking out a suspected Black Dawn meeting point, hidden in the shadows of a rooftop overlooking the seedy tavern. The night air was cool, but Rose could feel the heat emanating from Lyra's body as they lay side by side, watching the door below. You know, Lyra murmured, her breath tickling Rose's ear. If you want to get better at flirting, you need to practice. Rose turned to her, eyebrow raised. Are you offering to be my training dummy? Lyra grinned. I prefer the term sparring partner, and yes, I am. Rose considered for a moment, then nodded. All right, hit me with your best shot. Lyra's eyes gleamed in the moonlight. Okay, let's start simple. Give me a compliment, but make it flirty. Rose thought for a moment. Your eyes are like stars, she said. Bright, beautiful, and impossible to look away from. Lyra chuckled softly. Not bad. A little cliché, but delivered with confidence. Now try to build on it. Keep the momentum going. Rose leaned closer, her voice dropping to a purr. And your lips. They're like a promise. One I'm dying to see fulfilled. Lyra's breath hitched just slightly. Good. Very good. You're a quick study. I have a good teacher, Rose replied, letting her hand brush against Lyra's thigh. Though I wonder what other lessons you might have in store. Lyra laughed, low and throaty. Patience, my dear. The best lessons are learned over time. Their banter was interrupted by movement at the tavern door. Rose snapped back to attention, but she could feel the heat lingering between them, the unspoken promise of more lessons to come. Over the next few days, Rose found herself using her new skills more and more. When they needed information from a tight-lipped informant, Rose took the lead, leaning close and letting her words drip with suggestive promise. The information flowed like wine. I'm impressed, Lyra said afterward, her eyes sparkling with something like pride. You're a natural. Rose grinned, feeling a flush of pleasure at the praise. I learned from the best. During a tense negotiation with a black market dealer, Rose used a different tactic. She let her gaze linger on the dealer's muscular arms, her tongue darting out to wet her lips. The dealer stumbled over his words, his price dropping with each flirtatious glance. You're dangerous, Lyra said later, as they walked away with the supplies they needed at half the asking price. I almost feel sorry for the poor bastard. Almost, Rose asked, bumping her shoulder playfully against Lyra's. Almost, Lyra confirmed with a wink, but then I remember how much I enjoy watching you work. Even in the midst of battle, Rose found ways to incorporate her new skills. When they were ambushed by a group of Black Dawn thugs, Rose used a moment of close combat to whisper in her opponent's ear, her voice a seductive purr even as she drove her knee into his groin. Was that really necessary? Lyra asked afterward, stepping over the groaning man. Rose shrugged, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Just putting my lessons into practice. Desire is a weapon, right? Lyra shook her head, but she couldn't hide her smile. You are a terrifyingly apt pupil, you know that. But for all the playful banter and heated glances, there were still moments of genuine connection, of vulnerability. One night, as they camped in the woods outside the city, Lyra turned to Rose with a seriousness she rarely showed. I want you to know, she said softly, that this, between us, it's not just a game to me. It's not just about the lessons or the flirting. Rose felt her heart skip a beat. What is it about, then? Lyra was quiet for a long moment. It's about trust, she said finally. It's about finding someone who understands, who's been through the same kind of darkness and come out the other side. Rose reached out, taking Lyra's hand in hers. I do understand, she said softly. More than you know. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand, the unspoken connection between them feeling more real, more solid than ever before. It was a moment of peace, of understanding, amidst the chaos of their mission. A moment that, for Rose, felt like the true beginning of something. Something that, despite all her newfound skills in flirtation and seduction, she didn't quite have the words for yet. But she was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, Lyra was the one who could teach her. Not just how to flirt or how to fight, but how to trust, how to love. In the flickering light of their campfire, Rose held onto that thought, that hope. And she held onto Lyra's hand, an anchor in the darkness. Rose stood in front of the mirror, adjusting her corset and taking a deep breath. The plan was set. She would charm her way into the Black Dawn gathering, posing as a potential recruit, while Lyra snuck in the back with their weapons and gear. Remember, Lyra said, coming up behind her and resting her hands on Rose's shoulders, confidence is key. They need to believe you belong there. Rose nodded, meeting Lyra's eyes in the mirror. I've got this. You just make sure you're in position when the time comes. Lyra grinned, her hands sliding down Rose's arms in a way that made her shiver. Oh, I will be. But first? She reached around, her fingers deftly undoing the top 2 buttons of Rose's shirt. There, that should get their attention. Rose raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on her lips. Are you trying to get me recruited or ravished? Lyra chuckled, her breath warm against Rose's ear. Can't it be both? She gave Rose a gentle squeeze, then stepped back. Now go. Show them what you're made of. Rose took another deep breath, then turned and headed for the door, putting an extra sway in her hips. She could feel Lyra's eyes on her, could practically hear the appreciative purr in her throat. At the entrance to the Black Dawn's hideout, Rose was stopped by a burly guard. "Hold up there, sweetheart. This is a private party." Rose looked up at him through her lashes, a coy smile playing on her lips. "Oh, but I was so hoping to join in the fun. I've heard such intriguing things about your little group." The guard's eyes dipped to her cleavage just as she'd intended. "Is that so? And what exactly have you heard?" Rose stepped closer, trailing a finger down the guard's chest. "That you're the ones with the real power in this city, that you're not afraid to take what you want." She let her voice drop to a purr. "I like men who aren't afraid." The guard swallowed, his resolve visibly weakening. "Well, I suppose we could always use some fresh blood. Go on in." Rose smiled, letting her hand linger a moment longer before stepping past him. "Thank you. I promise you won't regret it." Inside, the gathering was in full swing. Dark mages and thugs mingled around a central fire, their conversations a low hum of sinister intent. Rose wove her way through the crowd, smiling and nodding at those who caught her eye. She spotted the leader almost immediately. He was tall and lean, with a cruel twist to his mouth and eyes that seemed to see straight through her. Rose steeled herself and approached him, putting an extra sway in her step. "Well, well," the leader said as she drew near, his eyes raking over her form. "What have we here? A little lost lamb, wandering into the wolves' den?" Rose met his gaze steadily, her smile never faltering. "Oh, I'm not lost. In fact, I think I'm exactly where I'm meant to be." The leader's eyebrows rose, a flicker of interest in his cold eyes. "Is that so? And what makes you think you belong here, among the Black Dawn?" Rose leaned in, her voice low and seductive. "Because I'm not afraid of the dark. In fact..." She let her hand rest on his arm, feeling the tension in his muscles. "I rather enjoy it." The leader stared at her for a long moment, then threw his head back and laughed. "Oh, you are a bold one, aren't you? I think you'll fit in just fine here." Rose smiled, triumph singing in her veins. She was in. Now all she had to do was wait for Lyra's signal. As if on cue, there was a sudden commotion from the back of the room. Shouts of alarm, the clang of metal on metal. The Black Dawn members surged to their feet, reaching for weapons. Rose didn't hesitate. In one swift motion, she drew the hidden knives from her sleeves and lunged at the leader. He barely had time to register surprise before she was on him, her blades finding the gaps in his armor with deadly precision. Around her, the room erupted into chaos. Black Dawn mages hurled spells, but Rose was too quick, too agile. She danced through the fray, her knives and her fire magic working in lethal harmony. And then Lyra was there, a whirlwind of blades and elven grace, cutting through the enemy ranks like a scythe through wheat. Together they were unstoppable, a perfect storm of skill and power. In minutes, it was over. The Black Dawn lay broken and beaten at their feet, their leader a crumpled heap on the floor. Rose stood amid the carnage, her chest heaving, her blood singing with the thrill of victory. Lyra approached her, sheathing her blades, a wild grin on her face. "Not bad for a little lost lamb." Rose laughed, the sound bright and fierce in the sudden silence. "What can I say? I had a good teacher." Lyra's grin softened, her eyes shining with something warm and proud. "That you did." She reached out, brushing a strand of hair from Rose's face. "That you did." And there, in the aftermath of battle, standing over the broken bodies of their enemies, Rose felt a surge of something she hadn't felt in a long, long time. Hope, pride, and something else. something deeper and more profound, something that felt a lot like love. She leaned into Lyra's touch, letting herself savor the moment, the feeling. They had won tonight, but more than that, Rose had found something she thought she'd lost forever. A partner, a friend, and maybe, just maybe, something more. The future was uncertain, the path ahead still fraught with danger. But with Lyra by her side, Rose felt ready to face anything. Ready to fight, to love, to live, no matter what the darkness threw their way. Rose and Lyra stumbled back into their campsite, exhausted but exhilarated from their successful raid on the Black Dawn gathering. The adrenaline was still pumping through their veins, the thrill of victory mixing with the heady rush of their growing connection. Lyra threw her pack down and stretched, her lithe body arching in the firelight. "We make a good team, you and I," she said, her voice warm with affection. Rose couldn't help but smile, even as her heart raced at the sight of Lyra's silhouette against the flames. "We do," she agreed, settling down on a log by the fire. "I couldn't have done that without you." Lyra waved a hand dismissively, but her eyes sparkled with pleasure at the praise. "Oh, I think you could have. But it was much more fun together, wasn't it?" She rummaged in her pack for a moment, then pulled out a bottle with a flourish. "And now I think we deserve a celebration. I've been saving this for a special occasion." Rose raised an eyebrow as Lyra uncorked the bottle and poured a deep red liquid into 2 cups. "Wine? In the middle of a mission?" Lyra grinned, handing Rose a cup. "Not just any wine. This is a vintage from my homeland, aged to perfection. It's said to bring luck and fortune to those who share it." She raised her cup, the firelight glinting off the ruby liquid. "To victory," she toasted, "and to partnership." Rose hesitated for just a moment, a flicker of something uncertain passing through her. But looking at Lyra, at the warmth and affection in her eyes, she pushed the feeling aside. They had been through so much together, had forged a bond that went beyond mere alliance. If she couldn't trust Lyra, who could she trust? "To victory," she echoed, clinking her cup against Lyra's, "and to partnership." She raised the cup to her lips, the rich scent of the wine filling her nostrils. Lost in the moment, in the warmth of Lyra's touch and the depth of her gaze, lifted the cup to her lips and drank deeply. The wine was rich and heady, warming her from the inside out. But as she lowered the cup, a sudden dizziness washed over her. The world tilted, Lyra's face blurring before her. "Lyra," she mumbled, her tongue feeling thick and clumsy in her mouth. What's happening?" Lyra's face swam into focus, her expression a mask of sorrow and regret. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I'm so sorry, Rose." And as the darkness rushed up to claim her, as her body went limp and the cup slipped from her fingers, Rose's last thought was one of shocked betrayal. Lyra, her partner, her friend, had drugged her. The world went black and Rose knew no more. Rose regained her senses slowly, as if swimming up from the depths of a dark, viscous pool. The first thing she noticed was the cold, a deep biting chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. It was a stark contrast to the warmth of the campfire, the heat of Lyra's touch. Lyra. The memory hit her like a physical blow, driving the air from her lungs. The wine, the kiss, the betrayal. It all came rushing back in a dizzying wave of emotion. Rose forced her eyes open, blinking against the harsh light that assaulted her vision. She tried to move, to sit up, but found herself unable. Her limbs were held fast, bound by something cold and unyielding. Panic surged through her as reality came crashing in. She was in a cell, the stone walls damp and cold against her bare skin. Bare skin. With a jolt of horror, she realized she was completely naked, her clothing and armor stripped away, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. And she wasn't alone. "Well, well," a voice drawled from the shadows. a voice that sent chills down Rose's spine. "Look who's finally awake." Rose knew that voice, had heard it in her nightmares for years. She'd hoped to never hear it again. Draven stepped into the light, his scarred face twisted into a cruel smile. He looked down at her, his eyes roving over her naked form with a mixture of disdain and dark amusement. "Hello, Rose," he said softly, crouching down beside her. "It's been a while." Rose tried to speak, to spit defiance in his face, but found her voice muffled by a gag, the fabric cutting into the corners of her mouth. She thrashed against her bonds instead, the chains rattling loudly in the small space, but they held fast. She was completely immobilized, helpless. Now, Draven tutted, reaching out to stroke a finger down her cheek. Rose flinched away from his touch, revulsion churning in her gut. "There's no need for that. You're not going anywhere." He stood up, circling her prone form like a predator toying with its prey. "I must say I'm impressed. When Lyra first proposed this little arrangement, I had my doubts, but she played her part perfectly." At the mention of Lyra's name, Rose's eyes darted around the cell, searching for any sign of her, any hint that this was all some terrible misunderstanding. A tiny part of her, despite everything, still clung to the hope that Lyra would appear and explain everything, that there was some reason behind this betrayal. But when Lyra did step into view, that fragile hope shattered into a million cutting shards. She stood next to Draven, her face a mask of cold indifference. Gone was the warmth, the affection, the playful spark that had drawn Rose to her like a moth to a flame. In its place was a stranger, someone Rose had never truly known at all. "We had a deal," Lyra said, her voice hard and businesslike as she addressed Draven. "I delivered her to you, as promised. Now you release my family." Draven waved a dismissive hand. Yes. They'll be freed within the hour. You've served your purpose well." Lyra nodded, but her eyes flickered to Rose just for a moment. In that brief glance, Rose saw a flash of something: regret, sorrow, a silent apology, before the mask slipped back into place. "Goodbye, Rose," Lyra said softly. And without another word, she turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the cold silence of the cell until they faded into nothing. Rose screamed into her gag, a muffled cry of rage and despair and heartbreak. She thrashed against her chains with renewed vigor, the metal biting into her skin, rubbing it raw. But it was useless. She was trapped, helpless, utterly at the mercy of her greatest enemy. Draven watched her struggle, amusement playing across his twisted features. He seemed to revel in her anguish, to drink it in like a fine wine. "Oh, Rose," he sighed, shaking his head in mock pity. "Did you really think someone like you could find happiness? Could find love?" He crouched down again, bringing his face close to hers, so close she could feel his breath on her skin. "You're a weapon, Rose, a tool to be used and discarded, and now you're mine." Rose glared at him with all the hatred and defiance she could muster, pouring every ounce of her rage into her gaze. But deep inside, in a place she hardly dared acknowledge, a small, traitorous part of her wondered if he was right. She had let herself trust, let herself care, let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, she had found something real with Lyra. And look where it had gotten her. Naked, alone, betrayed in the most intimate way possible by the one person she thought she could count on. As Draven's laughter echoed off the damp stone walls, as the full, cold reality of her situation sank in like a lead weight in her gut, Rose felt something inside her harden, like molten metal cooling and solidifying into an unbreakable blade. Lyra had broken her heart. Draven thought he had broken her spirit. But they were both wrong. Rose was the wielder of the Flameheart, the survivor of Eldermire, the guardian who had faced down darkness time and time again and emerged on the other side. She would not be broken by this. She would endure, as she had always endured, and when the time was right, she would make them pay. The cold, hard stone floor pressed into her bare skin. The iron shackles bit into her flesh, but deep within her core, an ember still smouldered. The Flameheart's fire banked low but never truly extinguished. Rose closed her eyes, shutting out Draven's gloating face, Lyra's cold betrayal, the hopelessness of her current predicament. Instead, she focused inward, conserving her strength, gathering her rage and her pain, and her unbreakable will into a hard, sharp point. Biding her time, waiting for her moment, the moment when she would remind them all of who she truly was. Rose, the wielder of the Flameheart, and she would not be broken. Rose lay on the cold obsidian floor, her naked body chained and her mouth gagged. Draven loomed over her, his scarred face twisted in a cruel smirk. "Not so fierce now, are you?" he taunted. With a rough yank, he removed the gag from her mouth, but instead of screams or pleas, laughter bubbled up from Rose's throat. Soft at first, then building into a crescendo of manic mirth that echoed off the dark stone walls. Draven's smirk faltered, confusion and unease flickering across his features. "What's so funny?" Rose's laughter died down to a chuckle. She smiled up at him, a slow, predatory baring of teeth. "You must not remember why I wear my armor," she purred. "It was for your protection, not mine." Draven scoffed but took an unconscious step back. "You're in no position to make threats, girl." Rose's smile widened. She closed her eyes, delving deep within herself, to that place of molten fury and betrayal and pain. With a thought, she unleashed it all. Fire exploded outwards from her body in a white-hot nova of unrestrained rage. The chains binding her melted instantly, glowing rivulets of molten metal dripping from her bare skin. Rose stood slowly, the polished obsidian floor bubbling and deforming under her bare feet with each step as she advanced on Draven. "Rose, wait!" Draven stumbled backwards, his eyes wide with sudden, horrified realization. Rose stalked forward, her hips swaying with deliberate, sensual menace. "What's the matter, lover?" she crooned. "I thought you wanted me." She reached out with one burning finger to trace the line of his jaw. Draven screamed as her touch seared his flesh, the scent of charred meat filling the air. When she lifted her finger, a perfect blackened rose was branded into his cheek. "I'm leaving now," Rose informed him calmly, as if discussing the weather. "And you had better pray to every god you know that we never cross paths again." She turned and sauntered away, taking great care to put an extra sway in her hips as Draven's agonized whimpers echoed behind her. Her bare feet left glowing, molten footprints in the dark stone. She paused only to collect her bag of gear as she exited, ignoring the guards that rushed to block her path. They barely had time to raise their weapons before they crumbled to ash, swept away by the wave of Rose's passing. Rose walked out into the cold night air, her rage-fueled fires finally dimming. And then, as the adrenaline faded, the full weight of Lyra's betrayal crashed into her like a physical blow. A wail tore itself from her throat, a sound of pure anguish and heartbreak. Unheeding of her naked state, Rose ran, bare feet pounding on the rough ground, uncaring of the direction, only knowing she needed to be away, to be somewhere safe, somewhere she could let herself shatter. Instinct and some deep, primal memory drew her to Eldermire, to its ruins that still reeked of unstable magic. She didn't slow as she approached the pulsing, fractured portal. With a sob, she dove headlong into its stuttering depths. The unstable energies crackled over her skin, sinking into her pores, stabilizing the raging heat that threatened to consume her. Rose tumbled through the void between realms, letting the magic drain away her excess power and, hopefully, some of her pain. She had been betrayed. Again. She had opened her heart and had it ripped bleeding from her chest. "Never again," she vowed silently as the portal spat her out onto some foreign soil. Never again would she let herself be so vulnerable, so weak. Rose curled into herself, naked and shivering and alone, and let the tears come. Let herself feel it, this agony of shattered trust, of broken faith. And then, when the tears ran dry and a cold, hard nugget of resolve crystallized in her core, she rose, bloody but unbroken, naked but unashamed, betrayed but never again to be made a fool. She would endure, as she always had, and woe to any who dared stand in her way. Rose slowly sat up, her bare skin prickling with goosebumps as a cool breeze danced across the sandy shore. She blinked, her eyes adjusting to the soft, pre-dawn light that painted the horizon in gentle hues of pink and gold. She stood, absently brushing sand from her bare thighs as she took in her surroundings. The great lake stretched out before her, its waters calm and mirror-smooth, reflecting the vibrant colours of the sky. Behind her, a line of trees hugged the shoreline, their leaves rustling in the breeze, and there, in the distance, the unmistakable silhouette of a city skyline. Tall buildings reached towards the sky, glinting in the growing light. It was a jarring sight after the untamed beauty of the lake and the aurora-streaked sky. Rose frowned, a pang of uncertainty rippling through her. The city looked different, more angular, more modern than anything she'd seen in the realms she'd visited. Glass and steel glittered where she was used to seeing stone and timber. She reached for her bag, rummaging through it until she found a simple tunic and leggings. She dressed quickly, her mind spinning with questions as her fingers worked the familiar fastenings. Where was she? What realm had that unstable portal deposited her in? And why did it feel so foreign? Rose slung her bag over her shoulder and started walking towards the city, her bare feet sinking into the cool sand. As she drew closer, more details came into focus. Strange, horseless carriages zoomed along black rivers of stone. People milled about on the outskirts, dressed in unfamiliar fashions. And the noise? A constant hum of activity, of machinery and voices, so different from the usual din of the markets and cities she knew. She reached the edge of the city proper and paused, suddenly acutely aware of her own incongruity. Her simple clothing, her lack of shoes, her very bearing. Everything about her screamed outsider. For a moment, the weight of her situation crashed down on her. She was alone in a strange place with no idea where to go or who to trust. The pain of Lyra's betrayal was still a raw, gaping wound in her chest. Rose straightened, squaring her shoulders. She had faced worse than this and survived. She would figure this out, as she always did. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, melting into the flow of pedestrian traffic. She let the strange cadences of the language wash over her, picking out familiar words here and there. English, or something very like it. A language the Order had indeed trained her in, though she'd rarely had cause to use it. She would find her way. She would adapt, learn, survive, as she always had. But first, she needed information. She needed to understand where she was and what had brought her here. Rose scanned the storefronts and signs around her, looking for anything that might serve as a starting point. Her gaze landed on a small, unassuming building with a sign that read, Traverse City Public Library. A library. A repository of knowledge, of information. It was as good a place to start as any. With a nod to herself, Rose crossed the street, her strides purposeful. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she would face it as she faced everything, one step at a time. Rose stands frozen on the sidewalk, her eyes locked on the flashing sign. Shadow Realm Bar. The name echoes in her mind, conjuring up a flood of memories. Silas, her oldest friend, her staunchest ally. The one who had taken her in when she first arrived in Concordia, who had believed in her even when she hadn't believed in herself. But that was a lifetime ago. 80 years, if her calculations are correct. 80 years since she last saw him, since she stepped through that portal into a future she couldn't have predicted. Rose swallows hard, sudden nerves fluttering in her stomach. Silas would be older now, much older. While she has remained untouched by time's passage, he will have aged. Will he even recognize her? Will he remember the bond they once shared? And even if he does, will he believe it's really her? After so long, he must have thought her dead, lost to one of the many dangers she'd faced. How can she convince him that she's real, that she's finally found her way back? Rose shakes her head, pushing down the doubts. She has to try. In this strange modern world, Silas is her only link to the past, to the life she knew. If anyone can help her make sense of what's happened, of where she goes from here, it's him. She takes a deep breath, steeling herself, and starts walking towards the bar. Each step feels heavy, weighted with the burden of the years that separate them. But she keeps going, driven by a need that goes beyond simple friendship. She needs answers, she needs guidance, and more than anything, after the pain of Lyra's betrayal, she needs someone she can trust. She just hopes that, after all this time, Silas can still be that someone. As she approaches the bar, Rose takes in the details. It's a solid, well-maintained building with a certain timeless quality that seems at odds with the modern city around it. The wood is dark and rich, the windows glinting with a warm, inviting light. It looks like a place of refuge, a sanctuary, just as Silas had promised all those years ago. Rose reaches for the door handle, her heart in her throat. She can hear the murmur of voices from inside, the clink of glasses, the soft strains of music, sounds that are at once foreign and achingly familiar. She hesitates, just for a moment. Then, with a surge of determination, she pushes the door open and steps inside. The interior of the bar is just as warm and inviting as the outside suggested. Rich, dark wood, soft lighting, the gleam of polished glass. It's a place that feels removed from the hustle of the city, a pocket of comfort and ease. Rose scans the room, her heart pounding. There are people scattered about, some at tables, some at the bar itself. Humans mostly, though she spots a few beings who are decidedly not. And there, behind the bar, a familiar figure, taller than most, broad-shouldered and solid. His hair is grey now, his face lined with the passage of years. But his eyes, when they meet hers across the room, his eyes are the same, warm, kind, and filled with a sudden, shocking recognition. Rose? The name falls from Silas's lips like a prayer, a question and a plea all in one. Rose feels her throat tighten, emotions she can't name welling up inside her. She takes a step forward, then another, closing the distance between them. "Hello, Silas," she manages, her voice shaking slightly. "It's been a while." A while. The understatement of the century. But what else can she say? How can she put into words the time that's passed, the experiences she's had, the wounds she carries? Silas is coming around the bar now, his steps slow, almost hesitant, as if he's afraid she'll disappear if he moves too quickly. Is it really you?" he asks, his voice rough with emotion. "After all this time?" Rose nods, not trusting herself to speak. She takes another step, then stops, suddenly uncertain. But Silas doesn't hesitate. In 2 long strides, he's closed the distance between them and pulled her into a hug that's as fierce as it is gentle. "I thought I'd lost you," he murmurs into her hair. "I thought..." He trails off and Rose understands. She clings to him, to the solid, reassuring warmth of him, and feels something inside her crack open. "I'm here," she whispers, as much to herself as to him. "I'm here, Silas. And I need your help." There, in the warmth of the Shadow Realm bar, in the embrace of her oldest friend, Rose finally lets herself feel the weight of all that's happened. And for the first time since Lyra's betrayal, For the first time in longer than she can remember, she feels safe. As Silas leads her to a quiet corner of the bar, away from prying eyes, Rose can feel the weight of her past pressing down on her. The pain of Lyra's betrayal is still fresh, a raw, gaping wound that threatens to consume her. But it's more than that. It's the accumulation of all she's been through, the losses, the betrayals, the constant fight against the darkness that seems to follow her wherever she goes. She's been running for so long, pushing down her pain, her anger, her fear. But now, in the safety of Silas's presence, she can feel it, all bubbling to the surface. Silas settles her at a table, pressing a warm mug into her hands. "Talk to me, Rose," he says gently. "Tell me what's happened." And so she does. The words pour out of her, a torrential flood of emotions and experiences. She tells him about Eldemire, about Draven and Lyra, about the Black Dawn and their sinister plots. She talks until her throat is raw and her eyes are burning with unshed tears. Throughout it all, Silas listens. His expression is one of concern, of empathy, but also of a deep, unsettling recognition. When Rose finally falls silent, he reaches across the table and takes her hand. "Rose," he says softly, "what you're feeling. The anger, the pain, the sense of betrayal. It's understandable. More than that, it's human." Rose shakes her head. "But I'm not human, Silas. I'm something else. Something dangerous." Silas squeezes her hand. "You're Rose, but also a person who has been through more than most could imagine. It's okay to feel these things. It's okay to be angry, to be hurt." Rose feels something crack inside her at his words. A dam breaking, a flood of emotions she can no longer contain. But what if I let it consume me? What if I become like them, like Draven or Lyra? Silas is quiet for a long moment. When he speaks again, his words are measured, thoughtful. "Rose, the fact that you're asking these questions, that's what sets you apart. You've seen the darkness, you've felt its pull, but you've always chosen to fight it, to be something better." He leans forward, his eyes intense. "You have a choice, Rose. You always have. You can let your pain define you, let it twist you into something you're not. Or you can learn from it, grow from it. Use it to become stronger, wiser, more compassionate." Rose feels tears sliding down her cheeks. She's never cried in front of Silas before, never let herself be this vulnerable. But his words, his steadfast belief in her, it's a balm to her battered soul. "I don't know if I can," she whispers. "I don't know if I'm strong enough." Silas smiles, a soft, understanding curve of his lips. "You are, Rose. You're the strongest person I know, and you don't have to do it alone. I'm here, and I'll be here for as long as you need me." Rose clutches his hand like a lifeline, and there, in the quiet corner of the Shadow Realm bar, she finally lets herself shatter. She cries for all she's lost, for all she's endured. She cries for the part of herself that died with each betrayal, each battle. She cries until she's hollow, empty, a vessel waiting to be filled. And then, slowly, painstakingly, she begins to piece herself back together. It's not easy. It's perhaps the hardest thing she's ever done. But with each shuddering breath, each whispered confession, she feels something shifting inside her. The darkness is still there, the anger and the pain. But it no longer feels like it's consuming her. Instead, it feels like fuel, a source of strength, of resilience. She's been through the fire, and she's emerged tempered. Not unscathed, but unbroken. As the night wears on and the tears finally run dry, Rose feels a new sense of clarity, of purpose. She knows who she is, a survivor, a fighter. She looks at Silas, at the man who has been her rock, her safe harbour. "Thank you," she says, and the words feel inadequate to express the depth of her gratitude. Silas just smiles, his eyes shining with warmth and pride. "Welcome back, Rose." And Rose. Rose smiles back. A real, genuine smile, perhaps the first in longer than she can remember. She's not okay. Not yet. But for the first time in a long, long time, she feels like she could be. Because she's Rose. And she's finally ready to face her darkness. And to let her light shine through. Rose sat back in her chair, exhaustion settling into her bones like a deep, pervasive ache. The emotional catharsis, the unburdening of her pain, had left her feeling drained, but also strangely light, as if a weight she hadn't even known she was carrying had finally been lifted. Silas, ever attentive, seemed to sense her weariness. "You should rest," he said gently. "You've been through a lot. We can talk more in the morning." Rose nodded, a yawn catching her by surprise. "Rest sounds good," she admitted. "But my things—" She glanced down at her bag, at the worn leather that contained all her worldly possessions. Her armor, her whip, the tools of her trade, the thought of parting with them, even for a night, made her stomach clench with unease. Silas followed her gaze, understanding dawning on his face. "I can secure them for you," he offered. "Keep them safe until you're ready for them again." Rose hesitated, the old instinct to rely only on herself, warring with the bone-deep exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm her. But this was Silas. If she couldn't trust him, who could she trust? Slowly she nodded. "Okay, thank you." She started to hand over the bag, but then paused, remembering. "Wait, there's something else." She reached into the bag, her fingers closing around a small, cold object. When she withdrew her hand, she was holding a key. It was an unassuming thing, plain and unremarkable, but Rose knew better. "This is the key to Ultranatius's realm," she said quietly. It can't fall into the wrong hands." Silas's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't ask how she'd come by such a thing. Instead, he reached out, his hand steady and sure. "I'll take care of it," he promised. "It will be hidden away, safe, until it's needed." Rose handed him the key, and with it, a measure of the burden she'd been carrying. She trusted Silas. If he said the key would be safe, then it would be. She handed over her bag as well, trying to ignore the twinge of vulnerability that came with the action. It felt strange to be without her gear, her armor, like shedding a layer of skin, exposing something raw and new underneath. But maybe that was okay. Maybe for now that's what she needed to do. Silas took her things with a solemn nod, treating them with the reverence he knew they deserved. "Get some rest, Rose," he said softly. "We can talk more in the morning. About what comes next." What comes next? The future, uncharted and uncertain. It was a daunting thought. But for the first time in a long time, Rose found herself looking forward to it. Because she wasn't just a warrior anymore, a weapon forged in the fires of adversity. She was a person, with hopes and dreams and a chance at a life beyond the battlefield. She was Rose, and she was ready to find out who that could be. With a final grateful smile at Silas, she made her way to the room he'd prepared for her. It was simple but comfortable, with a soft bed and a window that looked out over the quiet streets of Traverse City. Rose undressed slowly, letting her clothes fall to the floor in a haphazard pile. She'd worry about them in the morning. For now, all she wanted was to sink into the clean sheets, to let sleep claim her. As she lay down, her body moulding to the mattress, she felt a strange sense of peace wash over her. It was unfamiliar, this feeling of safety, of being cared for. But it was welcome. Her last thought before sleep claimed her was of the future, of the possibilities that lay ahead, now that she was free to choose her own path. She was Rose, and she was finally ready to bloom. The next morning, Rose awoke to the soft light filtering through the curtains of her room at the Shadow Realm bar. For a moment, she lay still, allowing herself to soak in the peaceful quiet, so different from the chaos and turmoil that had marked her recent past. As she sat up, she noticed a neatly folded pile of clothes on the chair beside her bed. Curious, she moved closer to inspect them. It was a dress, elegant in its simplicity. The fabric was soft and fluid, a deep, rich blue that seemed to shimmer subtly as it caught the light. Beside it lay a pair of shoes, delicate flats that matched the dress perfectly. Rose felt a sudden lump in her throat. Silas. He must have laid these out for her while she slept, a quiet gesture of care and understanding. She dressed slowly, marveling at the feel of the fabric against her skin. It had been so long since she'd worn anything so fine, so far removed from the practical armor and rough-spun tunics of her life as a warrior. When she emerged from her room, she found Silas waiting for her. He was seated at a table in the quiet corner of the bar, 2 steaming mugs before him. When he saw her, his face lit up with a warm smile. "Good morning," he said as she approached. "I hope you slept well." Rose nodded, settling into the chair opposite him. "Better than I have in a very long time," she admitted. "Thank you, Silas, for everything." He waved a hand dismissively. "It's the least I could do." He pushed one of the mugs towards her. "Tea. I remember you used to like it strong." Rose wrapped her hands around the mug, letting the warmth seep into her fingers. "You remember a lot of things, it seems." Silas's smile turned slightly wistful. "I remember everything about you, Rose. You are important to me." There was a moment of comfortable silence as they sipped their tea. Then Silas leaned forward, his expression turning more serious. "Rose," he said gently, "I know you've been through a lot, and I want you to know that you're safe here, for as long as you need. But there are some things you should know about this place." Rose set down her mug, giving him her full attention. "The Shadow Realm bar," she said. "I remember you talking about it all those years ago. Your dream." Silas nodded. "It's more than a dream now. It's a reality. But it's a reality that comes with certain rules." He began to explain, his voice low and steady. He told her about the dual nature of the bar, the human side and the Shadow Realm side. He described the types of patrons that frequented each side, the delicate balance that had to be maintained. "The most important rule," he said, "is no violence. This is a neutral ground, a place where all are welcome, provided they abide by the truce. The bouncer, Grim, he enforces this. Rigorously." Rose nodded slowly, absorbing the information. It made sense. A place like this, where the supernatural and the mundane mingled, it would require strict governance. "I understand," she said. "And I'll respect the rules, of course. I don't want any more fighting, Silas. I'm tired of it." Silas reached across the table, covering her hand with his own. "I know, Rose. And you don't have to fight, not here. This can be your sanctuary for as long as you need it to be." Rose felt a sudden welling of emotion. Gratitude, relief, and something else. Something warm and tender that she wasn't quite ready to name. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice slightly hoarse. "Thank you for giving me a place to find myself again." Silas squeezed her hand gently. "You've always known who you are, Rose. You just need to remember it, and I'll be here to help you every step of the way." And there, in the quiet sanctuary of the Shadow Realm bar, with the promise of a new beginning stretching before her, Rose felt the first stirrings of hope. Rose followed Silas as he led her through the streets of Traverse City, pointing out landmarks and sharing bits of history. The city was a fascinating blend of the modern and the mystical, with sleek buildings standing alongside ancient moss-covered stones that seemed to hum with latent energy. As they walked, Rose found herself marveling at the ease with which Silas navigated this world. He greeted passers-by with warm familiarity, his manner effortlessly shifting between the casual charm he used with humans and the more guarded respect he showed to those Rose suspected were supernatural. Eventually, they came to a stop in front of a dilapidated brownstone. The building had clearly seen better days, with boarded-up windows and a front door that hung slightly off its hinges. But there was something about it, a faint aura of magic that Rose could feel prickling at the edges of her senses. "This," Silas said, "is the brownstone." Rose raised an eyebrow. "It's charming," she said diplomatically. Silas chuckled. "It's a wreck," he agreed. "But it's a wreck with potential. Come on, I'll show you." No. He led her up the creaking steps and through the front door. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the musty scent of neglect. But as they moved further into the house, Rose began to see what Silas meant. Beneath the grime and the cobwebs, the bones of the house were strong. The floors, though scuffed and stained, were made of sturdy hardwood. The walls, when Rose brushed away the dust, revealed intricate mouldings and carvings. And then there was the magic. It was faint, almost dormant, but Rose could feel it thrumming through the very foundations of the house, wards ancient and powerful, layered into the structure itself. "I acquired this place through a deal at the Shadow Realm bar," Silas explained as they explored. "It used to belong to a powerful witch long ago. She wove protections into every brick and beam." Rose ran her hand along a wall, feeling the faint pulse of energy beneath her fingertips. "It's incredible," she murmured. Silas watched her, a small smile playing about his lips. "It's yours if you want it," he said quietly. Rose turned to him, startled. "What?" "The house," Silas said. "It's yours. If you want it. I don't use it, and frankly, it's wasted on me, but you— Rose, you could make this place sing again." Rose stared at him, her heart suddenly pounding. A home. A real home, not just a temporary refuge or a place to lay her head between battles. The idea was almost overwhelming. "Silas, I don't know what to say." He held up a hand. "You don't have to say anything. Just think about it. The house needs work, I know. The wards need updating, and the whole thing needs to be repaired and cleaned. But more than that, it needs to be loved. And I think you're just the person to do that." Rose felt a lump in her throat. The generosity of the offer, the implicit trust and care in it. It was almost too much. But Silas wasn't done. "There's something else," he said, his expression turning more serious. "The Shadow Realm bar. We could use someone with your skill set." Rose frowned slightly. "My skill set?" "Your ability to read people, to gather information, to navigate the shadows." Silas's gaze was intense. "Rose, you were one of the best information brokers I've ever known, and in a place like the Shadow Realm bar, where the supernatural and the mundane intersect, those skills are invaluable." Rose felt a flicker of the old excitement, the thrill of the game. It had been so long since she'd used those skills, since she'd let herself be anything other than a warrior. But the idea of stepping back into that world, of opening herself up to the risks and the intrigues, it was daunting. Silas seemed to sense her hesitation. "You don't have to decide now," he said gently. "And there's no obligation. The house is yours regardless. But think about it. You could do a lot of good, Rose. And you could do it on your own terms." On her own terms. The phrase echoed in Rose's mind as they made their way back to the Shadow Realm bar. Her own terms? When was the last time she'd had that luxury? As she settled into her room that night, her mind buzzing with possibilities, Rose felt a strange mix of emotions: excitement, trepidation, hope. And beneath it all, a growing sense of purpose. She looked around the room at the simple but comfortable furnishings, the warm glow of the lamplight. This wasn't just a place to stay, she realized. This was a place to start over. A place to build something new. And whether that was a home in a rundown brownstone, or a new role as an information broker in the Shadow Realm bar, Rose knew one thing for certain. She was ready to start building. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Rose found herself settling into a new rhythm of life. Her days were spent at the brownstone, working tirelessly to restore the old house to its former glory. It was hard work, but it was also deeply satisfying. With each repaired floorboard, each polished banister, each room cleared of dust and debris, Rose felt a sense of accomplishment and pride. This was tangible, measurable progress, something she could see and touch, a far cry from the endless, intangible battles she'd fought for so long. And as she worked, she could feel the house itself coming back to life. The dormant magic that had lain sleeping in its bones began to awaken, responding to her presence and her care. The wards, once she'd taken the time to study and reinforce them, thrummed with renewed power. It was almost as if the house was sentient, appreciating and reciprocating the love and attention Rose was pouring into it. Her evenings were spent at the Shadow Realm bar, learning the ropes of her new role as an information broker. Under Silas's guidance, she began to relearn the skills she'd once wielded so adeptly, the art of listening, of observing, of piecing together snippets of conversation and body language into a coherent whole. It was like exercising a muscle she hadn't used in years. At first, it was difficult, even painful. Rose found herself second-guessing her instincts, hesitating where once she would have acted with confidence. But slowly, surely, it started to come back to her. She began to make connections, to build a network of contacts and informants. She learned which patrons to approach directly and which to observe from afar, which bits of information were valuable and which were mere noise. And she began to make a difference. One of her first major successes was preventing a violent clash between a werewolf pack and a vampire coven. Tensions had been simmering between the two groups for months, with each side accusing the other of encroaching on their territory. Through careful listening and a few well-placed questions, Rose was able to piece together the real story. A third party, a group of human developers, was trying to buy up land in both the werewolves' forest and the vampires' historic district. They'd been subtly stoking the tensions between the two groups, hoping to drive down property prices. Armed with this knowledge, Rose was able to bring the leaders of the werewolves and vampires together. In the neutral ground of the Shadow Realm bar, she laid out the evidence she'd gathered, showing them how they'd been manipulated. Faced with this information, the two groups were able to put aside their differences and unite against the real threat. They pooled their resources, bought up the land themselves, and made it clear to the developers that they were not welcome. It was a major victory, not just for the werewolves and vampires, but for Rose herself. She'd prevented bloodshed, yes, but more than that, she'd proven her value. Word began to spread. If you needed information, if you needed help navigating the complex world of the supernatural, Rose was the one to see. As her reputation grew, so too did the respect she commanded. Patrons who had once eyed her with suspicion now greeted her with nods of acknowledgement. Those who had brushed her off now sought her out, eager for her insights. Even Grim, the taciturn bouncer, began to show her a gruff sort of approval. He'd nod to her when she entered, sometimes even going so far as to grunt out a rose in greeting. And through it all, Rose could feel herself changing. The weight of her past, while still present, seemed to grow a little lighter each day. The skills she'd once used for battle were now being used to maintain peace, to help others. She was building something here in this strange new city, a life, a purpose, a home. And as she stood in the brownstone, surveying the work she'd done, the gleaming wood, the vibrant energy, the sense of warmth and welcome, Rose felt a swell of something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Pride, hope, and maybe, just maybe, happiness. It was a new feeling, fragile and tentative, but it was there, growing stronger each day. Rose sat at the bar, sipping her drink and surveying the room. It had been a quiet night at the Shadow Realm, with only a handful of regulars scattered about. She could feel the restlessness stirring within her, that familiar itch for something more, something exciting. Her eyes landed on a man at the end of the bar. He was handsome, in a rugged sort of way, with broad shoulders and a jawline that could cut glass. He was also, undoubtedly, human. Rose felt a smile curve her lips. Perhaps the evening wouldn't be so dull after all. She made her way over to him, her hips swaying with each step. She could feel his eyes on her, taking in her form-fitting dress, her cascading hair, the glint in her eye. "Buy a girl a drink," she purred as she slid onto the stool next to him. He blinked, clearly taken aback by her forwardness, but then a slow smile spread across his face. "I'd be delighted," he said, signalling the bartender. Over drinks, they fell into easy conversation. His name was Jack, and he was new in town, working as a contractor on a building project downtown. Rose listened attentively, laughing at his jokes, letting her hand brush his arm as she spoke. It was almost too easy. A few well-placed compliments, a few lingering looks, and she could see his pupils dilate, his breathing quicken. When she suggested they get out of there, take a walk in the moonlight, he practically tripped over himself to agree. As they strolled through the quiet streets, Rose could feel the anticipation building. This was the part she loved, the dance, the build-up, the promise of what was to come. When Jack pulled her into a shadowed alcove and pressed his lips to hers, she didn't resist. She melted into the kiss, letting herself get lost in the sensation, in the heat of his body against hers. They ended up back at his place, a sparsely furnished apartment that spoke of a life in transition. But Rose wasn't there for the decor. She was there for the way Jack looked at her like she was the most desirable thing he'd ever seen, for the way his hands felt as they roamed her body, for the way he gasped her name as she took him to heights he'd never known. In the afterglow, as they lay tangled in the sheets, Jack traced patterns on her skin and murmured about how amazing she was, how he'd never met anyone like her. Rose just smiled, enjoying the buzz of satisfaction, the feeling of being wanted, being adored. It wasn't love. It wasn't even a real connection. But it was something. A way to feel alive, to feel in control. A way to forget, just for a little while, the restlessness that gnawed at her insides. Over the next few weeks, there were others. A lawyer she met at the coffee shop, a musician who played at the bar on weekends, a visiting businessman with a smile that promised sin. Each encounter was thrilling in its own way, each man a new adventure. Rose lost herself in the rush of it all, in the power she felt as she brought these men to their knees with a look, a touch, a whispered word. But always, in the quiet moments afterwards, the restlessness would return. The sense that something was missing, that she was meant for more than this. She knew she couldn't keep this up forever, knew that eventually she'd have to face what she was really running from. But for now, it was enough. The thrill of the chase, the heat of the moment, the brief, shining escape from the everyday. Silas watched Rose from across the bar, concern etched into his weathered features. He'd seen her leave with yet another human man, had watched the pattern repeat itself over the past few weeks. At first, he'd tried to tell himself it was none of his business. Rose was a grown woman, more than capable of making her own choices. But as her friend, as someone who cared about her deeply, he couldn't help but worry. He waited until closing time when the last patrons had stumbled out into the night and he and Rose were alone in the quiet of the bar. "Rose," he said softly, catching her eye as she wiped down the counter. "Can we talk?" Something in his tone must have given him away because she stilled, her shoulders tensing slightly. "Of course," she said, setting down her rag. "What's on your mind?" Silas took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. "I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with the human patrons lately." Rose arched an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "Why, Silas, have you been spying on me?" "Observing," he corrected gently. "You taught me well, remember? And as your friend, I feel I need to ask, is everything okay?" The smirk faded from Rose's face. She looked down, suddenly very interested in a spot on the counter. "Everything's fine," she said, but the words lacked conviction. Silas sighed, moving closer. "Rose, I know you. I know you're not the type to seek out meaningless flings. This behavior, it's not like you." Rose's head snapped up, a flash of defensiveness in her eyes. "Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do." "Maybe not," Silas conceded. "But I do know that you're one of the strongest, most principled people I've ever met. And this feels like you're running from something." Rose was silent for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was so quiet Silas had to strain to hear her. "I'm restless, Silas," she admitted. "I'm bored. I feel like I'm meant for more than this. More than playing information broker. More than restoring an old house." Silas nodded slowly, understanding dawning. "And these men, they're a distraction, a way to feel alive." Rose shrugged, but she didn't deny it. "They're fun," she said. "They're exciting. And when I'm with them, I don't feel so empty." Silas's heart ached at the admission. He reached out, placing a hand on Rose's shoulder. "Rose, I understand. More than you know. But this isn't the answer. It won't fill the void, not really. It's just a temporary fix." Rose was quiet, but she didn't shrug off his touch. "I know," she said finally. "I know it's not healthy. But I don't know what else to do, Silas. I don't know how to make this feeling go away." Silas squeezed her shoulder, trying to convey all the love and support he felt through that simple touch. "We'll figure it out," he promised. "Together. Just like we always have. But you don't have to do this alone, Rose. You don't have to run anymore." Rose took a shuddering breath, and when she looked up, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "I don't know how to stop," she admitted. Silas smiled softly. "One day at a time," he said. "That's all any of us can do, and I'll be here every step of the way. I promise." And there, in the quiet of the Shadow Realm bar, with the weight of Silas's hand on her shoulder and the warmth of his words in her heart, Rose felt something shift. Not a solution, not a cure-all, but a start, a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even in her darkest moments, she was not alone. And with that knowledge, that steady support, perhaps she could find her way back to the light. A year had passed since Rose's conversation with Silas, and while things had changed, in many ways they remained the same. Rose had taken Silas's words to heart, recognizing the truth in his gentle admonishment. She had pulled back from her more reckless behavior, no longer seeking solace in the arms of strangers. But the flirtations, the idle chats with handsome human men, those remained. They were a harmless diversion, a way to pass the time and feel a spark of that old thrill. Rose was careful not to let it go too far, not to promise more than she was willing to give. It was a delicate balance, but one she felt she was managing well. Life at the Shadow Realm bar had settled into a comfortable routine. Rose's role as an information broker had become second nature, her network of contacts and informants growing by the day. She and Silas worked side by side, a well-oiled machine, keeping the peace and the secrets of the supernatural world. It was an average day, no different from 100 others. Rose was at her usual spot at the end of the bar, engaged in playful banter with a charming young man who had become a regular over the past few months. Silas was in his office, going over the books, the soft scratch of his pen a familiar background noise. Then, the door burst open. One of their regulars, a werewolf named Marcus, came rushing in. His eyes were wide, his face pale beneath his dark beard. He scanned the room frantically until his gaze landed on Rose. "Come with me," he said, his voice tight with urgency. Without waiting for a response, he turned and headed straight for Silas's office. Rose exchanged a glance with her companion, who looked as bewildered as she felt. With a murmured apology, she slid off her stool and followed Marcus, a sense of unease settling in her gut. She found Marcus in Silas's office, pacing in front of the desk. Silas was standing, his brow furrowed in concern. "What's going on?" Rose asked, closing the door behind her. Marcus stopped pacing, turning to face her. "It's Ultranacious Eternus," he said, the name sending a chill down Rose's spine. "He's dead." For a moment the room was silent. Rose could hear the blood rushing in her ears, could feel her heart pounding against her ribs. "What?" she managed finally, her voice sounding strange to her own ears. "How?" "He was killed," Marcus said, running a hand through his hair, "by a mortal, a man named Gunnar." Silas sank back into his chair, looking as shocked as Rose felt. "A mortal killed Ultranacious Eternus? How is that possible?" Marcus shook his head. "I don't know the details. All I know is what I've heard through the grapevine. Ultranacious is dead, and this Gunnar guy is the one who did it." Rose's mind was reeling. Ultranacious Eternus, the Dark Lord who had haunted her nightmares, the enemy she had fought for so long. Dead. At the hands of a mortal, no less. It seemed impossible. "Are we sure it's true?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "This isn't just some rumour." Marcus met her gaze, his eyes serious. "It's true," he said. "I've confirmed it with multiple sources. Ultranacious is gone." Rose sank into a chair, her legs suddenly feeling weak. She looked at Silas, saw her own shock and disbelief mirrored in his face. "What does this mean?" she asked softly. Silas shook his head, looking as lost as she felt. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I have a feeling our world is about to change." Rose looked down at her hands, at the scars and calluses that marked her as a warrior. She had spent so long fighting Ultranacious, had sacrificed so much to stop him. And now he was gone, just like that, at the hands of a mortal she'd never even heard of. It was a lot to process. But as she sat there, in the quiet of Silas's office, with the weight of this news settling over them, Rose couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. That whatever came next, whatever this Gunnar's actions had set in motion, it was going to change everything. Rose sat in Silas's office, her mind reeling from the news of Ultranacious Eternus's death. She could feel Silas's eyes on her, could sense his concern, but she couldn't tear her thoughts away from this new development. "Marcus," she said finally, looking up at the werewolf, "what else do you know about this Gunnar? About how he was able to kill Ultranacious?" Marcus shook his head. "Not much, just that he's human and that he's the leader of some group called the Pack." Rose frowned. The Pack? The name wasn't familiar, but something about it tugged at her, like a half-remembered dream. "And the Black Dawn?" she asked, remembering Ultranacious followers. "Were they involved?" Marcus nodded. "From what I've heard, they're the ones who summoned Ultranacious to Earth in the first place. There was some kind of confrontation with the Pack. Several of Gunnar's people were killed." Rose sat back in her chair, her mind racing. The Black Dawn operating on Earth, and Ultranacious drawn into battle with mortals. It was almost too much to comprehend. "I need to know more," she said finally, standing up. "I need to find out everything I can about this Pack, about how a mortal could have taken down Ultranacious." Silas stood as well, his expression concerned. "Rose, be careful. Getting involved in this, it could be dangerous." Rose met his gaze, her eyes fierce. "I have to know Silas. Ultranacious. He was my fight. For so long. I need to understand what happened." Silas sighed, coming around the desk to stand in front of her. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his touch gentle but firm. "Rose," he said softly, "I understand. Better than anyone I understand. But you've built a life here. A good life. You've found peace. Don't throw that away chasing ghosts from your past." Rose opened her mouth to argue, but Silas continued before she could speak. "The Shadow Realm Bar," he said, "is the heart of the supernatural community. If there's information to be found about Gunnar and the pack, it will come to us. You don't need to go looking for trouble. Let it come to you. Rose hesitated, torn between her burning need for answers and the wisdom in Silas's words. She looked around the office, at the life she had built here, the home she had made. Could she really risk all of that? Slowly, she nodded. Okay, she said softly. Okay, we'll do it your way. For now. Silas smiled, squeezing her shoulders gently before releasing her. Good. Trust me, Rose. If there's something to know, we'll hear about it. Over the next few weeks, Rose threw herself into her work at the Shadow Realm bar with renewed intensity. She listened to every conversation, followed up on every whispered rumour, piecing together a picture of the events that had rocked the supernatural world. Slowly, information began to trickle in. Stories of the pack's exploits, of their battles against supernatural threats. Whispers about Gunnar, the mysterious human leader who had somehow managed to kill one of the most powerful beings in existence. But the more Rose learned, the more questions she had. Who was Gunnar, really? What drove him to fight against the supernatural? And how had he and his pack become strong enough to take on the likes of Ultranacious Eternus? She knew she wouldn't find all the answers in the Shadow Realm bar. But Silas had been right. This was the best place to gather information, to keep her ear to the ground. And so she waited, and watched, and listened. Biding her time until the right moment presented itself. She knew somehow that her path would cross with Gunnar's eventually, that the events set in motion by Ultranacious's death would bring them face to face. And when that day came, Rose would be ready. Rose had been observing the patrons of the Shadow Realm bar, as was her usual routine, when two individuals walked in that immediately caught her attention. There was something different about them, something that set them apart from the regular crowd. The man carried himself with a distinct military bearing, his posture straight and his movements precise. Rose had seen enough soldiers in her time to recognize the signs. He was handsome, in a rugged sort of way, with an easy smile and a confident air. But it was the woman who really intrigued Rose. She was shorter than her companion, with delicate features and a graceful way of moving. But what caught Rose's eye was the hat she wore, pulled down low over her ears. It was an odd choice for the dim interior of the bar, and Rose suspected it was more than just a fashion statement. As the pair made their way to a corner table, Rose focused her senses, reaching out with that subtle magic she'd honed over the years. And there it was, the faint but unmistakable aura of an elf. The woman was trying to hide it, but to someone with Rose's abilities, it was as clear as day. Curious now, Rose watched as the woman whispered something to her companion and then made her way to the back of the bar. She seemed to be searching for something, her gaze intent as she scanned the room. When she reached the far wall, she paused, her hand coming to rest on a seemingly ordinary door. But Rose knew better. That door led to the Shadow Realm side of the bar, the space reserved for the supernatural clientele. For the woman to even see it, let alone approach it, meant she was more than she appeared. With a glance over her shoulder, the woman slipped through the door, vanishing from view. Rose sat back in her chair, her mind whirling with possibilities. Who was this mysterious elf, and what was she doing here? Her musings were interrupted by the approach of the woman's companion. He strolled up to the bar, his eyes landing on Rose with an appreciative gleam. "Hey there, name's Darren. Mind if I join you?" he asked, his smile charming and a little too practiced. Rose returned the smile, intrigued despite herself. "Not at all," she replied, her voice warm and inviting. "I'm Rose. So, what brings a guy like you to a place like this?" As they bantered, Rose found herself studying him more closely. There was something about him, a certain energy that drew her in. Almost without realizing it, she began to exert her own subtle influence, a gentle tug on his emotions and thoughts. It was a trick she'd learned long ago, a way to disarm and distract, and it seemed to be working. Darren was leaning closer, his eyes locked on hers, his expression growing slightly dazed. But just as Rose was about to delve deeper to see what secrets she could glean from this intriguing man, a sharp smack broke the spell. Darren jerked forward, rubbing the back of his head, as his companion, the elf woman, glared at him. "Seriously?" the woman said, her tone exasperated. "I leave you alone for 5 minutes, and you're already under some spell?" Rose raised an eyebrow, more amused than offended. "Jealous girlfriend?" she asked, her tone playful. "Not exactly," the woman replied, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Rose. "He just has a knack for flirting with the wrong type." There was a warning in her gaze, a challenge. This one was protective of her friend, and clearly not someone to be trifled with. As the woman pulled Darren away, Rose sat back, a thoughtful smile playing about her lips. They were an interesting pair, these two. The soldier and the elf, both clearly more than they appeared. She had a feeling this wouldn't be the last she saw of them. And next time she'd be ready to uncover their secrets. After the intriguing pair left, Rose couldn't shake her curiosity. The elven woman's furtive behavior and her access to the Shadow Realm side of the bar hinted at something more than a casual visit. Determined to uncover the truth, Rose made her way to the back, towards the unassuming door that led to the supernatural section. As she approached, the burly bouncer glanced at her, his posture relaxing slightly as he recognized her. "Rose," he grunted in greeting, a rare display of familiarity. Rose nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "Grim, I need to ask a favor." The bouncer raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. "The elven woman who just came through here. What can you tell me about her?" Grim's expression remained impassive. "You know the rules, Rose. What happens in the Shadow Realm stays in the Shadow Realm." Rose leaned in closer, her voice lowering. "I'm not asking for details, just... Did anything seem off about her? Did she do anything unusual?" The bouncer was silent for a moment, considering. Then, almost imperceptibly, he shrugged. She had to surrender a weapon. Silver dagger, looked custom-made, not typical for casual visitors. Rose's eyes narrowed. A custom weapon suggested the woman was prepared for trouble. Anything else? Did she talk to anyone? Go anywhere specific? Grim shook his head. "Nah. She just stood there for a bit, looking around like she was casing the joint. Then she left. Didn't say a word to anyone." Rose digested this information. The woman's behavior sounded more like reconnaissance than leisure. She was scouting the Shadow Realm side, but for what purpose? Thanking Grim, Rose slipped through the door herself. The shift in atmosphere was immediate, the air thick with magic, the patrons openly displaying their supernatural natures. Rose scanned the room, looking for anyone who might have noticed the elven woman's presence. Her gaze landed on a group of werewolves huddled around a table. They were regulars, part of a pack that frequented the bar. If anyone had picked up on something unusual, it would be them. Rose approached their table, catching the eye of the pack leader. He nodded to her, a sign of respect she'd earned through her work as an information broker. "Rose," he said as she reached the table, "what can we do for you?" Rose slid into an empty seat, her expression serious. "I'm looking for information on a woman who came through here a little while ago. An elf, trying to pass as human. She was armed and seemed to be scouting the place. Did any of you notice her?" The werewolves exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the leader spoke. "Yeah, we saw her. Hard to miss an elf in here, even with a disguise. She didn't interact with anyone, but she was definitely looking for something." Rose leaned forward. "Looking for something? What do you mean?" The werewolf shrugged. "She was checking out the exits, the layout of the place, like she was memorizing it, and she paid special attention to the back room, the one Silas uses for private meetings." Rose sat back, her mind whirling. Why would this woman be interested in the bar's layout? In Silas's private space, was she planning something? Thanking the werewolves for their help, Rose made her way back to the human side of the bar. She needed to talk to Silas to warn him that someone might be targeting him or the bar. As she emerged back into the main area, her eyes immediately sought out the mysterious pair. But they were gone, vanished into the night as quietly as they'd arrived. Rose frowned. She didn't like unanswered questions, and these two had just presented her with a whole host of them. But one thing was certain, she would find out what they were up to. She hadn't come this far, hadn't built this new life for herself, just to let some unknown threat jeopardize it. She was Rose, the information broker, the protector of the Shadow Realm bar. And she would get to the bottom of this mystery. One way or another. Rose was at her usual spot behind the bar, keeping a watchful eye on the patrons of the Shadow Realm bar. It had been a relatively quiet evening, with the usual mix of supernatural beings and curious humans mingling in the dim, smoky atmosphere. But then, two newcomers walked in, immediately catching Rose's attention. They moved with a purpose, scanning the room with a trained eye that spoke of military experience. The man was older, in his late 40s, with a black leather eye patch over his left eye and a high-tech cybernetic arm adorned with faint, engraved runes. The woman, younger and in her 30s, had the same alert posture and calculating gaze. Rose watched as they navigated through the crowd, finding a table towards the back. The woman took a seat, her eyes never stopping their vigilant scan, while the man's gaze locked onto Rose at the bar. There was something about him, an intensity in his one-eyed stare that sent a shiver down Rose's spine. It wasn't often that someone could unsettle her with just a look, but this man managed it effortlessly. Intrigued and a little wary, Rose put on her most charming smile and sauntered over to their table. "Well, well, look who it is," she purred, leaning against the table, one eyebrow raised. "I thought I saw you eyeing me." The man met her gaze, his expression unreadable. "Yes, I am," he replied coolly, his voice steady as his eye glowed a faint blue. "I see your true form, Rose." A flicker of surprise passed through Rose, but she quickly covered it with a giggle, the sound light and airy, yet laced with a hint of menace. "Oh, you're one of those types, she teased, her voice a blend of mock surprise and playful threat. "Glad you like what you see. Maybe later we can explore more of my true form." She leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "But for now, let's have some fun." The man, however, remained unmoved. "I'm here for answers," he replied, his tone low and commanding. "Behave, please." Rose tilted her head, eyeing him with newfound interest. She ran a finger down his cybernetic arm, a sly grin playing on her lips. "You're no fun," she murmured, "but I do like a challenge." She stepped back slightly, her eyes narrowing as a faint crackle of energy shimmered around her, the telltale signs of a spell forming. But the man just smirked, crossing his arms. "You'll have to try harder than that," he said, a hint of a smile in his voice. "Your spells won't work on me." Rose's grin widened, a flash of sharp fangs gleaming in the dim light. "Oh, I'm not here for magic tricks tonight. I'm here for you." She reached up, her hands trailing along his shoulders as she leaned in close. "Trust me, I can be quite persuasive when I want to be." Her voice dropped to a sultry whisper, her breath hot against his neck. "What's the matter? Afraid you might enjoy yourself?" Before she could react, he reached into his pocket, pulling out a silver bracelet. With speed and precision that spoke of extensive training, he snapped it onto her wrist before she could pull away. Instantly, Rose felt her magic drain away, her form wavering as it was stripped from her, leaving her in a more human-like appearance. "What? What have you done?" she demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear. She tried to pull away, but his grip held firm. "Just leveling the playing field," he replied, his tone icy. "Now, we're going to have a little chat." Rose glared at him, her green eyes flashing with defiance. You think this will stop me, she hissed. I may not have my magic, but I don't need it to make you pay. She leaned in close, her breath hot against his ear as she whispered, I always find a way. He didn't flinch. Then I look forward to it, he replied, his gaze hard as steel. But for now, you're coming with me. He nodded to his companion, who stepped forward with handcuffs ready. Rose struggled, but without her magic, she was no match for their combined strength and skill. As they escorted her out of the bar, Rose could feel the eyes of the other patrons on her, the silent weight of their surprise and curiosity. But even as they drove away, Rose in the back seat, with her eyes fixed on him with a burning intensity, she knew this was far from over. As the Shadow Realm bar faded into the distance, Rose allowed herself a small secret smile. They thought they had her, but they had no idea what they were truly dealing with. Rose sat in the back of the car, her mind racing as she tried to process what had just happened. The silver bracelet on her wrist felt like a lead weight, a constant reminder of her current powerlessness. She glared at the back of his head, silently willing him to turn around, to give her a chance to read his expression. But he kept his gaze fixed firmly ahead, his posture relaxed but alert as he drove through the quiet streets. It was his companion who finally broke the silence. You know, Rose, she said, her tone conversational but with an undercurrent of steel. We've been watching you for a while now. Rose's eyes narrowed. Is that so? She asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm flattered. The woman chuckled, but there was no humour in the sound. Oh, you should be. We don't take an interest in just anyone. And what, exactly, is your interest in me? Rose demanded. It was the man who answered, his voice low and even. You're a key player in the Shadow Realm, Rose. You have connections, influence. You know things that most people, mortal or otherwise, could only dream of. Rose felt a chill run down her spine. How did they know about her role in the Shadow Realm? That was information she guarded closely, information that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. You seem to know an awful lot about me, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. But I don't know a thing about you. Hardly seems fair. The man's chuckle was dry and humourless. Life's not fair, Rose. You, of all people, should know that. But since you asked so nicely, the woman interjected, we're part of a special task force, let's say. We deal with threats that most people don't even know exist. Rose's mind was whirling. A special task force? Dealing with supernatural threats? It sounded like something out of a bad spy movie. And you think I'm one of those threats? She asked, unable to keep the disbelief out of her voice. Not necessarily, the man replied, but you're connected to them. The Shadow Realm Bar is a hotspot for all kinds of supernatural activity, and you're right at the centre of it. Rose felt a flicker of pride at that, despite her current situation. She had worked hard to establish herself as a major player in the Shadow Realm, but now it seemed that very position had put a target on her back. So what now? She asked, trying to sound more confident than she felt. You're just going to make me disappear? Because I can tell you right now, that's not going to go over well with certain people. The woman actually laughed at that. Please, if we wanted you dead, you'd be dead. No. We have something else in mind for you. The car pulled up to an old, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rose looked out the window, taking in the dilapidated building with a sinking feeling in her stomach. As the man and his companion got out of the car, Rose took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever was to come. She stepped out of the car and followed her captors into the depths of the warehouse. She couldn't shake the feeling that this time she might just be in over her head. The safe house was tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city, a small, unassuming building shrouded by dense trees. The place held the scent of old wood and the faint traces of countless missions. Inside, Gunnar led Rose to a worn-out chair in the centre of the room. She looked around, her nose wrinkling in disdain as her green eyes took in the dimly lit surroundings. Charming, she muttered, folding her arms over her chest, the silver bracelet still clasped tightly around her wrist. Ashley shut the door and stood by it, arms crossed as she watched Rose with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. "So," the man said, breaking the silence as he leaned against the table across from Rose, "why don't you tell us what you've been up to?" Before Rose could respond, the man leaned in close, his voice low and meant only for her. "I'm Gunnar, leader of the pack, and as long as you're working with us, you'd do well to remember that." He straightened up, his cybernetic hand flexing almost unconsciously. "Now, back to my question. What have you been up to?" Rose smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she settled back in her chair. "What makes you think I'll tell you anything?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Last I checked, I don't owe you a thing." Gunnar's expression remained stoic. "No, but you're going to because you don't have much choice. Start talking." She sighed dramatically, twirling a strand of red hair around her finger as if bored by the whole ordeal. "Fine," she huffed. "You want to know what I'm doing here? Why I'm luring men to the Shadow Realm bar? It's simple, really. I'm bored. After centuries of being hunted, controlled, and manipulated, a girl needs a little fun." The interrogation continued, with Rose revealing that she was simply looking for entertainment and didn't mean to hurt anyone. She claimed she just wanted to live her life without interference. Gunnar and the woman were unconvinced, but ultimately decided to let her go with the magic-dampening bracelet still on. "If you step out of line, you won't have another chance. You'll be dealt with," Gunnar warned. Rose smirked. "We'll see about that," she said, before turning and walking out of the safe house, her red hair disappearing into the night. As Rose stepped out of the safe house, the cool night air washed over her, a welcome relief from the stuffy tension inside. She took a deep breath, her mind already racing with the implications of what had just happened. Gunnar. The name echoed in her thoughts, alongside the impossible feat he claimed to have accomplished. The Demon King defeated by a mere mortal? It seemed unthinkable. And yet, there was something about Gunnar, a quiet intensity that made her believe it could be true. She glanced down at the silver bracelet encircling her wrist, a constant reminder of her current powerlessness. The magic-dampening device was a nuisance, but not an insurmountable one. She had dealt with worse in her long life. As she walked through the quiet streets, her mind turned to the Shadow Realm bar. Silas would be wondering where she was, and she needed to let him know she was all right. But more than that, she needed the comfort of the familiar, the security of the place she had come to call home. She couldn't risk using her magic, not with the bracelet still on. But she had other ways of getting around. Hailing a cab, she gave the driver an address a few blocks from the bar. It wouldn't do to lead anyone directly to her sanctuary. As the city lights flickered past the car window, Rose considered her next move. Gunnar and his Echo division had made it clear they would be watching her. She would need to be careful, to play by their rules, at least for now. But Rose was nothing if not adaptable. She had survived worse than this, had played the long game before. She would bide her time, gather information, and when the moment was right, she would strike. The cab pulled up to the curb and Rose stepped out, tossing a few bills to the driver. She walked the remaining blocks to the Shadow Realm bar, her senses alert for any sign of being followed. As she approached the familiar door, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. This was her territory, her domain. Here, even without her magic, she was in control. She stepped inside, the comforting scents and sounds of the bar enveloping her like a warm blanket. The patrons barely glanced up as she made her way to the back, too engrossed in their own conversations and deals. Silas was in his usual spot, his eyes widening as he caught sight of her. "Rose, where have you been? I was about to send out a search party." Rose managed a small smile, sliding into the seat across from him. "It's a long story," she said, her fingers absently tracing the silver bracelet. "But I'm back now, and we have work to do." Silas leaned forward, his expression serious. "What happened? Are you all right?" Rose met his gaze, her green eyes glinting with determination. I will be. But first, I need you to help me find out everything you can about an organization called the Pack, and a man named Gunnar. Silas raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Consider it done. But Rose, be careful. I have a feeling you've stumbled into something big here. Rose's smile was grim. Oh, I know. But they've stumbled into something bigger. She leaned back in her seat, her mind already whirling with plans and possibilities. Gunnar and his team thought they could control her, could use her for their own ends. They had no idea what they had unleashed. Rose was the survivor of Eldermire. She had faced down demons and dark mages, had built an empire out of secrets and favours. And she would not be tamed. Not by Gunnar, not by anyone. The game was on,